Chapter 1. Only where you are is freedom, Brother Yin. Xinian is your girlfriend. Are you truly willing to hand her over to those older men for their amusement? A delicate, affected voice inquired. The man cast his gaze downwards at the disheveled woman on the ground, stained with blood, and disdainfully averted his eyes, turning instead to the petite woman in his embrace. Of course I would. Ying, the one I have always loved is you, he replied. I thought that after Brother Yin and sister had been in this fake relationship for so long, you might genuinely develop feelings for her, she retorted. Her? Does she even deserve it? The woman, her eyes glinting fiercely beneath her tangled hair, glared daggers at the pair of scoundrels. What right does a wretched woman like you have to be with Brother Yin? He only approaches you to ruin the Gu family, considering you are Gu Yuchen's Achilles heel. Sold out by others and still counting the money. How utterly foolish. Xinian froze, her pupils trembling as she looked at Shuriying. Am I really Gu Yuchen's Achilles heel? Gu Yuchen had imprisoned her in a villa for 5 long years, forbidding her from stepping outside or interacting with anyone, subjecting her to daily humiliation. How could she possibly be his weakness? It was inconceivable. Yet, the moment Gu Yuchen's handsome visage flashed in her mind, an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Shuriying glared at her with envy, refusing to answer her question, instead twisting her lips in a cruel grin. He's dead. I sent him a message telling him you were eloping with Brother Yin, lured him to the port, and then shot him dead. He fell into the sea, devoured by sharks. Xinian's arms could no longer support her weight, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, biting her lip, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood. Gu Yuchen is dead. Xinian, do you think that escaping Gu Yuchen will grant you freedom? It certainly will not. You will be sent to the beds of various men, utterly reduced to a plaything. But Xinian could no longer hear Shuriying's words. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: Gu Yuchen died because of her. Are you wondering why? It is simply because you deserve to die. I am the rightful daughter of the Shur family, yet your existence has turned me into a shameful, illegitimate child. Shuriying, who was merely her stepsister. How could this be? She suddenly raised her head to look at Shuriying. Shuriying's heart skipped a beat, and she kicked at Xinian. But Xinian would not allow herself to be bullied. With a fierce determination, she bit into Shuriying's calf. Ah! Shuriying screamed in pain. Quick, kill her! At that moment, the creaking sound of a wheelchair echoed through the room. Xinian lifted her gaze toward the slowly emerging figure at the door. Gu Yuchen, the handsome man seated in the wheelchair, smiled faintly. Yin, don't be afraid. With that, a swarm of men surged into the basement, their dark guns trained directly on Su Yin and Shuriying. Shuriying screamed in terror, the sharp tip of a knife pressed against Xinian's face as she shrieked, "Let me go, or I will kill Xinian." The warmth in Gu Yuchen's eyes evaporated in an instant, replaced by an icy chill. His thin lips parted. You dare? Those 2 words felt like an invisible mountain crushing down upon Shuriying, forcing her blood to run cold and her body to tremble. With a clang, the dagger fell. Unexpectedly, Su Yin seized the moment and fired at Xinian. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuchen rushed forward to shield Xinian. Their chests pressed tightly together. Xinian felt the tremor as the bullet pierced Gu Yuchen's chest, her small hands frantically pressing against the wound from which blood gushed. Gu Yuchen, why? Why? She was merely a caged canary to Gu Yuchen, his secret lover, a lowly plaything. Yet why did he choose to take a bullet for her? Gu Yuchen struggled to maintain consciousness, his eyes opening to reveal a tear-streaked face before him, his pale lips stiffly curving into a faint smile. Do not cry. His inky black eyes were filled with tenderness. But Xinian felt as if the love reflected in his gaze burned her, and she shut her eyes, shouting desperately, Gu Yuchen, please tell me why. Gu Yuchen was like a madman, a pervert, a control freak, obsessively managing every aspect of her life, binding her ankles with chains, imprisoning her for 5 years. Thus, she desperately sought to escape his obsessive grasp. Yet now, upon witnessing the profound affection in Gu Yuchen's eyes, she realized how wrong she had been all along. Yin, if there is an afterlife, I will learn to love you. A promise for the next life. His fingers, gently caressing her cheek, slowly slipped away. Xinian gazed at the lifeless man in her arms, and memories of her entanglements with Gu Yuchen flooded her mind. Those recollections she once deemed painful and humiliating now filled her with an aching nostalgia. Gu Yuchen, I used to think of nothing but escaping you, seeking freedom, but now I realize that only where you are is freedom. Tears formed a cascade, falling onto Gu Yuchen, as Xinyan bowed her head, pressing her lips to his cold ones. Their lips stained with blood. Everything fell into silence. Chapter 2. Nian Yin. You are my Xinyan, and no matter how many times you attempt to escape, I shall always bring you back. Behave, and do not test my patience further, for if there is a next time, I shall truly bind your ankles with chains, rendering you utterly devoid of freedom. The man's deep, magnetic voice pierced through the chaotic darkness like a sharp sword. Xinyan let out a soft whimper, her curled eyelashes fluttering gently as she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by the strikingly handsome visage of Gu Yuchen. Gu Yuchen. Her fingers brushed delicately against his face, carefully tracing his brows and eyes. The warmth of her fingertips unmistakably confirming that this was indeed Gu Yuchen. Yet in the next moment, he grasped her arm forcefully, pressing her down onto the bed, his voice stern. Xinyan, what trickery are you attempting this time? Observing the ghastly scar marring her pale face, along with a few droplets of crimson blood that clung to her delicate skin, Gu Yuchen's narrowed eyes suddenly surged with a tempest of dark fury. This was a wound Xinyan had inflicted upon herself in her desperate attempt to flee from him. Leaning closer, his voice dropped to a husky growl. Xinyan, let me make it abundantly clear. Whether you disfigure your face or become disabled, I will never allow you to leave. So behave yourself, and cease this futile self-harm. Otherwise, I shall truly shackle your hands, completely imprisoning your freedom. Before his words could fade, he bent down and pressed his lips against her cheek. His tongue, barely grazing the scar, licked up each drop of blood that exuded a faint metallic scent, almost sickly savoring them. His voice, slowly emerging, resembled a devil's threat, cold and merciless, yet tinged with an undercurrent of faint fear and desire. Meanwhile, Xinyan had tightly embraced Gu Yuchen, her small face nestled against his neck, inhaling the fresh, crisp scent of cedar from him. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Grateful to the heavens for allowing her to once more hold this man who cherished her deeply, she felt tears mingling with the blood on her scar, igniting a sharp sting. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The only time she had ever disfigured herself was 5 years ago. In an instant, a maddening thought surged within her. Could it be that she had not perished but had instead been reborn 5 years prior? She grasped the white shirt on the man's chest with such force that it wrinkled, tilting her exquisitely delicate face upwards. She anxiously asked, Yuchen, what year is it today? Though Gu Yuchen found her question perplexing, he nonetheless answered her. Xinyan's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed the year he had first locked her in the villa. She had truly returned to 5 years ago. Instinctively, her hand reached towards the ugly, twisted scar on her face. Just yesterday, Gu Yuchen had proposed they go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate, and she had vehemently disagreed, leading to a heated argument and revealing the matter to Shering. Shering had advised her, claiming it was her beauty that captivated Gu Yuchen, suggesting that if she disfigured herself, he would no longer desire her or force her to marry him. Trusting Shering, she had indeed taken a knife to her face in a misguided attempt at self-destruction. However, she had only managed one cut before Gu Yuchen intervened, unintentionally injuring his own arm in the process. Panicking, Xinyan glanced at Gu Yuchen's left arm, where a gruesome wound was visible. Dawai Yuchen, I am so sorry. You never need to apologize to me. Everything he did for her was out of genuine desire, a pleasure he willingly embraced. Xinyan tilted her head to meet his dark eyes, catching a glimpse of the tenderness concealed within. Her brows arched, and her voice softened. All right, I want to say sorry. Before her words could fully settle, she wrapped her arms around his lean, strong waist, her cheek nuzzling against his chest like a pampered kitten. Gu Yuchen's body stiffened, his handsome features tightening, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. Nian Yuchen, hold me. Xinyan's voice was soft. Chapter 3. Baby, don't go. It hurts me. The girl's soft, raspy voice was laced with a hint of anxiety. She was terrified that all of this might be an illusion. This so-called rebirth could merely be a dream. Upon waking, she would find herself back in the dark, oppressive basement, helplessly witnessing Gu Yuchen's demise in his attempt to save her. Dawai Yuchen. Hold me to Jiu Yuchen lowered his gaze, observing the girl's porcelain-like cheeks, which bore a faint blush, while her crescent-shaped eyes seemed filled with a myriad of stars, harboring all the beauty and tenderness of the world. Clear, radiant, and dazzling, his heart softened, and he enveloped her in his embrace, his warm, broad hand gently patting her back. Da Yu Chun, I will never run away again. Truly, I want you to please believe me. As Shunyin spoke, the haunting image of Gu Yuchen dying in her arms from her past life flooded her mind, causing her heart to ache painfully, tears dampening his white shirt. Nyen Nyen, do not see, or why did Gu Yuchen's voice softened as he reached for a tissue to gently wipe away her tears. Shun Yin grasped his wrist, tilting her face up to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Yuchen. Before she could finish her sentence, her cool, moist lips pressed against his. Her tender, soft tongue timidly traced the contours of his lips. In the next moment, he firmly grasped the back of her head. His heavy breaths brushed against her nose, his tongue forcefully invading her mouth, greedily savoring the sweetness within. Her delicate arms clung to his broad shoulders, instinctively releasing soft moans. Feeling the man's possession and desire for her strengthened Shun Yin's conviction that she had indeed been reborn, rather than merely trapped in an illusion. Time slipped away, and Shun Yin felt as though every ounce of oxygen had been claimed by him. Her mind clouded, and she drifted into a hazy slumber. Jiu Yuchen watched as the girl fell asleep in his arms, pondering, Nyen Nyen, why did you seek a kiss from me? No one answered his unvoiced question. He gently laid her down into the blankets, her brows furrowing momentarily before he pulled her back into his embrace. Suddenly, Shun Yin's brow knitted tightly, her expression filled with pain as she unconsciously murmured, Gu Yuchen, leave, please, just go. Shun Yin, do you truly wish to avoid me so? Gu Yuchen's heart twisted with anguish. The only response he received was her murmured pleas as she remained ensnared in a nightmare. Gu Yuchen's gaze darkened, and an icy aura enveloped him. In an instant, he leaned over her, his burning eyes fixated on her pale face. Regardless of whether you despise me, evade me, or harbor hatred towards me, I shall never allow you to leave, never in this lifetime. His hands tightened around her slender, soft form, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. His cool lips peppered delicate kisses along her pure white shoulders. Suddenly, a sound of pained whimper escaped her lips. The delicate curve of her fragile neck bore the marks of his possessiveness, resembling a fervent lock. Nyen Nyen, you are mine. Shun Yin dreamed of pressing her hand against the gun aimed at Gu Yuchen, but it could not contain the crimson blood that stained her fingers. She jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open to the familiar sight of a crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and suddenly recalled something. Turning over, she bumped her nose against a solid wall of flesh, feeling a sharp pang. Looking up, she beheld the handsome face of the man, and without a second thought to the pain, she nestled against him. Shun Yin gazed at Gu Yuchen with an almost greedy longing that he was sound asleep, his sharp black eyes closed, appearing significantly softer. Upon reflection, she realized that apart from confining her within the villa and obsessively restricting her freedom, Gu Yuchen had never inflicted any harm upon her. On the contrary, he had treated her exceptionally well, providing her with the best of everything. Aside from leaving him, every wish she had was fulfilled. Yet in her previous life, she had been misled by Shi Ying and Su Yin, compounded by the servant's instigation, leading her to believe that Gu Yuchen viewed her merely as a plaything to humiliate. Unwilling to acknowledge his kindness, but who would sacrifice their life for a mere object, Shun Yin pouted and pressed a kiss to the corner of Gu Yuchen's lips. Yu Chun, in this life, let me cherish you. As soon as Shun Yin's words fell, a soft, pitiful male voice echoed through the air. Baby, don't go. It hurts me. Chapter 4. Baby, don't go. It hurts me. The man's voice remained deep and magnetic, yet it was tinged with a hint of soft vulnerability, accompanied by a subtle hint of tears, especially as he spoke. His strong arms tightened around the girl's waist, burying his head in her embrace and nuzzling gently. Shun Yin stared, bewildered, at the dark head nestled in her arms, then looked up at the pristine white ceiling. Was she just dreaming? Surely it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could Gu Yuchen possibly use such a pitiful tone to coax her? As if he had actually cried. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. She shook her head in disbelief, yet the low, magnetic voice persisted. Yin Yin, I miss you so much. Could you promise not to leave me anymore? With a determined effort, Yin tightly closed her eyes, then opened them again, only to repeat the cycle. The words echoed in her ears. Can you promise not to leave again? Could it be that Gu Yuchen had been possessed, and the essence within his body had already been replaced? After all, she had been reborn. It didn't seem implausible that Gu Yuchen could have experienced a similar fate. Yet, as this thought flickered through her mind, Yin felt as though her heart had been gripped by a pair of withered hands, rendering even her breath a source of pain that in this lifetime she desired no one but Gu Yuchen. However, it seemed that due to the prolonged absence of the girl's comfort, the man grew increasingly pitiful and aggrieved that a tear escaped from his tightly shut eyes, hanging precariously upon his dark, thick lashes. Yin, don't leave, that I'm so scared when you're not here. That the man whimpered in his vulnerable state. He pressed himself against the girl's embrace, his voice so sorrowful it could shatter hearts. The warm breath he exhaled brushed against the delicate curve of her collarbone, igniting a tingling sensation. Yet in that moment, Yin could scarcely afford to dwell on such sensations. Her gaze was fixed upon the tear at the corner of Gu Yuchen's eye. Her heart aching profoundly to think that such a cold and powerful man would reveal such a pitiful and humble side because of her. With great effort, she turned her body, wrapping her arms around the black-haired head nestled in her bosom. It was then she noticed that when the man slept, his sharp features softened considerably, his thin lips pressed lightly together, and his cheeks ever so slightly puffed. She had not anticipated that the seemingly obstinate, domineering, and cold Gu Yuchen could possess such an endearing contrast that as she gazed upon him, the gentle warmth in her eyes nearly overflowed. Yuchen, be good, don't cry that I want to leave. I'll never run away again. Whether he heard her words or simply wished to express something of his own, after a few moments of silence, Gu Yuchen's muddled voice slowly emerged. Yin, I heard all over. Hold me, don't go. When he uttered this, a look of distress and uncertainty flickered across his handsome face, and Yin felt her heart clench painfully. She reached out her hands to hold him tightly, her voice soft as she reassured him. All right, I'll hold you. Where does it hurt? Let me massage it for you. Yet the man lost in slumber could hardly comprehend her words, that he merely repeated her name intermittently, pleading for her not to leave. Believing that her recent departure had caused Gu Yuchen distress, Yin felt a pang of sorrow, continuously assuring him that she would never abandon him, her tone gentle and unwavering. After about 10 minutes, Gu Yuchen gradually quieted down. Unaware that she still cradled him tightly, Yin continued to respond to his murmurs, embracing him and showering him with tender kisses. Just as she was kissing his eyes, those deep, dark orbs suddenly opened, revealing a profound clarity within their depths. Chapter 5. A Kiss. Once more the man's sharp features and defined profile exuded an overwhelming presence, starkly contrasting with the pitiful, tearful man from moments before. Yin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as his piercing gaze fixed upon her, an inexplicable sense of guilt creeping in. Yuchen, you're awake, the Gu Yuchen responded with a low, questioning hum, his eyes locking on her. What are you doing? Yin faltered, wanting to escape, yet yearning to kiss him. Gu Yuchen opened his eyes. She was just kissing him, feeling the flutter of his lashes against her lips. Gu Yuchen let out a soft sound, and as Yin noticed his silence, she felt her nervousness rise under his intense gaze, instinctively attempting to pull away. Yet in the next moment his cool, authoritative voice cascaded down upon her, commanding, once more. His wrist had somehow found its way to the back of her neck, his broad palm pressing down gently. Kiss me again. Time slipped away, and a hint of a deep smile appeared in Gu Yuchen's narrow, black eyes. Yin had stolen a kiss while he slept. Did this imply that she, too, harbored a flicker of affection for him? Under his burning gaze, Yin felt her cheeks flush, and she lightly cleared her throat to change the subject. Ah Chun, were you dreaming just now? The adorable display he had put on earlier was overwhelmingly sweet. He had called her name with an endearing tone, yearning for hugs and kisses. Such a charming and affectionate side was utterly delightful. Naturally, Yin was curious about what had occupied Gu Yuchen's dreams to elicit such endearing words. However, upon hearing her question, Gu Yuchen's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes scanning her body with concern. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, he had fallen asleep inadvertently. What if he had hurt her? Yin, are you all right? Yin was baffled by Gu Yuchen's sudden reaction. That I'm fine. upon hearing her assurance. Gu Yuchen's tension eased, and without allowing her to inquire further, he turned and exited the room. Yuchen, I'm heading to the study. You rest well. Upon reaching the study, Gu Yuchen immediately dialed a number. Li Chuan, his close friend and personal doctor, answered. Hello, Yuchen, there is something wrong with her again. Ever since Shern Yin moved into the villa, she had frequently injured herself in her attempts to escape, leading Li Chuan to transition from being Gu Yuchen's doctor to Shern Yin's personal physician. It asked me that I just dozed off while I was with Yin Yin. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What happened? Tell me everything. Ji Yuchen recounted the events and his feelings. Contrasting the previous suffocating pain he had experienced with a long-lost warmth, as he reflected on the sensations he had felt while asleep, Li Chuan sighed. Yuchen, I've told you before that Shern Yin is your remedy. As long as you... No, before Li Chuan could finish his sentence, Gu Yuchen firmly interrupted. Why not, Yuchen? Your condition can't be delayed any longer. Li Chuan urged that Ji Yuchen frowned, stubbornly insisting, I want to do anything to hurt Yin Yin. You've already tried. You wouldn't harm her. Instead, being with her brings you warmth and tranquility, which is immensely beneficial for your condition. Ji Yuchen remained silent for a moment before responding. If there's even the slightest chance of hurting Yin Yin, I will not proceed, Li Chuan. Thank you. Li Chuan was exasperated by Gu Yuchen's obstinacy. Thank you. You're a fool. If you lose your life, how will you protect Yin Yin? Once you're gone, she'll belong to someone else. Gu Yuchen's eyes flared with violent anger. Yin Yin is mine. Only if you live well will she remain yours. Li Chuan shouted back, equally furious that he simply could not comprehend Gu Yuchen's stubbornness. If he was ill, he should seek treatment. Shern Yin was his cure. Taking it would heal him. Why persist in suffering alone? Gu Yuchen took a deep breath. That I know my limits. That Li Chuan was infuriated. Limits. Remember to take your medicine. Don't skip it. At that moment, Gu Yuchen suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the study and coldly demanded, Who is it? Chapter 6. You are my favorite person on the wooden floor. Delicate, pale toes fidgeted anxiously as the door was gently pushed open, revealing a tuft of soft hair. That it's me. Upon seeing Shern Yin outside the door, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yuchen's face. Had she come to find him? Yet, the surprise was fleeting. He soon noticed her bare feet and furrowed his brow, hastily ending the call and striding over to her. That on this early autumn night, the air had already turned chilly. And yet she was running around without slippers, still so careless about her own well-being. Gu Yuchen approached her and without hesitation, swept her into his arms. To Ji Yuchen, I thought you didn't want me anymore. The girl said, her voice tinged with grievance. The Ji Yuchen's muscles tensed, his deep, alluring voice slightly husky as he replied, I would never abandon you. Even if it meant death, he would not forsake Shern Yin. She tilted her face up, her reddened eyes gazing at him, her lips slightly pouting, a mix of reproach and playful affection. But you ignored me just now and left in such a hurry. I thought you had discarded me. Ji Yuchen's lips pressed together slightly as he explained, I had matters to discuss with Li Chuan. That a sweet smile blossomed on Shern Yin's face, her voice softening. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, that you'll never do that. Ji Yuchen tightened his embrace around her and turned back toward the bedroom. Pressed against his solid chest, Shern Yin listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. A flicker of confusion crossing her mind. What had Gu Yuchen meant when he said he would not do anything that could potentially harm her? Did it relate to his unusual behavior just moments ago? As Shern Yin opened her mouth to inquire, she hesitated, recalling that she had yet to fully earn Gu Yuchen's trust. She surmised that even if she asked, he would remain reticent, that it was imperative to swiftly mend her relationship with Gu Yuchen. Contemplating this, Shern Yin remarked, Yuchen, it was my folly in the past to distinguish between genuine feelings and feigned sentiments. However, I now realize that you are the kindest person to me in this world. And indeed, my favorite. Ji Yuchen maintained a stern silence for a prolonged period before suddenly speaking. You do not love me. You love Su Yin. The moment he uttered Su Yan's name, a glimmer of icy menace flickered in his dark eyes. Shern Yin was taken aback, suddenly recalling the moments before her rebirth, when she had hysterically shouted at Gu Yuchen, professing her love for Su Yin, and had even claimed that Gu Yuchen, with his twisted obsession, could not compare to a mere finger of Su Yan's. She had vehemently asserted that she would never love Gu Yuchen. Shern Yin felt a profound headache. If only she had been reborn a few minutes earlier, she would have declared her love for Gu Yuchen, expressing her fondness for his eccentricity and obsession, asserting that Su Yin was worthless in comparison. Instead, she now found herself stepping into the inferno of pursuing a husband. Yu-Chen, please do not misunderstand that I do not like Su Yin. He is merely a scheming, hypocritical, and despicable man. My affections lie with you. Shun Yin firmly denounced Su Yin while simultaneously confessing her feelings. The Jiyu Yu-Chen's breathing became heavy. His heartbeat quickened unnaturally, and a tempest of tumultuous emotions surged within his dark gaze, as though a ferocious beast were poised to break free. Observing the somber and oppressive expression on Gu Yu-Chen's face, Shun Yin felt a pang of anguish. She wrapped her arms around his neck, softly nuzzling against him. All that I said was merely to provoke you. You kept me locked in the villa. And regardless of my protests, you refused to let me go. That I thought that perhaps if I said something you disliked, it might incite you to release me. This rationale was not entirely unfounded. In truth, her interactions with Su Yin in her past life had been limited. She had been led to believe she loved him because he once saved her, and due to Shi Ying's incessant praise of Su Yan's devotion to her. She had naively accepted these notions, mistaking them for love, when in reality, she had been enamored with the idea of a person who could liberate her and grant her freedom. However, in this lifetime, it would be different. Even if Gu Yu-Chen were to imprison her for eternity, she would willingly abide that it was only in his presence that she felt truly free. Yu-Chen, I cherish you and wish to share a life together. Shun Yin declared earnestly. She was aware that her previous assertion of never loving Gu Yu-Chen, followed by her sudden confession, might raise suspicion. Yet after having experienced death, she could no longer afford to take her time. All she desired now was to hold Gu Yu-Chen close and never part from him again. The Jiyu Yu-Chen narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from him as his lips parted slightly. Are you certain you wish to share a life with me? Rather than merely bide your time until I lower my guard and you can escape? Shun Yin affirmed, I am certain. I wish to share a life with you. Her beautiful almond eyes sparkled with countless glimmers, unwavering in the face of Gu Yu-Chen's scrutiny. This time, she would pursue him, shower him with affection, and offer him her promises. However, she remained uncertain. Perhaps sensing the fervent gaze of Shun Yin, Gu Yu-Chen was suddenly engulfed by a wave of complex emotions and threatened. Shun Yin, regardless of your intentions, whether in life or death, I shall never allow you to leave. Should you dare to escape again, I will chain your ankles, ensuring you lose your freedom entirely. Although Gu Yu-Chen was emotionally blunt, it did not imply he was incapable of discerning the human heart. That on the contrary, he understood it well. He perceived the sincerity and acceptance in Shun Yin's eyes, yet he remained skeptical that he feared that her actions were merely a guise to escape from him. Thus, he feigned indifference and coldness, hoping to instill fear and deter her from contemplating escape. Yet having spent 5 years in close proximity to Gu Yu-Chen, Shun Yin was well aware of his true nature. Understanding his almost juvenile thought process pained her deeply. She would not flee. Even if he forced her away, she would not leave. In this lifetime, she had irrevocably bound herself to Gu Yu-Chen. If you dare to escape again, I will chain your ankles, ensuring you remain in bed, waiting for me to care for you. Shun Yin trembled, her already flushed face turning crimson. You rogue. Chapter 7. If I die, who will protect you? Gu Yu-Chen replied hoarsely, You are forcing me. Indeed, it was Shun Yin's every expression that captivated his heart, especially when she dared to kiss him. I do not. As Shun Yin began her retort, she felt the heat radiating from his body and fell silent. Her teary eyes glared at Gu Yu-Chen as if to assert that he was the rogue, not her. Jiyu Yu-Chen, overwhelmed by the girl's playful gaze, felt a surge of emotion and gently pressed his lips against her flushed cheek. Yin, stay by my side, and I will give you my life. Suddenly, the pale, bloodless visage of Gu Yu-Chen before his death flashed before Shun Yin's eyes, causing her heart to lurch. No, I do not want your life. In her past life, Gu Yu-Chen had indeed sacrificed himself for her. Salty tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice trembling. No, Gu Yu-Chen, I will not let you die. Gu Yu-Chen, witnessing her tears, felt a flutter of panic. Do not cry. You promised me you would not die. If you do not cry, I will not see our wide at Jiyu Yu-Chen. Please promise me. Shun Yin implored desperately. Jiyu Yu-Chen bent down to kiss away her tears, his deep voice tinged with helplessness and tenderness. Fool, I will not die. If I die, who will protect you? Upon encountering the deep affection in his eyes, Yin finally smiled through her tears, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. As if wishing to embed herself within him, Chen gazed at the girl in his embrace, his dark eyes filled with tenderness. Though he did not understand why Yin reacted so strongly to his declaration of giving her his life, he felt genuine happiness at her concern. Yet the harmony of the moment was abruptly shattered by an insistent phone ring. The Chen glanced at his phone screen and felt an ominous shift in his demeanor upon reading the message. Yin, puzzled, turned to see the screen and was instantly engulfed in darkness. Yin, wait until he falls asleep tonight. Copy the proposal for tomorrow's bidding from his computer and send it to me. This is crucial. You must help me, I promise. Once the bidding is over, I will rescue you and marry you. But until then, you must endure for a few days to curry favor with Chen, allowing him to lower his guard. Each message bore the conspicuous signature of Su Yin Gij. Yin felt nauseated. She had yet to settle accounts with that despicable man, and now he was trying to sabotage her relationship with Chen. So, it turned out he was after the design proposal for the bidding. Chen smirked bitterly, his dark eyes radiating a brutal ferocity. No. Chen clenched his fists, his narrow eyes glinting with a wickedness that masked profound pain beneath a facade of mockery. In truth, Yin, I do not care whether you love me or if you wish to escape, for no matter how far you flee, I will retrieve you, that I shall bind your ankles with chains, sear my mark upon you, and keep you by my side for all eternity. As Yin listened to Chen's words, her heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. To claim he did not care whether she loved him or sought to escape was a blatant lie. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have shielded her from danger, nor would he have vowed to love her in the next life. Why was he so foolish, failing to understand that women needed sweet words of affection, instead resorting to threats that only frightened her? Chen, I like you, that I am sorry it took me so long to realize, causing you to feel insecure. Please grant me some time to prove my feelings. I truly wish to be with you and to share a life together. The icy walls within Chen's dark gaze began to crack, as he lowered his eyes to the soft girl in his embrace, slowly extending his arms to envelop her tightly. Ultimately, you are destined to be by my side for this lifetime. Although Chen's words remained as forceful and domineering as ever, they were now laced with a hint of indulgent affection. Yes, for a lifetime, I will stay by your side. I will not go anywhere, but remain with you. Yin affirmed. Chen murmured in agreement, glancing at the time, which read 11 o'clock, and said, You should rest well. Yin noticed the man preparing to leave and felt reluctant. Will you not sleep with me? Chen frowned, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his features. But he ultimately replied that he had work to attend to and turned to leave. Watching Chen's hasty retreat, Yin suddenly recalled something she had overlooked in her past life. During their 5 years together, they had never shared a bed. Even during their most uncontrolled nights, Chen would simply leave after their encounters. Setting aside other matters, she recalled how exhausted and worn out she felt afterward, often clinging to him for comfort. Yet despite her vulnerability, Chen had never chosen to stay the night. It seemed he had intentionally avoided sleeping beside her. Coupled with his earlier unusual softness, could it be that this was related to matters that might hurt her? Chapter 8. The Morning Kiss. The next morning, upon waking, Yin noticed the absence of Chen. Slipping into her slippers, she hurried downstairs and spotted Chen preparing to leave for work. Chen, she called out. That Chen turned, and the petite woman immediately leapt into his embrace. As he looked down at her lightly blushing face, his heart softened unexpectedly. Did I just woke up? Yin murmured, nestling against him. Are you off to work? Inhaling the gentle fragrance that enveloped the woman in his arms, Chen's body tensed, and he tightened his hold around her slender waist. With a low, gravelly voice, he responded affirmatively. Yin, on her tiptoes, planted a delicate kiss at the corner of his lips. That a morning kiss, Mr. Gu. Today, work diligently, and make sure to return home early. That I'll be waiting for you. Chen gazed at the radiant smile on Yin's face, momentarily taken aback, and replied somewhat absent-mindedly, All right. Yin pouted playfully. Just an all right, Mr. Gu. You seem rather indifferent towards me. Clearing his throat, Chen stated, I will leave work early today. That he longed to return and spend time with his Yin. Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. Intentionally teasing, she said, still indifferent. I see how it is. You must not like my morning kiss. Not at all, Gu Yuchen responded swiftly. Not receiving the answer she desired, Shernyen frowned. Feigning sorrow, oh, so you truly don't like it. Then I want to kiss you anymore. I do like it. His deep voice emerged, tinged with urgency. The foam melancholy on Shernyen's face vanished in an instant. She lifted herself on her toes and placed another kiss on his lips, sweetly declaring, Since you enjoy my morning kiss, I shall make it a daily ritual. The Gu Yuchen's gaze reflected the charming blush of the woman before him. And disregarding her potential desire to escape, a singular thought consumed his mind. To kiss her fiercely. Upon arriving at the office, Zheng Exan approached to report the day's agenda. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Yuchen called him back. Expecting a work-related directive, Zheng Exan stood at attention, only to be met with Gu Yuchen's inquiry. What does a morning kiss signify? Zheng Exan was momentarily caught off guard. Gu Yuchen's expression darkened, and he pressed, You don't know? Clearing his throat, Zheng Exan quickly explained. A morning kiss is typically given by a wife to her husband before he leaves for work. Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Given by a wife? Yes, Zheng Exan noted the shift in Gu Yuchen's demeanor, sensing the tension around him ease somewhat. Did I ask there a kiss for after work? There's that a morning kiss is a gesture of encouragement from the wife as her husband departs for work, while an after-work kiss is a reward for the husband upon his return. Acknowledging the hard day he endured, that a faint smile played at the corners of Gu Yuchen's lips as he mused. I shall return early today for an after-work kiss. Understood. You may return to your duties. Your bonus for the month will be doubled. Thank you, President Gu. Zheng Exan thought to himself that clinging to the president's wife was indeed the pinnacle of one's career. In the office, Gu Yuchen lightly touched his lips with his distinctly long fingers, still imbued with the lingering softness of Shernyen's kiss, that a smile graced his lips as he decided to check the villa's surveillance. Shernyen, like a languid cat, lounged on the sofa for a while before rising to prepare for a shower. However, first, she headed to the kitchen, with a cut on her face that needed to be protected from water. She sought to wrap it with cling film. Aunt Zhou, where's the cling film? Aunt Zhou immediately paused from washing dishes. It's in the left cabinet. Yin, I'll get it for you. Just as Shernyen was about to express her gratitude, a mocking voice interrupted her. Does she have no hands or feet? Needing someone to fetch cling film for her, Shernyen turned to face the alluring woman, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Dressed in the plain uniform of a maid, yet adorned with exquisite makeup, the stark contrast revealed the maid's true intentions. That it was evident that her role as a maid was a mere facade, as her real aim was to ensnare Gu Yuchen. Moreover, she not only sought to seduce him, but also covertly ridiculed Shernyen, belittling her as nothing more than a gilded cage bird kept by Gu Yuchen, and colluding with Shering to humiliate her. In her past life, Shernyen's deep affection for Gu Yuchen had been overlooked, largely due to the machinations of these maids. That a faint smile crept onto Shernyen's lips. Aunt Zhou, please continue with your work. Xiao Jie, you go fetch the cling film. Xiao Jie scoffed disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly plaything of President Gu, yet you presume to act as if you're in charge. What right do you have to order me around? Aunt Zhou interjected. Xiao Jie, Nian is the beloved of President Gu. You cannot speak to her like that. Xiao Jie rolled her eyes and retorted. Shut up, old hag. Mind your own business and wash your dishes. Though both Xiao Jie and Aunt Zhou worked in the villa, Xiao Jie regarded Aunt Zhou merely as a housekeeper. However, in the future, Shernyen would be Gu Yuchen's wife, an exalted Mrs. Gu. Aunt Zhou frowned disapprovingly. You, Shernyen smiled at Aunt Zhou. Please continue with your tasks, Aunt Zhou. There is no need to stoop to her level. After all, she will be leaving the villa tonight. Having been reborn, she had no intention of allowing these unscrupulous maids to remain in the villa any longer. Provoked by Shernyen's disdainful tone, Xiao Jie stormed up to her, glaring fiercely. Who are you telling not to stoop to anyone's level? You, Shernyen replied, unperturbed as she met Xiao Jie's menacing gaze. You shameless woman. Do you believe that once President Gu returns, I want to report you? Xiao Jie threatened, stepping closer, that I'll tell him you secretly bribed me to help you escape. Just wait and see how he punishes you. A chilling glint flickered in Shernyen's enchanting eyes. In her past life, she had chanced upon Xiao Jie and several maids speaking ill of her. Unable to contain her anger, she confronted them, only to have them turn the tables and report to Gu Yuchen that she had attempted to bribe them for her escape. Her departure was Gu Yuchen's Achilles heel, leading him to confine her to the bedroom, forbidding her to leave. Caught between believing the maids and her anger towards Gu Yuchen, she stubbornly refused to reveal the truth, resulting in a prolonged stalemate between them. But this time, as she twirled her silver phone between her fingers, Shi Yin smirked. No need to wait, that I shall call Gu Yuchen now and summon him back. Chapter 9. Gu Yuchen is my man, understand. Upon seeing Shi Yin genuinely preparing to call Gu Yuchen, Xiao Jie panicked. Despite their private derision of Shi Yin as a mere object, they all understood the significance she held in Gu Yuchen's heart. If Shi Yin were to summon him, Xiao Jie knew she would face dire consequences that don't call. Xiao Jie glared at Shi Yin with venomous eyes before hastily retrieving the cling film from the cabinet. Her voice laced with resentment. President Gu may be indulging you now, but there will come a day when he tires of you. Let us see how you fare then. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Shi Yin's icy voice cut through the air. Don't harbor unrealistic dreams that Gu Yuchen is my man, understand. Xiao Jie covered her face, seething with rage as the malice in her eyes intensified. You dare hit me? I won't let this go. Shi Yin merely chuckled nonchalantly. Coincidentally, I won't let you off either. With that, she lost interest in Xiao Jie, stretching lazily and retreating to her bedroom with the cling film. While she could handle a few maids herself, she preferred to rely on Gu Yuchen at this moment. That, as the saying goes, to instill a sense of security in someone, one must lean on them a bit more. What she and Gu Yuchen lacked was trust and security. So she decided to depend on him more, demonstrating her inability to be without him, thus providing him with a greater sense of security. Yuchen, I want to report someone. Someone is bullying me. Shi Yin spotted a sleek black Maybach pulling up at the estate, her cheeks lighting up with a radiant smile that Gu Yuchen had returned. Yuchen. Shi Yin opened the door to greet him. Gu Yuchen's taut expression softened as he inquired with concern. Who has been bullying you? The maids, hearing his words, immediately panicked, especially Xiao Jie, who had just caused trouble for Shi Yin, that if Shi Yin revealed the truth, Gu Yuchen would not spare her. With a steely resolve, Xiao Jie knelt before Gu Yuchen. Weeping, President Gu, Monsieur forced me to take money to help her escape, that I refused to betray you, which is why I clashed with her. Shi Yin's gaze turned icy as she regarded Xiao Jie, noting the striking similarity to the excuses she had made in her previous life. However, this time, she would not remain silent. Yuchen, I did not do that. Believe me. Gu Yuchen lowered his gaze to meet the clarity in her eyes, and the anger that had flared moments ago dissipated like mist. Drawing Shi Yin into his embrace, he wrapped his arms around her waist with an iron grip and declared possessively, I believe you. Regardless of the veracity, he believed everything that the girl uttered. With a twinkle of delight in her eyes, Shi Yin leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Gu Yuchen's lips, playfully blinking as she remarked, You are truly obedient. Yuchen, that a flicker of indulgent affection crossed Gu Yuchen's gaze. Turning her attention to the visibly anxious maid, Shi Yin coldly smirked. Are you certain it was I who slipped you the money to facilitate my escape? Xiao Jie glared at Shi Yin with resentment, asserting, I am certain. You handed me 100,000 yuan and promised another 100,000 if I helped you escape successfully. Shi Yin chuckled softly, a hint of coldness gracing her exquisite features that a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Jie. Shi Yin promptly produced her phone, playing a video of Xiao Jie and other maids gathering to insult her behind her back, alongside an audio recording of Xiao Jie threatening her. The maid's fear intensified with each word, and one timidly collapsed to her knees that a chilling murderous intent flashed in Gu Yuchen's eyes. He was unaware that the servants dared to demean his beloved Yin. What did I tell you all before arriving at the villa? His frigid gaze sent shivers down their spines, leaving them trembling in silence. The Gu Yuchen's voice grew even colder. Speak, to take good care of Miss Shi Yin. You dared to speak such outrageous words in my presence. Who among you has fulfilled that promise? His icy inquiries reverberated through the living room. The maids, terrified, knelt in unison, pleading for mercy. The Gu Yuchen narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Who gave you the audacity to bully my people? Panic ensued among the maids. Their previous audacity to insult Shi Yin stemmed from their belief in her stubbornness. They knew she would never report them to Gu Yuchen. Yet, unexpectedly, Shi Yin had changed her demeanor. No longer attempting to flee or quarrel with Gu Yuchen, she had even learned to report their misdeeds. However, they could not simply be dismissed. If Gu Yuchen expelled them, their futures would be utterly ruined. No, Mr. Gu. It was all Xiao Jie who spoke ill of Miss Shi. I never said anything. Please spare me. With the first accusation made, others quickly joined in, casting blame upon Xiao Jie. I in the face of peril. Human nature proved selfish. Xiao Jie, infuriated, shouted, "You wretched creatures, be quiet." Suddenly, one maid seemed to recall something and promptly declared, "Mr. Gu, I report that last night, Xiao Jie mysteriously sent someone a message. She was the informant." In truth, the maid was uncertain if Xiao Jie had indeed snitched, but she would seize any glimmer of hope. Xiao Jie's expression shifted dramatically as she lunged at the maid to silence her, the two women grappling like shrews. That Jiu Yuchen cast a glance at Shi Nian, who feigned sudden realization. Could it have been last night? Gu Yuchen instantly recalled the message from Su Yin that had incited his rage. Now, in a moment of clarity, he recognized the troubling coincidence. "Butler, investigate immediately." The butler acknowledged and swiftly conducted a search, soon confirming that Xiao Jie had indeed sent an informant's message to Su Yin the previous night. Shi Yin sniffled, leaning against Gu Yuchen with a pitiful expression. "Now you know I am innocent." "Right?" Gu Yuchen leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her eyes, his voice low and affectionate. "Good girl." That in that instant, a flurry of emotions erupted within her, her fair cheeks flushing with shyness. Shi Yin nestled into Gu Yuchen's embrace. Feeling utterly defeated, a single word of praise had rendered her weak and defenseless. At that moment, Gu Yuchen's voice turned cold as he commanded the butler, "Expel all those who are insincere." The term insincere extended beyond the maids to encompass any servant within the villa who disrespected Shi Yin. It was not merely a matter of expulsion from the villa, but of banishment from a city altogether, ensuring they could never find their footing in society again, that he would show no mercy to those who dared to humiliate Shi Yin. "Mr. Gu, please grant us another chance. We truly won't dare again. We will wholeheartedly care for Miss Shi in the future." Despite their desperate pleas, none present felt sympathy for them. Heaven's punishment may be forgivable, but self-inflicted suffering is inexcusable. Xiao Jie, in her final outburst, retorted, "Shi Yin, do not be too pleased with yourself. You are merely Gu Yuchen's plaything. Once he tires of you, he will discard you like he did us." Chapter 10. The consequences of being forward. Firstly, your expulsion is a result of your improper work ethic. You took the master's money yet insulted him in return. Secondly, you are here to perform household duties and care for the master. Do not speak as if you share some illicit relationship with my Gu Yuchen. Lastly, I shall grow old with Yuchen, loving each other for a lifetime. Upon hearing the phrase "grow old together," loving for a lifetime, Gu Yuchen's previously cold and gloomy expression softened. The butler and bodyguards escorted the self-important maids away, restoring tranquility to the living room. Yet, Shi Yin remained displeased, upset that Xiao Jie had cursed their relationship. Suddenly, Shi Yin turned, her voice filled with indignation. "Yuchen, she called me your plaything." "You are not," Gu Yuchen replied, lifting her chin and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Then what am I to you?" "You are my woman." His words were both domineering and tender. Shi Yin blinked, her face flushing. Yet she summoned the courage to ask, "You can have many women. The future MRSTGU is your woman, and a gentle lover is also your woman." "Which category do I belong to?" Gu Yuchen appeared somewhat perplexed by her inquiries. Whether as the future MRSTGU or a lover, she would be the only one that nevertheless, if Shi Yin wished to ask. He would answer, "I in this lifetime. You will be my only woman." Only you. As the depth of Gu Yuchen's unwavering affection washed over her, a gentle smile graced Shi Yin's eyes. She felt absurd for being envious of a maid. However, a glint of mischief flickered in her lively gaze as she tilted her head, smiling at Gu Yuchen. "Dear Mr. Gu, your future MRSTGU wishes to hear you say you like her. Will you indulge your little desire?" Gu Yuchen leaned closer, his dark eyes burning with intensity. "To be my Mrs. Gu, to accompany me until death, To accompany you until death." The words brought back memories of Gu Yuchen shielding her from harm, dying in her embrace in a past life. Suppressing the pain within, she smiled softly. "Yes, I will be your Mrs. Gu, accompanying you until death." Shi Yin arched her brows, planting a light kiss. Gu Yuchen narrowed his eyes. Restraining himself, Yin, be good. Do not provoke me." His gaze fell on her face, where the wounds had yet to fully heal, his brows furrowed with concern and tenderness. Yet, Shi Yin remained oblivious to his compassion, mistakenly believing he found her scarred face unattractive and undesirable. Regardless, this was Shi Yin's first bold move in both her past and present lives. Alas, it had ended in failure that a wave of frustration washed over her, and she feigned a desire to rise from Gu Yuchen's embrace, pouting, "Mr. Gu doesn't want me. Humph. Then I shall leave." Just as she attempted to rise, a pair of strong hands firmly pressed her back down. "In this lifetime, you cannot go anywhere but by my side." His tone was unyielding and commanding. Shi Yin was thrust against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of cedar from him, her heart fluttering as she playfully retorted, "I already said I am willing to be your Mrs. Gu. Where could I possibly run off to?" Gu Yuchen, in his obstinate manner, declared, "You cannot escape that if you do, I will simply bring you back." Shi Yin pondered how to convey to Gu Yuchen that she was not capable of fleeing, but rather desired to remain by his side, urgently seeking clarity. Understanding Gu Yuchen's obsessive nature, she pushed away the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and suddenly remembered, "Mr. Gu, you still haven't said you like me." Gu Yuchen's ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, flushed slightly as he averted his gaze. "Do not tease that I shall take you to dinner." Shi Yin instinctively tightened her grip around Gu Yuchen's waist. "You still haven't said you like me." Gu Yuchen's brows furrowed deeply, as if wrestling with something, his voice low and gravelly. "Do you understand the consequences?" Chapter 11. The consequences. Do you understand the consequences? Gu Yuchen inquired. Shi Yin lowered her face, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, even without looking, she could sense the severity of his tone. But if it was severe, so be it. She liked it. "Did I know that you still wished to hear it?" At that moment, Gu Yuchen resembled a wolf poised to strike, ready to pounce on his prey at the first sign of weakness. Time seemed to stretch, and finally, the kiss ceased. The girl nestled obediently in the man's embrace, her fair cheeks still tinted with crimson. She had been so forward moments ago, but now she felt a wave of trepidation and awkwardly attempted to shift the conversation. "Let us go eat." Gu Yuchen glanced down with a soft chuckle, his voice filled with affection. "Now you're scared." Shi Yin's blush deepened, and she murmured, "I'm just hungry." Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with implication. "Rest assured, I will feed you well." Shi Yin's petite face suddenly flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. "Why you? Stop talking." She admitted to herself that she was being cowardly. However, Gu Yuchen chuckled softly. "Darling, what I desire is you. What I do not desire is also you. You are truly difficult to please." Overwhelmed by the man's teasing, Shi Yin swiftly lowered herself and fled in disarray, but not without looking back to assert, "Even if I am difficult to please, you must serve me for a lifetime." After dinner, Gu Yuchen returned to his study to attend to work, and Shi Yin, feeling clingy, followed him. While Gu Yuchen perused documents, Shi Yin's gaze remained fixated on him. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Yin, when are you coming to school? If you don't show up soon, I will call the police." The message was from her dear friend, Gu Miao. Thinking of this long-unseen friend, a warm current surged within Shi Yin. With a sudden impulse, she rose, moved beside Gu Yuchen, wrapped her arms around his neck, and perched herself on his lap. Gu Yuchen gazed deeply into the eyes of the audacious girl in his embrace. She smiled softly, provocatively closing the document with her hand, as if to say, "Look at me. I am more captivating than that." Gu Yuchen's left arm encircled the girl's back to prevent her from falling, and with a slight raise of his brow, he conceded, "Indeed, you are more alluring than the document." Under the intense gaze of the man, Shi Yin felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she tentatively remarked, "Yuchen, I am in my senior year. I have only one more year until graduation." The implication of her statement was unmistakable, causing Gu Yuchen's expression to darken. "You wish to leave?" "This is not about leaving," Shi Yin replied, cupping Gu Yuchen's handsome face with both hands, looking earnestly into his eyes. "Do you truly wish to keep me as a canary for your entire life?" Gu Yuchen maintained a stern silence. Shi Yin then leaned in to kiss him, her tone dropping to a soft murmur, "I am your canary, while this villa is the cage you have built for me." Gu Yuchen narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerously toward Shi Yin. "That I have told you, you are not." Shi Yin's expression grew serious. "That I know that in your heart, I am not. But Yuchen, the way you can find me certainly feels like it. I want to love you, marry you, have children, and spend my life with you like ordinary people, rather than being locked away in this villa with no freedom to go anywhere. Yu-Chin, there are ways to keep me by your side for a lifetime that do not involve confinement. You could allow me to fall in love with you willingly. To Ji Yu-Chin's eyes flickered with surprise. Shernyin recognized that he was absorbing her words and continued, "Do you not desire to wake up every morning to exchange a sweet good morning kiss? Then brush our teeth together, share meals, and occasionally dine at a romantic candlelit restaurant? Yu-Chin, will you give our future a chance?" After a moment of silence, Gu Yu-Chin replied, "Let me think about it." The future Shernyin painted was too beautiful and enticing. But what if she left and never returned to his side? By the floor-to-ceiling window, the man rested one hand on his belt while the other held a lit cigarette, allowing the smoke to swirl around him, shrouding his contemplative face. Suddenly, his phone rang, pulling him from his reverie, but he extinguished the cigarette and answered the call. "Hello, Brother Chun. It's time to change the medicine on Miss Shernyen's face, that I am heading to the villa now to attend to it." Last time, Li Chuan had called Shernyen Yen Yen, only to receive several cold glares from Gu Yu-Chin. This time, he had learned his lesson, addressing her as Miss Shernyen politely yet distantly. Hoping Gu Yu-Chin would not find fault with it to his surprise, Gu Yu-Chin coldly reminded him, "Call her sister Dash and Dash Law, Li Chuan." If it weren't for his strong patience, he would have exclaimed in shock, "Brother Chun, are you so brazen behind your sister-in-law's back? Does she know? Bring the medicine to the company. I will apply it for her when I return. Did I ask that for real? As far as I know, Gu Yu-Chin can't even get within a meter of Shernyen. How could he apply the medicine?" In less than 10 minutes, Li Chuan pushed open the door to Gu Yu-Chin's office. "Here is the medicine for Shernyen." He tossed a tube of ointment to Gu Yu-Chin and placed another small bottle on his desk. "This one is yours. You must." Gu Yu-Chin took the ointment, pondering for a moment before relaying Shernyen's recent unusual behavior and the words she had spoken last night to Li Chuan. "What do you think?" Li Chuan asked, frowning. Gu Yu-Chin leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. "She is well this way. Regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned, Shernyen smiling, being affectionate, and relying on him is all very good." Li Chuan observed Gu Yu-Chin, exhaling a heavy sigh. "I believe she is merely pretending to please you, taking advantage of your relaxed guard to escape your grasp." Li Chuan's reasoning was not rooted in any bias against Shernyen or an intention to sow discord between them. He simply based it on factual observations to objectively analyze Shernyen's change in demeanor. But as Li Chuan looked at Gu Yu-Chin, he was taken aback to find a look of desolation and pain etched across his face. He sighed and advised, "Perhaps she has truly realized your worth and genuinely wishes to be with you. Regardless, she will forever be mine." Gu Yu-Chin declared that if Shernyen loved him, they would enjoy their lives together. If she resisted him, they would be entangled for a lifetime. Ultimately, he would never let her go. Li Chuan gazed at his friend's obsessive demeanor, feeling a headache coming on. He wanted to sigh and curse him for being unreasonable. But considering Gu Yu-Chin's past, he held his tongue. "If you truly care for Shernyen, treat her well. Then am I not treating her well?" Li Chuan, seeing Gu Yu-Chin's serious interruption, felt a lump in his throat and forced a dry laugh. "You are too good to her. You need to exercise some restraint and treat her in a slightly more normal manner." Li Chuan vividly recalled that the night before, Gu Yu-Chin had just called to say he had found her. And the very next night, he locked her away in the villa. To be honest, if he were Shernyen, he would go mad too. "You might as well agree to her request and try dating her like an ordinary couple." Gu Yu-Chin frowned. "She will escape," Li Chuan countered. "You can't keep her locked up forever." Ji Yu-Chin raised his gaze, his dark pupils filled with determination. "Unless I die, I will never let her go." Li Chuan was exasperated by Gu Yu-Chin's obsession and spoke in a cold tone. "If you continue down this path, she might resort to self-harm, or worse, even consider taking her own life." Gu Yu-Chin remained silent, his expression unyielding. Li Chuan exhaled a deep breath, softening his tone. "Yu-Chin, this time, try to trust Shernyen. Give her and yourself a chance. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game." Ji Yu-Chin was obstinately convinced that as long as he kept Shernyen locked in the villa, she would never leave him. However, the more he forced her, the more fiercely she would resist. In the long run, they would only end up tormenting each other. After a moment, a low voice broke the silence. Li Chuan's head snapped up, his pupils trembling with disbelief. As Gu Yu-Chin's private physician, he understood his friend's obsession, self-centeredness, and near-perverse possessiveness better than anyone. Thus, he had not held much hope for his persuasion. But now, Gu Yu-Chin was actually willing to take a step back. How could that not shock him? Yet upon reflection, it was only natural for Gu Yuqin to step back for Shern Yin. Feeling a sense of relief, Li Chuan even thought to joke, by the way. Yuqin, did you forget, Shern Yin's family is in City A, and her university is also in City D. Even if she escapes, where could she possibly go? The uncrowned king of City A is not to be trifled with. As long as Shern Yin remained in City A, she could never escape Gu Yuqin's grasp that, of course, it was not just City A. No matter how vast the world, Gu Yuqin would always find those he sought. Gu Yuqin's expression brightened. You are right, Li Chuan observed the rare smile on Gu Yuqin's face, a chill running down his spine that he hoped he had not inadvertently unlocked another of Gu Yuqin's peculiar tendencies. Chapter 12. Darling. In the evening, Gu Yuqin returned to the villa and formally greeted Shern Yin, who was waiting for him. I am home from work, due to the incident with the maid yesterday. He had forgotten to claim his customary return kiss, and he intended to make up for it double today. Shern Yin cooperated. Welcome home. Quickly wash your hands and prepare for dinner. As Shern Yin gently pushed him toward the washroom. Gu Yuqin could not help but remind her once more, I am home from work. Shern Yin, momentarily puzzled, looked up at him with a slightly bewildered expression, wondering if the phrase held some hidden meaning. Before she could ponder further, the man had her pinned against the wall of the washroom. Though he had domineeringly ensnared the girl in his embrace, there was an air of melancholy in his eyes, resembling a forsaken wolf dog. Shern Yin's heart fluttered, and a gentle smile graced her lips. What is the matter? Gu Yuqin's ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, flushed a faint pink as he bit his lip and repeated, I am home from work. Even she, slow on the uptake, realized something was amiss with his insistence. Suddenly, the image of her kissing Gu Yuqin in the morning, claiming it was a going-to-work kiss, flashed through her mind. That I in the morning, there was a going-to-work kiss. That I in the evening, there should be a returning-from-work kiss. Thus, Gu Yuqin's repeated declarations of his return were a request for a returning kiss. Wasn't it? With this realization, Shern Yin blurted out, Do you want a returning kiss? As Gu Yuqin drew near, Shern Yin let out a soft hum, her chest vibrating silently with unspoken urgency that a smile graced her lips. Her heart racing wildly under the influence of the man's alluring kiss. Delicate, alabaster fingers brushed lightly across the man's jawline, lingering at the sharp curve of his lips. That Mr. Gu, welcome home, she murmured, her soft arm encircling his neck. The kiss was tentative, yet imbued with infinite tenderness. Time slipped away unnoticed until the kiss finally ceased, and the girl nestled obediently in the man's embrace. Her visage was serene and gentle, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. While her dimples danced in and out of view, Gu Yuqin gazed down at Shern Yin, his dark eyes deep and obscure. After receiving her smile, affection, and reliance, an insatiable greed welled up within him, yearning for more. Yet before he could claim it, he had to let go first. Gu Yuqin slightly bent forward, his arm propped against the wall beside Shern Yin's ear, enveloping her entirely in a possessive embrace. Suddenly pinned against the wall, her already racing heart quickened even further. Shern Yin tilted her head to meet Gu Yuqin's unfathomable gaze, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yuqin. Nin Yin, will you leave me? Gu Yuqin's voice, vulnerable for a fleeting moment, was followed by a furrowed brow as he added in a feigned menacing tone, I want to let you go. Shern Yin smiled, her hand playfully hooking around Gu Yuqin's neck. Her voice sweetly affectionate. Look into my eyes. The Gu Yuqin turned his gaze, meeting the shimmering allure of Shern Yin's eyes, within which he saw his own reflection. He paused momentarily, as if grasping the profound meaning behind her words. Do you see? My eyes hold only you. Her cool fingers glided along the contours of his forehead and brow, finally resting at the outer corners of his elongated eyes. Aiken, I will never leave you. Forever. Gu Yuqin clasped Shern Yin's hand tightly, as if to embed her into his very being. Forever. Shern Yin's eyes sparkled. Yes, I will never leave my Aiken. What do you call me? After receiving the promise of her unwavering presence. Gu Yuqin seemed to finally recognize the significance of her address. Many referred to him as CEO Gu, Young Master Gu, or Mr. Gu, while those slightly closer called him Gu Yi or Gu Gu. His family, the most intimate among them, addressed him as Yuqin, Lao Si, Si Gu, or Si Shu. Yet, the name Aiken had never been uttered by anyone. Shern Yin's sweet voice chimed, Aiken, Aiken, this nickname can only be mine from now on. Okay. The girl, accustomed to being cherished, desired even more, such as a name that was uniquely hers. All right, he consented, willing to grant her every wish. Yin's eyes gleamed with mischief, akin to a cunning little kitten as she immediately burrowed into his embrace. Her soft arms wrapping around his neck, calling out, "Aiken, Aiken, Aiken." The repetition of those two syllables seemed never enough that a hint of amusement danced in Gu Yuchen's dark eyes, as if recalling the concept of reciprocity. He replied in yin, "Yin, something feels off." In yin, the Gu Yuchen leaned down to kiss Yin's lips, but as fate would have it, she was shaking her head at that moment, causing his kiss to land upon her nose. "You don't like me calling you that?" "I do, but..." The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, her voice light and enticing. "I prefer to hear you call me baby." Chapter 13. Lullaby Baby, my beloved Yin. I adore you. Time slipped away as the girl melted into the man's embrace. Soft and boneless, the Gu Yuchen gazed at the girl in his arms, his eyes tinged with a possessive intensity. Yet, as his lashes fluttered, the crimson hue faded. "Baby, I grant you freedom." He was willing to conceal his sharp claws, suppress his possessive tendencies, and lay bare his bleeding heart for her. He wished to offer her liberation. "Aiken?" Yin exclaimed in astonishment. She had anticipated that Gu Yuchen would not so easily trust her, preparing herself for a prolonged struggle. To her surprise, within a mere day, Gu Yuchen had agreed to grant her freedom. It was all too swift. Gu Yuchen truly indulged her. Elated by the prospect of freedom, yet equally delighted by Gu Yuchen's regard for her, Yin tilted her face upward and planted a firm kiss on the corner of his lips. "Aiken, why are you so good to me?" Gu Yuchen's lips curled into a smile as he instinctively replied, "You're my woman, of course. I treat you well." Yin's heart swelled with sweetness, only to sour slightly upon hearing his words. "If another woman were to sleep with you and become your woman, would you treat her just as well?" After her somewhat bitter inquiry, Yin suddenly jolted awake, realizing that she had yet to sleep with Gu Yuchen. In a certain sense, she was not truly his woman, nor he her man. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within her, clenching her fists silently. Tonight, she would make Gu Yuchen hers. "Aside from you, I will not touch any other woman." Gu Yuchen's gaze bored deeply into Yin's, his dark depths seemingly concealing unexpressed longing. Yin blinked in surprise, a vague image flashing through her mind just as Gu Yuchen's grand gesture of affection left her dizzy. "Baby, I love only you," Gu Yuchen professed earnestly. The once feisty Yin suddenly became docile, like a well-behaved, boneless kitten, allowing the man to carry her back to the bedroom and tuck her into bed. Just as he prepared to leave, she instinctively grasped his thumb. "Aiken." Her soft voice seemed to carry an irresistible allure, stirring something deep within him. Gu Yuchen turned back, his dark eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Yin, be a good girl and sleep." Yin nestled against the broad expanse of his chest, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. "Okay," she replied softly, but just as the man was about to withdraw his hand, she quickly added, "I want Aiken to lull me to sleep." With a glint of inquisitive light in her eyes, Yin thought if Gu Yuchen refused her request, she would surely seize the opportunity to inquire further. Alas, while her intentions were clear, Gu Yuchen had already laid down beside her, whispering gently, "Be good, sleep now." Yin was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yuchen continued tenderly, "Why do you look like that? Don't you want me to keep you company while you sleep?" No, she quickly denied, tightening her embrace around his waist and snuggling closer. Thinking she wanted him by her side every night that it appeared she had misjudged him, Gu Yuchen was far from unwilling to share a bed with her. Perhaps in the past, he had simply refrained from pressuring her. Understanding her reluctance, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly felt Gu Yuchen's hand gently cover her eyes. Yin, be good, sleep. Though she found it puzzling why he would cover her eyes. His tender, indulgent voice dripped like honey, melting her heart. "All right, I'm being good," she murmured. Yin nestled entirely against him, enveloped in his warmth as her eyelids slowly grew heavy, drifting into slumber, listening to the steady rise and fall of Yin's breath. Gu Yuchen finally released his hold on her eyes. Observing her peaceful and beautiful sleeping face, his gaze brimmed with warmth and tenderness. Yet, beneath that tenderness lingered an inescapable pain. He could not hold Yin as he slept. In the throes of nightmares, he might inadvertently bring her harm. After a long moment, he gently rose to leave in the middle of the night, Shi Yin was plagued by a nightmare. She dreamt that Gu Yuqin no longer wanted her. Yuqin, Yuqin. Shi Yin awoke in terror, rolling over to clutch the man, only to grasp the cold sheets instead. Panic surged within her as she fully awakened, flicking on the light and scanning the room. But Gu Yuqin was nowhere to be seen. That an unsettling feeling gripped her heart, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She hurried to the guest room next door. Treading lightly, she found Gu Yuqin sound asleep in the guest room. Shi Yin gently traced the furrow of his brow, whispering softly, Yuqin, why? Chapter 14. The CEO's wife. A wave of profound grievance and frustration washed over Shi Yin. She longed to awaken him and ask why, yet refrained from doing so. She understood that her current emotional state was irrational. Waking Gu Yuqin impulsively would not resolve anything and could very well exacerbate matters. Her mood inevitably darkened, and when she learned that Shi Yin was coming to see her at noon, that gloom transformed into anger. Shi Yin observed Aunt Zhou's hesitant expression and couldn't help but smile that in her previous life, Aunt Zhou often regarded her in such a manner. However, upon realizing that Aunt Zhou was warning her to be wary of Shi Yin, she had assumed Aunt Zhou was acting on Gu Yuqin's orders to sow discord between them, and she had not allowed Aunt Zhou to speak since. Yet this time, Shi Yin obediently asked, Aunt Zhou, what do you wish to say? Aunt Zhou hesitated, fearing her words might upset Shi Yin, but upon hearing her inquiry, she promptly replied, Yin, please don't think me meddlesome, but your stepsister is not as simple as she appears. Aunt Zhou was brought out of the Gu family's old residence by Gu Yuqin. Having witnessed the internal strife of the wealthy elite numerous times, she had naturally honed her ability to discern character. She recalled that when Shi Yin was first brought to the villa by Gu Yuqin, she was indeed dissatisfied but still attempted to reason with him. However, after Shi Yin had come to the villa to find Shi Yin twice, Shi Yin suddenly began to resist fiercely, becoming enraged and argumentative, even attempting to flee. Yet if that had been all, Aunt Zhou might have thought of Shi Yin as foolish, meddling with good intentions but ultimately causing harm. It was only a few days prior, when Shi Yin, incited by Shi Yin, disfigured herself, that Aunt Zhou truly realized Shi Yin was not merely foolish but utterly malicious. She intended to ruin Shi Yin. Shi Yin smiled slightly and said, Yes, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Shi Yin's response was so straightforward that Aunt Zhou was momentarily uncertain if she had truly absorbed the information or was merely placating her. Tentatively, she asked, Shall I have her thrown out? Shi Yin had initially intended to say there was no need for that, but upon seeing Aunt Zhou's anxious expression, as if fearing she might agree to let Shi Yin in, the sincerity in her eyes grew, and she nodded, Yes, throw her out. She saw no reason to allow someone as insincere as Shi Yin to cause distress to Aunt Zhou, who genuinely cared for her. Aunt Zhou happily acquiesced, rolling up her sleeves as she walked towards the front door. Shi Yin stood by the second-floor window, watching as Shi Yin stormed away in anger. Her spirits lifted, she smiled, glancing up at the sun shining outside. Suddenly, she recalled Gu Yuqin's words before he left. Where do you want to go? I'll have a driver take you, that I end this life, and the last. After 5 years, today marked the first time she could truly breathe the air of freedom, a day worth commemorating. Where to go? Home, with a distant father, a cruel stepmother, and a spiteful stepsister. There was truly nothing worth returning to in that house. School, where a couple of friends awaited her, but it didn't seem urgent at the moment. That left only the company. After all the circling, it was still Gu Yuqin she most longed to see. Though it was barely 10 in the morning, Shi Yin headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch, carefully placing exquisite dishes in bento boxes before instructing the driver, Xiao Yang, to take her to Gu's enterprise. Miss Shi, we've arrived, Xiao Yang said with utmost respect. Shi Yin opened her weary eyes, glancing at the towering, majestic building outside, then turned to Xiao Yang and remarked, You look younger than me by at least 2 years. Just call me Yin Jie from now on. Xiao Yang was taken aback, stammering that he wouldn't dare, as he hurriedly ran out to open the car door for Shi Yin, nearly tripping in his haste. Shi Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, said, If you're calling me Jie, then don't be so formal with me. Understood. Xiao Yang replied he understood, yet his posture remained deeply bowed. Shi Yin found it amusing, after all. The last time Gu Yuqin had dealt with those self-righteous maids had left the servants in the villa, aside from Aunt Zhou, eager to bow deeply whenever they saw her. Yin took the time to explain. As long as you diligently perform your duties, no one will fault you. Xiao Yang stared blankly at Yin's retreating figure, feeling that what he had just encountered was different from what he had heard. "Hello, miss, may I ask who you are looking for?" the receptionist inquired, blocking Yin's path. Yin replied truthfully, "I'm looking for Yu Chen." Upon hearing the name Yu Chen, an alarm went off in the receptionist's mind. Such familiarity could only indicate a scheming temptress trying to ensnare the CEO. Their CEO was undeniably charming, and countless women sought to win his favor. Just moments ago, one had gone up, and now another was appearing. The receptionist put on a professional smile and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Yin shook her head. She had been to Gu's enterprise a few times in her previous life, always accompanied by Gu Yuchen, so there was no need for an appointment. This time, she had come unannounced, intending to surprise him, but awkwardly found herself unable to ascend the building. "I'm sorry, miss, but without an appointment, we cannot allow you to go up." Yin nodded, understanding this was the receptionist's duty, and did not make things difficult. Instead, she prepared to messaging Xan to discreetly escort her upstairs. After all, surprises were meant to be given. However, at that moment, she overheard two receptionists whispering, "This young lady is so beautiful. Even with a scar on her face, her beauty is undiminished, and her demeanor is so clean and elegant. She surpasses the one who just went up by a wide margin. Indeed, she is far superior to all the women who have come before. And look, she has brought a bento box, not something gaudy and impractical. How thoughtful." Hearing this, Yin interrupted their hushed conversation, feeling an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Had many women come to seek Gu Yuchen's attention? The receptionist, realizing she had misspoken, awkwardly nodded, admitting, "Actually, someone just went up moments ago." Did she have an appointment? As Gu Yuchen's legitimate girlfriend, about to obtain a marriage certificate, Yin found it absurd that she could not go upstairs due to a lack of an appointment while an unknown woman was allowed entry. Her jealousy boiled over. The receptionist, intimidated by Yin's presence, replied truthfully, "It was Assistant Zheng who brought her up." "All right, Zheng Xing, very well done." Yin thought, "Is she a relative of Yu Chen's?" Yin struggled to keep her jealousy in check. "I think so, but I'm not quite sure. The first time she came, she was even chased away by security, but later, it was revealed she was someone's sister, which allowed her entry." Taking a deep breath, Yin looked at the two receptionists and smiled, saying, "In the future, if any other women come looking for Yu Chen, stop them all, and do not allow them upstairs, understood?" "Why yes, understood," the two receptionists stammered, only then realizing they had no idea who Yin was. Yet they were willing to heed her words. Could she possibly be the CEO's wife? But hadn't they heard that Gu Yuchen was not married, and moreover, he was known for his cold demeanor, far removed from romantic entanglements? They had even heard a rumor about a certain young lady who had been thrown out after trying to seduce the CEO during the company's annual meeting. He had shown no mercy. "I know it was a huge embarrassment. That girl had such despicable tactics. But I think this young lady is so beautiful that it wouldn't be impossible for her to win over the CEO." "You rewrite. This young lady is indeed the most beautiful I have ever seen. Striking yet refined, with a grace that matches Gu Yuchen perfectly." The two discussed the subject of their admiration while Yin sat on a sofa to the left in the lobby. Sending a message. "Assistant Zheng, may I ask, who was the woman you personally escorted upstairs this morning?" Zheng Xan replied swiftly, deliberately avoiding Yin's question, revealing a hint of guilt, as if he were hiding something. "Miss Shi, is there something you need? If it's not urgent, may I respond to you once the meeting is over?" Yin's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. She had been so direct in her inquiry. Yet he was still unwilling to tell the truth. Then, she decided, "I'm currently downstairs at Gu's enterprise, but the receptionist said I cannot go up without an appointment. Assistant Zheng, would you be able to come down and escort me?" Zheng Xan, who had been secretly messaging Yin, upon reading her latest message, felt his pupils dilate, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the floor, the sound echoing sharply in the otherwise quiet and tense meeting room. Sensing the icy stares directed at him, Zheng Xan felt like crying. Truly, he would rather offend anyone than the CEO's wife. Trembling, he rose and said, "I apologize for interrupting your meeting. This will be the last time." Gu Yuchen stated coldly. Zheng Xan hurriedly promised. Then, under the sympathetic gazes of the senior executives and Gu Yuchen's frosty glare, he awkwardly approached Gu Yuchen's side. The Gu Yuchen shot him a sharp glance, causing Zheng Xan to feel a wave of dread. For his own sake, he quickly explained, so, Monsieur has arrived and is currently downstairs. That it was evident that the oppressive aura surrounding Gu Yuchen lessened somewhat. Zheng Eking discreetly sighed in relief, steeling himself to explain further. The receptionist did not recognize Monsieur, and citing the lack of an appointment, she did not allow her to come up. Chapter 15. A man's nearly pathological possessiveness adjourned. We will continue this afternoon. His deep, magnetic voice seemed to carry a hint of excitement due to the girl's unexpected arrival. Yet, before leaving, he shot a frigid glance at Zheng Xin, causing the latter's previously relaxed demeanor to tense once more. However, human emotions vary. While Zheng Xin was anxious, many in the conference room felt a genuine sense of relief. The recent product development had not met expectations, and they were all prepared for a reprimand. Yet, unexpectedly, due to Zheng Xin's interruption, Gu Yuchen dismissed the meeting entirely. Assistant Zheng, where is the CEO headed? To pick someone up, curiosity peaked among the crowd, who could warrant Gu Yuchen's personal attention. Zheng Xin smiled mysteriously, assuring them, you'll find out soon enough. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and many employees were leaving in groups for their meals, creating a lively buzz in the lobby. Suddenly, a tall, striking figure appeared, and the lobby fell into a hushed silence, followed quickly by a chorus of greetings that soon quieted down again. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice broke the stillness. Chun. The girl stood, her radiant smile instantly captivating everyone's attention, particularly that of Gu Yuchen, whose gaze was the most fervent. Gu Yuchen stepped toward Shern Yin. Feeling the stares of the surrounding employees upon her, that a flicker of intense possessiveness flashed in his dark eyes. These people were watching his Nian Yin. This was utterly unacceptable. Shern Yin belonged solely to him, and no one else was permitted to covet her. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped the crowd in the lobby, and the curious gazes that had been fixated on Shern Yin instantly withdrew, no longer daring to look. With long strides, Gu Yuchen approached Shern Yin, dominantly pulling the girl with a gentle smile into his embrace. Only he was permitted to witness her smile. Chun. Shern Yin keenly sensed that Gu Yuchen's emotions were somewhat amiss. Lowering his head, Gu Yuchen inhaled the unique, faint fragrance emanating from the girl, managing to suppress the tumultuous impulses within him to a degree that if you need anything, call me. That he was genuinely pleased to know that Shern Yin had come to the company to see him. However, the fact that he learned about her visit through Zheng Xin cast a shadow over his mood. Shern Yin slowly blinked, suddenly rising on her toes and unabashedly kissing the corner of Gu Yuchen's lips in front of so many employees of the Gu Corporation. I thought you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Gu Yuchen tightened his hold around the girl's slender waist, his voice rich and husky. Your matters are always the most important. A delicate blush crept onto Shern Yin's fair cheeks, and her lips curled into an upward arc, revealing her dimples. I know you care for me the most. By the way, I brought you lunch. Gu Yuchen's gaze fell upon the pink bento box on the coffee table, and warmth flickered in his dark eyes. Grasping the bento box in one hand while possessively wrapping his other arm around the girl's waist, he said, let us go to my office. Shern Yin beamed sweetly. Sure. As they passed the front desk, she turned and generously winked at the two front desk attendants, who looked utterly dumbfounded. The moment Shern Yin and Gu Yuchen stepped into the exclusive elevator for the CEO, the lobby erupted into a flurry of astonished exclamations. The two front desk attendants were particularly animated, squealing in excitement. Oh my goodness, they were right. She is indeed the CEO's wife. However, they lamented their blunder in keeping the true CEO's wife at bay, fearing they might soon receive termination notices from HR. Wait a moment. The two attendants exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the implication of Shern Yin's wink. It was a warning to never allow any other temptresses to ascend and disturb Gu. They felt an overwhelming surge of realization that the CEO's wife possessed a strong sense of possessiveness, in truth, Shern Yin's possessiveness was quite pronounced, whether in her directives to the front desk or her bold kiss before so many witnesses. She sought to assert that Gu Yuchen was hers, and others should not covet him. This possessiveness reached its zenith as they arrived at the CEO's office, where she beheld someone lingering at the entrance. Chapter 16. Perhaps she is already carrying his child Shern Yin. What are you doing here? Shering, who was hesitating at the door to the CEO's office, gasped in shock upon seeing her. Upon catching sight of Shi Ying's loathsome visage, Shern Yin's expression darkened, and her lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. It's so strange for me to appear in Yuchen's company. What about you? Not long ago, Shering had sought her out at the villa, and now she was standing before Gu Yuchen's office. If Shering truly had no feelings for Gu Yuchen, Shi Yin would not believe it for a second. Initially puzzled by Shi Ying's intense hatred towards her, Shi Yin had wondered why Shering didn't simply incite her to commit suicide, which would have been far more satisfying. However, Shering had chosen to instigate a mere disfigurement instead, revealing her jealousy of Shi Yin's beauty and her resentment towards Gu Yuchen's affection for her. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yin turned to Gu Yuchen. Yuchen, you should return to your office first. Understanding Shi Ying's sordid intentions, she wished to keep her away from Gu Yuchen. The Gu Yuchen cast a cold glance at Shering, his grip around the girl's waist remaining unyielding. I'll stay with you. Seeing the man's possessive demeanor, Shi Yin couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling as she rose on her toes to kiss the corner of his lips. Come on, I'm not a child who needs constant supervision. Gu Yuchen's grip softened, and the girl melted into his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he spoke earnestly. 3 minutes. That was the maximum amount of time he could tolerate Shi Yin conversing with this detestable woman. All right, I promise to return to your side in 3 minutes. Shering, initially oblivious to Gu Yuchen's 3-minute stipulation, finally grasped its meaning upon hearing Shi Yin's response, feeling a mixture of grievance and a flicker of delusion arise within her. Sister, Gu de Gu, I made a reservation at a restaurant. Why don't we have lunch together? Once at the restaurant, she was confident she could devise a way to distract Shi Yin, creating an opportunity for a private encounter with Gu Yuchen. She believed that given the chance, she could surely win his heart. Gazing at Gu Yuchen, Shi Ying's eyes glimmered with eagerness. This most esteemed man was hers. However, Shi Yin could not help but perceive the intensity of the desire in Shi Ying's gaze. The more she recognized it, the more regret she felt. Shi Ying's covetousness towards Gu Yuchen had never been concealed, yet she had been foolishly oblivious to it. Shi Yin poked Gu Yuchen's firm chest with her finger. Pouting, you really attract trouble with your looks. That Gu Yuchen grasped Shi Yin's mischievous hand, his tone affectionate. All right. Releasing his hold on the girl, he strode towards his office, not even casting a glance at Shering, let alone acknowledging her invitation. In front of Shi Yin, Shering felt utterly disregarded by Gu Yuchen, a surge of humiliation washing over her. She lifted her head in anger, only to be met by Shi Yin's teasing gaze, which caused her to feel a twinge of guilt. An inexplicable panic surged within her, as if her concealed thoughts had been unveiled by Shi Yin. Biting her lip to regain her composure, Shering feigned a pitiful demeanor. Sister, I went to the villa to find you, but the maid wouldn't let me in and said some unkind things that I was worried something might happen to you. So I wanted to ask Gu. Shi Yin scoffed coldly. If you're so concerned about me, why didn't you call? Why come all the way here to ask you, Chen? Shering's complexion paled. Her concern for Shi Yin's well-being was a facade. She merely sought to use this opportunity to entangle Gu Yuchen. However, upon arriving at Gu Corporation, Gu Yuchen had ignored her, even instructing security to expel her. Had she not feigned a sprained ankle to hide in the restroom, she would have been forcibly removed. Also, it's not Gu anymore. From now on, call him brother-in-law. Shering looked incredulously at Shi Yin, her nails digging into her flesh in jealousy as she retorted. Brother-in-law? What about Yin Gu? Shi Yin observed the subtle mockery in her smile, elongating her syllables deliberately. I isn't fond of you. As a good sister, I certainly cannot snatch him from my sister. This pair of heartless scoundrels should be locked away for eternity. Shi Ying's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. Sister, what are you talking about? Yin Gu has always liked you, really? Shi Yin replied leisurely. Yes, yes. Shering suddenly caught sight of the faint red marks on Shi Yin's neck, her tone shifting instantly. What are those on your collarbone? Shi Yin, puzzled, glanced at her collarbone, immediately recalling Gu Yuchen's uncontrollable kiss from the previous night. Her gaze flickered, and with a playful gesture, she revealed more ambiguous marks. Feigning shyness. Oh, those? Just mosquito bites. Given her fair skin, the red marks were strikingly apparent, and anyone in HR would know they were not mere mosquito bites. Shering, consumed by jealousy, refused to concede, her voice twisting. Did Gu Yuchen force you? Sister, you like Su Yin. You absolutely cannot betray him. Before encountering Gu Yuchen, Shi Yin had thought Su Yin was quite satisfactory, albeit somewhat useless. He came from a prominent family and was decent-looking, satisfying her vanity in many respects. Yet upon meeting Gu Yuchen, she realized that such perfection existed in this world. His looks, physique, capabilities, and lineage were all unparalleled, Su Yin was nothing but a scoundrel in comparison. No, he wasn't even worthy of being compared to Gu Yuchen. Yet, such a cool and noble man had developed feelings for her useless sister. This was unacceptable. Gu Yuchen was undoubtedly hers, observing the deep-seated jealousy and resentment in Shi Ying's eyes. Shi Yin smirked internally while maintaining a facade of bashful delight. But I have already given myself to him. I am his woman now. Perhaps I am even carrying his child. What is there to fuss about? What? Shi Ying staggered back, nearly losing her balance, her face contorted with rage as she shouted at Shi Yin, "No, you can't. You must not be with him." Shi Yin raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because Shi Ying's mind raced. Suddenly recalling the incident 3 years prior when Shi Yin had accidentally fallen into the water. Sister, have you forgotten? Su Yin risked his life to save you. He treated you so well. How can you betray him? I have never been with Su Yin, so I cannot betray him. Moreover, Gu Yuchen is far superior to Su Yin. Taller, handsomer, wealthier, more charming, and most importantly, he cherishes me. As Shi Yin's words sank in, Shi Ying's face turned ashen. How could Shi Yin suddenly accept Gu Yuchen? No, this could not happen, sister. Do not be deceived by Gu Yuchen. He merely regards you as a plaything. He does not genuinely care for you. Rather, he seeks to humiliate and torment you. You must not fall for his tricks. A faint blush of infatuation appeared on Shi Yin's face. Yet I believe being toyed with by such an exceptional man as Gu Yuchen is indeed a stroke of fortune. Dear sister, do you not agree? Shi Ying trembled with anger, suppressing the fury in her eyes. Sister, how can you think this way? You are resigning yourself to degradation. Degradation. If it means being with Gu Yuchen, she would gladly descend into the depths of hell. You are merely captivated by Gu Yuchen's fade. A man like him will never treat you well for a lifetime. Su Yin is the one who truly cares for you. Rest assured, both Su Yin and I will rescue you. After speaking, Shi Ying seemed fearful of hearing any unexpected words from Shi Yin. Before her voice fully faded, she hurriedly grabbed her small bag and clicked her heels away. Damn it, Shi Yin actually slept with Gu Yuchen. How could a woman like her be worthy of such a man? Shi Ying's mind conjured images of Gu Yuchen and Shi Yin together, and she let out a distorted, frenzied scream. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying the name Yenge. A flicker of disdain crossed Shi Ying's eyes. Yet, she still needed his assistance and had to keep him steady for now. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. Hello, Yenge. Su Yin impatiently inquired. Have you seen Shi Yin? Did she agree to help me steal the Gu Corporation's bidding proposal? If he could secure a partnership with Country M, his chances of becoming the Su family heir would significantly increase. And Gu Yuchen is his fiercest competitor. If Shi Yin assists him in acquiring the Gu Corporation's design proposal, he would undoubtedly win this bidding war. Shi Ying choked back tears, saying, Yenge, I'm sorry. I couldn't be of help. Shi Yin refused to see me and even had the servants throw me out of the villa. She is truly excessive. After all, you are her own sister, Su Yin remarked toward Shi Ying. Shi Ying cried even more pitifully. Perhaps because I am her stepsister, my sister has always held some disdain for me. Yenge, I am sorry, it's all my fault for being foolish that I could not assist you. Su Yin cherished Shi Ying's gentle demeanor, her soft and delicate nature fully satisfying his innate desire for dominance. Unlike Shi Yin, who was strong and independent, never putting on a facade of fragility. Ying, don't cry, be good. Yenge will surely help you seek justice, Su Yin gently comforted. Shi Ying awaited this very assurance, a glint of malice igniting in her eyes. There is no need for you to seek justice for me. I merely wish to assist Yenge. Since my sister holds such affection for you, she will undoubtedly listen to your words. Perhaps I could arrange a meeting with her, and you could speak with her directly. Su Yin's eyes brightened. You have a way to bring her out? Shi Ying narrowed her eyes, a nefarious thought forming in her mind. In the office, a tall man pressed a petite woman against the wall, enveloping her in his embrace. Is this where my baby is conceived? Chapter 17. Baby, is this where my child is? The man's deep, magnetic voice resonated in the girl's ear, sending shivers down her spine. Shi Yin was uncertain whether she was truly pregnant, but her ears felt as though they were. Overwhelmed by the sensation, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Gu Yuchen, playfully scolding. You were eavesdropping, Gu Yuchen candidly confessed. Is this truly wrong? Whether or not I am. Why must you ask? Do you not already know? The teasing lilt in his voice was unmistakable that Jiu Chen's narrow eyes darkened, plunging into an abyss of intrigue. Did I know? Shunyin sensed the rising warmth from his body, her enchanting eyes twinkling with playful mischief as she softly inquired. Really? Gu Chen's dark gaze suddenly turned a shade crimson, replying in a hushed tone, Really? Shunyin paused for a moment, comprehending the implications of Gu Chen's words, her cheeks blooming with a deeper shade of red. When it comes to audacity, she truly could not match Gu Chen. Observing the lively expressions on her face, Gu Chen felt a flicker of tenderness in his eyes and chuckled softly, Come, let us have lunch. After their meal, Shunyin nestled on the couch, resembling a languid, satisfied cat that Gu Chen gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead and, gazing at her delicate features, asked, Are you tired? Would you like to rest in the back lounge? Shunyin lazily murmured, Sure. Carry me there. To Gu Chen readily complied, lifting the drowsy girl from the sofa and placing her on the bed in the lounge. Don't go. Stay and nap with me. Shunyin tugged at Gu Chen's hand, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. You didn't accompany me last night. The Gu Chen noticed the disappointment in her gaze, which tugged at his heartstrings. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, explaining, I had an unexpected multinational meeting last night. While it was true he had a meeting, it was not the sole reason. In fact, it was not even the most significant reason. Shunyin noticed the faint shadows beneath his eyes, her heart aching for him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly, get some rest with that. Shunyin pulled Gu Chen onto the bed, snuggling into his embrace. All right, let us not talk anymore. Let us sleep. The Gu Chen nodded, though deep down, he doubted he could actually fall asleep, that he suffered from severe insomnia. And given the short duration of their midday break, it was nearly impossible for him to doze off. Even at night, he often succumbed to nightmares, blurring the lines between dreams and reality, which could potentially harm those around him. Thus, he had always refrained from sharing a bed with Shunyin, not out of unwillingness, but from fear of inadvertently hurting her. Gu Chen initially planned to simply lie beside her, watching her sleep. But unexpectedly, the sweet scent emanating from her caused his eyelids to grow heavy, and he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in her dreams, Shunyin suddenly felt something soft and furry pressing against her chest. Heavy and itchy, prompting her to struggle awake. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a dark, fuzzy head nestled against her bosom. Shunyin stared blankly for a couple of seconds before realizing it was Gu Chen nuzzling against her. Her heart melted. How could Ah-chun be so clingy in his sleep? As she pondered this, she suddenly heard the man in her arms mumbling in a tone that was almost pitiful. Yin, you mustn't leave. Shunyin was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the sweet, soft side of little Ah-chun was emerging once more. Yin, I miss you so much. Can you give me a kiss? Shunyin gazed at the man's closed eyes and slightly puffy cheeks, a laugh escaping her lips. She playfully poked his cheek with her finger, unable to resist the urge to tease him. Ah-chun, repeat that, and I'll grant your wish. Whether he heard her or not, after a few seconds of silence, Gu Chen's muffled voice eventually responded, Yin, you're bad. Give me a kiss. Shunyin feigned innocence. I am bad, yet you want me to kiss you? This seemed to perplex Gu Chen, who bit his lip for a while, burrowing deeper into Shunyin's embrace. Yin is the best, but you're bad for not kissing me. His tiny voice was filled with grievance, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, a sight that tugged at Shunyan's heart. She embraced Gu Chen tightly, soothingly whispering, Ah-chun, don't cry. I'll give you as many kisses as you want. Her soft lips pressed against his sharp ones. The softly sobbing man finally ceased his tears. Shunyin gazed affectionately at the adorable little Ah-chun. Her curiosity piqued at Ah-chun. What dream were you having? Gu Chen had always evaded her inquiries when she tried to ask while he was awake. Thus, Shunyin sought to pry the answer from little Ah-chun, hoping to unearth some secrets that can't you tell me. Shunyin lowered her voice, feigning disappointment. Little Ah-chun did not respond immediately. Instead, he nestled even closer to her, as if fearing she might slip away. Eventually realizing he was too large to fit entirely into her embrace, he cleverly altered his approach. Instead of burrowing into her, he scooped her petite form into his arms, wrapping her tightly with both arms and legs. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his Yin slipping away. Shunyin let out a soft hum. The sleeping Gu Chen was undeniably adorable, yet his strength remained formidable, his movements assertive as ever. "Baby, if I tell you, will you hate me and sneak away?" Gu Yuchen's voice, laced with helplessness, pierced through Shi Nian's heart, tears streaming down uncontrollably. No, Ah Chun, I would never sneak away again." "Really?" The man's voice suddenly deepened. Rich and magnetic, laced with a hint of indulgent affection. Chapter 18. The Spoiled Boyfriend. Really? The man's voice deepened further, weaving in a thread of endearment. Shi Nian, nestled in Gu Yuchen's embrace, shook her head through tears. "No, Ah Chun, I swear I will never leave you in this lifetime." The Gu Yuchen sighed deeply, helplessly lifting Shi Nian's chin to kiss away her tears. "Silly girl. Why are you crying?" Shi Nian blinked in surprise. How is it that she was the one soothing little Aiken, yet it suddenly transformed into Gu Yuchen comforting her? Shi Nian cautiously probed. "Aiken, you're back." The Gu Yuchen's expression shifted dramatically. He furrowed his brows and meticulously examined Shi Nian from head to toe, ensuring she had not been harmed by his frenzied state while he slept. Only when he confirmed her safety did his countenance soften slightly. However, his demeanor remained rigid, and he silently regretted having taken a nap alongside Shi Nian. His episodes were erratic, and though the last two instances had seemed stable without any signs of his violent tendencies, the uncertainty loomed large. What if he lost control and inadvertently hurt Shi Nian? Shi Nian keenly sensed Gu Yuchen's intense emotional turmoil, and her heart ached. She clung tightly to him, burying her face in his embrace, her soft voice laced with a hint of pleading. "Aiken, will you tell me?" Shi Nian truly yearned to understand what was transpiring within Gu Yuchen, and what actions he might take that could potentially harm her. Gu Yuchen sighed softly. "Be good. Don't overthink." After saying this, he seemed to fear her further inquiries and turned to leave the bed, advising her, "You should rest a bit longer." "Aiken, do you remember what just happened?" Shi Nian inquired. The Gu Yuchen clenched his fists at his sides, maintaining a facade of indifference and seriousness as he retorted, "I don't remember." His recollection of the recent events was but a fragmented and muddled blur. It was far too disjointed and chaotic for him to grasp what had occurred. The only certainty was the absence of nightmares. He had slept quite soundly. Shi Nian hummed softly, noting Gu Yuchen's refusal to engage, which sparked her playful spirit. With a twinkle in her eye, she teased, "You just called me baby," using that particularly pitiful tone, begging for hugs and kisses. "Aiken, you're quite the charmer." Upon hearing Shi Nian describe him as charming, Gu Yuchen's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, and his icy facade nearly shattered. Impossible! He could never be charming. Absolutely not. Gu Yuchen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain a composed expression. "I wouldn't." He coldly dismissed any association of the term charming with himself. Shi Nian knelt on the bed, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist, her soft cheek playfully rubbing against his broad back. Her gentle and soothing voice caressed his heart like a feather. "But you really did call me baby just now. Am I not your baby?" Gu Yuchen's throat tightened. "Nian, don't provoke me, unless you wish to give yourself to me in the lounge." Shi Nian's enticing fingers froze instantly, her face flushing crimson, caught in a dilemma of whether to tease or not. The man was simply too wicked, always bullying her. Gu Yuchen turned back and pressed a kiss on Shi Nian's flustered face, softly coaxing, "Be good. This place is too rudimentary. That Nian deserves the best for her first time." Shi Nian bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, softly murmuring, "You said it." To Gu Yuchen took a deep breath, turning away from her gaze. Otherwise, he truly would lose control and claim her right here. "That I'm going out to work. You should rest a bit longer." Shi Nian gazed at Gu Yuchen's retreating figure with melancholy eyes, softly murmuring, "How can I possibly sleep now?" With a click, the lounge door locked behind him. Shi Nian sat on the bed, patting her flushed cheeks to dispel the heat and racing heart before reflecting on the earlier events. When discussing charming, Gu Yuchen had been decidedly forthright and natural, indicating that he was unaware of his actions in slumber. Thus, it was indeed an unconscious behavior. Regardless, today's occurrences confirmed Shi Nian's suspicion that Gu Yuchen was unwilling to share a bed with her, which he had intentionally orchestrated. Gu Yuchen harbored secrets from her, and those secrets might relate to the very things he desperately sought to avoid that could potentially harm her. What could it possibly be? Shi Nian pondered endlessly, finding no clarity that if she were to inquire directly, he would likely not respond honestly. It seemed she would have to wait until the next opportunity to question the soft-hearted little Aiken. After coming to this realization, she ventured out just in time to encounter Jing Exan, who was there to remind Gu Yuchen of a meeting. "Good afternoon, Miss Shi." Jing Exan trembled at the sight of the innocent and beautiful woman. Aware of her dark heart, she was not someone to offend lightly. Shi Nian replied with a faint acknowledgement, gliding over to Gu Yuchen's side. Noticing his tie was askew, she reached out to adjust it for him. "You should go to your meeting. I'll wait for you in the office." Ji Yuchen grasped Shi Nian's hand, a tumult of inexplicable emotions swirling in his dark eyes. Did Nian truly understand what it meant to help a man with his tie? Catching sight of Zheng Ekin standing stiffly nearby, he coldly commanded, "Get out." Zheng Ekin immediately complied, turning to leave. However, just as he was about to pull the door open, he suddenly heard Shi Nian speaking up for him. "Aiken, don't be so harsh on Assistant Zheng. Look at how scared he is." The moment those words escaped Shi Nian's lips, Zheng Exan felt an overwhelming chill envelop him that he realized he had made a grave mistake. He should not have taken Shiring upstairs without permission. Oh heavens, earth, and the President's wife. Spare him his life. Shi Nian watched Zheng Exan stumble out, stifling a laugh, her eyes sparkling with delight that sometimes it felt good to tease others. Gu Yuchen abruptly seized Shi Nian's chin, compelling her to turn and face him. Upon meeting the depths of his dark gaze, Shi Nian realized her jest had gone too far. "Aiken, please don't misunderstand." Before she could finish, Gu Yuchen swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her onto his lap. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Shi Nian to gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Gu Yuchen leaned in slightly, his intense gaze fixed on her. "What am I misunderstanding?" Under his scrutiny, Shi Nian felt her cheeks heat up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly explained. "I just thought Assistant Zheng was amusing. Please don't be jealous." Ji Yuchen's expression darkened. "You just told me not to be harsh with him." How could his Nian tell him not to be harsh with another man? The thought of it made him seethe with anger. Chapter 19. The obsessive possession of Shi Nian. Shi Nian playfully shook Gu Yuchen's neck, soothingly saying, "I was only joking, but if Aiken dislikes it, I want to make such jokes in the future, all right." These past few days, immersed in Gu Yuchen's tender affection, had almost made Shi Nian forget the depths of his possessiveness. No, it would be more accurate to say his possessiveness was almost pathological. Gu Yuchen was obsessively protective of Shi Nian, permitting no one to covet or touch her. In her previous life, Shi Nian often felt frightened by Gu Yuchen's overwhelming possessiveness. Yet in this life, having decided to be with him, she would learn to embrace and accept all aspects of Gu Yuchen. Ji Yuchen pressed his forehead against hers, his dark eyes gazing deeply into hers, his tone both domineering and possessive as he declared, "You are mine. Your eyes may only behold me, and you are forbidden from looking at other men." Shi Nian did not immediately agree, nor did she refute that my eyes currently reflect only you. "But Aiken, I must still see others." The Ji Yuchen's aura suddenly darkened, his eyes clouded with brooding intensity that if he were to lock Shi Nian away in a dark room, then her eyes would only be able to see herself. "But Aiken, those others are different. They might be my family, friends, or even complete strangers, yet you alone are the one I love." Shi Nian leaned in, gently kissing Gu Yuchen's lips, her voice soft and tender. "Yuchen, the love in my eyes will forever belong to you." A warm radiance penetrated the layers of darkness, illuminating the barren desert. The Ji Yuchen suddenly tightened his grip around Shi Nian's waist, pressing her warm, soft body firmly against him, their hearts seemingly beating in unison. After a prolonged silence, a deep, resonant voice broke the stillness. "As long as I am here, you may only look at me. All right, wherever Aiken is. My eyes shall forever gaze only upon you." This time, Shi Nian readily agreed, knowing it was the greatest concession Gu Yuchen could make at this moment, having experienced the entangled turmoil of their past lives. Shi Nian clearly understood that Gu Yuchen's nearly obsessive and pathological possessiveness was deeply ingrained in his very being. This could not be resolved with a few sweet words. Gu Yuchen's possessiveness would not be easily quelled. Thus, Shi Nian was not in a hurry, for they had a lifetime ahead of them. Some minor conflicts could be gradually resolved, and the sense of security they both lacked could also be nurtured over time. The two remained quietly embraced for a while, but Shi Nian suddenly realized Gu Yuchen needed to attend his meeting. Gently, she distanced herself, saying, Yu-chin, you should go to your meeting now. To ask the warmth of her softness left his embrace. Gu Yu-chin's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brows, pulling her back into his arms, asserting, you are coming with me. With a hesitant sigh, Shernyin thought to herself, this doesn't seem appropriate that I'm not an employee of the company. So what would my attending the meeting imply? Gu Yu-chin furrowed his brow slightly and declared with authority, no one would dare to say anything against you. Shernyin smiled gently, I know that with you around. No one would dare to criticize me. However, I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to return to the lounge for some rest. You go ahead to the meeting. I will wait for your return here. If she accompanied Gu Yu-chin to the meeting, who knows what the Gu Corporation employees might label her as tomorrow, a little demoness causing chaos. After being reassured by Shernyin, Gu Yu-chin chose not to insist further. Though a thought quietly formed in his mind that he was determined to ensure that no one in the company could utter a single word against Shernyin. Once Gu Yu-chin left for the conference room, Shernyin prepared to return to the lounge for a nap, only to receive a sudden text message from her mentor urging her to finalize her graduation thesis topic. The buzzing of her phone resonated prominently in the quiet conference room, causing a wave of tension among the attendees. Each fearing that the vibrating phone might belong to them, that Gu Yu-chin cast a glance at the phone resting on the table, and, upon seeing the name Nyen Nyen on the screen, his cold brow softened slightly. Leaning forward, he reached for the device. Chun, I'm heading to school to submit my thesis proposal. I'm sorry, but I can't wait for you in the office. She texted, no worries, I'll pick you up from school after work. Great, we can go home together. To at that moment, Shernyin no longer viewed the villa as a cage confining her freedom, but rather as a shared home with him. Upon seeing the words go home on the screen, a tender smile graced Gu Yu-chin's lips. His smile startled the attending employees, who were well aware that their CEO was known for his fierce demeanor. Often compared to a cold and merciless ruler, his strikingly handsome face was typically shrouded in an air of aloofness, and few had ever witnessed Gu Yu-chin's smile. Curiosity sparked among the attendees. Who was this person capable of eliciting such warmth from the usually indifferent Gu Yu-chin? Suddenly, they recalled that earlier that day, Gu Yu-chin had personally gone to the first-floor lobby to escort a girl upstairs. However, due to his well-established reputation for being detached and cold-hearted, many remained skeptical about his having a girlfriend. Among the attendees were a few who firmly believed this. Yet upon witnessing the gentle smile directed toward Shernyin, their disbelief transformed into acceptance. One employee, Zhang Haotian, blurted out, I didn't expect our CEO to be just like an ordinary man when he is in love. Zhang Haotian had merely thought this to himself. Yet somehow the words slipped out in the now silent conference room. His voice was audible enough to stir a significant commotion. Gu Yu-chin lifted his gaze toward Zhang Haotian and inquired coldly, what do you mean by that? The room fell into a collective gasp of sympathy for Zhang Haotian, who had unwittingly provoked their formidable I didn't mean anything by it. Zhang Haotian stammered, trembling with fear. However, Zheng Xian, who had been by Gu Yu-chin's side the longest, recognized that Gu Yu-chin's inquiry was not a harsh reprimand, but rather a simple question that he quickly shot a knowing glance at Zhang Haotian, encouraging him to clarify. With Zheng Xian's subtle guidance, Zhang Haotian confessed, I just meant that our CEO, even when in a relationship, is an ordinary man who displays a tender smile when receiving messages from his girlfriend. Gu Yu-chin latently seized upon the keywords in a relationship and girlfriend. Chapter 20. He wants Shernyin to be his girlfriend. Were he and Shernyin truly in a relationship? It did not seem so, as those three words had never been uttered between them, nor had any such agreement been established. The Gu Yu-chin knitted his brows, asserting, we are not in a relationship. Zhang Haotian gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, if you're not in a relationship, then she is not your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu-chin's expression darkened, his narrowed eyes glowering at Zhang Haotian, his voice icy. She is mine. Zhang Haotian felt as though he might crumble under the oppressive atmosphere radiating from Gu Yu-chin, regretting ever having opened his mouth. That I didn't mean it like that. Yet Gu Yu-chin pondered for a few moments and arrived at a conclusion. If they were not in a relationship, then Shernyin must indeed be his girlfriend. With this realization, his previously gloomy mood began to lift that he desired for Shernyin to be his girlfriend. How do we start dating? Gu Yu-chin asked. And at that instant, someone, perhaps too excited, accidentally threw their pen across the room, creating a sharp sound. Gu Yu-chin glanced at the eager eyes of his employees, his ears reddening slightly beneath his dark hair. He cleared his throat and turned to Zhang Haotian. After the meeting, come to my office. Yes, President. As Zhang Haotian took his seat, he felt somewhat dazed. He had feared that his careless words would provoke Gu Yuqin's ire and jeopardize his job. Yet unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn, and he might very well become the president's love advisor. A sleek, white BMW came to a stop at the university campus entrance. The door swung open, and a girl clad in a simple white dress emerged, exuding beauty and grace to eye in. The next moment, a petite figure swiftly leaped onto the girl. Yin, you actually came back. I thought you had run off with some wild man and wouldn't return. I've missed you so much. Gu Miao hugged Shernyan's arm tightly, joyfully expressing her longing. Shernyan embraced Gu Miao affectionately, but as she gazed at the adorable girl before her, a pang of bittersweetness surged within her. In her past life, after being confined to the villa by Gu Yuqin, Gu Miao had cared for her, reaching out multiple times to offer help. However, later on, Shering had informed her that Gu Miao was in contact with Gu Yuqin, secretly reporting on her to gain favors. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it began to take root and flourish. Though Shernyan had wished to trust Gu Miao, the sight of photographs showing Gu Miao meeting Gu Yuqin in secret ultimately shattered her faith. From that point onward, she gradually distanced herself from Gu Miao, who seemed to sense the shift and subsequently contacted her less frequently. Now, reflecting on it all, Shernyan realized that her initial fear stemmed from knowing Gu Miao's impulsive nature, worried that she might discover the truth and attempt to rescue her, only to be harmed by Gu Yuqin. Therefore, she had never disclosed the matter to Gu Miao. Since Gu Miao was unaware of the situation, what could she possibly report to Gu Yuqin? All right, I'm back now. So don't cry, Miao. Shernyan gently consoled. Upon hearing Shernyan's tone akin to that of soothing a child, Gu Miao bristled, her eyes reddening as she glared at Shernyan. Who is crying? I'm not crying. It's clearly you who is crying. Shernyan chuckled. Fine, it's me. Gu Miao crossed her arms, feigning a shiver. Why do I suddenly feel like you're being so indulgent with me? Yin, have you been replaced by someone else? Did you get possessed by someone? Shernyan replied playfully. You've really been reading too many novels. Gu Miao squealed, re-hugging Shernyan's arm, her face beaming. Wonderful. You're still my elegant and graceful Yin. Wait, what happened to your face? Earlier, Shernyan's long hair had obscured part of her face, and Gu Miao, caught up in her excitement, hadn't noticed. Now, as Shernyan brushed her hair aside, Gu Miao's gaze fell upon the finger-length scar on her cheek. Shernyan gently traced the scar with her finger, smiling slightly. It's just a little accident. Gu Miao leaned in for a closer look, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. Yin, tell me honestly, what has happened to you these past few days? It's really nothing, Shernyan began, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence, her lips pressing together as her enchanting eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. Though there is a little something, Gu Miao blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Shernyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride as she declared. I am in a relationship. Gu Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Shernyan's mind conjured the striking visage of Gu Yuqin, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed a vibrant hue. Ahem, class is about to start. Let us hurry inside. With that, Shernyan grasped Gu Miao's hand and hurried toward the classroom. Gu Miao, still processing the revelation, raced after Shernyan. And when the realization hit her, she exclaimed, Didn't we agree that whoever gets into a relationship first is a dog? Shernyan halted, glancing at the classroom filled to capacity with students and the teacher at the podium. Perfect. Now everyone knows she has taken. Gu Miao called out, suddenly aware of the implications, and stuck out her tongue, pulling Shernyan inside hastily. The teacher at the podium remarked disapprovingly, Which class are you two from? As soon as the question posed by the teacher was raised, a fervent discussion erupted among the previously quiet audience. I too wish to inquire about her class in college, wondering if she belonged to the neighboring Department of Arts. Her beauty and poise were simply exquisite. It was also possible that she was not a student from our school, but rather a friend of Gu Miao from outside. Shinfun. Have you ever encountered this friend of Gu Miao? The girl who was called by name was Gu Miao's roommate. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She did not respond, but instead squinted her eyes, intently gazing at Shernyan. This face bore a striking resemblance to her roommate, Shernyan. However, Shernyan usually donned loose casual attire or sportswear, casually tying her hair in a low ponytail. and wearing large black-framed glasses, which gave her a rather unrefined appearance. Yet, the girl before us was dressed in a simple white dress that accentuated her delicate waist. Her hair cascading casually over her shoulders, highlighting her graceful swan-like neck. The faint blush on her cheeks added a touch of flawed beauty, further enhancing the girl's cold and alluring demeanor. The disparity was so great. Could they truly be the same person? With this thought, Shunfen narrowed her eyes, hoping fervently that they were not one and the same. Gu Miao, observing the gazes of her classmates that radiated admiration and envy, could not help but stand a little taller, feeling a sense of pride. Just as she prepared to create a sense of mystery and formally reintroduce Shunyan to everyone, Shunyan's clear, cool voice resonated that I am Shunyan from Class 1 of Computer Science. Chapter 21. Grace no longer simply soft, I am Shunyan from Class 1 of Computer Science. Shunyan soft. Melodic voice echoed throughout the lecture hall, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the stillness. What? She is Shunyan. That cannot be. Shunyan was never this beautiful. Indeed, my recollection of Shunyan was of someone perpetually clad in loose casual wear, with large black glasses, utterly unremarkable. Beauty was the last word one would associate with her. Could it be that she underwent cosmetic surgery? How else could such a transformation occur in such a short span? One student, attempting to sound rational, speculated that the 2-month summer break, coupled with a month-long leave at the beginning of the semester, provided ample opportunity for her to travel to H country for a rejuvenating procedure. Oh, I wish to inquire where she had her surgery done. It must have been remarkably successful. Truly a head-turning transformation. However, as soon as the rumor of her alleged surgery surfaced, it was immediately met with rebuttal. Those suggesting Shunyan had surgery should open their eyes wide and observe the scars on her face. Are you certain this is a return from cosmetic surgery and not a disfigurement? Such a suggestion only serves to highlight a failure in her surgery. If a failed surgery could yield such results, I would be the first to seek a failed procedure. Why is it so difficult to acknowledge her beauty? To be frank, Shunyan does not appear to have undergone surgery. Rather, she seems to have perfected her demeanor. Her current grace surpasses that of those from the Arts Academy who specialize in dance, embodying a cold yet regal elegance. Upon hearing her classmates' discussions about her, the corners of Shunyan's lips involuntarily curled into a bittersweet smile. She had endured heart-wrenching betrayal, experienced profound love and hatred, and witnessed the cycles of life and death. After all she had been through, how could her demeanor remain as pure and soft as when she first entered university? After locating the names of Shunyan and Gu Miao on the attendance list, the teacher allowed them to enter the classroom, albeit with a stern reminder not to be late again. The difference between university classes and those in high school is significant, particularly regarding seating choices. In high school, students prefer to sit at the front to be closer to the blackboard and better comprehend the lesson. Conversely, university students typically choose seats at the back, as it allows them to be further from the instructor, granting them the freedom to sleep or play on their phones without concern. Having arrived late, Shunyan and Gu Miao found the back of the classroom completely filled, forcing them to take a seat in a corner of the front row. Nyen, they are all stealing glances at you, Gu Miao remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischievous curiosity. Shunyan merely hummed in acknowledgement, unfazed by the various gazes directed her way. However, no matter how accepting she was, she did not wish to be scrutinized like a circus exhibit. Taking a black mask from her bag, she donned it over her delicate features, revealing only her bright, captivating peach blossom eyes. Nyen. You look even more beautiful like this. Oh my sister, you are stunning. I adore you, Gu Miao exclaimed. Shunyan. Gu Miao was as delightfully exuberant as ever. All right, let's focus on the class, Shunyan replied with a hint of exasperation. Gu Miao settled down for a moment, propping her chin on her hand, her little eyes gazing at Shunyan with a hint of envy. That I truly envy your boyfriend. How did he manage to win the heart of such a remarkable girl? We had agreed to remain single together, yet you turn around and found a boyfriend behind my back. Humph, I am jealous of him. Shunyan blinked playfully and replied, he is picking me up tonight. You can express your jealousy to him in person. Shunyan knew that Gu Miao's words were not genuine jealousy of her boyfriend, but rather concern for her well-being. However, no matter how much she explained about Gu Yuchun, Gu Miao might not fully believe her, so she thought it best to let Gu Miao see him for herself. which would undoubtedly ease her worries. The Jiyu Miao exaggeratedly rubbed her eyes, declaring, "Tonight, I shall keep my eyes peeled and give him a thorough jealous examination." Shi Yin could not help but chuckle, deciding not to engage further in playful banter with Gu Miao, but rather to concentrate on the lecture. After the class concluded, Shi Yin and Gu Miao proceeded to consult her advisor regarding her thesis topic. Unfortunately, their timing was ill-fated, as the advisor was occupied with her graduate students conducting experiments, leaving Gu Miao and Shi Yin to wait outside. Suddenly, Gu Miao exclaimed, "Yin Yin, you made it onto our school S forum, and it's trending. In just half an hour, there have already been 500 replies, unmasking the masked beauty of the computer science department. 3 minutes, I need to know everything about this girl. 3 seconds, I can't wait to see her without the mask. Ah, so beautiful. Her eyes are stunning, shimmering like stars, and her aura is absolutely breathtaking, cold yet enchanting. Can I have a dozen girls like her, please?" One commenter quipped humorously, with such a stunning face and demeanor. "It's a stroke of luck for a school to have even one like her." Another chimed in, "No wonder I always thought our campus flower was somewhat lacking. It turns out it's all about the grace. Teske, she has a long, grotesque scar on her face that is utterly unappealing. Here comes the sour grapes. Anyone who has seen her knows that the scar does not detract from her beauty. Instead, it adds a unique allure that I beg for a full face reveal. I implore for more. Hey, your stepsister has always taken pride in being the campus flower. She is going to be furious to learn you've stolen her spotlight." Shi Yin turned to Gu Miao. The Jiyu Miao straightened her posture and huffed, "Do not speak well of Shiring to me. I refuse to listen. She is a narrow-minded, jealous little person, and you are foolish to regard her as anything but a white lotus." Shi Yin had originally applied to the design department, but Shiring had secretly altered her application, placing her in the computer science department. At the onset of their first year, Shi Yin had captured the attention of the school forum with her beauty, completely overshadowing Shiring. However, Shiring had brainwashed Shi Yin into wearing black-framed glasses and oversized casual clothing that concealed her figure, thus masking her original beauty. When Shi Yin participated in the National Robotics Competition finals, Shiring feigned illness, insisting that Shi Yin accompany her to the hospital, causing her to miss the competition. There were countless other similar incidents. The Jiyu Miao found Shiring utterly repugnant, yet Shi Yin treated her stepsister as if she were precious. "Well, let her be furious," Shi Yin said nonchalantly. The Jiyu Miao was taken aback, her eyes widening, and just then, the advisor finished her experiment and called Shi Yin in to discuss her topic. Shi Yin waved goodbye to Gu Miao, saying, "Miao Miao, please wait for me a moment." The Jiyu Miao, still in shock, exclaimed, "Shi Yin didn't even defend Shiring this time. This is too satisfying. That wretched person does not deserve your kindness." Chapter 22. Cold and distant by day, soft and adorable by night. Due to significant differences in opinion between Shi Yin and her advisor regarding her thesis topic, they engaged in a lengthy discussion, and when Shi Yin finally emerged from the office, half an hour had passed. "Apologies, Miao Miao, for keeping you waiting. Let us hurry along." The Jiyu Miao, observing Shi Yin's anxious demeanor, quipped, "I see you're worried about your boyfriend waiting." Shi Yin smiled serenely. "It's a bit of both." Gu Miao, feeling envious, responded, "Yin Yin, it's only natural for a boyfriend to wait for his girlfriend. Let him wait outside for another hour." Shi Yin blinked, saying, "I wouldn't want him to wait that long." "Oh, you don't understand. Girls should play a little hard to get in a relationship. Men must invest ample time and effort into pursuing you, making them appreciate you more." Gu Miao rambled on about her misguided notions of romance. Her eyes suddenly spotted a luxurious Maybach in the distance. Wait! Gu Miao abruptly grasped Shi Yin's arm, hesitating to approach. "That I think I might be hallucinating. I just saw my uncle's car." "Your uncle?" Shi Yin had indeed heard Gu Miao mention her uncle, and she was aware that Gu Miao's uncle had a rather cold demeanor and was quite strict with her, which made Gu Miao fearful of him. "Are you going to greet him or sneak away?" "Of course I'll sneak away," Gu Miao exclaimed, dramatically wrapping her arms around herself and shivering. Her actions clearly indicated that her uncle was truly terrifying, and she felt compelled to flee at once. "How strange. Why would my uncle come to a university? A vibrant young college student like me is hardly a match for a frigid old man like him." "Your uncle is in his 40s? Upon hearing Gu Miao refer to him as an old man, Shi Yin's first reaction was to picture a genuine, middle-aged man. Jiyu Miao waved her hand dismissively, No, my uncle is not yet 30. When I say old man, I don't mean in terms of age. In fact, he is youthful and handsome, easily outshining many young lads. What I mean is that he has a cold disposition and is uninterested in women. If he were to bring back a female college student, it would surely be a blessing for our Gu family. Shernyin chuckled, finding a striking resemblance to her own Mr. Gu. However, the biggest difference was that Mr. Gu had already brought her a college student home, and tonight she was to help him warm his bed. Why don't you head to the West Gate now? We'll come to pick you up shortly. And then we can go have dinner together. Shernyin recalled her promise to treat Gu Miao to a meal and introduce her to her boyfriend. Forget it, I want to be a third wheel. Gu Miao said halfway through, suddenly gripping Shernyin's wrist, and with wide, innocent eyes, she asked, "You will come to class on time from now on, right?" Yuan-Ti just vanished without a trace again. "Will you?" Shernyin nodded yes. "I want to." "Don't worry," Jiu Miao exaggeratedly patted her chest. "That's good to hear. You have no idea how worried I was when you suddenly disappeared. I thought your irresponsible father and wicked stepmother had sold you off." Hearing that long-lost name, Shernyin's eyes dimmed for a moment, a flicker of deep-seated hatred passing through her gaze. Yin, you should hurry and find your boyfriend, that I must leave quickly. Seeing my uncle's car has my legs trembling with fear. Shernyin couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it was because she also had a cold, gloomy, and intimidating Gu Yuqing by her side, but she found Gu Miao's uncle hardly frightening at all. Just like Gu Yuqing, who was icy during the day, but soft and adorable at night. After Gu Miao timidly departed, Shernyin made her way to Gu Yuqing's cier'd. As soon as she stepped inside, the door swung open from within, revealing Gu Yuqing's handsome face. In the next moment, a pair of strong arms reached out and drew her into the car. Chung, I've missed you, Shernyin said softly, wrapping her arms around Gu Yuqing's neck. Although they had only been apart for an afternoon, it felt like an eternity, and she longed for him dearly. Jiu Yuqing lowered his gaze, taking in the gentle smile on her face and the twinkling stars in her eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself reflecting on the notion of love, and his once cold heart softened immensely as he considered what was to come. A rare flicker of nervousness crossed Gu Yuqing's eyes, and even the ears hidden beneath his dark hair flushed slightly. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly redirected the conversation. "What were you and her laughing about so happily just now?" The her he referred to was naturally Gu Miao, who had scampered away in fear of encountering him. Shernyin, taken aback, responded, "You saw me just now," Gu Yuqing affirmed with a simple his eyes remained fixed on Shernyin. Eager to share, Shernyin recounted. "Just now, Miao Miao saw her uncle's car and, uncertain if he was inside, got frightened and ran away." Jiu Yuqing raised an eyebrow slightly. "Ran away?" "Yes, she is quite terrified of her uncle. She even said he's a cold old man, completely mismatched with the lively college atmosphere." The more Gu Yuqing listened, the darker his expression became. He was well aware that Gu Miao had always been afraid of him, behaving quite obediently whenever they met. But he hadn't realized she spoke of him in such a manner behind his back. It seemed he had been remiss in his discipline. "However, do you fear such a person? Fear his indifference, his authoritarian nature, his obsession, prompting you to want to escape him at all costs." Gu Yuqing's deep, dark eyes focused intently on Shernyin, revealing a hint of vulnerability beneath his stoic facade. Shernyin, who had been smiling happily, was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yuqing's question. Upon seeing the conflicted expression on his face, her heart softened. Chung, do you think I'm afraid? Although she posed the question, her body audaciously settled on a Gu Yuqing's lap in the cramped confines of the car, their bodies pressed tightly together. The sound of their heartbeats seemed to meld into one. Jiu Yuqing's body tensed abruptly, his dark eyes flashing with desire, one hand cradling Shernyin's back protectively while the other firmly grasped her slender waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. Due to their positioning, Shernyin towered over Gu Yuqing. She tilted her head slightly, observing the faintly throbbing veins on his forehead. "Chung, you still haven't answered me. Do you think I'm afraid?" In that moment, the air in the confined space crackled with tension. Gu Yuqing, his eyes dark and intense, seemed to be wrestling with his own desires. Shernyin's teasing tone echoed in the small vehicle, like a hook drawing Gu Yuqing closer to the edge of temptation. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk, his large, warm hand gently caressing her elegantly arched back. Meeting her sparkling, playful gaze, he raised an eyebrow, his hand lingering before abruptly tightening around her waist. Shern Yin gasped, her body melting into his embrace. That I think, not afraid, Ji Yuqing leaned in, gently nibbling on her soft earlobe. That in truth, his words were not entirely clear. What he meant to convey was that just a few days prior, Shern Yin undoubtedly feared him, not just fear but loathed him, constantly seeking to distance herself from his presence. Yet now he could distinctly sense that she was no longer afraid. Instead, she boldly dared to entice him. One of his hands, adorned with a platinum watch, glided to the delicate nape of her neck, pressing down gently, guiding her soft lips to meet his in the driver's seat. Zheng Exen heard sounds emanating from the back. Unable to quell his curiosity, he stole a glance. Yet he saw nothing but the dark, brooding eyes of Gu Yuqing. Startled, Zheng Exen quickly pressed the button to raise the partition between the front and back seats. Time seemed to stretch on, and finally, Gu Yuqing relented, releasing Shern Yin. She felt as though his kiss possessed a magical power, sapping her of all strength. Her soft body slumped into his embrace, her warm breath cascading over his neck. Gu Yuqing inhaled deeply, suppressing the desire that surged within him. That he gripped her slender waist, intending to lift her onto the adjacent seat. However, the moment he moved, Shern Yin sensed it. With a soft protest of no, she entwined her arms around his neck, her legs tightening around his lean, powerful waist. Nestling into him with a touch of defiance, the Ji Yuqing let out a muffled groan, his expression betraying the struggle of restraint. Yin Yin, stop teasing. Shern Yin tightened her grip around his neck, her voice soft yet playful. I'm not teasing. We've shared a bed before, so what's wrong with a hug? They had indeed napped together on the small bed in the break room earlier that day. Gu Yuqing chuckled. What does that even count as? Shern Yin had been waiting for this very response. She raised her head slightly, her enchanting eyes glimmering with mischief as she challenged him. If you think that doesn't count, then you must really sleep. Gu Yuqing regarded the depths of her dark eyes, sensing a storm brewing within. Yin Yin, don't provoke me. She was so straightforward and fervently enticing him that he felt his primal instincts surging forth. Shern Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of grievance. Chung, do you not like me anymore? Why else would you be unwilling to touch me? Even now, Shern Yin occasionally found it hard to believe in the reality of her rebirth 5 years into the past. She remained fearful that at any moment, she might awaken to find herself back in that dark, suffocating room, witnessing Gu Yuqing sacrifice himself to save her. Thus, she yearned for intimacy with him, seeking deeper connections with this world. Gu Yuqing gazed at Shern Yin's pitiful expression, his once cold heart melting into tenderness. Silly girl, I could never bear to hurt you. Shern Yin's ears perked up at his words, and she quickly replied, I'm not afraid. As long as it's from you, I fear nothing. Ji Yu extended his hand to embrace the slender waist of the girl, pulling her into his warm embrace, his fingers, slightly calloused, lingered on her porcelain cheek before finally resting upon her glistening lips. That I ask this how you wish to surrender your body to me. His deep, straightforward words resonated like distant thunder. Moments ago, the bold and flirtatious Shern Yin had suddenly wilted. Her flushed eyes timidly darted around under the man's intense gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Gu Yuqing regarded the bashful and charming girl in his arms, gently lifting her chin to compel her to look up at him. Speak, my obedient Yin Yin. Do you desire to offer yourself to me? In the fleeting moment of locking eyes with the depths of his dark gaze, Shern Yin's heart raced uncontrollably, biting her lip and parting her lips repeatedly. She finally managed to articulate her desire. Ji Yuqing chuckled softly, a sound so alluring it felt almost intoxicating. Shern Yin coughed lightly in discomfort, wrapping her arms around Gu Yuqing's neck as she softly complained. You just like to tease me. Seemingly pleased by her response, Gu Yuqing's mood brightened instantly, that he leaned closer to her delicate cheek, showering her with soft kisses. My dear, this is what it means to tease. What would you call that night? Shern Yin could hardly endure the seductive timbre of his voice, nor the deliberate teasing in his words. Her soft hand pressed firmly against his mouth. Don't say that. Let us discuss it when we get home. After uttering those words, she felt utterly embarrassed, realizing that in their flirtations, she had never truly bested Gu Yuqing. It was always she who initiated, only to be outmatched. Retreating in defeat, the Ji Yuqing's piercing gaze remained fixed on her, his hand encircling her wrist, holding it gently in his palm. All right, let us not tease my Yin Yin. Shern Yin nodded, leaning against his shoulder while gazing out at the passing scenery. The reflections swiftly darting by were of towering skyscrapers and flickering neon lights. Suddenly, she realized they were not heading back to the villa. Chun, are we not returning to the villa? Chapter 24. A toast to courage. We're not going back. We're going for a candlelit dinner. The term candlelit dinner was something Zhang Haoyan had mentioned to him earlier that afternoon. He had spoken of simple yet effective methods for courting a girl, including dining, shopping, watching movies, and giving gifts, with candlelit dinners being the most romantic. That it was only after listening to Zhang Haoyan that Gu Yuchen realized he had never experienced any of those romantic gestures with Shun Yin. Candlelit dinner? Shun Yin was taken aback. Based on her understanding of Gu Yuchen, he was inherently pragmatic, lacking even a hint of romantic inclination. Thus, hearing him mention a candlelit dinner surprised her greatly. Gu Yuchen responded with a nonchalant not glancing at her, but rather playing with her small hand, his lowered gaze seemingly concealing something. After her initial shock, Shun Yin felt a surge of happiness. Chun, I'm truly delighted that you're taking me to a candlelit dinner. Only then did Gu Yuchen lift his head, the darkness of his eyes gleaming slightly. That if you like it, we shall go every day. Shun Yin, amused by his earnestness, chuckled softly. That Chun, a romantic gesture like a candlelit dinner, should be enjoyed occasionally. Gu Yuchen furrowed his brow in confusion. Why? Shun Yin tilted her head, equally puzzled. What do you mean, why? Gu Yuchen pondered his words, then continued. Since you find candlelit dinners delightful and romantic, why not indulge in them daily? Shun Yin was momentarily taken aback by his statement. She wished to explain that such experiences were special precisely because they occurred infrequently. If indulged in daily, they would lose their charm and become commonplace. However, upon encountering the depths of his dark eyes, the words caught in her throat. The Gu Yuchen genuinely wished to present her with all the beauty and romance the world had to offer. Shun Yin felt a warmth in her eyes, blinking rapidly to suppress her tears, and then smiled gently at him. For most, a candlelit dinner might cost half a month's salary, making it an occasional luxury. The Gu Yuchen, seemingly understanding, nodded as he tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yin Yin, everything you love and desire, all the romance, I will provide for you. Shun Yin responded with a soft unable to contain herself any longer, resting her head on his shoulder and allowing her eyes to glisten. What's wrong? Gu Yuchen noticed her damp shoulder and inquired with concern. Shun Yin gently nuzzled against his neck, saying, It's nothing, that I just suddenly feel that my Chun is too wonderful. And I need to strive to be better for you. Gu Yuchen remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Yin Yin, please never leave me. To stay by his side was the greatest affirmation of her love. I want to leave, that I will never leave, Shun Yin affirmed. She couldn't help but reflect on her past life, wondering how she could have overlooked such a remarkable Gu Yuchen in favor of the worthless Su Yin. Fortunately, she had a second chance, and this time, she would never let go of his hand. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the manager immediately approached them. Upon seeing Shun Yin beside Gu Yuchen, he paused slightly. Mr. Gu, welcome. We have reserved a table for you. Gu Yuchen, with his arm around the girl's waist, replied with a casual his cold gaze sweeping over the manager. Keep your eyes to yourself. Yes, the restaurant manager stammered, bowing his head low, no longer daring to glance at Shun Yin. Understanding that it was Gu Yuchen's possessiveness flaring up, Shun Yin smiled warmly and nestled closer to him, silently conveying her loyalty to him alone. Sensing her initiative, Gu Yuchen's previously dark mood lightened slightly. Lead the way, he instructed coldly. The trembling manager quickly complied, guiding them to their seats in her previous life. Shun Yin had been nearly imprisoned in the villa by Gu Yuchen for 5 years, rarely having the chance to go out, let alone dine in a restaurant. This was her first visit to this particular establishment. And her curious eyes roamed over the decor. Suddenly, she noticed a rose-shaped crystal chandelier above them, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had heard Gu Miao mention this rose chandelier restaurant, known for its niche appeal and exorbitant prices, making it little known to the public. It was evident that Gu Yuchen had not merely searched for a popular restaurant online, but had genuinely invested effort into selecting this place. Realizing this, Shun Yin tightened her grip on Gu Yuchen's arm. A man who treated her with such care and thoughtfulness was someone she would hold on it tightly, never to let go again. The manager led them to a window-side table, overlooking half of a city's vibrant night scene, beneath a glass dome that revealed the twinkling night sky. Tonight, the stars seemed to be shining particularly brightly, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Shern Yin rested her chin on her hand, her gaze flitting between the starry sky and the bustling cityscape, feeling somewhat entranced at Jiyu Yu Chun. Watching her delight, couldn't help but smile. Yin Yin, it's time to order. Shern Yin tilted her head playfully. "Dada Chun, you order for me." "All right," Gu Yu Chun replied indulgently. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, all of which were Shern Yin's favorites. His thoughtfulness extended beyond mere material considerations. It was a reflection of his deep care for her. Perhaps even Shern Yin herself was unaware of her own dietary preferences, but Gu Yu Chun seemed to know them all, that he truly cherished her above all else. As she savored her steak, her eyes sparkled joyfully as they met the composed and dignified man across from her. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, causing Shern Yin to shiver slightly. "Cold?" Gu Yu Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Though it was the transition from summer to autumn and the night air was a tad cool, it felt refreshing rather than cold. Just as Shern Yin was about to speak, she noticed Gu Yu Chun had already removed his suit jacket. Pushing back his chair to approach her, with a soft smile, she admitted, "It is a bit chilly." Ji Yu Chun draped his jacket over her shoulders. The faint scent of cedar clung to the fabric, reminiscent of his embrace. Suddenly recalling his earlier teasing about bullying her that evening, a blush crept across her fair cheeks. "Dada Chun, let us have some red wine. Let us indulge in a glass of red wine to bolster our spirits." Gu Yu Chun nodded, and the waiter proceeded to uncork a bottle of Domaine de la Roman e Conti Grand Cru red wine. Although Shern Yin was not favored in the Shur household, she possessed the essentials and had experienced the finer things in life. She was acutely aware that this bottle of wine commanded a price in the hundreds of thousands. As Shern Yin savored a sip, the subtle flavor of the wine unfurled upon her lips, evoking a sensation akin to inebriation without intoxication. Unconsciously, she found herself consuming another 2 glasses. By the time Gu Yu Chun registered this, Shern Yin's cheeks were adorned with a rosy hue, her chin propped on her hand as she gazed at him with a sweet, tender smile. Ji Yu Chun chuckled softly. "Are you tipsy?" Shern Yin adorably shook her head, her eyes misty as she looked at him. "No, I'm not drunk." "Aiken, you are so handsome. I like you so much. Just how much do you like me?" Gu Yu Chun queried, gesturing to the restaurant manager waiting nearby, who promptly brought over a bouquet of red roses. Shern Yin, still in a daze, spread her arms wide, emphasizing her grand affection. "So much, so very much." Gu Yu Chun took the roses, knelt beside Shern Yin, and asked, "You like me this much? Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Chapter 25. Yin Yin is drunk. Aiken, are you confessing your feelings to me? The girl tilted her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling as they regarded the man. The intoxication had diminished her sultriness, rendering her more adorably innocent. Ji Yu Chun observed her intently, his dark, brooding eyes filled with tenderness, the corners of his sharp lips curling into a faint smile. "Yes, I am confessing to you." Yet, before Gu Yu Chun could finish his declaration, Shern Yin suddenly swayed and fell into his embrace. His expression shifted, and he swiftly opened his arms to catch her. However, with the bouquet of vibrant roses in his grasp, Shern Yin did not land in his chest, but rather fell amidst the flowers. In her inebriated state, Shern Yin fumbled within the bouquet, lifting her head to find a rose petal adorning her pert nose. Indeed, a person is more exquisite than the flowers. "That I agree. I agree. Aiken, I accept your confession," Shern Yin exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Gu Yu Chun's neck, repeatedly affirming her acceptance in a dazed manner. Ji Yu Chun's lips curled into a smile, a warm wave of affection swelling within him. Over a month ago, upon finally locating Shern Yin, his once dying heart had been revived. Initially, he had intended to approach her gradually to help her reclaim their memories. Yet, when he witnessed her walking alongside another man, her smile directed at him, his heart was consumed by rage. Before he realized it, he had confined Shern Yin within the villa. He watched helplessly as her initial anxiety morphed into frantic screams and hysteria, that he regretted his actions. Yet he had no intention of retracting them. He lamented that he should not have resorted to such a brutish method to keep Shern Yin close. However, the thought of her potentially belonging to another man, of her leaving him forever, left no room for regret in Gu Yu Chun's heart. Just as he believed she would harbor resentment towards him for eternity, she unexpectedly changed her demeanor. One moment, she was vehemently declaring her hatred for him, vowing never to forgive or love him. The next, she leaped into his arms. Shun Yin's transformation was too abrupt, too deliberate, leading anyone to suspect ulterior motives. Yet, Gu Yuqin was untroubled by the notion of Shun Yin having hidden agendas. Her motives only affirmed his value to her, suggesting that she would not abandon him any time. Sun Daniel Ichuan often remarked that Shun Yin was his remedy. Yet for Gu Yuqin, she resembled his poison. His addiction, the eternal love that he could never sever. Darling, you are promising me a lifetime. Are you truly certain? Though he posed the question, his arm had already encircled the girl's delicate back, possessively drawing her soft form closer. Shun Yin, in her dazed state, echoed Gu Yuqin's words. Yes, a lifetime. Oh yes, a lifetime. Aiken, I have long decided. In the next life, I wish to be with you as well. Despite her near stupor, her mind clouded, she remained resolute in her commitment to never leave Gu Yuqin again. Initially, upon her rebirth, her kindness towards him was tinged with guilt. However, after their time together, that guilt paled in comparison to the overwhelming love that had surged forth. Shun Yin was certain of her feelings. She loved Gu Yuqin deeply and profoundly. Gu Yuqin cradled the unconscious girl, gazing down at her blissfully intoxicated visage, a tender smile gracing his lips. He carried Shun Yin out of the restaurant, just as the manager timidly approached, asking, Mr. Gu, shall I place this bouquet in your car? It turned out that the roses Gu Yuqin intended for Shun Yin had inadvertently been left on the table. Gu Yuqin acknowledged with a nod, and the manager promptly took the roses to their vehicle. However, as he passed by Shun Yin, she inexplicably summoned strength and grasped the bouquet tightly. Mine. This is from Aiken. No one is allowed to take it. Shun Yin declared fiercely, asserting her claim over the roses. The bouquet consisted of 99 roses, which was already a challenge for her to hold even in a sober state, let alone while she was intoxicated. The large bouquet teetered precariously in her grasp. The manager hesitated, miss. But Gu Yuqin shot him a sharp glare, silencing him instantly. Mr. Gu, please enjoy your evening. We welcome you back anytime. With one arm cradling Shun Yin's legs and the other gently lifting her to Nestle against his shoulder, Gu Yuqin finally freed a hand to assist her with the bouquet. Shun Yin beamed at Gu Yuqin, exclaiming, Aiken, this is the first bouquet of roses you've given me. I adore it. Her smile was pure and untainted. Gu Yuqin gazed at her with soft eyes, replying, as long as you like it. Upon reaching the car, perhaps realizing she could only choose between the roses and Gu Yuqin, the woozy Shun Yin decisively tossed the roses aside, wrapping her arms around his neck and settling into his embrace. Aiken, my head feels so dizzy, she whimpered playfully to Gu Yuqin, feeling a slight headache from the girl's antics, took a deep breath and gently pressed his hands against her temples, saying, be still, don't move. Let me massage your temples. Shun Yin seemed to understand momentarily, behaving for a short while, but it was fleeting. Aiken, don't sway in front of me. You're making me dizzy, she complained. Shaking her head, Gu Yuqin was on the verge of losing his mind due to her drunken behavior. A tempest of desire swirling within his gaze, he leaned down, biting her delicate earlobe, murmuring, Yin, stop fooling around. Yet the sober Shun Yin was unfazed by his threats, and the inebriated version was even less intimidated. She squirmed in his arms, igniting sparks of mischief. Aiken, I feel so hot. Don't come so close. You burning me up, especially here. Gu Yuqin could no longer resist the allure of her provocations. With arms like iron, he tightened his hold on her squirming form and leaned down to kiss her. Behave. Chapter 26. Aiken, I want a bath. After what seemed like an eternity, the car finally rolled into the villa grounds. As soon as it stopped, Zheng Exen stumbled out of the driver's seat, neglecting to greet his superior, and dashed away as though pursued by some fearsome beast. Although the partition between the front and back seats had risen, it was merely a partition, no matter how soundproof. It could not mask the sounds of intimacy. Zheng Exen, driving with trepidation, felt as if he were choking on dog food, nearly suffocated by the tension. Inside the vehicle, Gu Yuqin glanced at Shun Yin, her attire slightly disheveled, and promptly wrapped his suit jacket around her, securing it tightly to As Gu Yuqin carried Shun Yin into the villa. Aunt Zhou rushed over, sir, is Yin, and I, though her words were laced with concern. Upon seeing Shun Yin cradled in Gu Yuqin's arms, she secretly hoped for a little bundle of joy to bless the villa soon. Gu Yuqin shook his head as he ascended the staircase, suddenly recalling, Aunt Zhou, please prepare a bowl of sobering soup and bring it up. Aunt Zhou responded eagerly. Drunkenness is manageable. It makes things easier. The Jiu Yuchen tucked Shunyin in a bed, softly instructing, no more fussing around. Drink the sobering soup and get some good rest. Shunyin mumbled an incoherent response. No, I want a bath. Shunyin struggled to free herself from Gu Yuchan's grasp and sat up. She began to remove her own clothing. The already disheveled garments, now pulled haphazardly, revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulders, leaving her in a state of unspoken allure. Ji Yu's brows twitched violently, his fists clenched tightly. Fine, I'll run the bath, he declared. Shunyin flashed a soft smile at Gu Yuchan, making a gentle request. I still want Ah-chan to help me bathe. The Ji Yuchan, attempting to exercise restraint, replied, no leveraging her inebriation. Shunyin, feigning ignorance, clung to him and whispered warm breath into his ear. Please, Ah-chan, help me bathe. The man contemplated refusal, but was soon overwhelmed by the thought of a drunken girl attempting to wash herself alone. A notion that filled him with concern that if he did not assist Shunyin, who would? Her body was his to care for. No one else would suffice. Gu Yuchan inhaled deeply, gathering the soft, sweet girl into his embrace. His voice low and laced with danger as he warned, Yin, don't you dare cry later. Without awaiting her response, he strode purposefully towards the bathroom, cradling her as he carefully stripped away her clothing and gently placed her in the tub. Tender kisses graced her fragrant hair and rounded shoulders. Just as he contemplated taking things further, he noticed that the once rambunctious girl had inexplicably settled into silence, leaning quietly against his chest. Her delicate face nestled against his shoulder. Her eyes radiated tranquility and gentleness as she drifted off to sleep. The Ji Yuchan gazed at the girl who had stirred him, now peacefully slumbering, his fists tightening repeatedly in restraint. Ultimately, he relaxed, wrapping her petite form in a towel before tucking her into bed. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room as Aunt Zhou entered, carrying a hangover remedy. Yin is asleep. The Ji Yuchan's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the remedy. With her asleep, how was he to administer it? Aunt Zhou chuckled softly, placing the concoction on the bedside. She advised him that a drunken person who sleeps without consuming the remedy would inevitably suffer a headache the following day. Furthermore, she subtly hinted that since Shunyin was asleep and unable to drink on her own, he could assist her. With that, Aunt Zhou bowed slightly and discreetly exited, leaving her good intentions unspoken. Gu Yuchan, a man of action, gathered the slumbering Shunyin into his arms, took a sip of the remedy, and then lowered his head to feed her. After one bowl, half had entered Shunyan's stomach, while the other half was consumed by Gu Yuchan himself. That he wiped the remnants of the remedy from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, reluctant to resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Yin, I'll let you off the hook today. His deep, husky voice was intoxicatingly alluring. Alas, at that moment, Shunyin, like a sleeping pig, remained blissfully unaware that Ji Yuchan laid her down, tucked the covers around her securely, and after a moment of hesitation, left the bedroom. He could not guarantee that this time would not mirror the previous two occasions, where he had fallen asleep without causing her harm, as the morning sunlight seeped through the curtains. Dispelling the darkness and illuminating the disarray on the bed, the girl entangled in the covers rubbed her sore eyes, emitting a soft groan. She was awake. The Ji Yuchan's deep, magnetic voice resonated from the doorway. Shunyin murmured in response, her eyes fluttering open to find Gu Yuchan approaching her while adjusting his tie. The warm, golden light bathed his handsome features, every aspect of his visage a testament to divine favor, exquisite and flawless. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, he stood tall and regal, exuding an unparalleled charm. As he tied his tie, a hint of his honey-toned skin peeked through, striking a balance between propriety and allure. Perhaps still dazed from her slumber, Shunyin stared at the approaching Gu Yuchan, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to adequately describe the man before her. Handsome, tall, suave, graceful, gentle. These descriptors could all apply, yet they scarcely conveyed a fraction of his essence. How fortunate she was to be cherished by such a cool, noble, and exceptional man. Ah-chan, Shunyin softly called. Ji Yuchan settled beside her on the bed, one arm enveloping her while the other reached for the honey water prepared nearby. After taking a sip, Shunyin blushed, accepting the honey water from his hand like a docile kitten. Although Gu Yuchan noted her unusually obedient demeanor, he attributed it to the aftereffects of her hangover. It's common to experience headaches after drinking. You should lie back down and rest a bit longer. Okay, will you be going to work? Shern Yin asked softly. Ji Yuchan nodded, prompting her to add, then can you come back for lunch? I will miss you. His heart softened at her words, and he leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. Feeling it inadequate, he continued kissing down to her lips. Yin Yin, your morning kisses are so sweet. As Shern Yin watched him depart, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt a faint sting on her neck and, glancing down, discovered a series of ambiguous red marks on her skin, remnants of her sleepwear. Fragmented memories of the previous night surfaced, Gu Yuchan confessing his feelings with roses, her teasing him in the car, and her insistence that he bathe her. The recollections culminated in the image of Gu Yuchan pinning her down on the bed. Did that mean they had indeed shared a night of intimacy? Chapter 27. All marks left by Gu Yuchan. Shern Yin tugged at the neckline of her sleepwear, revealing a fair expanse of skin marred by red marks, with hints of purple beneath. Clearly, these were the remnants of Gu Yuchan's affection. They must have shared a night of passion. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily adjusted her neckline. Sitting on the edge of the bed, her heart racing as she contemplated her next steps. When she finally mustered the courage to rise, she realized that the situation was not as she had envisioned. Shern Yin was no stranger to relationships in her past life. Although she and Gu Yuchan had often engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, they had shared many intimate moments. Thus, she knew that after experiencing true intimacy, a girl often felt physical changes. However, aside from the marks on her skin, she felt remarkably refreshed and unscathed. This indicated that last night, Gu Yuchan had not touched her. Shern Yin bit her lip. Pulling the covers back over herself and rolling around in bed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes misting with unshed tears. Perhaps she had been too sentimental. Initially, she had felt a tinge of loss at the thought of their intimate encounter passing by in a haze of sleep. Yet now, realizing that Gu Yuchan had not touched her at all, she felt a strange discomfort. After all, she had been intoxicated, actively enticing him, and yet he had refrained from crossing any lines. Shern Yin suddenly pulled the covers over her head. Rolling about in bed, perplexed, was it that her allure was insufficient, or was Gu Yuchan simply not inclined? After lingering in bed for a while longer, she finally mustered the motivation to wash up and make her way downstairs for breakfast. Miss Sure, all these breakfast items were specially prepared by the master. He knows your favorites, Aunt Zhou remarked, observing Shern Yin's weary expression with concern. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Gu Yuchan's lack of sensitivity. After having shared an intimate moment with Shern Yin the previous night, he had left for work the very next morning without a second thought, but he should have stayed to comfort her instead of being so oblivious to her needs. Yet this was a matter between Gu Yuchan and Shern Yin, and while Aunt Zhou felt anxious for them, she could only offer kind words in support of Gu Yuchan. Upon hearing this, Shern Yin glanced at the spread before her, her mood lifting slightly. Yes, they're all my favorites. Yuchan truly is wonderful to me. Indeed, the master has treated you exceptionally well. Aunt Zhou agreed. He may not express it verbally, but his actions speak volumes. Just last week, when you were experiencing menstrual cramps, he was quite distressed that he even asked me how to make ginger syrup and consulted ion massage techniques, that he even sought out an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to create a dietary regimen for you. Stunned by this revelation, Shern Yin's lips curled into a smile. She vaguely recalled a time shortly after arriving at the villa when she had suffered from severe cramps that Ji Yuchan had held her, feeding her ginger syrup, and when the pain kept her awake at night, he had soothed her to sleep with gentle massages and, oh wonder, since coming to the villa, her menstrual discomfort had significantly lessened. It turned out that, unbeknownst to her, Gu Yuchan had done so much for her. Any lingering doubts she had melted away, replaced by a warmth that filled her heart. With a playful wink, she said to Aunt Zhou, "Please tell me more about Yuchan in the future. I love hearing about him." Chapter 28. The Art of Seduction. After finishing breakfast, Shern Yin had the driver take her to school. Upon arriving at her classroom, she immediately spotted Gu Miao waving her over. "Yin Yin, I'm over here." Shern Yin's eyes brightened as she walked toward him, although she wore a black mask that concealed most of her face. Her captivating, sparkling eyes still drew the admiration of many boys and a mix of envy and jealousy from the majority of girls. "Yin Yin, what is the matter with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Gu Miao inquired with concern, gazing at Shern Yin's weary countenance. Last night, Shern Yin truly dreaded hearing those words, for the mere thought of it reminded her of the undeniable fact that Gu Yuchan had not touched her. It's nothing, I slept quite well, Shi Yin replied, exhaling softly. Ironically, it was precisely because she had slept so soundly that she felt disheartened. Something should have happened to disrupt her slumber. Ji Miao observed Shi Yin with suspicion. Suddenly noticing the faint reddish marks peeking out from beneath the scarf around her neck, Ji Miao's eyes brightened with intrigue as she leaned closer. Yin, did you too? Last night. Shi Yin. Upon hearing Gu Miao's question, she realized that Shi Yin did not display the bashfulness typical of young women. Instead, there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Ji Miao's imagination ran wild, conjuring images of Shi Yin's boyfriend coercing her into certain acts and treating her poorly. Filled with indignation, she asked, Yin, did he bully you last night? Shi Yin sighed again. If only he had bullied me. Gu Miao? The more Gu Miao observed Shi Yin's demeanor, the more she felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that Shi Yin had fallen victim to a love scam? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Throughout her 3 years of university, Shi Yin had never missed a single class. Yet now, at the beginning of her senior year, she had inexplicably vanished for an entire month. Moreover, Shi Yin now exhibited signs of insecurity, expressing sentiments that suggested a woman ensnared in the throes of love to know she could not allow her best friend to be deceived by a love scammer. If that were the case, she might as well introduce Shi Yin to her own uncle. Although her uncle had a somewhat cold and solitary personality, he was tall, handsome, and wealthy. Moreover, she had a gut feeling that if her uncle were to find a girlfriend, he would not treat her like he treated Gu Miao, cold and intimidating, but would instead spoil her girlfriend to the heavens. The more Gu Miao pondered her brilliant idea, the more enthusiastic she grew. Yin, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Shi Yin tilted her head. What is it? Gu Miao glanced at the podium, and seizing the opportunity while the teacher had yet to arrive, she leaned closer to Shi Yin and whispered, Yin, since your boyfriend is making you so unhappy, why not break up with him? I can introduce you to my uncle. Initially, Shi Yin felt indifferent to Gu Miao's first statement, but upon hearing the latter half, she coughed in surprise at what did you say? Gu Miao innocently blinked her eyes, launching in her pitch that I want to introduce you to my uncle. Not to boast, but he is truly handsome. He puts those young idols and old has-beens in the entertainment industry to shame. And the best part? He is a real CEO, not one of those pot-bellied, greasy old bosses that my uncle has an incredible physique. You will definitely like him. Shi Yin, listening to Gu Miao's enthusiastic endorsement, felt a cold sweat break out and quickly put a stop to it. Wait, I have a boyfriend, and our relationship is great. For the time being, no, there will never be a possibility of breaking up. Gu Miao exclaimed in surprise, a flicker of disappointment crossing her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Yin, are you really that foolish? Your boyfriend treats you poorly, yet you refuse to break up with him. Shi Yin, somewhat bewildered, insisted, he treats me very well. He is the best person to me in this world. As she spoke, a hint of bashfulness crept on her fair cheeks, though it was obscured by her black mask, rendering her feelings invisible to those around her. But weren't you just unhappy because of your boyfriend? Shi Yin cleared her throat, her lovely eyelashes fluttering as she quickly recounted the events of the previous night to Gu Miao. Finally, she asked, Miao, do you think it's because I lack feminine charm? Clearly, it was the man who hesitated to claim her while she remained blissfully unaware, doting on her and cherishing her. Yet here she was, feeling inadequate in her allure. This was a display of love. The constant barrage of dog food being thrown at her was suffocating. Stifled by the metaphorical dog food, Gu Miao rolled her eyes. I think it's possible that your man is lacking in that department, but he is not. Shi Yin's eyes widened in earnestness as she replied. Ji Miao scoffed lightly. You've never been intimate. How can you know if he is capable? Let me tell you, many men are all show and no substance. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom, prompting Shi Yin to quickly cover Gu Miao's mouth with her hand. I know he is truly capable, that in this lifetime, they may not have been intimate, but in a past life, they had shared countless intimate moments, leaving Shi Yin utterly exhausted. The Jiu Yuchen was indeed remarkable and vigorous. As this thought crossed her mind, Shi Yin felt a warmth spread across her face. Observing Shi Yin's bashful demeanor, Gu Miao felt a pang of regret for her uncle. Initially, she had intended to share her secrets for flirting with men, but now she no longer wished to do so. The class time passed swiftly, and as the school bell rang, Gu Miao and Shi Yin debated whether to indulge in Japanese cuisine or pasta as they made their way outside. However, as soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Gu Miao caught sight of her uncle's car below, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Wait," Gu Miao gasped, quickly pulling Shi Yin back a few steps into the hallway. Upon witnessing Gu Miao's alarmed expression, Shi Yin teased, "Meow meow, you didn't just see your uncle's car again, did you?" Gu Miao's eyes widened in terror. "Yin Yin, how did you know?" Shi Yin blinked playfully and replied, "Because every time you see or hear anything related to your uncle, you make that face like a mouse caught in front of a cat." The Jiu Miao touched her nose, realizing she might be overreacting. Yet her uncle was truly terrifying. At that moment, Gu Miao grabbed Shi Yin's hand and peeked cautiously around the corner of the hallway. To her dismay, not only did she see her uncle's car, but she also spotted him in person. "Oh my uncle is really here. This is too frightening. Yin Yin, we need to make a run for it," Gu Miao exclaimed, pulling Shi Yin to flee. Yet, Shi Yin had also spotted the man she had been thinking about all morning. "Meow meow, my boyfriend is here." Jiu Miao paused in surprise where... Chapter 29. Anzhou's Divine Intervention. The need for a man's companionship and care. Shi Yin pointed in the direction where Gu Miao's uncle was located. A fleeting look of conflict crossed Gu Miao's exquisite face, but after a couple of seconds, she released Shi Yin's hand. No, I can't risk challenging my uncle. If he finds out I'm not studying properly, and am instead being a third wheel, he would surely kill me. Shi Yin, Gu Miao sighed deeply. "Yin Yin, it seems that fate has conspired against me and your boyfriend. You two should go eat together. I'll sneak out through the other side of the hallway." Watching Gu Miao hastily retreat, Shi Yin couldn't help but laugh. Furthermore, if Gu Miao were truly fated to be with her boyfriend, it would be catastrophic. Shi Yin leaned over the railing and waved at the man waiting below for her. As expected, a hint of tenderness flickered across the otherwise aloof and handsome face of her boyfriend. Shi Yin's heart felt as though it had been filled with honey, all her morning doubts and worries dissipating without a trace. "Ah Chun, why didn't you text me to let me know you were coming? How long have you been waiting here?" Shi Yin dashed into Gu Yuchen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Tilting her delicate face upward, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him, Jiu Yuchen, catching the curious glances of their classmates directed at Shi Yin, felt a chill pass through him. He possessively tightened his arm around the girl's slender waist, leaning down to place a kiss on her beautiful eyes. "Tio, give you a surprise. It hasn't been long." Earlier that morning, Aunt Zhou had called him, expressing concern over Shi Yin's low spirits, hinting that girls who had just experienced emotional turmoil were often fragile and in need of a man's companionship and care. Although Aunt Zhou had misconstrued the situation, Gu Yuchen refrained from clarifying, thanking her before canceling his noon meeting and driving straight to Shi Yin's school to wait for her dismissal. What a delightful surprise! After sharing her excitement, Shi Yin intended to steal a kiss from Gu Yuchen, but suddenly remembered she was still wearing her mask and thought to remove it. Just as her fingers brushed against the mask, another warm hand suddenly clasped over hers. Shi Yin blinked her sparkling eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Yuchen held her hand, intertwining their fingers, then leaned down to plant another kiss on her masked lips, his dark gaze sweeping over the male and female classmates who were stealing glances at them. In a domineering tone, he declared, "You are mine. No one else is allowed to see." Meeting the possessive gaze of the man above her, Shi Yin felt her heart soften, and she gently coaxed, "All right then. From now on, I'll wear a mask whenever I come to school, so they won't see my face." The frown on Gu Yuchen's face eased slightly at her soothing words. "Get in the car. I'll take you to eat." Shi Yin nodded eagerly, filled with obedience. Just as Gu Yuchen opened the door to the Maybach, a deliberately affected, sweet voice interrupted. "Sister." Shi Yin raised her delicate hand, gently tousling her long hair, then looked up with alluring eyes, softly calling out, "Brother Gu." With a sweet and tender smile gracing her face, Shi Yin's expression suddenly shifted to one of cold indifference. She turned to Shi Yin, who was feigning a coy demeanor and attempting to seduce, and took a step forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Yu. With a frosty smirk, she uttered, "Call me sister-in-law." "Brother Gu, Shi Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze pleading as she looked at Gu Yuchen. Shi Yin interrupted with a cold laugh. "Shi Yin, I told you to call me sister-in-law. Did you not hear me?" "No, sister, I was just," Shi Yin stammered. squeezing out a couple of tears as if she were the victim, her eyes brimming with a pitiable innocence as she gazed at Gu Yuchun. Folding her arms, Shi Yin slightly lifted her chin. Then what? Speak, I'm listening. Shi Ying's complexion shifted slightly, caught off guard by Shi Yin's blatant cruelty in front of Gu Yuchun. Did she not fear that Gu Yuchun would come to dislike her for this? Wiping her eyes, Shi Ying said, Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that that moment. Gu Yuchun suddenly wrapped his arm around Shi Yin's waist, pulling her into his embrace that he cast a cold glance at Shi Ying. Then leaned down to whisper in Shi Yin's delicate ear, Get in the car. Shi Yin recognized the impatience in his tone, and truthfully, she too was growing weary. Shi Ying had come over merely to cry and play the victim. Without articulating any substantial point, nodding, Shi Yin agreed that Gu Yuchun opened the car door, shielding Shi Yin as she entered. However, just as Shi Yin was about to step into the vehicle, Shi Ying suddenly rushed forward, gripping Shi Yin's arm with both hands. With one leg in the car and the other still on the ground, Shi Yin's balance faltered. The ground beneath her was solid concrete, and wearing only a light blue dress. A fall would surely result in scraped skin and bloodshed. That a glint of malice flickered in Shi Ying's eyes that in the next instant. A powerful slap struck her wrist, the man's voice, cold and ruthless, resonated like a hammer to the soul. Get lost. Shi Ying stared at her reddened wrist in disbelief. Gu Yuchun had struck her for the sake of that worthless Shi Yin. After hitting Shi Ying, Gu Yuchun's arms tightened around Shi Yin's slender waist, holding her protectively, cherishing her as he pulled the nearly falling girl into his embrace, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat emanating from his chest. Shi Yin was enveloped in a profound sense of security. Turning her head, her gentle gaze radiated warmth as she smiled lightly. Chun, you don't have to hold me so tightly. I'm fine. Gu Yuchun's brow remained furrowed, his grip loosening only slightly, yet he did not release her. You almost fell just now. His words were accompanied by a fierce glare directed at Shi Ying. Shi Ying trembled, her heart racing uncontrollably. This man exuded an aura of intimidation and strength that could be felt with a mere glance. She was determined to possess him. Shi Yin, noticing Shi Ying's fervent gaze, felt her expression turn. I see why you realize that what you just did could lead to charges of attempted murder. Startled by Shi Yin's words, Shi Ying blinked. What? With a cold smile, Shi Yin continued. If Chin hadn't caught me in time, I could have hit my head on the concrete, risking a concussion or even death. That alone is enough for me to sue you for attempted murder. Shi Ying, alarmed by Shi Yin's statement, protested. I was only trying to stop you from leaving abruptly. It was an accident that I didn't mean to harm you. Suddenly leaning closer, Shi Yin spoke in a chilling tone. Refrain from harboring your vile intentions. My man is not someone you can covet. Chapter 30. The heat and firmness of his muscles after delivering her statement, Shi Yin turned and linked her arm with Gu Yuchun's. Her smile gentle and light. Chun, let us go. I'm quite hungry, Gu Yuchun replied, his gaze coldly sweeping over Shi Ying. Next time, don't waste time on these insignificant people. His words made Shi Ying, who had felt somewhat self-assured, turn pale. It dawned on her that she was merely an inconsequential figure in Gu Yuchun's eyes, that a lump formed in her throat, and she almost choked on the blood that threatened to spill. Shi Yin, in contrast, leaned in closer and kissed Gu Yuchun's chin, sweetly declaring, All right, I'll listen to Chun. Shi Ying's heart brimmed with resentment as she witnessed this scene, her jealousy morphing into something palpable, gnawing at her mind. Sister, you promised to be with Su Yin for life. Have you changed your heart? Shi Ying was acutely aware of how unpleasing her words were. However, watching Shi Yin bask in Gu Yuchun's tender attention and affection was unbearable. The woman deserving of Gu Yuchun's love should be her. In the next moment, a sharp slap reverberated through the air. Shi Ying stared at Shi Yin in disbelief. Shi Yin lightly shook her wrist, her enchanting eyes now glinting with cold resolve. Shi Ying's expression fluctuated. She nearly lunged to return the slap to Shi Yin. Yet upon catching sight of Gu Yuchun's dark, furious demeanor, she hesitated. Yes, if only Gu Yuchun could see that Shi Yin was a fickle, hypocritical woman, he would surely cease to care for her. Suppressing her anger, Shi Ying covered her swollen cheek, her voice trembling as she whimpered, Sister, why did you hit me? Did I touch a nerve? I didn't mean to speak out. I just didn't want Brother Gu to be kept in the dark. You clearly don't love him. Before Shi Ying could finish her provocative statement, Shi Yin struck her again, this time with even greater force. The impact was so strong that Shi Yin felt her hand tingle. Shirring was sent staggering back, her long dress tangling beneath her feet, causing her to fall awkwardly to the ground. Whether it was Shi Yin's forceful slap, or Shi Ying's unprepared fall that caused her pain, or perhaps the mocking gazes of onlookers that stung the most, she cried out in agony. Shi Yin gently patted Gu Yuchen's arm, which was still tightly wrapped around her waist, then took a step forward, gazing down at Shi Ying with calm indifference. "Are you awake now?" Shi Ying, in a state of disarray, shrieked, "Shi Yin, you vile creature! How dare you hit me? How dare I?" Shi Yin retorted that in her past life, she had treated Shi Ying with heartfelt kindness, standing up for her when everyone else looked down upon her as a bastard child. Throughout their lives, Shi Yin had never withheld anything from Shi Ying. Yet what had Shi Ying done? She had manipulated, deceived, and imprisoned her, torturing her for 3 months and ultimately attempting to destroy her. Shi Yin struck Shi Ying not only for daring to covet her man, but also for the deep-seated enmity that existed between them. The calmness that once enveloped her heart was now consumed by a raging hatred as she stepped closer. Fixing Shi Ying with a cold stare, her voice dripping with contempt, "Shi Ying, I'll say this one last time. I do not love Su Yin, and do not ever mention him in my presence again, or I will strike you every time. And keep your restless thoughts to yourself. Gu Yuchun is my man, and you will never lay a finger on him," without waiting for Shi Ying's retort. Shi Yin tightened her grip on Gu Yuchen's hand and led him to the CARDS. The door closed. Gu Yuchen shot Shi Ying a cold, lethal glance, as if she were nothing more than a corpse in his eyes. Anyone who dared to upset Shi Yin was deserving of death. Suddenly, a warm little body nestled into his embrace, accompanied by the soft, plaintive voice of the girl, "Ah Chun." The Gu Yuchen wrapped his arms around her tightly, resting his chin gently atop her soft hair, murmuring, "I'm here." Hearing his deep, soothing voice, Shi Yin felt her heart, once tainted by deep-seated hatred, gradually find peace. The events of her past, both good and bad, were now behind her. Vengeance was necessary, but so was gratitude. Yet she must not allow the hatred from her previous life to dictate her actions. With her cheek pressed against Gu Yuchen's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Shi Yin's dark lashes fluttered as she slowly closed her eyes, her lips curving into a faint smile that in this life, she vowed never to repeat the mistakes of her past. She would return the pain inflicted by Shi Ying and Su Yin 1,000-fold. She would protect her family, her friends, and love fiercely, holding Gu Yuchen's hand tightly for a lifetime, never to let go. As the thought crossed her mind, Shi Yin yearned for the warmth of Gu Yuchen's chest. The man was clad in nothing but a white shirt, beneath which lay his firm, tantalizingly warm pectorals. Initially, Shi Yin merely intended to playfully indulge in a moment of affection. Yet upon feeling the heat and solidity of his muscles, her cheeks flushed crimson, her desires amplifying as she sought to explore further. Yearning for more, her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing the delicate tip of her tongue, which she teasingly licked. Unfortunately, the girl had forgotten that a mask still adorned her face, just as she reached to remove it. Gu Yuchen's deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. "Darling, sit still." Chapter 31. "Darling, this is self-inflicted." Shi Yin tilted her face upward, her dewy, peach blossom eyes blinking innocently at Gu Yuchen. "What's wrong with me?" Gu Yuchen's calloused fingers gently caressed her sensitive, soft earlobe. "What do you think, my dear?" After hearing him call her darling twice, Shi Yin found herself struggling to maintain composure. Her fair cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, and her eyes glistened with a thin veil of moisture. Suddenly, Gu Yuchen's fingers shifted, lifting the mask from her ear and revealing her delicate nose, luscious lips, and the enticing blush on her cheeks that he leaned down to place a kiss on her cheek. Seemingly reciprocating the playful lick she had given his chest, and gently tasted her soft skin, her already flushed cheeks appeared as though they had been stained with crimson, alluring and ripe for picking. "Ah Chun," Shi Yin murmured softly, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at Gu Yuchen, that a flicker of desire ignited in Gu Yuchen's eyes, and he furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to resist any longer. He grasped the back of her neck and leaned in, capturing the sweet essence of her lips with fervor. "Darling, this is self-inflicted." His deep, husky voice intertwined with the sounds of their intimate encounter, echoing within the confines of the small car. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the kiss lingered, and Shi Yin melted languidly into Gu Yuchen's embrace that he tenderly stroked her hair, his gaze suffused with warmth and affection. At that moment, the vehicle came to a gradual halt, and the partition between the front and back seats descended slowly. Zheng Exin's voice broke the silence. "Mr. Gu, Monsieur, we've arrived at the restaurant." Shi Yin turned to gaze out the window, her eyes falling upon an ancient, charming building encircled by a meandering, crystal-clear stream. Verdant willow trees adorned either side of the brook, and through the delicate branches, the robust characters Yunhiju could be discerned. "Yunhiju," she whispered, her mind involuntarily recalling how Gu Miao had excitedly told her that her uncle had taken her to dine there. Yunhiju was no ordinary restaurant. It only accepted 5 tables of guests each day. Once those 5 tables were filled, not even celestial beings could persuade the owner to fire up the stove again. The selection of guests was meticulous, as wealth and power were only part of the equation. Character and talent were equally essential. In essence, only the Army de la Army from various fields could dine at Yunhiju. Shi Yin vividly remembered how Gu Miao had returned from a meal there, her tongue swollen for days, making Shi Yin realize that some food could indeed be so delectable that it felt as though one could swallow their own tongue. The memory of Gu Miao's blissful, yet pained expression brought a smile to Shi Yin's lips. Gu Yuqin took Shi Yin's hand as they exited the car, slightly tilting his head at her as he heard her chuckle that I just suddenly remembered how Miao Miao once went with her uncle to eat at Yunhiju and came back with a swollen tongue for 2 days. Gu Yuqin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that it was indeed something that silly girl would do. Shi Yin continued, "I wonder if my tongue will also swell after our meal. Chun. Is the food at Yunhiju truly that exquisite?" Gu Yuqin nodded affirmatively, then added, "You won't." But as they walked onto the arched bridge spanning the stream, they gazed down at the crystalline waters, where small fish danced and the azure sky was mirrored in the depths below. Momentarily entranced by the picturesque scenery, Shi Yin only snapped back to reality after crossing the bridge. "Why not?" Gu Yuqin tightened his hold around her waist, his lips parting as he replied, "You love to eat. I'll bring you here every day. The more you indulge, the less you'll be in awe of the flavors." Yet, those seemingly simple words made Shi Yin's heart skip a beat at a meal that others would yearn for. But for her, simply because she enjoyed it, Gu Yuqin was determined to make it a daily affair. Tears of warmth brimmed in Shi Yin's eyes as she grasped Gu Yuqin's hand tightly. "Ah Chun, you are too good to me." Gu Yuqin slightly turned his head, his dark eyes gazing deeply at her. "Yes, I will treat you even better." Therefore, she vowed never to leave his side. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shi Yin bit her lip, ready to express her feelings when an elderly, resonant male voice interrupted. "Little Gu, you've arrived." Gu Yuqin's brow twitched at the sound, and Shi Yin turned to see the elder, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. To call Gu Yuqin Little Gu indicated a special relationship between them. Coincidentally, the elder's gaze was equally intrigued by Shi Yin. With wide eyes, Shi Yin greeted, "Hello, sir, I'm Shi Yin." "Ah Chen's." Before she could finish, the elder interrupted with a jovial laugh, as if he had orchestrated the moment. "You must be the little wife Little Gu has been searching for." A little wife, even with her newfound resilience from rebirth. Shi Yin's cheeks flushed at the playful tease that Gu Yuqin, noticing her embarrassment, narrowed his eyes and possessively wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Shi Yin found herself nestled against his firm chest. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, her face reddening further, the elder, seeing their interaction, simply waved his hand with a chuckle. "By the way, little Li just arrived. Today's 5 tables are full, so you too can share a table with him." While Shi Yin pondered who little Li might be, she was soon greeted by a warm, deep voice from behind. "Brother Chun." "Shi Yin, what a coincidence." Turning, she saw a refined man in a white casual suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. "Li Chuan S. Oh, little Li was Li Chuan." "By yourself?" Gu Yuqin inquired. Having initially planned to meet Miao, Li Chuan seemed to realize that the girl he had invited was Gu Yuqin's niece. Clearing his throat, he shrugged. "I got stood up." Gu Yuqin appeared unfazed by this revelation, merely nodding and guiding Shi Yin to sit opposite Li Chuan. Shi Yin lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a moment before lifting her face to Li Chuan. Flashing a cryptic smile, Li Chuan, taken aback by her expression, felt an ominous premonition swell within him. Chapter 32. The consequence of Nian Yin's mischief. Li Chuan was tempted to flee from Shi Yin's inexplicable smile. Yet his pride as a man compelled him to stay and see what she was up to. However, He soon regretted this decision, for the exquisite dishes laid before them were a rare delight. Yet he found it difficult to swallow as he watched the affectionate couple across the table. This was truly overwhelming. "Ah Chun, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. I'll accompany you." Shun Yin playfully pressed Gu Yuchen back into his seat, smiling. "Are you afraid I'll run away?" Gu Yuchen's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze upon her without answering. Shun Yin blinked innocently. "All right, I was just joking. That I know that's not what you meant, but I can go to the restroom by myself. I'm not a child needing you to accompany me everywhere. You are my girlfriend." His intense gaze and the declaration made Shun Yin nearly concede to his request to join her to the restroom. Yet, recalling her intentions, she leaned down and placed a quick kiss on the corner of his lips. "Ah Chun, I'll be back soon." Gu Yuchen pressed his lips together, responding with an affirmative hum. Understanding that he had acquiesced her going alone, Shun Yin smiled and turned to exit, not heading to the women's restroom, but rather diverting to the men's. "Dear Miss Shur, what do you need from me?" As Li Chuan stepped out of the men's restroom, he spotted Shun Yin waiting with her arms crossed, and his sense of foreboding intensified. "There's something I need to discuss with you. And is it really all right for you to call me dear?" Shun Yin playfully winked and shared a light-hearted jest with Li Chuan. She did not venture to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Rather, she had deliberately stepped out to confront Li Chuan. The moment she laid eyes on him, an epiphany struck her, revealing the misconception she had harbored all along. She yearned to uncover the truth behind Gu Yuchen's secrecy. Feeling no need to directly inquire of him, Li Chuan was not only Gu Yuchen's close confidant, but also his personal physician. He was privy to virtually all matters concerning Gu Yuchen. Thus, she could easily extract information from Li Chuan about what transpired with Gu Yuchen. Li Chuan shrugged, candid yet helpless, and remarked, "Our face-to-face conversation already holds significant weight." At that moment, he finally grasped the ominous premonition that had been nagging at him. If Gu Yuchen were to witness the two of them together. He shook his head, resolutely dismissing the thought that, of course, he was not alone in this concern. Shun Yin also understood that she must avoid letting Gu Yuchen see her in the company of Li Chuan, lest he succumb to a fit of jealousy. Without further ado, Shun Yin plunged straight into her inquiry. "What secrets is a Chun hiding from me?" Upon finishing her question, she immediately provided her rationale. "It seems that a Chun is quite apprehensive about falling asleep beside me. Is he afraid of inadvertently harming me in his slumber? Yet, to be honest, I have slept beside a Chun twice, and he has never acted in a way that would harm me. Instead, he seems like a child." Once Li Chuan heard Shun Yin describe Gu Yuchen as childlike in his sleep, his demeanor shifted from casual to serious as he stepped closer, firmly grasping Shun Yin's shoulders. "What did you just say? Gu Yuchen is like a child?" Shun Yin disregarded Li Chuan's brusqueness, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She knew she had posed her question to the right person. Just as she was about to elaborate on Gu Yuchen's behavior in sleep, a sudden gust of tension swept through the air. Gu Yuchen, his expression dark and stormy, with rage evident in his narrowed eyes, unleashed a fierce punch that grazed Shun Yin's ear before landing squarely on Li Chuan's face. "Yin Yin is mine. No one is allowed to touch her." Li Chuan staggered back, colliding with the wall, and as he glared up, ready to retaliate, he caught sight of Gu Yuchen's brooding visage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered a curse under his breath. Gu Yuchen's muscles were taut, his penetrating gaze now tinged with a menacing crimson, fixating on Li Chuan as if he were ready to pounce for another blow. That moment, Shun Yin, regaining her composure, rushed to embrace Gu Yuchen from behind. "Chun." Her gentle voice seemed to possess a magical quality, dispelling the shadows that clouded Gu Yuchen's heart, rousing him from his fury. Gu Yuchen hesitated briefly before fiercely pulling Shun Yin into his embrace, holding her as though he wished to meld her into his very being. "Chun, I am here, right in your arms. And I won't go anywhere. Please don't be angry anymore." Shun Yin's cheek nestled against Gu Yuchen's chest, her voice soothing him. "You are mine." Gu Yuchen's voice, once cold and dark, now resonated with a fierce possessiveness. "Yes, I am yours, now and forever." And oh, sooner had Shun Yin spoken than Gu Yuchen suddenly swept her up into a princess carry, casting a frigid glare at Li Chuan before striding away with purposeful steps. As Shun Yin wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchen's neck, she glanced back at Li Chuan, silently mouthing an apology and promising to see him another day, watching the figures of Gu Yuchen and Shun Yin fade from view. Li Chuan felt the tension in his back dissipate as he leaned against the wall, in that fleeting moment when Gu Yuchen's gaze had locked onto him. He had no doubt that Gu Yuchen harbored murderous intent. Yet he also understood that as long as Shi Nian was present, Gu Yuchen would never truly lose control. He had repeatedly asserted that Shi Nian was Gu Yuchen's antidote. However, he harbored an unspoken truth. Shi Nian was equally Gu Yuchen's poison. Ultimately, whether she acted as a remedy or a toxin depended on her choices, but he could only hope that Shi Nian had genuinely come to terms with her feelings for Gu Yuchen and truly desired to be with him. Rather than manipulating his affections once more, he contemplated the accuracy of his premonitions. Li Chuan touched the blood trickling from his lip and winced at the swelling on his cheek. He had planned to take Gu Miao to the amusement park for a weekend outing, but now he feared he would have to cancel, uncertain if she would accept his invitation again in the future. Meanwhile, Gu Yuchen cradled Shi Nian in his arms as they returned to the car. Upon seeing them, Zheng Xian hurriedly opened the rear door, then moved to the driver's seat to prepare for their journey home. However, after securing Shi Nian in the back seat and fastening her seatbelt, Gu Yuchen abruptly emerged and forcefully slammed the door shut. "Get out," he commanded, tossing Zheng Xian from the driver's seat. Zheng Xian stood there, bewildered, watching as the luxurious Maybach sped away like a rocket. Confusion clouded his thoughts. How had they gone from a sweet couple to this? The notion of their love cooling was utterly misplaced. Gu Yuchen's affection for Shi Nian only intensified with time, never waning. Had he not just seen Gu Yuchen's furious demeanor as he had tossed Shi Nian into the car, yet still remembered to fasten her seatbelt with utmost care? At that moment, Li Chuan, his face swollen, emerged, catching sight of Zheng Xian's disheveled state. With a hint of humor, he remarked, "Looks like you got tossed out, Xiao X." Zheng Xian, now understanding the situation, nodded and replied, "Dr. Li, you got beaten up?" "Ah, Li Chuan." The Maybach raced down the asphalt road like a dragon in flight. Shi Nian clutched her seatbelt tightly, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Gu Yuchen. "Please don't be angry with me, that I assure you. Nothing happened between me and Li Chuan, that I sought him out solely to uncover the secret you've been concealing from me. Don't worry. I am not angry. I will never allow you to be in danger," Gu Yuchen reassured her. Despite his heart being consumed by anger and jealousy, he vowed never to act in a way that would endanger Shi Nian. He maintained control over the vehicle's speed. "That I know, Chun, you are always the best to me." Yet Gu Yuchen remained stoic, his gaze fixed ahead, refusing to respond to Shi Nian's words. However, the speed of the car gradually began to decrease. Shi Nian keenly noticed this change and felt a slight sense of relief, only for it to spike again as Gu Yuchen veered off the main road, navigating toward a winding, narrow path that led into the forest. Perhaps it was instinct, but as Shi Nian gazed out at the lush trees and the wildflowers lining the path, her heart raced with trepidation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Yuchen swiftly positioned himself above her, his crimson rage subsiding to reveal a fierce intensity in his dark gaze, which now reflected Shi Nian's face. Shi Nian gently wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. "Chun, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Li Chuan. I merely sought to inquire about certain matters concerning you." Gu Yuchen's arms framed Shi Nian's shoulders, imprisoning her in a possessive embrace. "I know that he was aware that Shi Nian was his beloved and that Li Chuan was his close friend. He was certain that nothing untoward could occur between them. Yet, when he recalled Li Chuan's hands resting on Shi Nian's shoulders, he could not suppress the furious tide that surged within him. Shi Nian is mine alone. No one else is allowed to touch her. If anyone dares, they will face dire consequences. Promise me, Nian, that no other man will lay a finger on you. Otherwise, I truly might lose my mind." As Shi Nian gazed into Gu Yuchen's eyes, a faint smile graced her lips. She had once promised Gu Yuchen that when it was just the two of them, only his image would be reflected in her eyes. Yet, she recognized that she had not entirely fulfilled that promise. For in her heart, there were still family, friends, and classmates. However, Gu Yuchen had indeed kept his promise, for wherever she was, his gaze was always fixed solely upon her. This man adored her to the core. "Chun, I often wonder why you love me so fiercely." Shi Nian gazed into Gu Yuchen's eyes, which were veiled in a delicate mist, rendering them somewhat ethereal and indistinct. Even after the passage of a decade, the memory remained vivid. It was the last day of the third year's second semester. She had originally planned to return home with Shirring, but Shuriang suddenly stood her up, leaving her to await a taxi at the school gate. Burdened by 2 suitcases, feeling rather desolate and abandoned. Yet instead of a taxi, a Land Rover arrived, that moment. She was unaware that the vehicle was there to collect him, nor did she realize that the strikingly handsome Gu Yuchen, approaching her with an air of divine allure, was destined to love her. As she beheld the tall, handsome man standing before her, she couldn't help but blush and shyly inquire if he needed assistance. However, after her polite question, Gu Yuchen's expression abruptly shifted, a menacing look crossing his beautiful features, his dark eyes piercing as he demanded to know if she did not remember who he was. Xinian replied that she did not recall, asking where they had met before, but Gu Yuchen had no inclination to entertain her inquiries any further. He merely gazed at her, his eyes shadowed, moment by moment, to the point where Xinian felt an overwhelming urge to flee. From that moment onward, he ensnared Xinian within the confines of a love he had named to Gu Yuchen's affection had come too suddenly and too fiercely. Despite their past lives, Xinian still could not fathom whether Gu Yuchen had fallen for her at first sight, developed feelings over time, or if they were merely rekindling an old flame. The Gu Yuchen lowered his gaze slightly, concealing the fleeting pain within his eyes, then leaned down to kiss Xinian softly, tenderly licking her lips as he whispered, "Nian Nian, you must promise me, do not let any other man touch you." The kiss gradually deepened, the girl's elegant, elongated neck arching gracefully as if in sacrifice, offering her most vulnerable and delicate self to the man she adored. The man's kisses, gentle at first, grew increasingly fervent and profound. Shinian's voice fractured as she stammered, I promised." Gu Yuchen pressed his lips firmly against hers, a trace of wickedness flickering in the depths of his gaze. "But Nian Nian, you misbehaved today. You allowed another man to touch your shoulder." "So what does that mean?" Xinian pondered, slightly dazed. "It means I must punish you." A wave of anxiety washed over her as she considered how Gu Yuchen might punish her. Would it be a caress, a kiss, or perhaps something more intimate in the wilds? Xinian turned her face away slightly, unable to meet his gaze. Yet in the next moment, Gu Yuchen abruptly swept her into his arms, playfully delivering a light smack to her rear. Chapter 33. The palms turned red. "What are you doing?" Xinian quivered, her eyelashes fluttering in disbelief as she turned to face Gu Yuchen. In her childhood, even her mother had never spanked her. Now, in the cramped confines of the vehicle, she found herself subjected to a man's playful reprimand. An inexplicable sense of shame overwhelmed her. Stiffening, she felt at a loss. Gu Yuchen's dark, profound eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement as his hand descended once more. Neither too harsh nor too gentle. Xinian let out a short, soft cry, her delicate face instantly flushing crimson. "Bacon, please don't hit me, my rear." The last 2 words were uttered so softly, so lightly, that had Gu Yuchen not been cradling her in his embrace, they might have gone unheard. Gu Yuchen tilted his head to gently nibble on her earlobe, his voice low and magnetic, slightly muffled. "Darling, this is your punishment for being naughty." Xinian wished to explain that she had not been unruly, but as the words left her lips, Gu Yuchen's hand struck her rear once more. The unfamiliar sensation surged through her limbs like electricity, yet the predominant feeling was one of humiliation, accompanied by. Suppressing her embarrassment, Xinian boldly wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchen's neck. "As long as you are no longer angry with me, let the punishment be what it may, you can do as you wish." In the confines of the vehicle, it was just the 2 of them. Outside, lush trees and unfamiliar wildflowers adorned the landscape. Here, no one would intrude upon their moment. Understanding the invitation woven into Shinian's words, Gu Yuchen's eyes darkened, his chest pounding fiercely before quickening with excitement. "Darling, are you inviting me?" "Yes. Do you accept my invitation?" Shinian's clear eyes met Gu Yuchen's. That a wicked smile curled upon his lips. "Nian Nian, I am no saint. Thus, any patience I possess is limited." His deep, gravelly voice lingered in the air as he leaned in to capture her lips anew. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, tinged with ambiguity. Unbeknownst to them, Shinian's hand had intertwined with Gu Yuchen's, guided by his slightly roughened fingers, slowly descending. Xinian felt the heat radiating from their clasped hands, her heart quaking. Gu Yuchen's dark, profound gaze sparkled with affectionate mischief. "Isn't this what you said? Anything goes? Or are you now frightened?" Typically, Xinian would employ every tactic to entice a man to sleep with her. Yet in this moment, she felt a rush of shyness. Not fear, but rather a desire to give him more, that I'm not afraid, she whispered, her fingers twitching gently that a low groan escaped Gu Yuchen's lips, his dark eyes suddenly turning fierce, akin to a ravenous wolf. Outside, the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound, while the wildflowers swayed lightly in the grass. Nature enveloped everything in serene tranquility, contrasting sharply with the fervor contained within the vehicle. Time slipped away, and before long, the Maybach rejoined the main road. The Ji Yuchen's hands remained firmly on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, his handsome face exuding an air of indifference, although the slight curve at the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Shinian nestled against the cushions, Gu Yuchen's suit jacket draped over her shoulders, her palm unwittingly glowing with a suggestive hue of red. After so much activity, Shinian felt utterly spent. Gu Yuchen had initially intended to take her back to the villa, but midway, Shinian awoke. Whether due to embarrassment or another reason, she insisted that Gu Yuchen divert to drop her off at school instead. Arriving early, well before class began, she decided to return to the dormitory first. My darling Yin Yin, you're finally back. Gu Miao, busy touching up her makeup, exclaimed upon seeing Shinian enter, bouncing with excitement. Shinian smiled, reminding her, we only saw each other 2 hours. Gu Miao dashed over to embrace Shinian affectionately, her eyes sparkling with delight. That's different. School is just school, but the dormitory is our little love nest. Shinian chuckled at Gu Miao's half-done makeup, playfully suggesting, could you please finish your makeup first, Miss Gu Miao? Ah. Gu Miao gasped, covering her face as she pouted. Yin Yin, I'm so jealous of you. You look stunning even without makeup. Shinian shook her head with a smile. If that's the case, then you should be jealous of yourself. Ji Miao, possessing striking features, fair skin like snow, bright eyes and pearly teeth, had round, almond-shaped eyes that could melt hearts when she smiled. Gu Miao giggled, how modest, how modest. Returning to her seat, she resumed her makeup, but then noticed her phone on the table and suddenly remembered something. Laughing, Yin Yin, it seems you had quite an eventful time after I slipped away at noon. Shinian looked at her in confusion. Ji Miao immediately wore a knowing expression. Pushing her phone towards Shinian, that I in the photo. Shireen was cradling her swollen cheek, having fallen to the ground in disarray, while Shirnia, I am on the verge of losing my temper. Are these students blind? It is blatantly obvious that it is that shameless wretch, Shiring, who is seducing your boyfriend. Gu Miao, upon seeing the sudden influx of disparaging posts on the forum claiming that Shirin Yin is the mistress, was filled with indignation. Shirin Yin merely chuckled softly to Ji Miao pouted, saying, Yin Yin, you are laughing? I am furious on your behalf. Shirin Yin shrugged, remarking, I find Shi Ying's predicament amusing. She brought this embarrassment upon herself. A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Miao's eyes. How could it be that everyone is denouncing Shirin Yin as the mistress while Shiring is the one making a fool of herself? At this thought, Gu Miao's eyes lit up. She finally understood. Chapter 34. Changing into a new outfit and snuggling into bed, Gu Miao, brimming with determination, declared, you needn't post anything. Leave it to me. Dealing with that shameless Shiring requires my expertise. Your skin is too thin for this. Shirin Yin touched her own cheek, pondering, is it really that thin? Unbidden, she recalled the heated moment in the car when she had assisted Gu Yuchun, and she cleared her throat awkwardly. Perhaps today, her skin truly was rather thin. Shaking her head to dispel the vivid images from her mind, she leaned over to see that Gu Miao had already posted. Shiring, stop twisting the truth. The reason you are being targeted is that you deserve it. You are the one attempting to seduce Nian Yin's boyfriend, and you are the one wishing to play the role of the mistress. Shirin Yin was not idle either. She borrowed Gu Miao's computer to uncover Shi Ying's records of hiring online trolls and posted them on the forum's homepage. This time, those who had previously doubted Gu Miao were suddenly convinced, especially the students from the computer science department. There was no denying it. The records Shirin Yin posted were like a hammer, decisively dismantling Shi Ying's narrative. The turn of events was astonishingly swift. So, it was Shiring who was coveting Shirin Yin's boyfriend, the mistress being chastised by the rightful partner, and this audacious mistress even dared to impersonate the rightful partner online. How utterly shameless. For those upstairs, be a little clearer. She dares to be the mistress, so what do we have to lose? Shiring is indeed the mistress. as Shirin Yin gazed at the screen filled with accusations against Shiring. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Shiring was not a mistress at all. No, she did not even deserve to be considered Gu Yuchen's mistress. After all, Gu Yuchen had never given her a single night of his time. From the very beginning, it had been Shiring who was deluding herself. Thus, how could there even be talk of a mistress? Shiring is not a mistress. My boyfriend has never even glanced at her. Shirin Yin scoffed at Ji Yu Miao, seizing the moment. Quickly followed up with a second post that to clarify, Shiring is not a mistress. She does not deserve that title. Even if she were to strip and attempt to seduce Nian Yin's boyfriend, he would not spare her a second glance. That's so. Shiring, cease your disgraceful antics. As Gu Miao clicked to post, she nodded in approval, her opinion of Shirin Yin's boyfriend improving significantly. Although Shi Ying's personality was detestable, her beauty was undeniable. Otherwise, she would not have been crowned the campus belle. The fact that Shirin Yin's boyfriend could withstand such allure only proved his feelings for Shirin Yin. However, suddenly, Shirin Yin sensed something amiss and turned to glance at Shun Fun's bunk to her left. In the next moment, Shinfen pulled back her curtain, seemingly nervous, and smiled at Shirin Yin. Yin, you're back. Where have you been for the past month? Why haven't you come to class? Shirin Yin replied coolly. There were matters at home. What were you just doing? Spying on me. Upon hearing the word spying, Shinfen's already rigid smile froze entirely. And no, I merely glanced at my phone to check the time. Besides, you were right in front of me. Why would I spy on you? Shirin Yin regarded Shinfen with a sardonic smile. Who knows? Despite having lived in the same dormitory for 3 years, Shirin Yin and Gu Miao had become inseparable friends, while her relationship with Shinfen had gradually soured since their freshman year. Differences in temperament were one thing, but more importantly, Shinfen's character left much to be desired. She often asked Shirin Yin and Gu Miao to fetch her meals, only to feign ignorance about payment each time, even swapping their premium skincare products with inferior ones. For Shirin Yin and Gu Miao, it was not so much about the money or the skincare, it was the attitude that truly disgusted them. Shinfen had treated them as gullible fools, repeatedly exploiting their friendship for her own gain. Shinfen's expression shifted several times before she hastily pulled the curtain shut. Yes, she gazed at the side profile of Shirin Yin she had just captured, her face contorted with resentment. Especially when she recalled the handsome man standing beside Shirin Yin, the hatred in her eyes was almost palpable. That it was absurd. How could she, once an ugly duckling, transform into a swan admired by all after disappearing for a month? Why did she not need plastic surgery to achieve such beauty? Meanwhile, Shinfen had resorted to borrowing money for surgery, yet she had ended up looking like a specter, taking a deep breath. Shinfen sent out the side profile photo of Shirin Yin, soon receiving a transfer of 100,000 yuan. She touched her swollen eyelids, finally able to afford a corrective surgery at that moment. Shiring received the photo, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Shirin Yin, I shall ensure everyone knows you are a hideous woman unworthy of even being a mistress. Meanwhile, Gu Miao had finished her makeup, picked up her limited edition LV handbag, and linked arms with Shirin Yin as they headed out together. Yin Yin, will you be returning to the dormitory? Shirin Yin thought of her clingy boyfriend, Gu Yuchun, and a charming smile graced her lips that no, my boyfriend cannot do without me. Oh dear, this unexpected revelation of affection is absolutely suffocating. Gu Miao exclaimed dramatically. Suddenly, Shirin Yin had a thought and turned to Gu Miao, saying, then you should quickly find yourself a boyfriend too. During their sophomore year, Shirin Yin and Gu Miao teamed up for a national computer competition, winning first prize and a cash reward of 20,000 yuan, which they celebrated at a restaurant. The Ji Yu Miao, having had a bit too much to drink, inadvertently revealed her heart-wrenching romantic history to Shirin Yin. She spoke of a person she had adored since childhood, who only viewed her as a sister and never reciprocated her feelings. No matter how hard she tried to in her past life, Shirin Yin had merely comforted Gu Miao, suggesting she let things unfold naturally. However, having experienced death once, she now wished to encourage Gu Miao to pursue the one she loved, that if you like him, go after him. Do not do things you will regret. The Ji Yu Miao's expression darkened momentarily as she sighed in resignation. In truth, she had been trying her best to pursue men. Yet, when she recalled that night when she had donned a sexy outfit and crawled into a man's bed, only for him to not even spare her a glance before leaving, her heart ached uncontrollably. Ji Yu Miao shook her head and cheerfully said, Since you won't be returning to the dormitory, I shall not return either. When Gu Miao had secured her admission to a university, her uncle gifted her an apartment near the university town. Thus, she never intended to stay in the dormitory, but after becoming good friends with Shun Yin in room 504, she had been too lazy to move out. Now that Shun Yin would no longer be returning, she had no desire to face Shun Fun's jealous-ridden face daily. Chapter 35. The language of 99 roses is together forever as the two entered the classroom. They found it already filled with a considerable number of students. The moment they stepped in, Shun Yin acutely sensed the myriad of scrutinizing gazes directed at her. Her profile is so ugly. Her nose is translucent. It must be plastic surgery. Her face is riddled with red, inflamed pimples, looking rather repulsive. Just yesterday, her skin was flawless. I wonder how much concealer she had to use to achieve that. It looks utterly dead, especially that scar on her face. It's horrifying and disgusting. Gu Miao, incensed by the remarks, was about to slam her hand on the table to stand up when Shun Yin suddenly grasped her hand. Gu Miao, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Yin Yin." Shun Yin glanced at the photo of her side profile displayed on the phone screen, a faint smile playing on her lips. They were merely discussing the images posted on the forum. The true provocateur was the one who had published the photos, manipulating public opinion behind the scenes. While they conversed, Shinfen walked into the classroom. Upon meeting Shun Yin's cold gaze, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her and hurriedly averted her eyes, taking a seat far from Shun Yin. However, the next moment, Shun Yin's icy voice cut through the silence in the classroom. "Shinfen, do you find it amusing to have taken my photo and maliciously edited it for posting online?" Initially, in the dormitory, Shun Yin had only suspected Shinfen of spying on her, and when Shinfen denied it, she had let it go. But now, seeing her unflattering photo on the forum confirmed her suspicions. While Shun Yin was indeed indifferent to the opinions of others, that did not mean she would allow anyone to distort and insult her without consequence. Shinfen, already feeling guilty, stammered, "I didn't post the photos on the forum." The moment she spoke, she realized she had fallen into Shun Yin's trap. By denying one accusation while tacitly admitting another, she had inadvertently confirmed her guilt. Shun Yin's cold laughter echoed, "You took the photos, didn't you?" Gu Miao, having scrutinized the photo for a moment, also connected the dots and slammed her hand on the table. Fuming, "The background of the photo is our dormitory. Shinfen, do you have no shame?" Only then did everyone come to the realization. They were all from the same dormitory. And here was Shinfen, scheming against Shun Yin from behind her back. What a treacherous heart! Being in the same dormitory as such a venomous woman was truly unfortunate. The focal point is that the unflattering photo of Shun Yin circulating on the forum was indeed edited. As Shinfen listened to the accusations from the crowd, her heart seethed with anger, and she decided to take a stand. What if she took the photo without permission? If you were genuinely beautiful and had not undergone cosmetic enhancements, would you fear being photographed? I suspect you were simply feeling guilty. Suddenly, the projection screen at the front of the classroom lit up. That on the left side of the screen was the original photo of Shun Yin that Shinfen had surreptitiously taken, while the right side displayed the grotesquely edited version downloaded from the forum. Gazing at the stark contrast between the images, Shinfen, somewhat frenzied, exclaimed, "This is the result of your editing. You are as ugly as the photo on the right." Shun Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of distant interest flickering in her captivating peach blossom eyes. "Whether I am beautiful or not is of no concern to you." Shinfen glared at Shun Yin in hatred. Rendered speechless that moment, Gu Miao's eyes darted around before she suddenly reached out and removed Shun Yin's mask. Her porcelain-like face glowed with an ethereal radiance, each feature a testament to the creator's artistry, exquisite and flawless. Breathtakingly beautiful. The classmates who had previously criticized Shun Yin's appearance found themselves at a loss for words, their language rendered utterly inadequate in the face of her beauty. Yet, in the next instant, Shun Yin donned her mask once more, having promised Gu Yuqin to refrain from removing it at school and to avoid unnecessary attention. The Gu Miao blinked playfully, feeling a bit guilty. "Yin, you're not angry with me, are you?" Shun Yin looked at Gu Miao with a helpless expression and shook her head. The Gu Miao beamed, grinning widely. After all, beauty is the ultimate form of capital. In just a few seconds, a full-face photo of Shun Yin was swiftly posted on the forum, causing a sensation throughout the school. "Goddess. Ah, so beautiful, a true vision." How infuriating that such a beauty already has a boyfriend. Quickly tell me, is her boyfriend poor and pathetic? I want to pursue her, bro. It's over that I just happened to pass by the teaching building at noon and saw Shernyin with her boyfriend. Here's the deal. Give up now. With a man like that by her side, she would have to be blind to let him go. Truly, she is both stunning and enchanting. The red marks on her face only add to her unique charm. She is simply breathtaking. In comparison, Shering appears to be just another cookie-cutter plastic face. Utterly unremarkable. Watching her classmates' praises for Shernyin alongside their ridicule of her, Shiying's nails dug painfully into her palms, a trickle of blood seeping through. She harbored deep resentment, having always been aware that Shernyin was the cherished daughter of the Shi family, the jewel in their crown, while she remained a shadowy, illegitimate child, undeserving of the light. Since the first moment she laid eyes on Shernyin, she had vowed silently to seize everything Shernyin possessed. In fact, she was almost there. Now she was the beloved daughter of Shi Xiong, the apple of the Shi family's eye, having even snatched the title of school beauty from Shernyin. Only Gu Yuchen remained. Once she took him away, she would claim it all. Yet just a little more was needed. Shernyin had been incited to despise Gu Yuchen. Soon, Shernyin would be driven to self-destruction, harming her own body time and again, ultimately leading to her demise. But why was it that Shernyin, who had once trusted her so completely, suddenly seemed like a different person? Not only did she no longer believe in her, but she had also discerned her intentions toward Gu Yuchen and was on guard against her. Shering found herself perplexed, unable to understand why. Suyin shared her confusion, that he was well aware of how much Shernyin had once liked him. However, Shernyin had always dressed rather dowdily and never showed any weakness or flirtation, which led him to favor the more gentle and demure Shi Ying instead. Yet, ever since Shernyin was taken away by Gu Yuchen, Su Yan's interest in her had only intensified. Though this interest was not directed at Shernyin herself, but rather at the advantages she could provide him. The bidding conference was fast approaching, yet Shernyin had yet to deliver the design proposal and bidding price from the Gu family. Instead, growing closer to Gu Yuchen, Su Yan had instructed someone to purchase a bouquet of roses for him, adjusting his suit and tie before a mirror, a confident smile playing on his lips as he drove gracefully to the school where Shernyin was. Rather than believing that Shernyin had suddenly fallen for Gu Yuchen, Su Yan preferred to think that she was merely pretending to please Gu Yuchen to secure the design proposal for him, thus rendering him complacent and ensuring his own success. After what felt like an eternity, the lengthy class finally concluded. Jiu Miao linked her arm with Shernyi's as they exited, chattering excitedly about how unfortunate it was that she and Shernyi's boyfriend had missed 2 opportunities already. She was determined not to let dinner pass without properly testing Shernyi's boyfriend. Suddenly, a somewhat jarring male voice rang out. "Yin Yin, I've missed you so much." Su Yin, clad in a sharp black suit and holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses, approached Shernyin with long strides, exuding charm and poise. Without a doubt, Su Yan's appearance was striking, akin to a heartthrob from the entertainment industry, capable of captivating young girls. However, when compared to Gu Yuchen, he was merely a mere speck of dust. If Gu Yuchen was the radiant moon in the sky, Su Yan was nothing more than the dirt beneath one's feet, lacking any grounds for comparison. Wow, is he really Shernyi's boyfriend? He is incredibly handsome, just like a star from the television. He is definitely a high-flying rich guy. They make an excellent pair. And he is publicly presenting her with roses. How romantic. Gu Miao listened to the whispers of her classmates, her brow furrowing in concern. Surely, this man could not truly be Shernyi's boyfriend. While he was undeniably handsome, there was a certain sinister air about him, and he appeared rather greasy for someone so young. Most troubling was the look in his eyes directed at Shernyin, devoid of genuine affection, instead brimming with blatant desire and ulterior motives. That gaze was simply unappealing. Jiu Miao silently tightened her grip on Shernyi's arm. She had already resolved that if this indeed was Shernyi's boyfriend, she would earnestly advise her to break up and introduce her to her own uncle. Nian Yin, these roses are specially for you. 11 roses symbolize unwavering devotion. The Su Yin confidently curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with determination and a hint of arrogance. They also signify my everlasting love for you. Since rescuing Shernyin from that perilous situation years ago, he had become her savior. The adage that a saved life is owed in kind was not without merit that Su Yin was acutely aware that with just a flick of his finger, Shi Yin would undoubtedly return to his side. With this thought, Su Yin puffed out his chest slightly, raising his chin, casting a condescending glance at Shi Yin as he urged her, "Hurry up and take the roses I've given you." Shi Yin slowly raised her hand. The Jiu Miao bit her lip, resolute in her determination. What a terrible man. She must persuade Shi Yin to end things with him and set her up with her uncle. Meanwhile, not far away, Shi held her camera, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she observed the scene. Yes, Shi Yin was inexplicably targeting her. However, Su Yin was Shi Yin's savior. No matter what, she would always love him fiercely. And as long as Su Yin remained, Shi Yin would never truly be with Gu Yuchun. Shi Yin grasped the bouquet of roses that Su Yin's smile widened, filled with confidence. Even if Gu Yuchun was more powerful and capable, it ultimately mattered little. His beloved woman would still be his. But in the next moment, Shi Yin swung the bouquet, striking Su Yin squarely in the face. The rose stems still bore their thorns. And as Shi Yin struck him, the sharp barbs pierced his skin, mingling the crimson blood with the vivid red of the roses, creating a strikingly beautiful, yet tragic tableau. Su Yin winced in pain, staggering back a couple of steps as he glared at Shi Yin, his voice filled with fury. "What are you doing?" Shi Yin's gaze was icy as she regarded Su Yin, her eyes devoid of the joy and gratitude that had once greeted her savior. Only a chilling hatred remained. The bullet that had pierced Gu Yuchun's chest in her past life had been fired by Su Yin. And no matter how much time had passed, that scene remained an insurmountable nightmare in Shi Yin's heart. A cold smile graced Shi Yin's lips as she posed a question seemingly unrelated to the current situation. "Do you know the meaning of 99 roses?" Blood continued to ooze from Su Yin's face, his eyes nearly blazing with fury as he shouted, "Shi Yin, 99 roses symbolize eternal companionship," but a hint of nostalgia and regret flickered in Shi Yin's eyes as she recalled the night Gu Yuchun had gifted her 99 roses, promising eternal devotion. Regretting her drunken state, that in comparison to the lifelong commitment with Gu Yuchun, Su Yin was nothing more than a fleeting distraction. "My earlier actions were somewhat rash. I merely wished to convey something." Shi Yin's lips curled into a frosty smile. "I reject your roses." The Jiu Miao, watching from the sidelines, felt that Shi Yin was undeniably impressive at that moment. What a magnificent refusal! Su Yin, in a fit of rage, hurled the roses aside, his face twisted with malice as he stepped closer, glaring fiercely at Shi Yin. "What did you say?" Shi Yin remained composed. "Do I need to be any clearer? I reject your confession." "Why you don't like me anymore?" Su Yin could hardly believe it. The girl who had once idolized him as her savior was now rejecting his roses, refusing his confession. It is impossible that Shi Yin does not harbor affection for him. Her actions may merely be a ploy to capture his attention. A classic case of feigned indifference. Indeed, it must be a calculated maneuver, considering how he had previously kept her at arm's length, not acquiescing to her advances. The girl has likely grown impatient, resorting to these little tricks to draw his gaze. That Su Yan's face broke into a renewed smile of confidence as he remarked, "Yin Yin, I know you secretly adore me. Now, be a good girl and don't sulk." Shi Yin shot him a disdainful glance, her lips curling into a cold smirk, her voice as delicate as a blade. Uttered a single word. Leave it. Su Yin, ever concerned with his pride, felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure as Shi Yin repeatedly undermined him. He stepped closer, lowering his voice menacingly. "Shi Yin, I advise you to tread carefully." Shi Yin lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her gaze icy as she retorted, "I also advise you to know your limits, that I have a boyfriend now. Keep your distance and leave." The word "leave" was the only vulgarity Shi Yin ever uttered, perfectly encapsulating her current feelings that in her past life. It was utterly foolish of her to regard someone like Su Yin as a treasure. Su Yin sneered, "You are not worthy to mention his name." Shi Yin interrupted him, taking Gu Miao's hand and departing. The pale, bloodless visage of Gu Yuchun flashed before her eyes, and a flicker of bone-deep hatred crossed her gaze. She vowed that the blood debts of her past life would be repaid in full by Su Yin in this life. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Gu Corporation, Gu Yuchun stared at the photo on the screen, a tempest brewing in his dark, abyssal eyes. That in the next moment, his phone shattered into pieces. The image depicted Su Yin presenting roses to Shi Yin, who was graciously accepting them. Chapter 36. Words of flattery prove ineffectual. So, sister, Shering interjected with a smile, positioning herself in front of Shi Yin. A deeper chill settled in Shi Yin's eyes. Surely today was not destined to be her unlucky day, as the people she despised seemed to converge upon her one by one, observing the cryptic smile on Shi Ying's face. An ominous premonition surged within Shi Yin. "What have you done?" Shi Yin inquired sharply. Shering blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "Sister, I don't know where I went wrong to make you misunderstand me, but you must believe that I truly have your best interests at heart. I merely wish to rescue you from your cage." The Jiu Miao scoffed derisively. "What a white lotus!" Shi Ying's expression shifted slightly, and she hesitated to rebuke Gu Miao, mindful of the formidable family influence backing her. The innocent smile on her face now bore traces of grievance. "Sister, I have no time for your pity party," Shi Yin coldly replied, maneuvering past Shering alongside Gu Miao. However, as they brushed past, Shi Ying's voice rang out. "I sent the photo to Brother Gu." Shi Yin's steps faltered abruptly, the ominous premonition solidifying into reality as her fingers curled into a tight fist. Shi Ying's smile grew, increasingly radiant and demure. "Sister, I truly do this for your sake, that I know your heart belongs to Su Yin, and if Brother Gu learns that you and Su Yin are meant to be, he will certainly release you. Moreover, I cannot bear to witness you juggling two relationships, deceiving Brother Gu. Surely, he would not appreciate that, would he?" By the end of her statement, a menacing threat seeped into Shi Yin's voice, giving Gu Yuqin's almost obsessive possessiveness over Shi Yin. Should he discover her engaging in intimate actions with another man behind his back, he would not spare her. Shering envisioned Shi Yin being mercilessly tormented and discarded by Gu Yuqin, unable to suppress a laugh. Yet the very next moment, a strong grip seized Shi Ying's chin, forcing her to raise her gaze to meet Shi Yin's tranquil yet piercing eyes. "Shering, it seems you have forgotten my earlier warning." Unbeknownst to her, a wave of panic surged within Shering. Shi Yin's lips curled coldly. "Should you dare to utter that I have feelings for Su Yin again, I shall strike you each time you do." With that, Shi Yin delivered a resounding slap to Shi Ying's face. "That my dear sister, this slap serves as a reminder for you to behave." Shi Yin's gaze remained icy as she fixed her eyes on Shering. "And remember, those who sow discord shall not thrive." With that, she briskly departed with Gu Miao. Wow, Yin, that was incredibly domineering. For someone like Shering, a white lotus, she deserves a few hard slaps to teach her a lesson. Gu Miao beamed at Shi Yin's newfound clarity regarding Shi Ying's true nature. Yet, Shi Yin felt no sense of relief. Shi Ying's little scheme seemed easily resolvable, if only the matter could be addressed openly and honestly. However, for Shi Yin and Gu Yuqin, it posed a significant dilemma. Mishandling it could potentially sow discord between them. Given Gu Yuqin's volatile nature and his possessive, domineering love for Shi Yin, the crux lay in her uncertainty regarding his complete trust in her. With such misunderstandings arising before trust was fully established, her path to winning his heart was fraught with obstacles. Shi Yin silently clenched her fists, determined to devise a method to completely dispel Gu Yuqin's suspicions. Yin, are you listening to me? What are you daydreaming about?" Gu Miao's concerned voice broke through to Shi Yin. "Snap back to reality," Shi Yin replied. "I was pondering how to provide a man with a sense of security." That Jiu Miao, being astute, immediately grasped that Shi Yin's dilemma likely stemmed from Shi Ying's meddling, and her boyfriend's jealousy was at play. She chuckled, her beautiful almond eyes sparkling with gossip. "This is quite simple." Shi Yin blinked her captivating eyes, eager to hear more. "Isn't your boyfriend just feeling jealous due to a misunderstanding? Men are rather easy to appease. After a quarrel, they soon reconcile. You know what I mean." While she understood the concept, Shi Yin had tried this method countless times without success. Her lips pursed in contemplation, her expression turning pensive that if this misunderstanding were mishandled, Gu Yuqin might retract the freedom he had granted her, imprisoning her once more within the villa, or worse, shackling her hands and feet. Shackles, a light bulb moment. Shi Yin's lips curled into a radiant smile, realizing how to soothe her excessively possessive boyfriend. Meow. "Thank you for your suggestion. I have something to attend to tonight, so I cannot treat you to dinner. Let's reschedule." Gu Miao watched Shi Yin's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret. She had initially intended for Shi Yin to break up with her current boyfriend to introduce her to her uncle. Yet, she inadvertently played the role of a matchmaker, potentially solidifying Shi Yin's relationship with her boyfriend after tonight. Nonetheless, seeing Shi Yin's joyful demeanor brought a genuine smile to Gu Miao's face. As long as that man brought happiness and contentment to Shi Yin's life, that was all that truly mattered. Upon stepping outside the school gates, Shi Yin spotted a Maybach parked nearby that a sudden urge to flee washed over her. She hadn't yet procured the necessary items to appease her boyfriend. Just as the thought of escape crossed her mind, she noticed Zheng Exin exiting the driver's seat. "Miss Shi, the president has instructed me to escort you home," Zheng Exin addressed her with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Shi Yin realized that Gu Yuqin likely was not in the car. "Please take me somewhere first," she requested. Zheng Exin's expression contorted with indecision. "Miss Shi, I am merely an employee. I hope you do not make this difficult for me." The Gu Yuqin he had encountered earlier was the most terrifying version he had ever witnessed as he exited the president's office. His back had been drenched in cold sweat. Zheng Exin surmised that Gu Yuqin's sudden change in demeanor must be due to Shi Yin's actions. After all, having been by Gu Yuqin's side for so long, he had seen him remain composed in the face of even the most challenging business partners or negotiations. Only Shi Yin could stir Gu Yuqin's emotions. "The do not fret. I simply need to make a quick stop to purchase something before we return to the villa." Shi Yin's gentle voice interrupted Zheng Exin's thoughts. Zheng Exin remained conflicted. "Miss Shi, to be frank, the president is genuinely quite angry right now. Please refrain from doing anything that might provoke him further." Shi Yin placed a reassuring hand on Zheng Exin's shoulder as she stepped forward. "Relax, I can handle my boyfriend." However, she paused, turning her head slightly, her serene yet penetrating eyes locking onto Zheng Exin's. "Do you truly doubt me?" Zheng Exin suddenly recalled an incident a couple of days prior when he had taken Shi Ying into Gu Yuqin's office and had been subsequently punished by Shi Yin. His body tensed instinctively. One should never provoke the president's wife. That became his guiding principle. The Maybach accelerated smoothly, its destination set for an adult novelty store. Upon returning to the villa, Shi Yin was greeted by the intoxicating scent of roses wafting through the air. Although she had been inebriated that night, she had instinctively clutched the roses Gu Yuqin had given her tightly, resolutely refusing to let anyone take them away. The following day, she and Aunt Zhou artfully arranged the 99 roses into vases. Distributing them throughout the villa, she surveyed the room filled with roses. A gentle smile graced Shi Yin's lips, subtly lifting the corners. She opened her shopping bag, and the silver handcuffs glimmered under the light of the crystal chandelier, casting a soft glow. Suddenly, a sound of a door creaking open reached her ears from behind. In a swift motion, Shi Yin clasped one end of the handcuffs around her wrist, turning to face the source of the sound while discreetly hiding her wrist behind her back. Her gaze met Gu Yuqin's obsidian eyes, and with a radiant smile, she approached him, affectionately calling. Gu Yuqin enveloped Shi Yin in his embrace, his hands firmly clasping her waist, his voice thick with emotion as he declared, "Yin, you are mine." She nestled her small face against his chest, and upon hearing the slightly hurried rhythm of his heartbeat, a wave of emotion swept over her, and she felt an urge to weep. In her previous life, Gu Yuqin had watched her flee time and again, feeling her disdain each time. How painful it must have been for him. Shi Yin's heart ached as if cut by a knife. "Aiken, I am yours." This afternoon, Su Yin came to find me with roses, but I refused him that I truly did not want them. I merely accepted his roses and then smashed them into his face. Shi Yin explained earnestly to Gu Yuqin that he responded with a low, contemplative his usually brooding brows softening slightly. In Gu Miao's social circle, he had seen Su Yan's face marred by the small thorns of the rose branches. Blood trickling down, that he also witnessed Shi Yin's unabashed disdain and heard her declaration, "I have a boyfriend now." His furious, bloodthirsty heart gradually calmed. Yet at that moment, as Shi Yin leaned against Gu Yuqin's chest, she remained unaware of the slight easing of his expression, growing increasingly anxious due to his silence that Gu Yuqin must still be quite angry. Verbal reassurances would likely be ineffective, so she resolved to soothe him physically. With one hand still behind her back, she reached towards the solidness of his chest, her delicate, fair face tilted slightly upward, revealing her slender, graceful neck. Unlike her cold demeanor in front of others, at this moment, Shi Yin appeared soft and enticing, resembling a fairy who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. Aiken, the one I like is you, do you believe me? A flicker of amusement passed through Gu Yuchen's elongated dark eyes. Yet his expression remained icy. What do you think? He countered. Shirin Yin offered a gentle smile, choosing not to answer his question. Instead, she raised her hand, the one still adorned with the handcuff before him. The two ends of the silver cuffs clinked together. Producing a crisp sound, Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. Aiken, to be honest, I do not know how to express my commitment to you. Therefore, I wish to demonstrate it through action that if one end of the handcuff binds me and the other binds you, will that make you trust me a little more? Gu Yuchen grasped her slender wrist adorned with the cuff, calling her a fool. Shirin Yin was momentarily taken aback. What? In the next instant, his arm had shifted to the base of her thigh, and with a gentle force, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Shirin Yin gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Gu Yuchen's neck, as it was the only way to provide herself with a semblance of security while suspended in midair. Nian Yin, you have been disobedient twice today, Gu Yuchen remarked. Shirin Yin bravely acknowledged her missteps. That I know, the first time I should not have secretly asked Li Chuan questions without telling you, and the second time, I should not have accepted Su Yan's roses only to hurl them back at him. That no. Where did I go wrong? Before she could ponder further, Shirin Yin found herself thrown onto the bed. Gu Yuchen's body looming over her, enveloping her entirely. The air was filled with the crisp scent of snow pine emanating from him as Shirin Yin's gaze met his deep, dark eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly. My anger does not stem from your acceptance of Su Yan's roses, but rather from your lack of trust in me. Gu Yuchen murmured, that I trust you. I have never doubted you. Shirin Yin felt a spark of indignation. Since her rebirth, she had always believed in Gu Yuchen, while it was he who had not trusted her. But as she contemplated this, Gu Yuchen suddenly leaned down and lightly bit her lip, though it did not hurt. It sent a tingling sensation coursing through her. And no matter what you do, I will unconditionally believe in you and love you, be it deceit or betrayal, as long as it comes from you. Nian Yin, I will accept it all that Gu Yuchen's love for Shirin Yin was obsessive, twisted, frenzied, and pathological, yet unwavering until death. Shirin Yin's heart raced, and her mind momentarily filled with images from her past life. She realized that each time she had divulged Gu's secrets to Su Yin, Gu Yuchen was fully aware. Yet, he had chosen to turn a blind eye, simply because it was what Shirin Yin desired. He asked no questions, sought no explanations, for he loved her deeply. With a click, the other end of the handcuff snapped onto Gu Yuchen's wrist. Such a man who loves me dearly cannot be let go. Gu Yuchen, I intend to keep you locked by my side forever. Shirin Yin's voice was sweet as she playfully winked at him. Against the backdrop of her glistening tears, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Yuchen lowered his gaze, a soft smile gracing his lips, yet the obsession in his eyes remained. However, a suitable punishment must still be rendered. Shirin Yin blinked innocently, that a flicker of indulgent amusement crossed Gu Yuchen's dark eyes as he leaned down to kiss the red mark on Shirin Yin's cheek. Tender and lingering. The day your facial injuries fade, you shall accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage license, and then you will surrender yourself completely to me. Chapter 37. Baby. Do you know why I fled to the bathroom? Happiness, bliss, sweetness, and all manner of delightful emotions filled Shirin Yin's heart. Meeting Gu Yuchen was the greatest joy of her life. Being loved by Gu Yuchen was her utmost happiness. And loving Gu Yuchen was the most significant aspect of her existence. Shirin Yin's eyes sparkled as they reflected Gu Yuchen's handsome visage, brimming with affection, as she sweetly replied, all right. Gu Yuchen gazed at the smiling Shirin Yin, and a profound smile flickered in the depths of his dark eyes. Baby, do you realize that what you just agreed to is my proposal? Shirin Yin gasped softly, her stunning lashes fluttering. That I didn't know. I thought it was merely a punishment. That Gu Yuchen did not respond but instead shifted, kneeling before her. Nian Yin, marry me. Shirin Yin was momentarily stunned, her heart bursting like a shower of radiant fireworks. Could you repeat that? Gu Yuchen appeared to release a breath of relief, grasping her wrist and intertwining their fingers. Nian Yin, marry me. Be my woman, become Mrs. Gu, and accompany me until death. Will you? I will, Shirin Yin exclaimed. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she leaped into Gu Yuchen's arms, her eyes shimmering with happiness. Becoming Gu Yuchen's wife and loving him for a lifetime was Shirin Yin's deepest desire. Gu Yuchen encircled her waist to prevent her from falling. his gaze dropping to her unadorned ring finger, momentarily pausing, "Dareno ring. Nyen yen I, Aiken, kiss me." Shi Nyen initiated a kiss on Gu Yuchen's lips. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The Ji Yuchen's fingers left deep imprints on the bedding as he clenched his fist, propelling himself upward. The desire swirling in his dark eyes was forcefully suppressed. Shi Nyen, with her rosy cheeks, softly called, "Aiken, I'll step out first." The Ji Yuchen, suppressing his urges, stood to leave. Shi Nyen was momentarily dazed. However, the next instant, a sharp clinking of handcuffs echoed in the air as Gu Yuchen, who had just risen, tumbled back down, that he braced himself with one arm and effortlessly pulled Shi Nyen into his embrace. Gazing at the handsome face before her, Shi Nyen playfully fluttered her long lashes, a hint of mischief dancing in her beautiful, lively eyes. "Aiken, you can't escape now." As she spoke, she playfully shook her handcuffed wrist. A glimmer of affectionate amusement sparkled in Gu Yuchen's eyes. He never anticipated hearing such words from Shi Nyen. Yet, with a slight arch of his brow, he said in a low, husky voice, "Baby, do you know why I fled to the bathroom?" Shi Nyen bit her lip, her delicate face flushing crimson, and she playfully scolded, "Rogue." Gu Yuchen candidly nodded, chuckling as he retorted, "You know I'm a rogue, yet you won't let me leave?" "I didn't tea." Shi Nyen's protests grew fainter. Her lips pressed together, feeling both embarrassed and flustered, rendered speechless by his teasing. Meeting Gu Yuchen's deep gaze intensified her heartbeat, a wild fluttering in her chest. Shi Nyen boldly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her voice soft as she said, "I know you're feeling uneasy." Indeed, he was, especially with his little enchantress teasing him incessantly. Ji Yuchen inhaled deeply, restraining himself as he replied, "All right, be good. I am going to the bathroom." In the solitude of the bathroom, she resolved to handle matters herself. That in an instant, the thought of what Gu Yuchen might do filled her mind, causing her long, curled lashes to flutter shyly when she lifted her gaze. Her bright eyes softened as they gazed at Gu Yuchen. "That I am here," she murmured, her voice sweet and laced with a hint of allure. Ji Yuchen's temples throbbed, muscles tensing in an instant, as his deep, resonant voice, tinged with a hint of menace, declared, "What a temptress you are." The gentle glow of the lights cascaded down, evenly enveloping the exquisite features of Shi Nyen's face, while her eyes remained clear and luminous, innocent yet betraying a trace of desire. Just as Gu Yuchen had remarked, at this moment, Shi Nyen truly resembled a fairy. Chapter 38. The sleeping Gu Yuchen. Shi Nyen turned over, nestling into Gu Yuchen's embrace. Akin to a weary kitten seeking solace, drowsily, she murmured her desire for slumber. Gu Yuchen turned, lowering his lips to place a tender kiss upon Shi Nyen's slightly swollen lips. "Be good. Sleep now." Breathing in the faint scent of cedar emanating from Gu Yuchen, Shi Nyen gradually drifted into slumber. Ji Yuchen's gaze lingered on the silver shackles that bound their wrists together, a faint smile gracing his lips that he tightened his embrace around Shi Nyen's slender waist, drawing her closer into his warmth. "Good night, my dear." Yet after uttering this farewell, Gu Yuchen did not close his eyes to rest. He gazed longingly at Shi Nyen's serene, sleeping visage, the depths of his dark eyes brimming with tender affection. Outside, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down, the cacophony of thunder and rain merging into a monstrous roar that shook the heavens. In the dim, dilapidated basement, a chill pervaded the air, mingling with a foul odor. In a corner, a frail figure huddled, clad in tattered t-shirt and shorts, its exposed skin marred with scars, whip marks, and burn wounds. As thunder cracked overhead, the weak figure in the corner convulsed, curling closer to the wall. Despite the frigid touch of the concrete, it was the only semblance of warmth within reach. Suddenly, amidst the thunder and rain, a small figure darted into the basement's corner. "Brother, I've come to see you." "Don't come here. Leave quickly." To Ji Yuchen, plunged once more into a nightmare, clutched Shi Nyen tightly, his grip tightening as if he intended to meld her into his very being. Shi Nyen let out a soft whimper, awakening to find Gu Yuchen's brow furrowed in distress. "Chan." Shi Nyen attempted to smooth the lines of worry on Gu Yuchen's face, only to discover her arm ensnared in his firm grasp, rendering her immobile. Nyen, you must go back. Don't stay here." The Ji Yuchen's voice was low and urgent, tinged with fragility and fear. Shi Nyen's heart sank, as if pierced by 1,000 needles, radiating pain throughout her past life and this one. Gu Yuchan had always been a figure of strength, dominance, and omnipotence. Yet now, she witnessed a side of him so vulnerable, so terrified, as if he feared something profound. What had Gu Yuchan endured? Concern etched on her face. She whispered, "Achan," that it seemed that even in his slumber, Gu Yuchan heard her voice, his murmured words growing more frantic, laced with a choked sob. "Nyin Yin, be obedient. Hurry and leave." Nyin bit her lip, shaking her head firmly. Though she remained unaware of the horrors that haunted Gu Yuchan's dreams, one thing was clear. She would not abandon him. Absolutely not. In her previous life, she had been imprisoned in a basement, subjected to humiliation and torment for 3 months by Shi Ying and Su Yin, only to be rescued by Gu Yuchan, who defied everything to reach her side. This time, regardless of Gu Yuchan's tribulations, she would remain steadfast. "Achan, I won't leave. You needn't fear. Nothing will harm us." Nyin asserted resolutely. It appeared that her words served as a balm, for Gu Yuchan began to relax, the tension in his brow easing somewhat. Nyin sighed in relief, soothing him softly. "Yin, I am in so much pain." Gu Yuchan's voice emerged, soft and laden with grievance. Following his cue, Nyin inquired gently, "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere. I am in pain all over." Gu Yuchan lamented, his tone thick with suppressed tears. Nyin fought against the sorrow welling within her. "Achan, please tell me what happened to you." Outside, the moon hung high, the night breeze caressing the earth. Enveloped in silence, Nyin waited patiently for Gu Yuchan to respond, yet no answer came. It seemed that even in sleep, Gu Yuchan instinctively shielded her from harm, unwilling to let her suffer in the slightest. "Achan, be good. Do not have nightmares. Sleep soundly. I will always be by your side," Nyin whispered, kissing Gu Yuchan's furrowed brow tenderly. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuchan's grip on Nyin finally slackened. Liberating her arms, "Achan, I understand that you have your reasons for not sharing those things with me, that I also realize that your silence is a means of protecting me, shielding me from harm. But Achan, do you know? I love you deeply, and while you wish to protect me, I yearn to protect you as well, and no matter what happens, shall we face it together?" At that moment, Gu Yuchan's brow gradually unfurled, a calm expression settling upon his striking, shadowed features. Nyin leaned in, planting soft kisses at the corners of his lips, her eyes sparkling with joy as she sweetly declared, "If you do not refuse, I shall take it as your agreement." Taking a deep breath, Nyin reached for her phone to message Li Chuan, and at that very moment, a new message arrived. Her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes blinked, a flicker of seriousness crossing her gaze. The following morning, Nyin awoke in Gu Yuchan's embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Along with the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she nuzzled closer, her voice hoarse as she greeted, "Achan, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Gu Yuchan lowered his head to plant a kiss on Nyin's forehead, responding honestly, "Yes, that in truth, due to the handcuffs binding them together. Gu Yuchan had intended to watch over Nyin as she slept, but had inadvertently dozed off himself. Upon awakening, he checked to ensure that he had not harmed her in his slumber, that I slept well too." Nyin snuggled deeper into Gu Yuchan's embrace, her voice soft and playful, "With Achan holding me. I slept incredibly well." That a glimmer of adoration sparkled in Gu Yuchan's eyes, and he nearly voiced his wish to accompany her in sleep every night, but the thought of his affliction silenced him, and he swallowed the words that rose to his lips. "Get up, wash up." Gu Yuchan redirected the conversation, that a hint of melancholy flickered in Nyin's eyes, but she quickly brightened, gently shaking her left hand. The shackles jingling as Gu Yuchan's right hand mirrored the movement. "Then let us wash up together." Standing before the sink, Nyin gazed into the mirror at their reflections, using matching couples' toothbrushes, her heart swelling with sweetness. However, while they could share the washing ritual, certain physiological needs could not be so easily accommodated. Nyin grasped Gu Yuchan's hand as he unzipped his pants, her eyes wide with a mix of panic and bewilderment. "What are you doing?" A deep chuckle rumbled in Gu Yuchan's chest, though his expression remained stoic as he pointed towards the toilet, then to himself, indicating the need to relieve himself. Nyin's heart raced as she glanced at the handcuffs binding their wrists. Anxiety creeping in the past. During her attempts to escape, Gu Yuchan had threatened to shackle her permanently to his side if she dared flee again. Thus, she assumed that he would relish the cuffs. Yet, when the shackles clasped their wrists, Yin found the situation unexpectedly romantic. However, she overlooked the most awkward implication. The cuffs meant they were bound together in every endeavor, regardless of where they went or what they did. In truth, if it were a matter of teasing or enticing Gu Yuchan, Yin would have felt no embarrassment. But now, faced with the prospect of witnessing Gu Yuchan attend to his physiological needs, she admitted to herself that her shyness was overwhelming. "That I'll unlock the cuffs first," Yin declared, reaching for a key to insert into the lock, but in the next instant, Gu Yuchan seized her hand. "Are you planning to leave me?" Panic surged within Yin, but upon meeting the glint of playful mirth in his eyes, her heart steadied. With a playful flutter of her long lashes, she rose onto her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Gu Yuchan's chin. "Silly, this is just for fun." With a click, the handcuffs sprang open. Yin held the cuffs as she approached the bathroom door, turning back with a playful smile. "You can use these however you wish." These cuffs were a playful purchase from a novelty store, their purpose clear. That Gu Yuchan's breath quickened, and sensing the shift in the air, Yin dashed out the door, exclaiming, "Remember what you said about waiting until we get our marriage certificate." Gu Yuchan paused momentarily, the corners of his lips curling into a bittersweet smile, a mixture of resignation and affection, indicative of the consequences he had brought upon himself. After breakfast, Yin saw Gu Yuchan off to work. Today was to be a day of good fortune. As she spoke, she planted a gentle kiss on the corner of Gu Yuchan's lips, assuring him that the bidding meeting would surely be a success. Gu Yuchan merely hummed in response, his lowered brows and eyes shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, rendering his emotions indistinguishable. Once Gu Yuchan departed, Yin opened the message sent to her by Su Yin the previous night. Her lips curling into a disdainful smirk. "Yin, I've heard from Ying that it was Gu Yuchan, that beast, who tainted you, leading you to feel unworthy of me and to reject my confession. Do not overthink it. Brother Yin will always love you and will never find you lacking. Yin, you must send me Gu's design proposal by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that I promise you, after the bidding contest. I will rescue you and take you home." In her past life, Su Yin had relied on her assistants to cheat and narrowly win this bidding competition. Otherwise, his ineptitude would never have qualified him to vie against Gu Yuchan. This time, without her help, no amount of scheming on Su Yan's part could secure him victory, but she had no qualms about ensuring he faced an even more humiliating defeat. Yin fiddled with her phone, her expression frosty, as she sent a document to Su Yan that moment. In the bidding arena of Shengyi Hotel, Su Yin, frantic and overwhelmed, fixated on his phone. Upon receiving the message, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, Yin still loves me." Just as he was about to reply, Su Yin found himself confronted by Gu Yuchan, who, with a mocking smile, proclaimed, "I've already secured my victory." Chapter 39. Just a few hundred billion. Gu Yuchan lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at Su Yin. The menacing aura surrounding him gripped Su Yan's heart like an invisible hand. His face paled as he dared not meet Gu Yuchan's gaze any longer, retreating like a defeated rooster. Stumbling away in disgrace. Assistant Jing Xen scoffed derisively, but also felt compelled to caution, "President Gu, we have prepared a second design proposal. Shall we use that instead?" Su Yin had just boasted about the design proposal Yin had sent him, which meant that if they insisted on using the first proposal, it would inevitably clash with Su's, leading to certain embarrassment for Gu's company. However, Gu Yuchan merely shook his head, dismissing the concern. "No matter," Jing Xine flustered insisted, "but President Gu." Gu Yuchan chuckled lightly. "It's merely a few hundred billion." Jing Xine's lips twitched. After all, a few hundred billion was not a trivial sum. For Gu Yuchan, the uncrowned king of City A, it was indeed a minor concern. Yet, the crux of the matter remained that Yin was using their company's design proposal to curry favor with Su Yin. Was that not tantamount to placing a green hat upon Gu Yuchan's head? How could he endure such indignity? Zhang Xian was perplexed, but clarity would soon dawn upon him that as the bidding commenced, Su Yin sought to seize the initiative, having bribed the event's organizer to be the first to present. With an air of unwarranted confidence, he took to the stage, his demeanor radiating triumph, as if he had already won the bid. However, as he continued his speech, a sense of disarray began to envelop him. This was not Gu's design proposal at all. It was his own. The design lacked originality and innovation, a mere collage of similar proposals, utterly incoherent. The cost and budget were ill-conceived, devoid of any factual basis. Mere fabrications with little practical application. His presentation reeked of disorganized logic, muddled articulation, and a glaring deficiency in the requisite knowledge of the energy sector, rendering him incapable of achieving a fruitful collaboration. Representatives from M country exchanged hushed discussions while marking a large X on Su's proposal. With such a design, they wouldn't even accept it for free. Su Yin, noticing the disdainful expressions from the audience, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his words faltering, his composure unraveling entirely, that he found himself increasingly resentful of Shun Yin. If she had not provided him with the wrong design proposal, he would not have faced such humiliation. After finally concluding his explanation, he hastily attempted to leave the stage, only for the entire venue to fall into an eerie silence that MY grandfather has decreed that whoever can facilitate the collaboration with M country will be named the heir of the Su family. Brother Yin, rest assured, I have a plan to obtain Gu's design proposal. We can simply switch them out, and the collaboration will be a walk in the park. That MY dear, you have helped me tremendously. I will cherish you for it. Brother Yin, you are so wicked. Though the audio clip lasted merely a few seconds, its content sent shockwaves through the audience that Su Yin frantically attempted to silence the recording. But the computer seemed to have suddenly frozen, rendering his frantic clicks and keystrokes futile. In a fit of desperation, Su Yin bellowed from the stage. Who is behind this? Come out. Reveal yourself. The audio is fabricated. It's a trap. Chapter 40. Gu Yuchen's past. Su Yin, despite his face, possessed little other talent and was not favored within the Su family, having caused such a significant loss for Su Corp. He had completely forfeited any hope of inheriting the family fortune. The onlookers regarded Su Yin, resembling a lost dog, with disdain. How dare he claim to have been set up? He had merely attempted to steal Gu's design proposal, only to be outmaneuvered and thoroughly humiliated. Of all people to steal from, he chose Gu, a living embodiment of retribution. Whoever provoked him would surely face dire consequences. The crowd secretly glanced toward Gu Yuchun, only to be taken aback by the sight of him smiling. Not a mere smirk, but a genuinely light-hearted smile. What was happening? The spectators were baffled, including Jing Exin, who found it incomprehensible that Shun Yin seemed to know what was transpiring, and even threatened him via text to capture a photo of Gu Yuchen's smile. He could risk his life to capture the photo, but not to post it. Yet, considering the ruthlessness of the president's wife, Zheng Exin shuddered, realizing it was wiser to heed Shun Yin's words. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Exin promptly took out his phone and captured a candid shot of Gu Yuchen's smiling profile. The crisp click of the shutter echoed throughout the venue that Gu Yuchen shot a cold glare in his direction. Zheng Exin trembled as he stammered, President. President's wife requested it. Gu Yuchen's brows furrowed deeper. His tone icer. You've been in contact with her without my knowledge. Zheng Exin's heart raced. The accusation seemed to imply he was betraying Gu Yuchun. Even if given 100 chances, he would never dare. No, absolutely not. Panicking, Zheng Exin quickly opened the chat history to show Gu Yuchen. Just moments ago, Miss Sher had messaged him, asking for a photo of Gu Yuchen smiling. Indeed, there were only 3 brief lines. If Yuchen smiles later, please take a photo and send it to me. Thank you. Rest assured, if anything happens, I'll take the blame. Besides, he is my man. What is wrong with wanting a photo of him? If you don't send it, I'll whisper in his ear to have you fired. After reading, Gu Yuchen's lips curved into an even broader smile. Send it to her. Zheng Exin blinked. With a cold expression, Gu Yuchen reiterated. Zheng Exin acted swiftly, sending the photo to Shun Yin. Upon receiving the photo, Shun Yin was overjoyed. Gu Yuchen truly smiled. And he looked so handsome. Delighted, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on her lips. Afterward, she felt a tad bashful. Was she being too forward? Yet she pondered, would restraint win Gu Yuchen's heart? Would it lead to intimacy with him? Would it result in having children with him? None of those possibilities came from being reserved. Why maintain such decorum? Life is fleeting, and for the rest of her days, she simply wished to be by Gu Yuchen's side. Yuchun, I saw you smile. You looked so handsome. I smiled for you. Shun Yin's heart fluttered at those 4 words, her fair cheeks gradually flushing a deep crimson, almost as if they would bleed. Shaking her head, she mused how Gu Yuchun was so irresistibly charming. Yet for Gu Yuchun, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was captivating Shun Yin. He merely spoke the truth. Su Yin was inconsequential in his eyes, and he felt no emotion toward him. His smile was solely a reflection of Shun Yin's desire to see him happy. Shun Yin felt sweetness bloom within her as she set Gu Yuchen's smiling photo as her wallpaper. At that moment, Li Chuan, intrigued, inquired, "Sister-in-law, care to share what is so amusing?" Last night, Shun Yin had made plans to meet with Li Chuan that morning. After seeing Gu Yuchen off, she promptly made her way to the designated CAF. Upon hearing the question, Shun Yin turned her phone toward Li Chuan. The screen displayed the photo of Gu Yuchen smiling gently. Li Chuan's coffee spoon slipped from his grasp, splashing into the scalding cup and sending droplets of coffee flying. He leapt from his seat, glancing at his reddened hand before looking back at the smiling image of Gu Yuchen. Utterly astonished, he smiled. "So hot." Shun Yin handed Li Chuan a napkin to wipe his hand. Grinning, "Isn't Ah Chen's smile lovely?" As Li Chuan returned to the couch, he cleared his throat and, in a gentlemanly manner, apologized. "Forgive me, sister-in-law. I was just taken aback that I usually refrain from using foul language." Shun Yin chuckled lightly. Li Chuan, still smiling, shook his head, a hint of sadness flashing in his lowered eyes. "It has been years since I've seen him smile." Hearing this, Shun Yin's smile faltered. "Li Chuan, please tell me. I am quite worried about him." Li Chuan lifted his gaze to meet hers, neither directly answering nor refusing to respond, but instead saying something ambiguous. "You should know best." Shun Yin blinked her eyes. If she were aware, would she have specifically sought out Li Chuan for answers? However, after a fleeting moment of confusion, she began to ponder the significance of Li Chuan's words. Had she forgotten something? Furrowing her brow, Shun Yin desperately searched her mind for any memories associated with Gu Yuchen, yet found nothing, absolutely nothing. Li Chuan observed the anguish etched upon Shun Yin's face and was suddenly reminded of the day he diagnosed her amnesia, recalling the desolation and relief that flickered across Gu Yuchen's expression. He had said that amnesia was a blessing, a means to forget the painful past. Li Chuan gently shook his head, interrupting Shun Yin's thoughts, and smiled as he spoke. "In truth, I am not privy to what transpired with Yuchen. The only certainty I possess is that he is currently grappling with a severe psychological condition." "Psychological condition?" Shun Yin exclaimed, her head snapping up, her pupils quivering in disbelief. "Chani, do not be overly concerned. It is not depression, anxiety, or schizophrenia," Li Chuan reassured, though the worry in his eyes remained unabated. Shun Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Chuan lowered his gaze in contemplation, seeming to choose his words carefully before continuing. "To put it simply, he has endured profoundly distressing experiences, and those memories have not faded with time. Instead, they have plunged deeper into his heart like a knife." Shun Yin couldn't help but recall the moments when Gu Yuchen would cuddle her while sleeping, during which he had only perceived him as endearingly soft and cute. Yet, reflecting on it now, she realized how desperately he must have longed for someone to embrace him amid the horrors he had faced. Night after night, he was ensnared by nightmarish recollections, reliving those terrifying experiences that continued to torment him. Li Chuan sighed heavily. He cannot escape this torment. There is an old saying, one cannot counsel another to let go of the past unless they have endured the same suffering. It is only because they have not faced such darkness that they can easily speak of moving on and looking to the future. But for those who have traversed the depths of despair, the past is a noose, a nightmare, an insurmountable pain. Shun Yin bowed her head in silence for a long while before finally raising it to offer Li Chuan a faint smile. "That I can help him overcome this." "Can I?" Chapter 41. Resting more yields better results from Gu Yuchen's perspective. "My answer would be no." Li Chuan took a sip of coffee, regarding Shun Yin with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Shun Yin felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Then, from the perspective of Achan's friend, Li Chuan set down his coffee cup, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Before I answer your question, you must first answer mine." Shun Yin nodded. "Please, ask away." Li Chuan inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing through the lenses of his glasses as he posed. "You would not harm Yuchen, would you?" In truth, he yearned to inquire why Shun Yin's attitude had shifted so drastically, what she intended to gain from Gu Yuchen, and what motives lay behind her actions. Yet, as the words lingered on his tongue, he found himself unable to voice them. Just as Gu Yuchen had once stated, he welcomed Shun Yin's use of him, for it validated his worth and ensured she would not easily abandon him. Moreover, Regardless of how their relationship evolved, he had no right to interfere. Ultimately, he merely wished to shield his dear friend from further harm. That I swear, I will not. Shi Yin replied earnestly. Li Chuan said nothing further, instead allowing a smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "Sister-in-law." The previously serious atmosphere lightened instantly with his playful remark. Shi Yin chuckled and prompted, "What should I do?" She had leaped past whether she could assist Gu Yuchan and had directly fast-forwarded to how she might help. Li Chuan replied succinctly, "Do not leave him." Shi Yin? Li Chuan shrugged, a smile on his face. "I am serious. After spending over a month together, you should have gained some understanding of Yuchan's character." Shi Yin nodded. Gu Yuchan's personality could be succinctly described in 2 words: obsessive and, if expanded, disturbingly possessive. But he had kept her confined within the villa, forbidding her to venture outside, his desire for exclusivity bordering on the pathological. Realizing this, Shi Yin suddenly comprehended the meaning behind not leaving at that moment. Li Chuan spoke again. "Additionally, spending more time with him while he sleeps will yield better results." Shi Yin. Spending more time while he sleeps? Is it merely about sharing a blanket and chatting, or something else? Li Chuan laughed heartily, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Sister-in-law, do not be angry. I was merely jesting." "Jesting?" Shi Yin's gaze sharpened, a hint of chill in her eyes. Li Chuan coughed lightly, attempting to clarify. "Not entirely, sister-in-law. Did you not mention that Yuchan becomes childishly affectionate when he falls asleep next to you after having nightmares?" "Indeed. Has that happened before?" Shi Yin inquired, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the thought of the endearing little Achan being affectionate with someone else. Yet she found it amusing to be feeling inexplicably possessive. However, before she could dwell on it further, her amusement swiftly dissipated. "Never." Shi Yin's voice quavered. "Yuchan has always slept with chains." She lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes momentarily clouded with disbelief. "What do you mean?" Li Chuan sighed. "He once went into a frenzy while sleeping and almost harmed a bodyguard. Ever since, he has kept himself bound with chains while he sleeps to prevent injuring anyone." "Since when has he been using chains?" Shi Yin pressed a hand to her chest, her voice trembling. "Always," Li Chuan replied. "Always?" Shi Yin's voice cracked with emotion. Chapter 42. "My dear, do not look at me with such eyes. It makes me think." "Hey, Achan, where are you now?" "On my way back to the company." "My dear, have you been crying?" "I haven't cried. I'm coming to the company to find you. I'll pick you up." Zheng Xan is turning back to the school. No. Shi Yin suddenly exclaimed. "Achan, I'm going to find you." This time, she was the one rushing towards Gu Yuchan. In her past life, she had lived under the same roof as Gu Yuchan for 5 years. Yet during that time, she had failed to recognize his love for her, remained ignorant of his psychological struggles, and had no idea he had to rely on chains to sleep. Gu Yuchan had sacrificed everything for her, and she had been blissfully unaware. Shi Yin suddenly harbored resentment towards her past self. This time, she would devote every ounce of her strength to love Gu Yuchan, to treat him with utmost kindness. That on her way to the Gu Corporation, Shi Yin had managed to compose herself, though her eyes still bore traces of redness. "My dear. What happened?" The term "my dear" was directed at Shi Yin, while the inquiry came from Li Chuan, accompanied by a sharp glare. Li Chuan pushed up his glasses, feeling a sense of unspoken frustration. It was clear that Gu Yuchan had brought this upon himself, yet he had the audacity to question Li Chuan. Nevertheless, the current situation bore some resemblance to him having bullied Shi Yin to tears, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Shi Yin gently shook her head and addressed Li Chuan. "Thank you for bringing me here, Dr. Li. I will treat you to a meal with Achan another day." Li Chuan shrugged, recognizing that his presence was no longer required. "Have you been crying?" Gu Yuchan's calloused fingertips gently brushed against Shi Yin's reddened eyes. Shi Yin blinked, fixing her gaze on Gu Yuchan. After a moment, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice laced with longing. "Achan, I miss you so much." Tender affection flickered in Gu Yuchan's eyes as he leaned down to kiss her eyelids. "Good girl, tell me what happened." Shi Yin yearned to share everything she had learned from Li Chuan, yet upon meeting Gu Yuchan's dark, profound gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. She understood. Gu Yuchan was reluctant to share a bed with her out of fear of inadvertently harming her. She also comprehended that Gu Yuchan would rather suffer alone in the darkness, nursing his wounds in silence, than reveal his struggles to her, for he refused to show weakness to anyone at that moment. Gu Yuchan tightened his embrace around Shi Yin's waist, seemingly urging her to speak. Shi Yin bit her lip and, in a sudden burst of determination, clung to Gu Yuchan. Nuzzling against him, that in a soft, somewhat petulant tone, she said, "Chan, I just told you I miss you, don't you miss me?" She could not be sure if Gu Yuchan's pride would allow him to reveal his battered self to anyone. Gu Yuchan responded with a non-committal a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Shi Yin lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Gu Yuchan, 3 parts reproachful and 7 parts playful. "Chan, you must say you miss me too. I was just on the verge of tears from missing you." Gu Yuchan chuckled softly, his expression warm. Yin, you are becoming increasingly mischievous." "But what exactly happened?" "I miss you," she insisted. "Good girl, do not change the subject or else." A hint of danger flickered in Gu Yuchan's obsidian gaze. Shi Yin tilted her head. "Or else what?" Gu Yuchan's lips curled into a slight smile. Suddenly, an abrupt sound echoed through the office. Shi Yin's face flushed crimson as Gu Yuchan playfully swatted her bottom, and not in a discreet manner, but right there in broad daylight within the office. Gu Yuchan murmured, "My dear, do not look at me with such eyes. It makes me think you like it and want more." "Absolutely not." Shi Yin shyly declined. Yet it was precisely because of Gu Yuchan's gentle slap that all her regrets, heartaches, and resentments dissipated, leaving only profound joy and affection. Rather than forcibly unearthing Gu Yuchan's scars, what mattered more was how to heal him. She had also conceived an excellent idea for his healing. With a resolute heart, she said, "Aiken, be good and tell me why you cried." The Gu Yuchan looked earnestly at Shi Yin. Chapter 43. How Close is Close. Shi Yin remained silent, merely snuggling deeper into Gu Yuchan's embrace. After marriage, a wife has both the right and duty to sleep beside her husband. Shi Yin touched the scar on her face, silently pondering that it seemed necessary for her to return to the Shi family soon to retrieve their household registration book. Without it, they could not obtain their marriage certificate. The Gu Yuchan seemed to understand her unspoken thoughts. "That can't tell me." Shi Yin tilted her delicate face upward, her misty peach blossom eyes shimmering with emotion, her lips slightly pouting as she playfully responded, "I just mentioned it. I cried because I missed you." Although Gu Yuchan knew this was not entirely truthful, he could only feel a surge of tenderness as he gazed into her affectionate eyes. He swept Shi Yin into his arms and walked towards the sofa, softly coaxing her, "Be good, stay by my side today, and keep your eyes on me." Shi Yin replied with a tender hum, but as she sensed Gu Yuchan's intention to set her down on the sofa, she lightly huffed and clung tightly around his neck. "Aiken, I want to see you up close." "That up close?" Gu Yuchan raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of mischief flitting through his elongated, dark eyes. But more so a hint of danger. "How close?" Shi Yin blinked in surprise. She had merely intended to be a bit nearer to Gu Yuchan. Yet, how had her innocent words taken on such a different connotation when spoken by him? Nevertheless, she boldly declared, "You can bring me as close as you desire." With that, Shi Yin propped herself up slightly, leaning towards Gu Yuchan's ear, her warm breath brushing against him as she playfully licked his earlobe. Gu Yuchan narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at his lips as he lowered his voice. "Then let us get at a negative distance." The next moment, Shi Yin found herself pinned upon the sofa by Gu Yuchan. The air between them was thick with an intimate tension. After a while, Shi Yin felt dizzy from Gu Yuchan's kisses, yet her arms remained firmly wrapped around his neck. The Gu Yuchan, too, indulged her, cradling her as they lay together on the sofa. Occasionally kissing her flushed eyes and inhaling the fragrance of her hair, Gu Yuchan's embrace was immensely comforting, providing Shi Yin with a sense of security. As she nestled against him, drowsiness began to wash over her. Gu Yuchan kissed her forehead, asking softly, "Are you tired?" Shi Yin's voice was soft and sleepy as she replied, "Are you still going to work?" "I still have a few contracts to review." Shi Yin blinked, slightly tilting her face up to look at him, and tenderly said, "Then you should go to work." "All right, I'll carry you to bed to sleep," the Gu Yuchan replied, lifting Shi Yin in his arms and heading towards the rest area. Yet, Shi Yin suddenly tightened her hold around Gu Yuchan's neck, her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking twice. Looking earnestly at him, she said, "No, we agreed that I would have close contact with you today, that if I go to the rest area to sleep while you work in the office." "How can we have close contact?" Seemingly sensing her intentions, Gu Yuchan halted his steps, His gaze fixated on the girl in his arms as he met her sparkling eyes that a faint smile graced his lips. "Then shall you sleep in my arms?" Shernyan's fair face flushed with a charming hue, and feeling a bit shy, she cleared her throat and murmured, "Yes." Guyuchen chuckled lightly, turning to walk towards the desk while still holding Shinian. Shinian looked up quietly at Guyuchen. The warm sunlight outside enveloped the tall, handsome man, softening the sharpness of his features and adding a touch of gentle affection that Shernyan's eyes sparkled as she said, "Aiken, you look so handsome when you smile. Please smile more often." Guyuchen sat in his luxurious, dark office chair, one hand wrapped around Shernyan's slender waist while the other lifted her chin. "Really handsome?" "Very handsome. You are the most dashing man I have ever seen smile." As soon as Shinian uttered those words, she suddenly realized that Guyuchen, who usually wore a cold, distant demeanor, had countless women drawn to him. If he smiled like melting snow under the spring breeze, his indifference would fade, inevitably attracting even more women, and perhaps some men might dare to approach him. A surge of anxiety washed over Shinian. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, Guyuchen interjected, "If you like it, I will smile for you." Chapter 44. The dog food consumed over the years all of Guyuchen's tenderness. Favoritism and affection were reserved solely for Shinian. His elongated eyes curved slightly, and it seemed as if an entire night sky had fallen into his deep, dark pupils. That Shernyan's heart raced, feeling as if it were submerged in a pot of honey, sweetening every inch of her being. She leaned in and kissed the corner of Guyuchen's lips. Then it settled. "Your smile is only for me," Guyuchen acknowledged with a soft hum. His dark eyes intensely fixed upon Shinian. His lips parted slightly. "And what about yours?" Shinian was momentarily taken aback. Guyuchen lowered his head and gently nipped at her lip, their breaths intertwining in a tantalizing dance, causing Shinian to involuntarily let out a soft sigh. "Nyen Nyen, you too shall smile only for me," Guyuchen's deep, magnetic voice echoed, laced with an enchanting allure. Shinian, dazed by the kiss, responded to his words. "All right." Suddenly, a slight sting tingled at her lip, and clarity returned to Shernyan's eyes as she opened her mouth to initiate a kiss with Guyuchen. "Aiken, my sweetest smile will forever belong to you." Guyuchen remained silent, merely holding the back of Shernyan's head, kissing her with an even greater fervor and possessiveness. After a while, Shinian, perhaps genuinely fatigued, curled up like a little cat and quietly drifted into slumber in Guyuchen's embrace. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. The head of the finance department and two deputy managers arrived to report on last month's asset situation. To their surprise, they were not greeted by the stern, composed Guyuchen, but rather by a doting boyfriend cradling his sleepy wife. The three of them found themselves in a predicament, unsure whether to enter or retreat. That Guyuchen's large hand shielded Shernyan's face, ensuring her peaceful slumber remained undisturbed. "Bring the report." Guyuchen gestured towards the desk. The finance manager promptly complied, tiptoeing towards the desk and respectfully placing the report down before quietly retreating. 10 minutes later, the entire company was abuzz with the news that their usually stoic and cold CEO was coaxing his little wife to sleep in his office. Guyuchen, who could be so coldly handsome, was now tenderly whispering, "Baby, be a good girl and sleep." Goodness, it seemed as though he had been possessed. He was hardly the type to exhibit such gentle affection. The new intern in the secretary's office, upon witnessing the company's secrets being shared in the chat, exclaimed in shock, "Every time I step into the CEO's office, it feels like heading to the guillotine, as if I am about to meet the king of hell. I can hardly imagine how gentle he is." When Guyuchen wore a cold expression, he was already devastatingly handsome. If he were to show tenderness, it would surely be fatal. How enviable it was to be the president's wife. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life. For how else could she be so lucky to receive such exclusive love from Guyuchen? Zheng Exan, overhearing the hushed gossip among his female colleagues, felt he should sternly emphasize the importance of discipline and prohibit discussing the president's private matters. But he actually wanted to share the tales of the dog food he had consumed during his years as a chauffeur. As Zheng Exan pondered this, his phone suddenly lit up with a new message. Upon reading it, he nearly spat out his drink. "Assistant Zheng, our apologies. We were merely expressing our shock and definitely didn't speak ill of the president." Zheng Xian waved his hand, processing the information, and then adopted a diligent demeanor, asking, "Ladies, if you were feeling down today, how would you want your boyfriend to cheer you up?" Gu Yuchen's inquiry was about how to comfort his girlfriend when she was upset. Let us go eat. A lavish meal, delicious food, desserts. There is no problem in the world that can't be solved with a good meal, that if there is, then have two. Zheng Xian silently affirmed that food was indeed a splendid idea. Give me something. I adore unwrapping presents, lipstick, handbags, something like that. What girl wouldn't he love it? Zheng Xian's eyes brightened. Yes, what girl wouldn't he cherish a gift? I actually hope he doesn't have to do much. Just being by my side is enough. Zheng Xian nodded thoughtfully and sent that message to Gu Yuchen. Chapter 45. Aiken, my strap is broken. Xinyan rubbed her eyes, waking from a drowsy slumber. And upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Gu Yuchen's handsome and resolute profile. With a smile, she softly called out, Aiken, that you're awake. Gu Yuchen replied, lifting his hand to turn off the computer. Having just awakened. Xinyan's voice was still a bit hoarse and sweet. How long did I sleep? An hour. Gu Yuchen's deep voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. He found Xinyan particularly adorable when she slept. Her lips pouting and her breathing soft and rhythmic. That long. Xinyan found herself pondering what she looked like while asleep, merely marveling at how long she had been slumbering. She had thought that she was simply enamored with the scent of Gu Yuchen, dozing off in his embrace, only to discover that she had been asleep for an entire hour, that a slight embarrassment washed over her. But she soon realized that she had been resting her weight on Gu Yuchen's shoulder. Ah Chun, am I hurting your shoulder? She inquired. Not at all, he replied, the emphasis on the word press hinting at something deeper. Xinyan's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, You're bullying me, before seriously offering to massage his shoulders. Gu Yuchen gently wrapped his arm around her waist, ensuring she wouldn't tumble down. As lunchtime approached, Gu Yuchen had already arranged for a restaurant and guided Xinyan there. After their meal, instead of returning to the office, he accompanied her to the mall. Xinyan playfully swung their intertwined fingers and tilted her head to look at him, asking, Don't you have work this afternoon? Gu Yuchen simply replied, Accompanying you is my utmost priority. There were no grand promises or romantic declarations, only the simplicity of those 5 words, yet they stirred a sweetness within Xinyan. Perhaps companionship was the most beautiful term in the world. For it was within this bond that she tasted the essence of happiness, that it had indeed been a long time since Xinyan had strolled through the streets that in her previous life. She had spent 5 years confined within a villa, rarely venturing out, resulting in her limited shopping experiences. Nonetheless, while she frequented the outside world, she received monthly deliveries of the latest clothing, bags, and jewelry. Mr. Gu, all the new arrivals for this quarter have arrived and are scheduled to be delivered to your villa this afternoon, the mall manager reported. Upon realizing that Gu Yuchen himself was present, the manager was taken aback, initially thinking that Gu Yuchen was impatiently urging him to expedite the arrival of new items. Gu Yuchen responded with a curt lifting his gaze to survey the onlookers. His displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow, casting a shadow over his handsome features. Clear the area, he commanded. The various gazes fixated on Xinyan filled him with a sense of disdain and rage. The manager, well aware of Gu Yuchen's domineering nature and unpredictable temperament, found himself startled when the gentleman who had just been conversing sweetly with the girl beside him transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness. See clear the area? The manager stammered. The Gu Yuchen's expression turned icy, his impatience palpable as he noted the manager's hesitance to comply with his command. That moment, Xinyan entwined her arm with Gu Yuchen's. Looking up at him with a smile, Let us go. I want to try on some clothes. Chun, which do you prefer, a dress or pants? She led him toward the nearest luxury boutique, discreetly signaling to Zheng Xian beside them. Xinyan understood that since this mall belonged to the Gu family, Gu Yuchen's wishes were to be followed without question. However, considering the scale of this mall, the largest in a city, with daily foot traffic reaching tens of thousands and transaction amounts soaring into the millions, it seemed excessive to incur such losses merely for their shopping excursion. Truthfully, Xinyan was reluctant, knowing her partner's extravagant tendencies, but as a supportive companion, she felt it was her duty to manage their finances wisely. Zheng Xian approached the manager, advising him that a complete clearance was unnecessary, but that measures should be taken to disperse the crowd and prevent them from gawking at Gu Yuchen and Xinyan. Upon hearing that a full clearance was not required, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, promptly agreeing and beginning to direct security to disperse the onlookers. Are they celebrities? They are simply too attractive, murmured one onlooker. They can't be celebrities. I've seen that man in business magazines. He seems to be the president of Goo Corporation, and he is even more charming in person, another chimed in. Who is that girl? She is stunning. Is she a new star? Someone else speculated that I'm not sure, but if she debuts, I'll definitely support her. The entertainment industry is filled with bland faces, but such a striking beauty is rare. Yet another remarked on their compatibility, exclaiming how perfect they look together. As Gu Yuchen smiled down at the girl, it was truly heartwarming. Inside the store, Shunyin held up a white dress and a blue one. Asking, "Which should I try on?" Chun, Gu Yuchen nodded. Both are fine. Regardless of which dress she chose, he believed that she would look exquisite in either. However, noticing the seriousness in Gu Yuchen's expression, she chuckled. Chun, your answer makes me feel like you're being dismissive. Come on, tell me, do you prefer me in white or blue? Gu Yuchen furrowed his brow slightly, replying both. No, both allowed. You must choose one, Shunyin retorted, her lips pouting slightly in a playful manner. Earlier, when she had asked Gu Yuchen whether he preferred her in dresses or pants, he had boldly replied that he liked her best without clothes. The brazen remark had caused Shunyin to blush fiercely in public, nearly stumbling in embarrassment. I was too flustered to retort his lewd comment at that moment, so I must reclaim my dignity now. Nevertheless, she genuinely desired to know his preference, wishing to wear more outfits that he favored. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuchen pointed to the white dress. This one. Shunyin exclaimed, "Oh, I actually prefer the blue one." But just as she thought that, Gu Yuchen's deep voice resonated. It suits you perfectly. Today, he wore a black shirt, and indeed the white dress complemented his attire splendidly. Silently, Shunyin returned the blue dress to its rack and smiled back at him. I'll wear this dress while shopping today, Chun. Please help me select a few more, and I'll try them on for you. Gu Yuchen watched Shunyin's graceful silhouette as her lips curved into a smile, then picked up the blue dress and handed it to a nearby sales associate, instructing, "Wrap it up." Moments later, after trying on the dresses, Shunyin emerged, twirling in her white dress, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Is it pretty?" Gu Yuchen's gaze softened. "You look like an angel." Shunyin possessed striking features, exuding a captivating allure, yet when she smiled, her sharp features softened, her eyes shimmering with a galaxy of stars. Dressed in her elegant white gown, she spun around, truly resembling an angel who had gently descended into Gu Yuchen's heart, creating ripples of affection. Shunyin blinked. "So, do you like it?" Gu Yuchen pulled her slender waist into his embrace and whispered, "I do. You are my angel." Her heart raced, and the corners of her mouth curled upward, a playful pout escaping her lips as she teased. "But you previously claimed you wouldn't say sweet nothings. How come you're so smooth now? Where did you learn this?" Gu Yuchen replied effortlessly, "Silly girl, when I see you, these words flow naturally." Because he cherished Shunyin, because he valued her, because he loved her deeply. Many of his sentiments were not rehearsed or borrowed from cliched romantic lines, that he simply expressed his genuine feelings towards the girl he adored. Hearing this, Shunyin felt an even sweeter sensation within her heart, and she wanted to whimsically question why he had never uttered such affectionate words before. However, she soon realized the reason. Their past encounters had been filled with quarrels and bickering, leaving no room for Gu Yuchen to express such tender sentiments. Yet, what was past. Now and in the future, she desired more of such words. "What else did you choose for me? I want to try them on for you." Shunyin tilted her head, glancing at the items behind Gu Yuchen. Her eyes first landed on a pure black gown that evoked images of a black swan. However, unlike traditional elegance, this gown's deep V design lended a touch of sensual allure. Two black straps formed a bow, casually cascading down, tempting one to pull them away. The waist was adorned with long black feathers, enhancing its allure, while the hem was shorter in front and longer in back, accentuating the graceful curves of her legs. Taking a step forward, Shunyin picked up the black swan gown, her eyes twinkling as she teased, their essay saying that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. "So you prefer the sexy look, Chun?" Gu Yuchen replied unabashedly. "It suits you well." Shunyin playfully retorted, "You're such a wolf." Gu Yuchen took the black gown into his hands, smirking, "Darling, it's simply in a man's nature." Shunyin tilted her head. "So you'd like it if other women wore it too?" Gu Yuchen instructed the staff to wrap the gown, declaring, "Her sensuality is for my eyes only. I want to look at anyone else." Gu Yuchen lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss on the delicate tip of Shunyin's nose. Regardless of the world's resplendent beauty and dazzling brilliance, his eyes could only perceive Shunyan. At that moment, a minor dispute erupted outside the shop. "That I apologize, miss, but we are not currently accommodating guests." The salesperson politely declined the entry of several girls standing before her. Shenling raised her chin defiantly and scolded. "Who do you think you are to stop me? Do you even know who I am?" Despite the salesperson's attempts to reason, the young ladies continued their clamorous insistence to enter. However, having worked in the mall for 5 or 6 years, the salesperson was well aware of the establishment's reputation. Thus, despite recognizing the prominence of the young ladies before her, she understood that none could surpass Gu Yuchen in stature. "Miss Shun, I must inform you that the guest inside prefers tranquility and does not enjoy disturbances," the salesperson tactfully cautioned. Upon hearing these words, Shun Ling and her companions burst into laughter. After composing herself, Shun Ling shot a glare and suddenly slapped the salesperson across the face. "You wretched creature. Who is it inside with such a grandiose demeanor? Do you have any idea that this mall will soon belong to me?" At that moment, the salesperson, unable to tolerate Shun Ling's bullying, retorted indignantly. "How could it possibly belong to you? This mall is owned by the Gu family, and the person inside shares the same surname, Gu. In a city, no one was unaware of the illustrious Gu family." Just then, Shering, who had been silently squeezed among the crowd, suddenly blurted out, "Is the person inside Gu Yuchen?" Before the salesperson could respond, Shun Ling impatiently interjected, "Impossible. Brother Chun is definitely busy with work. He wouldn't be shopping in a mall." Yet the salesperson confirmed, "Indeed, it is President Gu." "What?" A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Shun Ling stamped her foot, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Chun is here. Make way, I need to find him." The salesperson was unable to stop her as Shun Ling pushed past and rushed inside, with the other young ladies eagerly following suit. After all, it was Gu Yuchen, the undisputed king of a city. Which girl wouldn't yearn to meet him? However, Shering lingered at the back, hesitating. She also wished to see Gu Yuchen, yet she understood that, given his character, it was utterly improbable for him to be shopping in a mall. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the only one who could draw Gu Yuchen into the mundane world was Shun Yen. Having been slapped by Shun Yen twice just days prior, even Shering, though not the brightest, realized that Shun Yen was no longer the Na'vi girl she could manipulate. Thus, she found herself pondering how to regain Shun Yen's trust. After all, the patriarch of the Shur family's 80th birthday was approaching, and only by securing Shun Yen's trust could she ensure that Shun Yen would completely fall from grace on that day. "Brother Chun!" Shun Ling cried out excitedly as she dashed toward Gu Yuchen. However, just 2 meters away, she was intercepted by bodyguards that Gu Yuchen did not even spare her a glance, his tone icy as he commanded, "Throw her out." Shun Ling was momentarily stunned, and as the bodyguards restrained her shoulders and began to escort her out, she finally reacted, shouting anxiously, "Brother Chun, it's me, Shun Ling. Have you forgotten me?" Gu Yuchen remained indifferent. Shun Ling sighed in sadness. She had grown accustomed to his cold demeanor during their encounters. Yet, Gu Yuchen was not merely cold towards her, but to everyone. This thought somewhat soothed Shun Ling's heart. Just then, a soft, delicate female voice suddenly rang out from the fitting room, "Dada Chun, my bra strap has come undone. Could you come in and help me fasten it?" Each word carried an air of subtle seduction, laced with a hint of provocation, that a temptation for Gu Yuchen, and a challenge for Shun Ling. The one being tempted could only imagine the repercussions of enticing the girl in the fitting room, while the one being provoked was fuming with rage. Sure enough, after a moment of stunned silence, Shun Ling suddenly erupted in fury, pointing at the fitting room like a shrew, her composure completely lost. "Who is that vixen trying to seduce my brother Chun?" Almost immediately, the girl in the fitting room seemed genuinely frightened by Shun Ling's outburst, her previously sultry voice now tinged with a hint of a whimper. "Ah Chun, who is that outside? They sound so fierce." "Ah, please come in quickly. My bra buttons are all undone. Help me fasten them." Gu Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath. "Nian Yin, you truly are an unadulterated enchantress." He then turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over the sales staff, bodyguards, and the young ladies, as he coldly commanded, "All of you, get out." After issuing his order, Gu Yuchen strode towards the fitting room. However, perhaps driven by her anger, Shun Ling disregarded Gu Yuchen's command and angrily shouted, "You shameless hussy! Don't hide in there trying to seduce my brother Chen. Come out, and I'll ruin your face. Xin Ling, as the daughter of the Xin family, had been doted upon since childhood, developing a spoiled and arrogant demeanor, feeling no remorse for her derogatory remarks toward Shun Yin. After all, she considered Shun Yin nothing more than a lowly woman unworthy of her notice. Wah! Ah Chun, I'm scared, the girl in the fitting room whimpered in an even softer, more delicate tone. Jiu Yuchen's eyes turned frostier as he pivoted, striding toward Xin Ling. Seeing him approach, Xin Ling felt a surge of triumph. Brother Chen, how could you be bewitched by such a lowly vixen? Don't you know that women like her are nothing but common harlots? Unclean. A sharp slap silenced Xin Ling's unfinished words. Gu Yuchen's strike was so powerful that it sent her staggering back 2 steps, landing clumsily on the ground. Brother Chen, why did you hit me? Xin Ling exclaimed in disbelief, clutching her reddened cheek as she stared at Gu Yuchen. Although he had always treated her coldly, he had never insulted her, let alone struck her before. This previously tolerant demeanor had led Xin Ling to harbor inappropriate feelings, believing herself to be special in Gu Yuchen's eyes. Yet Gu Yuchen's gaze remained frigid as he regarded her, his lips parting to deliver a chilling retort. Who gave you the audacity to insult my woman? Her? The lascivious vixen in the fitting room? Xin Ling's eyes turned venomous as she glared at the fitting room. Meanwhile, the so-called vixen, Shun Yin, clenched her teeth and fists, preparing to confront the foul-mouthed woman outside. Calling me a vixen? Are you? Well, I shall let everyone witness how Gu Yuchen is captivated by this vixen. Shun Yin tugged at her clothing, revealing a portion of her smooth, rounded shoulder, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blush as she exuded an air of shyness that would make any man weak in the knees. Ah Chun, I am not a vixen, that I swear. I did not seduce you. Shun Yin stepped out of the fitting room, embodying a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, Xin Ling's eyes turned crimson with rage. You dare deny being a vixen? Just look at how disheveled you are in broad daylight. However, Xin Ling's words were cut short as Gu Yuchen turned to face Shun Yin. His demeanor shifted dramatically. He strode toward Shun Yin and enveloped her in his arms, wrapping her petite form tightly in his suit to shield her from prying eyes that he then turned and bellowed, "Get out, all of you." At Gu Yuchen's command, the bodyguards, who had been keeping their heads down, swiftly seized Xin Ling and the other young ladies, escorting them out. These bodyguards, having worked closely with Gu Yuchen, were well aware of his temperament and the significance of Shun Yin in his life. They understood that anyone who dared to witness Shun Yin in such a state risked not only their jobs, but their very lives. Thus, only Gu Yuchen witnessed Shun Yin's alluring demeanor, while the rest remained oblivious. Nevertheless, Gu Yuchen was still particularly displeased. He lifted Shun Yin effortlessly and swiftly entered the cramped fitting room, his gaze fixated on her with a fierce intensity. Shun Yin, you better behave. It was rare for Gu Yuchen to speak so sternly to her. However, Shun Yin bit her lip, her delicate fingers slipping from her shoulder to reveal her smooth, fair skin, leaning closer into his embrace. Ah Chun, I'm not lying that my bra buttons really are undone. Gu Yuchen's breath quickened suddenly. Yet Shun Yin continued to stoke the flames, sweetly inviting, would you help me fasten them? Gu Yuchen's dark eyes were overtaken by a crimson desire. One hand gripping Shun Yin's waist while the other landed heavily on her pert backside. Duh. Shun Yin gasped in surprise, her body colliding against Gu Yuchen's firm chest, embarrassment and indignation flooding her senses. Why do you keep hitting my backside? Gu Yuchen's large hand remained audaciously unyielding. His low voice seemed to carry an additional weight, thick with a certain hoarseness. Well, who told my Yin Yin to be so disobedient and deserving of a reprimand? Shun Yin felt a twinge of grievance, replying, but I haven't done anything wrong. That it was evident that a bold woman, whose origins were unknown, had dared to seduce her man in her absence, and she was not afforded the luxury of retaliation. To utter such words in public, did she not possess an ounce of shame? And to dare emerge in disarray, was she truly being obedient? Gu Yuchen laid bare Shun Yin's 2 most unruly attributes. Shun Yin pouted and huffed. Then you are not obedient either. Allowing another woman to tempt you to at first glance. Her statement appeared to hold merit, suggesting that Gu Yuchen could not withstand solitude and sought the company of other women. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was the other woman who had brazenly attempted to entice Gu Yuchen. And what had he done? He had dealt a resounding slap to those who dared to provoke him and insult Shernyen. Yet here he was turning black into white, refusing to acknowledge his faults. Jiu Yuchen's hand slowly glided upwards, caressing the elegant, fair butterfly bone of Shernyen. A tingling sensation cascaded from his fingertips, permeating her entire being. Shernyen's voice softened, becoming more delicate, more alluring. Regardless, I feel unhappy seeing someone else trying to seduce you. Jiu Yuchen lowered his head and coaxed, "Be good. Then I shall indulge you in something joyful." Chapter 47. Be good, don't move recklessly. Shernyen's bra clasp was undone and then fastened again. In the end, it was unclear who was comforting whom. Half an hour later, as Gu Yuchen escorted the elegant and enchanting Shernyen, clad in a flowing white dress, out of the shop, the trembling staff finally breathed a sigh of relief, each staring vacantly at them with envy in their eyes. This truly was the pinnacle of womanhood. To have such a wealthy and handsome boyfriend who cherished her so deeply. Indeed, it was also the height of manhood. Gu's girlfriend was not only stunningly beautiful with an enviable figure, but her eyes brimmed with unyielding affection. Gu Yuchen treated her well, and they believed she had merely purchased 2 dresses. In reality, he had cleared half the store for her. Just moments ago, Miss Shun had spoken ill of her, provoking Gu Yuchen's wrath. Truly, he was a man who would go to great lengths for his beloved. Unbeknownst to Shernyen, who was oblivious to the murmurs of the staff, she had no inkling of the surprises awaiting her at home. At this moment, Gu Yuchen and Shernyen entered a jewelry store. Meanwhile, Shiring, who was lurking outside, silently lamented her decision not to follow Xin Ling and the other clueless heiresses into the store to harass Shernyen. She was also silently devising her next ploy to manipulate Shernyen. "Miss, your taste is impeccable. This ocean pearl tier is a creation by the renowned jewelry designer, Phylos, that it symbolizes eternal love, and there are only 3 of these precious pearls in the entire world, making it all the more valuable." Shernyen glanced at the price of the ocean pearl tier. 12 million, that she thought to herself that the price certainly underscored its rarity, although the Shi family was indeed prominent. And Shernyen enjoyed a certain level of favor. Her monthly allowance was only 100,000, making it a dream to purchase this pearl, which would require many years of saving. She waved her hand, signaling the staff to take the ocean pearl tier away. However, in the next instant, Gu Yuchen had already taken the ocean pearl tier, draping it around Shernyen's delicate, elegant swan neck. Shernyen was momentarily taken aback, but then obediently leaned into his embrace, allowing him to adorn her with the ocean pearl tier. The coolness of his fingertips inevitably grazed her sensitive nape, sending a wave of delightful tingles through her. "Da-chun." It tickles. The Jiu Yuchen tilted his head and planted a gentle kiss on the girl wriggling in his arms, soothingly saying, "Be good, don't move around." Hearing his tender words, Shernyen felt sweetness bubbling within her, responding in a soft, melodic tone, "I'm very obedient." Before long, Gu Yuchen had fastened the necklace around Shernyen's neck. She reached back to caress her long hair, exuding elegance and charm. "Does it look good?" Gu Yuchen nodded. Chapter 48. Dearest husband, you were truly kind to me in the previous life, on the day of old Master Shi's 80th birthday. Shernyen had just obtained a marriage certificate with Gu Yuchen under duress, harboring an intense hatred for him. Perhaps Gu Yuchen sensed Shernyen's sentiments and sought ways to cheer her up, leading her to attend old Master Shi's birthday banquet. However, it was on this very day that Shernyen, misled by Shiring, believed that opposing Gu Yuchen at every turn during the celebration would humiliate him and provoke his disdain to the point of divorce. Ultimately, Gu Yuchen may have truly been infuriated by Shernyen's antics, leaving 2 bodyguards to watch over her while he temporarily stepped away. Yet, in that brief moment, Shernyen fell victim to Shi Ying's scheme. Unwittingly consuming a drug-laced drink to tea that time, Shiring deceitfully informed her that Su Yin wished to meet her in a certain room, but upon Shernyen's arrival, she discovered not Su Yin, but a group of unsavory characters lurking within. Just then, the drug took effect, yet she was determined not to surrender easily to those ruffians. Yet, some situations, once entered, lead to irretrievable consequences, even if one wishes to withdraw midway. It proves exceedingly difficult that in a crucial moment, Gu Yuchen arrived just in time to rescue Shernyen, but the struggle and commotion had already reverberated throughout the banquet hall, and all present became aware of the scandalous behavior of the Shi family's eldest daughter since her marriage. Gu Yuchen wished to explain on Shi Yin's behalf. Yet she, trusting Shi Ying's words, believed that the entire incident was orchestrated by Gu Yuchen himself, intended merely as a dramatic hero-saving beauty performance. Thus, Shi Yin preferred to endure the malicious gossip and slander rather than allow Gu Yuchen to speak up for her. Consequently, Gu Yuchen tightened his control over Shi Yin, while the rumors surrounding the Shi family's eldest daughter curiously vanished. Nonetheless, no matter how much they faded, the tarnished image of Shi Yin remained. Sister, let us buy a birthday gift for grandfather together. Shi Ying's voice suddenly interrupted Shi Yin's reverie of the past. Shi Yin blinked slowly, shifting her gaze toward Shi Ying, and upon realizing the situation, her enchanting eyes glimmered with a cold, fierce intent. In an instant, Shi Ying felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Instinctively taking a step back, it seemed as though Shi Yin had seen through everything. But that was impossible. Her plan to use grandfather's birthday to ensnare Shi Yin existed solely in her mind, unshared with anyone. Thus, there was no way Shi Yin could know. With this thought, Shi Ying's frantic heart gradually calmed, and her gaze towards Gu Yuchen revealed a hint of greed that if Shi Yin were to engage with some unsavory individuals and tarnish her body, not only would Gu Yuchen utterly despise her and cast her aside, but even the Shi family would disown her for bringing shame upon their name, banishing her from the family entirely. At that point, she would not only replace Shi Yin as the Shi family's eldest daughter, but could also marry Gu Yuchen and become Mrs. Gu. Shi Ying.it was the first time since her rebirth that Shi Yin so earnestly addressed Shi Ying by name. Shi Ying momentarily froze, looking at Shi Yin, her eyes brimming with delight yet confusion. Sister, Shi Yin coldly curled her lips, her voice light and indifferent. I advise you, those who commit unjust acts will surely meet their demise. Shi Ying was momentarily taken aback. After Shi Yin's warning, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Wrapping her arms around Gu Yuchen's, lifting her delicate face to gaze at him with a beaming smile, Da Chun. Let us return home. That a glimmer of tender amusement flickered in Gu Yuchen's dark eyes as he nodded in agreement. Shi Ying stood frozen, watching Shi Yin and Gu Yuchen depart arm in arm, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood, while her jealousy and malice nearly materialized. Those who commit unjust acts will surely meet their demise. No, it is the victor who reigns and the vanquished who are scorned. No one will care whether I resort to underhanded tactics to ensnare Shi Yin. They will only focus on her disgraceful conduct at grandfather's banquet. Shi Yin, what do you have to be proud of? In 2 days I shall ensure your utter ruin, your name tarnished, abandoned by Gu Yuchen, cast out by your family, and mocked by all. With this, Shi Ying dialed a number on her phone. Hello, a weathered male voice answered on the other end. Hello, father, I just saw sister, but she seems unwilling to acknowledge me, Shi Ying reported. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiong's temper flared. This daughter had indeed become arrogant since climbing to such heights. Even disregarding her own sister. Did she think she could look down on her own father? Shi Ying feigned concern. How could that be? Sister has always respected you since childhood. She would never disobey you. Yet, as Shi Ying's words reached Shi Xiong, his dissatisfaction with Shi Yin only grew. Ever since his first wife, Shi Yin's biological mother, had passed away, Shi Yin had been at odds with him, perpetually wearing a cold demeanor and showing no affection. Enough. You need not say more. I know exactly what kind of daughter that wretched Shi Yin is, and no matter how high she soars or how well she marries, she remains my Shi Xiong's daughter. If I command her to go east, she must go east. If I command her to go west, she must go west, Shi Xiong said vehemently before hanging up the phone and dialing Shi Yin's number. Upon seeing her father's name flashing on her phone screen, Shi Yin felt a surge of bitterness and uncertainty, but more than that, a resolute indifference. The bond between her and Shi Xiong had been severed the moment he forced her mother to her death. Not to mention, Shi Xiong had watched as she was imprisoned and tortured by Shi Ying and Su Yin for 3 months, yet did nothing to save her. A father as cold-blooded and heartless as that is better left behind. Suddenly, Gu Yuchen reached out and hung up the buzzing phone. The air fell into a serene silence once more. Shi Yin looked at Gu Yuchen in confusion, blinking. Why did you hang up on me? Gu Yuchen gently brushed his calloused finger across Shi Yin's furrowed brow. If you do not wish to answer, then don't. Just focus on what brings you joy. I will shoulder everything else. Noticing Shi Yin's spirits dampening due to the call, Gu Yuchen had taken it upon himself to disconnect the call. Even if it was her future father-in-law, he would not allow anyone to upset Shernyan. Shernyan blinked rapidly, then suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchen's neck, snuggling against him, and said, "Husband, you are so kind to me." Gu Yuchen encircled her waist, his deep voice laced with a hint of tenderness. "As long as you know." Shernyan buried her face in Gu Yuchen's embrace, and hearing his words made her chuckle softly. She suddenly found that the awake Gu Yuchen was just as endearing as the sleeping little Ajun. "Ah Chun, you are so good to me. One day you will spoil me beyond repair." Shernyan recalled Gu Yuchen's earlier words and let out a soft laugh. "You will turn me into a feared tyrant." With a gentle smile, Gu Yuchen replied, "Even if the heavens were to tear apart, I would shield you from it all, so fear not. Do as you please without concern for anyone's opinion." That a warm current surged through Shernyan's heart. "I know, Ah Chun. Rest assured, I will not let anyone bully me. Not even my biological father." However, despite her reluctance to face Shixiong again or return to the Shi family, she knew she must go back at least once, because she needed to retrieve the household registration from the Shi family. But today was not the right time to return. Gu Yuchen had just hung up on Shixiong, and she could only imagine how furious he was. Likely raging at home. There was no need for her to return and seek out trouble at this moment. Chapter 49. Falling into a warm embrace the following morning after finishing her classes. Shernyan had the driver take her back to the long-absent Shi family home. "I am her father. She dares to hang up on me when I call her. This is utterly outrageous." Shixiong's voice echoed from within the house. "Just because she has climbed to such heights with Gu Yuchen, she thinks she can disregard me. I am her father. If I do not allow her to marry Gu Yuchen, let us see how she can become Mrs. Gu." Whether Gu Yuchen marries her or not is still uncertain. Perhaps he is merely enamored with her looks, playing with her for a while she foolishly thinks she is important. Just like her shameless mother, upon arriving outside the Shi family home, Shernyan overheard Shixiong's angry tirade, along with insults directed at her and her mother. Her delicate face fell, shadowed by frost. The maid beside her awkwardly explained, "Miss, the master is just upset that in truth, he has been worried about you during your absence." Shernyan curved her lips in a sardonic smile. Although the Shi family could not compare to the Gu family, they should not be reduced to a point where they dare not speak up against the Gu family for the sake of their own daughter. With a scoff, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within, Shixiong was loudly berating Shernyan for her disrespect towards her elders, while her stepmother Yang Fan offered mock concern that dripped with sarcasm, and Shering added her own snide remarks. The family sat together in an orderly fashion. As Shernyan entered, the air fell silent for a moment, followed by an even more furious and frenzied roar from Shixiong. "Shernyan, how dare you return?" Shernyan gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Shixiong before her, coldly curling the corners of her lips as she retorted, "What disgraceful act have I committed that warrants such shame in returning?" In her previous life, such a rebuke from Shixiong would have left her speechless in terror. But now, as she beheld the fury radiating from him, she merely felt a chill in her heart, accompanied by a sense of annoyance. Shixiong seemed taken aback by Shernyan's audacity to retort, momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes fixated on her in a fierce glare. At this juncture, Yang Fan stepped in with a smile to mediate, saying, "Look at you. After such a long time, Nian Nian has finally returned, yet all you do is speak harshly. Nian Nian, do not fault your father for his unkind words. He has been anxious and worried about you since he hasn't seen you." Shernyan's cold gaze fell upon Yang Fan, who, nearing 40, still radiated charm and grace, and a wave of disgust surged within her. Indeed, compared to her resentment towards Shi Ying and Su Yin, her feelings towards Shixiong were overshadowed by her disdain for Yang Fan. Yang Fan was her mother's closest friend. However, just 2 days after her mother's passing, Shernyan had witnessed Shixiong and Yang Fan shamelessly embracing at the funeral. To be honest, Shernyan did not hold Shixiong to high moral standards. Nor did she mind him seeking a stepmother for herself. But why did it have to be her mother's best friend? And why, right when her mother had barely turned cold, did he choose to be with her? Yang Fan, after all, was adept at feigning propriety, portraying herself as cultured, gentle, considerate, and embodying the image of a good mother. In her prior life, Shernyan had initially approached Yang Fan with caution, only to be ultimately deceived by her hypocritical facade. Revering her as a mother figure, Yet, it was Yang Fan who proposed using her as a bargaining chip to exchange for benefits with those greasy old men. Shunyin exhaled a breath of frustration. Worried about me? Then why wouldn't he, my father, answer my calls? When Gu Yuchen first locked Shunyin in the villa, no one knew the reason behind it. Initially, Shunyin was indeed terrified, and the only person she could think of seeking help from was her father, Shi Xiong. However, as she dialed repeatedly, the line was consistently unavailable. In truth, Shunyin did not genuinely expect Shi Xiong to confront the Gu family to rescue her. She merely hoped he would intercede on her behalf to alleviate her dire situation. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Shi Xiong wouldn't even take her call, having completely abandoned her. Perhaps your father's phone was just off at that time. Which is why he couldn't answer, Shunyin suddenly inquired, causing Yang Fan to grow tense as she scrambled to fabricate an excuse. Shunyin remained unfazed. Oh, is that so? Seeing that Shunyin was easily deceived, Shi Xiong seized the opportunity to lash out again, pointing a finger at her and scolding, "You should be grateful I didn't answer your call. Otherwise, how would you have had the time to cozy up to Gu Yuchen?" When Shi Xiong initially discovered that the position of head of the Shi family was secured solely through marrying her mother, and then hastily took on mistresses, he had already deemed him utterly shameless. However, he never anticipated the extent of Shi Xiong's disgraceful behavior. Shunyin let out a slight sigh. Is there a necessary relationship between these two matters? I merely ask you, during my prolonged disappearance. Did you ever search for me? Despite knowing the outcome, Shunyin still sought clarity, as if to bring a definitive end to this twisted familial bond. With his eyes widening, Shi Xiong felt his dignity as the family patriarch provoked. And he angrily bellowed, "Shunyin, do not think that because you've climbed up Gu Yuchen's branch, you can act aloof. I'll tell you, I am your father, and you will listen to me for the rest of your life." Shunyin scoffed, "And if I refuse, will you cast me out of the family? If you refuse, I will make you listen." Shi Xiong roared, raising his hand high. Shunyin slightly lifted her chin, staring at him defiantly. Just as Shi Xiong's hand was about to strike her face, a sudden force from behind sent him flying. In an instant, Shunyin found herself enveloped in a warm, sturdy embrace. Chapter 50. Nian Nian. Marry me. As the faint scent of cedar emanated from the man, Shunyin, whose body had been tense, suddenly relaxed and leaned into his embrace, a gentle joy swelling within her. "Chun, what brings you here?" Gu Yuchen replied, "I was worried about you." Upon hearing this, Shunyin felt her heart swell with sweetness. Being cared for and cherished was indeed a delightful sensation. Meanwhile, Shi Xiong, who had just been kicked aside by Gu Yuchen, was now being helped to his feet by Yang Fan. Accustomed to being the head of the family, Shi Xiong loathed anyone daring to oppose him. Now, the very son-in-law yet to be officially welcomed into the family had the audacity to strike him, inciting his fury as he shoved Yang Fan aside and prepared to confront Gu Yuchen. Yet, Yang Fan held him back, filled with exasperation as she realized how foolish Shi Xiong had become. After marrying him, she discovered he was utterly incompetent, prone to temper tantrums, and devoid of wisdom. Over the years, the Shi family's wealth had nearly dwindled under his mismanagement, and now, just as they could leverage Shunyin to climb the Gu family's ranks, he dared to strike her, and now aimed to lay hands on Gu Yuchen too. If Shunyin were still the unassuming girl without any background, Shi Xiong would have felt justified in striking her. However, now that Shunyin had Gu Yuchen backing her, even as her father, Shi Xiong could not act against her. Otherwise, given Gu Yuchen's temperament, the Shi family would not survive to tell the tale. Yang Fan exchanged a glance with Shi Ring, then swiftly stepped forward to block Shi Xiong, quietly reminding him, the land. In recent years, the real estate industry had flourished, and the Shi family sought a share of the pie. However, Shi Xiong had no business acumen, having purchased 5 plots of land, 4 of which were now liabilities, while the remaining one was in dire need of investment and on the brink of collapse. If they could secure investment from the Gu family, that plot could be developed smoothly. However, if they failed to attract such investment, construction would be indefinitely delayed, and they would lose all their capital. Upon hearing the mention of land, Shi Xiong gradually calmed down, though his expression remained dismissive. He thought he could still demand Shunyan's marriage. Yang Fan sensed the complexity of the situation. Generally, a man seeking to marry a woman must gain approval from her parents. But Gu Yuchen was no ordinary man. Hadn't he just kicked Shi Xiong, the father-in-law, out without a second thought. Yang Fan chose not to dwell on the issue further. Instead, she smiled at Shi Yin and Gu Yuchun, adopting the demeanor of a family matriarch, proclaiming, "Yuchun has come. You should have informed us beforehand. Ying, go ask the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes." Shi was somewhat reluctant, having finally gotten the chance to see Gu Yuchun and not wanting to leave just yet. However, Yang Fan shot her a glare, and Shi, with a huff, dared not protest further. She stomped her foot and hurried off to the kitchen. Yang Fan then poked Shi Xiong, urging him to say something. Shi Xiong, with his hands behind his back, took on a parental tone. "Little Gu, if you wish to become our Shi family's son-in-law." However, before he could finish, Shi Yin coldly interrupted. "A Chen has never considered becoming your son-in-law." Shi Yin negated the idea of being Shi Xiong's son-in-law, not the notion of being part of the Shi family. Yet, Shi Xiong clearly failed to grasp the deeper implications of her words. Staring at her in disdain, rebuking, "I isn't it because you are incompetent. Incompetent to snag a golden turtle son-in-law." Shi Yin let out a cold laugh, tightening her grip around Gu Yuchen's arm, and stated, "A Chun is accompanying me upstairs to fetch something, and then we shall leave." She had no intention of returning to this chaotic household ever again. That Ji Yuchen nodded, his narrow, dark eyes casting a frosty glance at Shi Xiong, saying nothing more. Yet Shi Xiong obstinately pressed, "What do you need to fetch upstairs?" Shi Yin candidly replied, "The household registration book." Before Shi Xiong could process what she intended to do with the household registration book, Yang Fan had already realized that Shi Yin was preparing to take it to register her marriage with Gu Yuchun. Moreover, from Shi Yin's earlier words, it was evident that she was resolutely determined to sever ties with them. But this couldn't be allowed. Even if they were to part ways, they must first extract every last ounce of her utility. Yang Fan whispered something into Shi Xiong's ear, and his expression instantly morphed into one of furious rage. With large strides, he ascended the stairs and blocked the doorway to the study, shouting at Shi Yin, "Shi Yin, are you planning to use the household registration book to marry Gu Yuchen? I see you've truly gone too far. Without my permission, you dare to marry." Upon hearing Shi Xiong voice the meaning behind her fetching the household registration book, Shi Yin glanced at Gu Yuchun beside her, her fair cheeks flushing a light red. She then shot an irritated look at Shi Xiong, retorting, "Who I marry is my own business. It has nothing to do with you." Shi Xiong fumed, "I am your father. How can your marriage not concern me?" Gu Yuchen frowned, deeply displeased with Shi Xiong's overbearing attitude, and was about to speak when a deep, resonant voice echoed from outside. "Yin girl has returned." Upon hearing that voice, Shi Yin's eyes brightened. It was her grandfather. Gu Yuchen discerned Shi Yin's profound respect for the elderly Mr. Shi and affectionately addressed him as grandfather. The elderly gentleman appraised Gu Yuchen with a subtle nod of approval, then turned to Shi Yin, exclaiming, "My dear girl has grown up. It has been quite some time since you last visited your grandfather." Shi Yin approached, linking her arm with Mr. Shi's, and replied, "Grandfather, you know very well that with the commencement of my senior year, there are countless matters at school demanding my attention." With that, she deftly concealed the predicament of being confined by Gu Yuchen that in truth, within the entire Shi family, Shi Yin considered only the elderly Mr. Shi as family. The kindly old man patted her arm affectionately, chuckling, "I was beginning to think you were preoccupied with romance to at this." Shi Yin cast a glance at Gu Yuchen, her cheeks flushing unexpectedly. Typically, their playful banter was of no concern. Yet being teased by her most respected grandfather left her feeling genuinely bashful. Shi Xiong, observing the harmonious scene before him, expressed his discontent, saying, "Father, your timing is impeccable. Shouldn't you, as her father, take charge of Shi Yin's matrimonial affairs?" However, the situation Shi Xiong envisioned, where Mr. Shi would reprimand Shi Yin, did not materialize. Instead, the elderly gentleman turned and struck Shi Xiong with his cane, admonishing silence. Taken aback, Shi Xiong stammered, "Father?" Mr. Shi exhaled deeply, then directed his gaze toward Shi Yin before it settled on Gu Yuchen. "You will take Yin home today." That a flicker of curiosity crossed Gu Yuchen's dark eyes. Was it merely his imagination, or did Mr. Shi's expression convey a sense of entrustment? "Grandfather, I won't leave just yet. I still need to retrieve some documents," Shi Yin declared, intent on returning to the study to fetch the household register. However, as she passed by Gu Yuchen, he gently restrained her. Confused, she looked up at him. Gu Yuchen replied, "Be good. Listen to your grandfather." Shi Yin felt the situation was rather peculiar, as if there were unspoken secrets shared between her grandfather and Gu Yuchen. Yet, she swiftly dismissed this thought. This was their first meeting, and they had exchanged but 2 sentences. How could there be any secrets? Nevertheless, since both Mr. Shi and Gu Yuchen urged her to leave, she complied. Departing the Shi residence with Gu Yuchen. Father, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize how disrespectful Shi Yin was just now? She was preparing to obtain a marriage certificate with Gu Yuchen while declaring that he could never be my son-in-law. Does she look down upon me as her father? Shi Xiong vented his frustrations to Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi regarded Shi Xiong's petulance with disappointment, commanding, "Be silent." Shi Xiong protested, "Why should I be silent? I'm your own son." The head of the Shi family, Shi Yin, is merely a girl who will eventually marry someone else. Why are you so biased towards her? But before Shi Xiong could finish his tirade, an enraged Mr. Shi struck him forcefully on the back with his cane. Shi Xiong cried out in pain. Mr. Shi, hands clasped behind his back, retreated to the study, instructing Shi Xiong, "If you truly wish to prevent the Shi family from declining under your watch, you will keep your mouth shut and do as I say." Shi Xiong opened his mouth to protest further, but, cowed by years of deference to Mr. Shi, merely grunted in compliance. You need to temper your temper. Do not attempt to assert your authority as a father in front of Shi Yin, nor make things difficult for her. If the girl wishes to marry Gu Yuchen, your only course of action is to sincerely bless their union. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiong was immediately displeased. No, I do not agree. Gu Yuchen shows no respect for me as her father-in-law. He even kicked me just now. I absolutely will not allow them to wed. As soon as Shi Xiong finished speaking, Mr. Shi struck him again with the cane, angrily rebuking, "Do not presume that I am oblivious. Had you not struck Shi Yin, Gu Yuchen would not have retaliated in her defense. And what of it? She is my daughter. I am entitled to discipline her." Shi Xiong retorted. "She is not." With Mr. Shi's furious proclamation, an eerie silence fell over the room. "Father, what do you mean by that?" Shi Xiong asked incredulously. "How could Shi Yin not be my child? I was waiting outside the operating room when she was born." The thought that Shi Yin's mother might have been unfaithful was unfathomable to him. Yet, how could Mr. Shi know anything of this? Mr. Shi heavily closed his eyes, his vitality seemingly draining away. "Do not ask so many questions that if you wish to continue as the head of the Shi family and the CEO of Shi Enterprises, you will do as I instruct." Upon returning, Shi Yin inquired of Gu Yuchen if he had secretly made any agreements with her grandfather, the Ji Yuchen, with a resigned expression, assured her that he had not. After this, Shi Yin refrained from further inquiries, instead taking Gu Yuchen to purchase a birthday gift for Mr. Shi. The following day, Shi Yin donned an elegant silver-white gown, a string of oceanic pearl teardrops adorning her slender neck. Her flowing hair cascading beside her face, she turned to smile. She resembled a mermaid emerging from the sea. Mr. Gu, are you mesmerized?" Shi Yin playfully waved her hand in front of Gu Yuchen's face. Gu Yuchen grasped her tiny hand and leaned down to plant a kiss on the corner of her lips. "That Yin is exquisite." Shi Yin pursed her lips, a captivating smile curving upwards. No girl could resist being complimented on her beauty, especially when the praise came from her boyfriend. Shi Yin helped Gu Yuchen adjust his tie, her slightly downcast eyes shimmering with starlight. "That Aiken is quite handsome as well." Her compliment was heartfelt. She genuinely felt Gu Yuchen appeared even more dashing than before. Linking her arm with Gu Yuchen's, they approached the hotel hall, where many eyes turned towards them, filled with surprise. Envy, or jealousy, the Ji Yuchen furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of distaste. Shi Yin quietly intertwined her fingers with his, offering reassurance. "Aiken, let us wish grandfather a happy birthday," and then leave. The Ji Yuchen nodded, his expression softening somewhat. Upon spotting Mr. Shi, they approached together. "Grandfather, this is the birthday gift Aiken and I have prepared for you. Wishing you boundless happiness and longevity." Mr. Shi beamed, his smile wide. "Wonderful, wonderful. Knowing you are happy brings me peace." Shi Yin felt the sentiment was rather ominous. "Grandfather." Mr. Shi quickly amended his words. I cannot rest easy until I hold my little granddaughter." Gu Yuchen responded with a straight face soon. Shi Yin slightly turned her face away, a smile escaping her lips. "Tomorrow we will obtain the marriage certificate, and the day after, we will have a baby." At that moment, an increasing number of people approached Gu Yuchen, attempting to ingratiate themselves. His expression grew darker, reflecting his discontent that he secretly believed Li Chuan's methods were utterly ineffective. Just days prior, when Li Chuan provided psychological counseling to Gu Yuqin, he learned that Gu Yuqin's marriage proposal to Shi Nian was rather modest and unceremonious. Li Chuan had sternly reprimanded him, asserting that a proposal must be grand and significant. He then suggested that on Mr. Shi's birthday, before the many elite guests of a city, Gu Yuqin should orchestrate a lavish proposal ceremony, which would surely yield splendid results. That Gu Yuqin, having heeded Li Chuan's advice, had made extensive preparations for this proposal. Yet now, he regretted it. The gazes cast upon Shi Nian by these people filled him with loathing. Guided by Gu Yuqin, Shi Nian arrived at the hotel rooftop, the cool night breeze tousling her hair. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared overhead, showering the scene with a cascade of rose petals. Shi Nian gazed upwards in surprise at the romantic display. At that moment, Gu Yuqin knelt upon the soft petals, unveiling a luxurious velvet box containing a dazzling diamond ring. Nian Nian, marry me that I am in the midst of the rain of roses. The handsome man knelt before the girl, the diamond ring sparkling brilliantly under the night sky. Shi Nian was utterly unprepared for Gu Yuqin to solemnly propose once more. With misty eyes reflecting his handsome and affectionate visage, her heart swelled with emotion. I do, she declared, her clear voice resonating through the night. The Gu Yuqin subtly lifted one corner of his lips, then slid the stunning diamond ring onto Shi Nian's finger. She wiggled her fingers, savoring the sensation of the ring, then took a step forward and embraced Gu Yuqin tightly. Let us obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow, agreed. Upon hearing Gu Yuqin's commendation, Shi Nian was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. She recalled the day she had just been reborn. It was her refusal to obtain a marriage certificate with Gu Yuqin that had driven her to recklessly carve a knife across her own face. Now, however, Gu Yuqin was placing a ring upon her finger, and tomorrow they would go to register their marriage, truly becoming husband and wife. Shi Nian instinctively wrapped her arms around Gu Yuqin's neck, slightly rising onto her toes to kiss his lips. In this moment of sweetness and romance, only the two of them were privy to their It was unclear how much time had passed when Shi Nian, leaning against Gu Yuqin's embrace, sneezed. Achu. She rubbed her nose. The Gu Yuqin removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then held her as they descended the stairs. Upon exiting the elevator, they spotted old Master Shi. Shi Nian blinked in surprise. Grandfather, what are you doing here? Old Master Shi looked at her with affection, and upon noticing the ring on her finger, his eyes gleamed with reassurance. That I came to see Ah Chun. What do you need to see Ah Chun for? Can't I hear about it? Shi Nian mused to herself, realizing her intuition had indeed been correct. There seemed to be some matter between her grandfather and Gu Yuqin. The Gu Yuqin tousled Shi Nian's hair and softly reassured. Be good. Wait for me. Shi Nian obediently replied, I'll be waiting for you. Just as Gu Yuqin departed with old Master Shi, Shi approached Shi Nian with a glass of wine. Her gaze was filled with jealousy as she eyed the ring on Shi Nian's finger. Sister, is that ring a gift from brother-in-law? Shi Nian raised an eyebrow and waved her fingers in front of Shi Ying, the diamond the size of a pigeon egg sparkling brilliantly under the chandelier. Shi Ying's jealousy intensified. Sister, you truly are fortunate. Shi Nian let out a cold laugh, initially disinclined to engage her, but upon noticing the red wine in Shi Ying's hand, she paused. That you're not wrong. I indeed am fortunate. Are you perhaps quite envious of me, sister? Shi Ying's smile took on a sinister edge. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? Why would I be envious of you? Your happiness only brings me joy. She continued, I know I was foolish recently and did many wrongs that upset you. That I offer this glass of wine as an apology for my past misdeeds, and also to wish you and brother-in-law eternal love. As she spoke, Shi Ying extended the glass of red wine toward Shi Nian. Shi Nian regarded Shi Ying with a knowing smile. Shi Ying grew increasingly anxious. Shi Nian chuckled and feigned a sisterly demeanor. Why are you so nervous, sister? Is there something in this wine? Shi Ying shook her head nervously. Of course not. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. She added, besides, this wine is my apology. How could I possibly poison it? Shi Nian nodded, accepting the glass, and just as she was about to drink, her phone rang. She placed the wine glass on the nearby table, answering the call. Hello, meow meow, I can't tonight. My grandfather's 80th birthday. Yes, I'll definitely be at school tomorrow. See you then. While conversing with Gu Miao, Her peripheral vision remained fixed on Shering, noticing Shering momentarily lost in thought. Shering swiftly swapped their wine glasses. After ending the call, she raised her glass toward Shering's sister. "Let's make a toast to avoid raising suspicion." Shering hurriedly lifted her glass of red wine to clink with Shering's. Drinking it down, Shering's heart contained a cold chuckle. Had Shering heeded his words that day, this glass of wine would pose no threat, and she would remain unscathed. But if Shering remained obstinate, she would indeed be reaping the consequences of her own malice, her nefarious schemes returning to haunt her. As Shering watched Shering empty her glass, a wave of exultation surged through her, and she grasped Shering's hand. "Sister, brother, Yin is looking for you. Let me take you to see him." The unfolding scenario mirrored her previous life exactly. Did I in her past? She had believed Shering's words and followed her to meet Su Yin, only to find herself in a room with a few burly thugs. That moment, the effects of the drug had taken hold, and Shering had locked the door behind her, leaving her in despair. Had it not been for Gu Yuchen's timely rescue, she might have taken her own life. Shering exhaled. "All right, I too have matters to discuss with him." Since Shering was intent on self-destruction, it was not her place to intervene. Arriving at the door, Shering seemed to emphasize the authenticity of her intentions, laughingly saying, "We've arrived, sister. You should go in. Even though you're with Gu Dage now, you ought to resolve matters with Brother Su, considering how long he has liked you." Shering nodded, leaning slightly southward, resting her left foot against the wall. She then firmly twisted the doorknob. The moment the door creaked open, Shering, who had been feigning the role of a good sister, suddenly pushed Shering forcefully from behind. "Shering, go die." Shering coldly smirked, pivoting her body, causing Shering to miss her target and stumble into the room. Shering cried out, "No!" Shering shut her eyes, resolutely grasping the doorknob and slamming the door shut. "No, open the door. Let me out. Shering, please." Don't touch me. Don't lay your filthy hands on me." The room Shering firmly believes that facts speak louder than rhetoric, and she holds an unwavering faith in the innate sense of justice that resides within the hearts of people. Yet, she is equally aware of the formidable power of public opinion. Should she depart today with Gu Yuchan, by tomorrow, rumors would undoubtedly circulate, branding Shering as a woman of a venomous heart, one who schemes against her own stepsister, tarnishing her reputation. Although such allegations would be a far cry from the truth, the sheer volume of gossip could transform falsehoods into perceived realities. Having lived a second life, Shering possesses a profound understanding of the potency of slander. As she entwines her arm with Gu Yuchan's and strides forward, she beholds Su Yin cradling the disheveled Shering, while Yang Fan also weeps for Shering. Shi Xiong's complexion fluctuates between shades of blue and red, and upon noticing Shering's approach, he glares at her with an intensity that suggests he would relish in her demise. At that moment, old Master Shi, leaning on his cane, enters the fray. Upon witnessing the chaotic and scandalous scene within the room, he feels as though his venerable visage has been utterly disgraced. He jabs the floor forcefully with his cane, demanding to know what on earth is happening. Hearing the old master's voice, Shi Ying's sense of injustice prompts her to shed a few more tears. Upon lifting her gaze to the side, she spots Shering and Gu Yuchan, her heart swelling with indignation. "Grandfather, you must stand up for me. I have been wronged." Yang Fan joins the lament. "Dad, Ying has always been well-behaved and has never committed any impropriety. She could never have done something like this." Old Master Shi, exasperated, retorts, "Stop merely crying. Explain this to me clearly." Shering sniffs back her tears, suppressing the malice in her eyes, and distorts the truth, declaring, "It was my sister who pushed me into the room." The moment her words escape, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the Shi family, lamenting the disgrace that has befallen their household, while outsiders marvel at the spectacle of sisterly betrayal. Shering senses the myriad of scrutinizing gazes directed at her. Yet her expression remains unperturbed, the corners of her lips curling slightly in an icy demeanor. One may indulge in gluttony, but words must be weighed with care. Upon hearing Shering's voice, Shering recalls just moments ago when Shering had locked her in the room, disregarding her desperate cries for help. "It's all Shering's fault. If she hadn't tricked me, I would have been the one to escape humiliation." Shering cries out in despair. "It was you. You deceived me, claiming to have a secret to share, only to thrust me into this room and lock me in, ignoring my pleas for mercy. Logically, Shiring's accusations hold some weight, especially as she currently occupies the role of the victim. Furthermore, Shirin's affectionate demeanor towards Gu Yuchan stirs envy among the onlookers. People are instinctively drawn to sympathize with the victim, yet they are also narrow-minded in their disdain for other successes. Thus, when Shiring's allegations surface, many are quick to believe her. How malicious is Shirin to conspire against her own sister, truly a woman with a heart of a scorpion. They muse, pondering how such actions irrevocably tarnish Shirin's reputation, jeopardizing her prospects of a respectable marriage. Shirin listens to the whispers of doubt and scorn surrounding her, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she slowly begins to speak. Chapter 52. Apologize or perish at this juncture. Anything I say would appear utterly futile. The light smile at the corners of Shirin's lips seems almost indifferent. Old Master Shi lets out a heavy sigh and turns to Shirin, inquiring, "Child, speak your truth." Having watched her grow beside him, he knows well what manner of person she is. He is certain that Shirin would never resort to such despicable means to harm another. Shi Xiong, incensed, interjects, "Dad, what more is there to discuss? Ying's account is abundantly clear. Shirin is envious and deliberately pushed her into the room to humiliate her. Shirin is your beloved granddaughter. But so is Shiring. You cannot be so biased." Old Master Shi's chest heaves with indignation, his murky old eyes fixed upon Shi Xiong, who would have surely felt the sting of his cane had there not been so many witnesses. Worried that Shi Xiong might provoke Old Master Shi further, Shirin steps in. "I am curious to know what exactly I could possibly envy in Shiring." This question momentarily stuns the crowd. Indeed, what could Shirin possibly envy in Shiring? Shirin is the legitimate daughter of the Shi family, while Shiring is a mere illegitimate child. Despite Yang Fan's recent elevation to the status of Mrs. Shi, she remains the other woman, and Shiring, an illegitimate offspring, in terms of appearance and intellect, Shirin easily surpasses Shiring by a wide margin. Moreover, Shirin achieved an impressive score of 700 on her college entrance examination, a feat that Old Master Shi proudly touted for months, while Shiring only gained admission through artistic leniency and connections. Lastly, Shirin is engaged to Gu Yuchan, destined to become the lady of the Gu family. Whereas Shiring will find it nearly impossible to match such prospects in a city. Considering all these factors, Shirin has no reason to envy Shiring. Rather, it is Shiring who should feel envy towards Shirin. The crowd, now looking at Shiring with a hint of scrutiny, begins to wonder if this is merely a self-directed performance or a cunning frame-up. Shiring senses the shift in attention, her heart racing, and with a dramatic turn, she cries out, "Sister, what have I done to deserve this? You struck me for no reason, and I have already apologized. What more do you want from me? Do you truly wish to ruin my life?" This time, Shiring has learned from experience. Rather than aggressively accusing Shirin, she takes a step back, fully leveraging her victim persona that as expected, the onlookers, witnessing her pitiable state, begin to tilt their sympathies in her favor. Indeed, while Shirin excels in every aspect, could it not be possible that she is a petty woman, driven to malice over the slightest provocation? At this moment, Su Yin, with a righteous air, addresses Shirin. "Shirin, I have always regarded you as a girl of integrity. The claim that you harmed Shiring is under scrutiny, and you ought to apologize to her. After all, you are sisters, and Shiring will surely forgive you." Shi Ying's plan to frame Shirin has been orchestrated with Su Yan's complicity, which is why he rushed upstairs upon realizing something was amiss. His words are intended to silence Shirin. If he and Shiring can convince everyone that Shirin is at fault, then the narrative will solidify against her. Such is the treachery of public opinion. Shi Xiong pounds the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Shirin, bellowing, "Kneel and apologize to Shiring. If you do not apologize today, I will break your legs." Yang Fan, while trying to restrain the impulsive Shi Xiong, wipes her tears and says, "Nian, I know you are a good child and would never intentionally harm your sister. Though Shiring has not suffered any substantial harm, the damage is done. Apologize to her, and we shall consider the matter resolved." Yang Fan's words are exceptionally eloquent. She first appeals to Shirin's emotions, then emphasizes that Shiring has not sustained any real injury, indirectly assuring everyone that Shiring's reputation remains intact, and finally, she insists that Shirin must apologize. Listening to their anxious attempts to condemn her, Shirin's lips curve into a sardonic smile. She suddenly recalls her previous life, when she too was subjected to public scrutiny and ridicule, even enduring scorn from her biological father for her perceived disgrace. Only Gu Yuchan stood steadfastly by her side. Gently, Yin caresses Gu Yuchan's palm, tilting her head to gaze at him. Gu Yuchan tightly grips her small hand and leans in to place a tender kiss on her forehead, his dark, profound eyes locking onto hers with earnestness. Do what you wish. I will always stand by your side. That a warm current of emotion surges through Yin, and she suddenly longs to inquire of Gu Yuchan. What if Ying's accusations held true? What if she truly were a malicious woman? Yet, that thought flits through her mind for barely a second before it is cast aside. Yin can almost envision Gu Yuchan's response. He would surely declare that he loves her for who she is, regardless of her flaws. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment from her own musings, Yin clears her throat, her heart swelling with sweetness. In the current situation, a throng of people point fingers at her, demanding she bow an apology to Ying, the supposed victim, while she engages in tender affection with her fiancé. Ying, witnessing this scene, is consumed by rage. Having just been humiliated by several men, she now sees the man she cherishes showing concern for Yin, which nearly drives her to the brink. Sister, how can you be so heartless? You have brought me to this state, yet you can still smile. Yin blinks, slowly grasping the situation, and with a light chuckle, she replies to Ying, "It is precisely because of your current state that I find joy in smiling." As soon as Yin uttered those words, it was as if she had stirred a hornet's nest. Instantly, everyone cast her furious glances, their ire palpable, as if they were on the verge of pointing fingers and hurling accusations at her. Truly, she was a woman with a heart as venomous as that of a viper. Ying, internally reveling in satisfaction, had previously thought that Yin had finally learned to be clever, but this statement reaffirmed her belief that Yin remained the same naive and gullible girl as before. "Sister, what are you saying? I am your biological sister," Ying exclaimed, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks, amplifying her pitiable appearance. Yin let out a scoff, suddenly raising her arm and extending a delicate, pale finger, beginning to speak slowly. "Firstly, you are not my biological sister. It is well known that we do not share the same mother. Your mother, Ms. Yangfan, may be a dear friend of my mother. But no matter how close a friend may be, they cannot share the same bloodline." Upon hearing this, Yangfan's expression darkened the most. For years, Yangfan had endeavored to emulate the mannerisms of affluent ladies, all in an effort to completely obscure her past as a mistress. Now, Yin had brazenly revealed this truth in front of an audience, not merely slapping her in the face, but effectively desecrating her reputation. Xiong was equally infuriated. While he believed it was quite normal for a man to have a mistress, being publicly shamed by a younger relative was an affront to his dignity. "Yin, you have truly gone too far," he bellowed, ready to charge at her. However, at that moment, the old patriarch tapped his cane against the wall. "Xiong, be quiet. Let Yin girl speak her mind, Xiong." Flustered, retorted father, "How can you still be biased at this moment? Have you not seen how Ying has been tormented? She now brazenly slanders me." "What has she slandered you with?" the patriarch interjected. "It is a fact that Yin girl and Ying girl do not share the same mother." After exhaling deeply, he continued, "Both of them are my beloved granddaughters. I shall not show favoritism. I only seek the truth." Yin looked at the old man and felt a pang of heartache, as if he had aged several years in an instant. After all, he was quite advanced in age, yet he had to bear the burden of disputes among the younger generation. A sense of guilt stirred within her, and she grew weary of continuing to spar with Ying. Exhaling softly, she raised her finger once more. "Ying, this is entirely of your own making. Your intention was to have me drink that drugged wine and then drag me to a room to be humiliated by these people. However, I saw through your malicious intent and remained alert as I entered the room. The evidence speaks for itself. Just as I opened the door, you attempted to push me from behind with your fist. But my vigilance thwarted your plan, and you stumbled into the room yourself. To be honest, I had no interest in orchestrating your demise and lacked the leisure to concern myself with what transpired afterward." Ying was already in a state of panic the moment Yin spoke her first sentence, gripping Su Yan's shoulder tightly and exclaiming in distress, "It's all lies. Yin is framing me. Brother Yin, you must help me, please. Help me." Su Yin, softened by her tears, felt a rush of chivalrous indignation, but he glared at Shi Yin and shouted, "Shi Yin, you have caused Ying to suffer so. How can you turn around and cast aspersions on her?" Seeing Su Yin defend Shi Yin smirked mockingly. "Since you all choose not to believe my words, perhaps we should have the butler retrieve the surveillance footage from the corridor, ditto, and the footage from the auditorium as well. It should clearly show Shi Yin drugging the wine." With that statement, a ripple of shock spread through the crowd, as if a small stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Shi Yin became flustered, shaking her head erratically. "No, it wasn't me. Shi Yin is the one who harmed me. She is the villain." Driven nearly to the brink of madness by Shi Yin's accusations, Shi Yin found herself unable to think clearly. In a fit of irrationality, she attempted to charge at Shi Yin, only to be restrained tightly by Su Yin and Yang Fan. That Su Yin was well aware of the entire situation, but he had previously been so confident in shifting the blame onto Shi Yin, believing her to still be the kind-hearted and timid girl she once was. However, Shi Yin had long since transformed into someone entirely different. At that moment, the old patriarch spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Butler, retrieve the surveillance footage." Shi Yin, in a frenzy, protested, "No, we cannot." Yang Fan, seeing her daughter's panicked expression, felt a surge of anger. She had been clever all her life. When she had orchestrated the demise of Shi Yin's mother, she had remained unflappable, executing her plans flawlessly. Now, merely allowing her daughter to frame Shi Yin had resulted in such chaos. Yet, no matter how much Yang Fan criticized Shi Yin in her mind for her miscalculation, Shi Yin remained her biological daughter, and as a mother, she felt compelled to protect her. "Father, regardless of the outcome, we are family. Ultimately, whether it is Yin Yin's fault or Ying Ying's, it will reflect poorly on the Shi family. It would be better to let this matter rest." While speaking, Yang Fan pinched Shi Xiong's arm, urging him to say something in support. Realizing that Shi Yin's words might indeed hold weight, Shi Xiong frowned, growing impatient. "This is a grave matter. Is it really necessary to review the footage? We would only invite ridicule upon the Shi family." Seeing Yang Fan and Shi Xiong's unwavering defense of Shi Yin, Shi Yin felt a swell of frustration. She turned to look at the old patriarch, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, his demeanor weary. Shi Yin sensed that he did not genuinely wish for the butler to retrieve the footage, for this was an internal family matter. If the footage indeed confirmed that Shi Yin had drugged her and arranged for thugs to bully her, it would utterly disgrace the Shi family. Despite her reluctance, Shi Yin was not inclined to burden her grandfather with further distress. After a moment of internal struggle, she resolved to let the matter slide. However, while she was willing to overlook Shi Ying's transgressions for the sake of the old patriarch, Gu Yuqing was not so forgiving. "Apologize." His deep, resonant voice reverberated through the air. Though he did not raise his voice, the authority behind his words compelled everyone present to stiffen, each feeling an involuntary submission. Shi Yin turned pale with fear, clutching Su Yan's arm tightly. Su Yin, too, felt a surge of trepidation, but with the girl he cherished leaning on him in a vulnerable state, he masked his fear. However, he dared not confront Gu Yuqing directly and instead cleverly used the Shi family as a shield. Ji Yuqing, this is a matter concerning the Shi family, since they have chosen to let it go. We outsiders should refrain from meddling. Su Yan's reasoning was naive, but Gu Yuqing was not one to be swayed by mere words. "I am Yin Yin's fiancé. Her family matters are my family matters." Shi Yin, either apologize or face dire consequences. Chapter 53, The Marriage License. Either apologize or face dire consequences. The weight of these words spoken by Gu Yuqing left no room for doubt regarding their seriousness. Su Yan's face fell, his pride wounded. He had always valued his dignity, and now, in front of so many, he had been publicly humiliated by Gu Yuqing. It was a fate worse than death. Yang Fan staggered back, nearly collapsing had it not been for Shi Xiong's steadying hand. She could hardly believe that Shi Yin had been willing to let the matter pass, yet Gu Yuqing clung to it. Shi Ying's complexion drained of color, her eyes wide as she stared at Gu Yuqing, her heart aching as if it had been cleaved in two. She had adored Gu Yuqing, yet he was now demanding her demise. "Brother Gu, are you truly so ruthless towards me?" Shi Yin gazed at him with sorrowful eyes, as if she were a heartbroken lover. Shi Yin, inwardly amused, thought how Gu Yuqing had always been unwaveringly cold towards her. Gu Yuqing tightened his grip on Shi Yin's hand, his voice cold as ice. "Do not make me repeat myself." Shi Yin found his words amusing, Truthfully, her fiancé had a rather low emotional intelligence. He likely had not grasped the full meaning behind Shi Ying's plea. Yet, it was also true that Gu Yuqing's heart had room for no one but her. Shi Ying, biting her lip and shedding tears, gazed at Gu Yuqing with longing, but he did not deign to spare her even a glance. Ultimately, she lowered her head, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Sister, I am sorry. It is all my fault that I in that moment." Shi Ying appeared disheveled and frail, tears staining her cheeks, evoking a pitiable image, coupled with her contrite tone. It seemed as though she had been coerced by the villainous Shi Yin. Shi Yin felt a wave of impatience. How difficult it was to change one's nature. Even now, Shi Ying still attempted to garner sympathy through her habitual display of vulnerability, refusing to acknowledge her own wrongdoing. "Shi Ying, what do you intend to convey with your pitiful demeanor? Am I forcing you to apologize?" Shi Yin retorted sharply, stripping away Shi Ying's final veil of pretense. "Sister, I did not." "Then apologize properly, and make it unequivocal." Shi Ying felt utterly humiliated, her head bowed low, her eyes fiercely fixed on the ground as she exclaimed, "I apologize that I should not have drugged your drink out of jealousy. Nor should I have bribed those people to tarnish your reputation. Everything I have received now is well-deserved. It is all my own doing." "Are you satisfied?" Shi Yin let out a light laugh, not responding to whether she was satisfied or not, but rather said, "Remember my words. Those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their own demise." After saying this, Shi Yin no longer wished to remain in this suffocating hall and turned to bid farewell to old Master Shi. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Today was supposed to be your 80th birthday," but before Shi Yin could finish, she was interrupted by old Master Shi, who looked at her with love and shook his head, saying, "Silly child. Why are you apologizing to me? Today, you are the greatest victim." Upon hearing old Master Shi's words, the crowd suddenly realized the truth. If it hadn't been for Shi Yin's prior suspicions, it could have been her who was ruthlessly humiliated. Moreover, would Shi Yin have been fortunate enough to be rescued at such a critical moment? If not, the consequences for her would have been unimaginable. Setting aside their baseless sympathy, the crowd began to truly comprehend the extent of Shi Ying's malice. She genuinely wished to ruin Shi Yin's life. Regardless of what others thought, Shi Yin merely shook her head gently, saying, "Grandpa, I am fine." Sometimes, Shi Yin felt a sense of failure in her life, in the vast Shi family. Only her grandfather treated her as true kin. "That it's getting late. You and Gu Yuqing should hurry back and rest. There are important matters tomorrow, aren't there?" Old Master Shi said with a smile. Shi Yin affectionately called out, "Grandpa." Old Master Shi waved his hand. Go on, that a grown woman should not linger." Shi Yin understood that her continued presence here served no purpose, so she left with Gu Yuqing. As soon as they got into the car, Shi Yin took the initiative to sit on Gu Yuqing's lap. Nestling her small frame into his embrace, Gu Yuqing's warm, dry palm gently patted Shi Yin's back as he lowered his gaze. Quietly watching her, the Gu Yuqing observed Shi Yin as she furrowed her brow and sighed, appearing dejected. Assuming she was still troubled by the events of the night, that a heavy air of hostility clouded his expression as he declared vehemently, "I will have someone kill her tonight." The her in question was Shi Ying. Shi Yin was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Gu Yuqing, what are you talking about? This is a law-abiding society. Don't speak recklessly." The Gu Yuqing remained noncommittal. "I am the LAW." The Gu Yuqing was not just making empty threats. He possessed the power and influence to ensure a person could vanish without a trace from this world. Shi Yin seemed to grasp this point as she snuggled closer into Gu Yuqing's embrace, her soft voice stretching out. "My husband is so amazing." The Gu Yuqing playfully pinched Shi Yin's petite nose, affectionately replying, "My wife is also quite wonderful." The way he said it felt reminiscent of after a passionate encounter, which was entirely inappropriate. Shi Yin's fair cheeks flushed, and she huffed, "I wasn't worrying about tonight." In truth, Shi Yin had long been aware of Shi Ying, Su Yin, Shi Xiong, and Yang Fan's true nature since her previous life. How could she feel sorrow for such individuals? Perhaps it was due to her complicated family situation and her family's shamelessness that she couldn't help but worry about Gu Yuqing's family. They say that wealthy families are rife with conflict, and as the foremost affluent family, the Gu family surely had its share of internal strife. What if Gu Yuqing's family did not like her? What would she do then? "Why do you ask?" Gu Yuqing inquired with concern. Shi Yin pondered for a moment, her lips pursed, and said with a hint of melancholy, "Gu Yuqing, do you think uncle and aunt would like me?" Gu Yuchun, upon hearing Shernyen's question, showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, simply nodding calmly and affirming. They will that Gu Yuchun's certainty astonished Shernyen. How can you be so sure? Do uncle and aunt already know about us? Gu Yuchun leaned down and kissed Shernyen's forehead, his deep voice tenderly assuring, Darling, you are my beloved, my wife. This has nothing to do with anyone else. Upon hearing Gu Yuchun's comforting words, Shernyen's restless heart gradually found peace. Yes, she was marrying Gu Yuchun, not his parents, let alone the Gu family. That if the Gu family truly disliked her, she could simply embrace her role as a charming yet troublesome consort, enticing Gu Yuchun to live separately. With this thought, a smile finally blossomed on Shernyen's face. She wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchun's neck and nestled into his embrace, whispering, Let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Gu Yuchun looked down at her, his elongated, shadowed eyes filled with captivating warmth, as he reached for a small, reddish-brown booklet. Shernyen propped herself up slightly, asking, Is that the household registration booklet? Gu Yuchun handed it to her, explaining it was given by Grandpa. Shernyen accepted the household registration booklet in a daze, finally obtaining it from the Shi family, allowing them to smoothly acquire their marriage certificate the next day. Yet, for some reason, her eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. What did Grandpa say? She inquired. Tio, take good care of you, Gu Yuchun replied. Shernyen murmured an acknowledgement, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck again as she melted back into his embrace. And, in reality, if old Master Shi had wished, he could have given her the household registration booklet yesterday afternoon. However, he did not. Instead, he took an elaborate route to hand it to Gu Yuchun today. There must be something private that outsiders should not know, Gu Yuchun remarked. It's about securing investments for the Gu family. Shernyen was not foolish. This investment was likely for Shi Xiong. On one hand, he provided Gu Yuchun with the household registration booklet to facilitate his marriage to Shernyen, while on the other, he sought investments from Gu Yuchun. It seemed as though there was a transactional relationship between the two. Shernyen understood her grandfather's good intentions, yet she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. Don't think too much. Grandpa cares for you deeply, Gu Yuchun said, trying to console her as he noticed her evident despondency. In truth, old Master Shi had summoned Gu Yuchun today to discuss 3 matters, the last of which pertained to Shernyen's lineage. Shernyen was not Shi Xiong's biological child. According to old Master Shi, when Shernyen was 7, she fell gravely ill and required a blood transfusion, yet her blood type did not match that of Shi Xiong or her late mother. Old Master Shi, therefore, took the precaution of conducting a paternity test between Shernyen and Shi Xiong, which revealed that they were not biologically related as father and daughter. After some investigation, old Master Shi discovered that on the day Shernyen's mother gave birth, there were 4 women in labor at the hospital, leading to a chaotic situation which might have resulted in the wrong child being taken. However, when old Master Shi sought to investigate the hospital's records, he found that all documentation from that day had been erased. Such an occurrence could not be attributed to mere human error. It was evident that someone had deliberately ensured that all records from that day vanished, signifying a secret that must be kept hidden. Old Master Shi could not ascertain whether the erased records were related to Shernyen's origins, but after that day, he chose to abandon his search for clues and instead raise Shernyen as his own granddaughter with great care. I am not telling you this so that you can help Yan find her biological parents, but rather to ensure that if one day she is deeply hurt by Shi Xiong and the others, you can reveal this to her. Tell her that she is not the child rejected by her biological father, that Gu Yuchun agreed to old Master Shi's request and promised him that unless absolutely necessary, he would never disclose Shernyen's lineage to her. That don't be sad, Gu Yuchun reassured. Shernyen responded with a soft closing her eyes and nuzzling into Gu Yuchun's embrace, quietly recounting tales from her past. Just days after her mother passed away, Shi Xiong brought Yang Fan into their home. That as the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. During that time, Shernyen felt she was even worse off than a servant's child. Eventually, when old Master Shi learned of this, he reprimanded both Shi Xiong and Yang Fan, taking Shernyen under his wing to raise her himself. During that time, Shernyen often accompanied her grandfather in tending to flowers, walking birds and fishing, as well as reading books and newspapers together. Of course, old Master Shi would wear his reading glasses while perusing the newspaper, while Shernyen would hold a small pencil, diligently completing her homework. The next morning, Shernyen woke up from her slumber, her footsteps light as she went to wash up and apply her makeup, then stood in the spacious dressing room, deliberating on what to wear to obtain their marriage certificate. Gu Yuchun, which of these outfits do you think looks better? After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to leave the choice to Gu Yuchun. However, Gu Yuchun, observing the colorful array of clothing in Shernyen's arms, couldn't help but smirk at her naivety. Darling, we are going to get a marriage certificate today, not to take wedding photos. It suddenly dawned on Shernyen that the photo for the marriage certificate required formal attire, so a white shirt would suffice. Clearing her throat, she returned to the dressing room with her clothes. She glanced back to see Gu Yuchun still standing motionless, a playful smile gracing her lips. Gu Yuchun, are you here to watch me change? Gu Yuchun leaned casually against the door frame, arms crossed, and replied nonchalantly, I would be delighted. Shernyen, she is asking a question, not extending an invitation. However, if her fiancé wishes to see, then let him. Shernyen is quite confident in her figure. Yet as she slowly unbuttons her nightgown, she increasingly feels the burning gaze behind her, as if it could devour her. Shernyen bit her lip, suddenly reaching out to clutch the collar of her nightgown tightly, turning her head with a hint of annoyance to look at Gu Yuchun and said, What are you so eager for? You can look later tonight. Gu Yuchun raised an eyebrow slightly. Shernyen jogged over and pushed Gu Yuchun out. She feared that if Gu Yuchun became too enthralled, they might miss the auspicious timing for their marriage certificate. Half an hour later, with a click, the scene froze on Gu Yuchun and Shernyen. The photograph featured a festive red backdrop, with both Gu Yuchun and Shernyen clad in pristine white shirts. Shernyen tilted her head slightly towards Gu Yuchun, her smile radiant and dazzling, while the typically aloof Gu Yuchun finally shed his frostiness, revealing a touch of gentle affection. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sun shone brightly outside. Shernyen, with a heart full of youthful exuberance, held the red booklet up towards the sky, facing the sun. Chung. We really have our certificate now. Gu Yuchun gazed at Shernyen with soft eyes. It was time for her to start calling him husband. Although she had called him husband a few times before, it felt entirely different now, for they were, in the eyes of the law, truly married. Shernyen smiled at Gu Yuchun, gazing at his handsome visage, akin to that of a celestial being under the sunlight. She suddenly felt that all the loves and hates of her past life seemed distant and irrelevant. At this moment, Gu Yuchun was her reality. Shernyen took the initiative to leap into Gu Yuchun's embrace. Husband, I love you. Gu Yuchun felt the same, looking into Shernyen's eyes brimming with tenderness and adoration. He swept her into his arms. Chung, what is the matter? Gu Yuchun's voice turned low and husky into the bridal chamber. Chapter 54, down into the bridal chamber. They aren't even married yet. What bridal chamber? At this thought, Shernyen's peripheral vision caught sight of the red booklet in her hand. No, they had indeed tied the knot. Yet as she lifted her gaze to the warm, blinding sunlight, her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a faint rosy hue. Shernyen tightened her grip around Gu Yuchun's neck, her lips slightly parted, exhaling warmth, and laughed softly. But it's still daytime. Let us wait for night. However, Gu Yuchun merely cast a deep, simmering glance at Shernyen, his thin lips parting slightly, his voice low and husky. Not good. I can hardly wait. Did I end the days prior? Due to uncertainty about Shernyen's true feelings, coupled with Gu Yuchun's concerns about potentially hurting her, he had held back. But now that they were married, Shernyen was his wife. That to restrain himself any longer would be unmanly. Baby, you're not allowed to escape. This is a punishment. Gu Yuchun lowered his head and nibbled on the tip of Shernyen's ear. Her heart raced even faster, feeling as if Gu Yuchun had become even more alluring after their marriage, calling her baby and nibbling her ear. Were it not for being cradled in Gu Yuchun's arms, she would surely have turned to jelly and collapsed. What punishment? Shernyen murmured softly. Gu Yuchun chuckled lightly, his intentionally lowered voice carrying a hint of playful mockery, tinged with seduction, whispering in her ear. Shernyen suddenly recalled those words from that night, her fair cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. The luxurious yet understated Maybach sped along the asphalt road, soon arriving at the villa nestled halfway up the mountain. As the car came to a halt, Zheng Exan awkwardly fled from the driver's seat, almost as if he were escaping. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Shernyen's pristine white shirt had several buttons unfastened, leaving it somewhat wrinkled. Suddenly, Gu Yuchun draped his suit jacket over Shernyen's shoulders, then opened the car door and stepped out, arms outstretched, ready to carry her. However, upon catching sight of Aunt Zhou and others looking their way, Shi Nian felt a rush of shyness that if Gu Yuqing carried her back, would that not reveal to everyone in the villa what they had hurriedly returned for? I can walk myself, Shi Nian said. Adjusting the jacket on her shoulders, the Gu Yuqing merely acknowledged with a sound, but did not withdraw his hands. Shi Nian took a deep breath, her feet touching the ground, but the next moment, her legs turned to jelly, and she stumbled forward. Gu Yuqing's unyielding arms caught her securely. The man chuckled softly, his chest reverberating, and the girl enveloped in his embrace felt it too. You did that on purpose. Shi Nian accused that Gu Yuqing seemed to chuckle again, slightly bending down to scoop her up in his arms, bending his head to confess in her ear. This way it's easier to carry you. Shi Nian bit her lip and laughed lightly. You just like to bully me. Gu Yuqing strode into the villa with Shi Nian in his arms, his usually frosty demeanor now brightened with a refreshing smile. Upon entering the bedroom, Gu Yuqing laid Shi Nian on the bed, propping his arms on either side of her shoulders, his deep, dark eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at her. Nian. You are mine. Shi Nian looked tenderly at Gu Yuqing, absorbing the sight of his slightly sharp lips, his prominent nose, and his profound eyes. Just staring at him made her heart brim with love. Husband-wife. When she next awoke, an uncontrollable joy bubbled within her. Shi Nian's lips involuntarily curved upwards. Suddenly, she heard Gu Yuqing's voice, deeper than usual, resonating in her ear. You're awake. Shi Nian opened her eyes. Immediately met with Gu Yuqing's handsome face, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Husband. Yet, she had imagined her voice to be soft and alluring. But who was this raspy voice that emerged? Gu Yuqing observed the fleeting expressions on Shi Nian's face. A knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Baby, your voice is beautiful. Shi Nian was momentarily taken aback, her face warming, and she instinctively coughed at that moment. Gu Yuqing sat up, pouring a cup of warm honey water from the bedside table, saying, Drink this to soothe your throat, then let us go downstairs for something to eat. Shi Nian obediently responded, taking a couple of sips of the sweet honey water, feeling relief wash over her dry throat. Gu Yuqing set the cup aside and leaned down to kiss Shi Nian's forehead. Suddenly, Shi Nian remembered, Chung, did you sleep holding me? Gu Yuqing's gaze flickered with a moment of stiffness before quickly vanishing. I was just keeping you company. What's wrong? In truth, it would be more accurate to say he had been watching over her as she slept. One reason was concern that she might inadvertently hurt herself in her sleep. The other was a sense of unreality, as if Shi Nian, so beautiful, might slip away from him if he looked away. Thus, he had kept his eyes on her until she woke. Shi Nian's eyes sparkled. It's nothing. I just wanted to say, Chung, you must sleep in the same bed with me every night from now on. No excuses. It's your duty as my husband. Gu Yuqing understood what she meant. Li Chuan had told him everything. His lips curled into a tender smile. So you can't bear to be apart from me? Shi Nian smiled back. Exactly. I can't bear to be apart from you. Gu Yuqing gazed intently at Shi Nian, and inexplicably, the image of her threatening to leave him if he didn't comply flashed before his eyes, causing a pang in his heart as he tightened his embrace around her. Nian, don't ever leave me in this lifetime. That if you go, I will go insane. Shi Nian sensed Gu Yuqing's unstable emotions and wondered if he had experienced another nightmare. She wrapped her arms around him, gently rubbing her cheek against his chest. Chung, I will never leave you. Even in the next life, or the one after that, I want to abandon you. I want us to be lovers for all eternity. If you leave, no matter where you go, I will bring you back. Husband, if you keep doubting me like this, your dear wife will get angry. Gu Yuqing's body stiffened momentarily. Then he suddenly spoke, Don't be mad at me. His voice, low and filled with a hint of restrained grievance, made Shi Nian's heart soften completely. Men often find it hard to resist a girl who is being coy, but girls have no defenses against a man who shows vulnerability. All right, I'm not angry, Shi Nian said, tilting her head to kiss the corner of Gu Yuqing's lips. Really, I'm not. Absolutely not. Gu Yuqing slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly perplexed by his own admission of such weakness. However, when he glanced down into Shi Nian's worried eyes, he smiled faintly and promised, From now on, I will sleep with you every night. Shi Nian let out a small sigh of relief, with Gu Yuqing's promise. At least he could enjoy a good night's sleep with her by his side. Perhaps, in her dreams, little Chung would emerge, and she might learn what had transpired in Gu Yuqing's life. Lost in her thoughts, Shi Yin accidentally voiced her curiosity. Do you really want to know? Gu Yuqing's gaze darkened, his voice dropping even lower. Do you truly wish to know? As Shi Yin gazed into Gu Yuqing's eyes, she felt a vortex of emotions swirling within them. Dark, profound, and oppressive. Just looking into them evoked a sense of sorrow and despair. The pain pierced through her heart. The beautiful peach blossom eyes of Shi Yin were filled with concern. Gu Yuqing, however, managed to smile, a fleeting glimpse of relaxation passing through his deep, dark eyes, that he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Shi Yin's ear, his actions emanating a tender affection. Be good, promise me you won't cry. Chapter 55. Those shadows of darkness past the Gu family was a vast clan, akin to the ancient princes vying for the throne. The offspring of the Gu family fiercely contested the position of the family head. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the bloodshed could fill rivers. The patriarch of the Gu family had 3 children. The eldest son, Gu Tao, the second daughter, Gu Feng, and the youngest son, Gu Ming, who was also Gu Yuqing's father. When deciding on the heir, the old man of the Gu family was quite astute. The eldest son had indulged in a life of debauchery since childhood, his character feeble and unfit for responsibility. The second daughter was exceptionally capable, yet her father's traditional views led him to believe that a daughter would eventually marry into another family, and thus could not inherit the family legacy. The youngest son had average abilities but possessed a calm demeanor. Placing the Gu family in his hands would not expand its territories, but at the very least, it would ensure steady development. After careful consideration, the patriarch decided to bestow the position of family head upon Gu Ming. However, he overlooked a crucial aspect. The allure of power and wealth could corrupt one's conscience. Though Gu Feng often portrayed herself as unambitious, she secretly coveted the position of family head. She was exceptionally intelligent and discerned that her father's choice of Gu Ming as the head was merely temporary. With the true favored heir being Gu Yuqing, that if Gu Yuqing were to vanish, her chances of claiming the position would increase by 90%. Thus, Gu Feng resorted to kidnapping Gu Yuqing, and this abduction lasted a full 6 months. Initially, Gu Feng attempted to deceive Gu Yuqing, but the reason why he had been chosen as the heir at the tender age of 3 was not without merit. He had always been calm, wise, and resolute. Yet, no matter how formidable Gu Yuqing was, he could not compete with Gu Feng, who was intoxicated by power. For half a year, Gu Yuqing was deprived of sunlight, fresh air, the feeling of wind, and the sight of clouds. His world was an endless, suffocating darkness, and all he heard were the thunderous roars of storms. Despite Gu Yuqing's unyielding spirit, the relentless torment day after day brought him to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, a ray of light finally broke through the confines of the small basement that had become his prison. I told you, there are people in this basement, Big Brother. Why are you all alone here? The little girl chirped, Big Brother, you're so thin. It hurts my heart to see your bones sticking out. Please eat more, won't you? Don't be so skinny. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued. Woo-woo, I don't want Big Brother to spit blood. I don't want Big Brother to die. That I really like Big Brother. And I want to grow up quickly so that I can be Big Brother's wife, cooking delicious food to make him plump. Big Brother, don't worry. I'll secretly tell my dad to come save you. You must wait for me. I'll be back tomorrow to end those sunless days. The little girl was Gu Yuqing's only beacon of hope. Yet, that light suddenly vanished, and Gu Feng seemed to realize something, subjecting Gu Yuqing to even more inhumane torment. Yet the physical pain he endured was but a mere fraction of the anguish that gripped his heart. His light had gone to Gu Yuqing bent down to kiss the tears from Shi Yin's eyes, whispering, Yin Yin, promise me you won't see or why Gu Yuqing's words had a profound effect, while Shi Yin silently shed tears. The moment he spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Gu Yuqing's shoulders. And then, you were soon rescued, right? Gu Yuqing lowered his gaze, concealing the depths of his sorrow. Indeed, he was eventually rescued from the basement, but in the end, Gu Feng, driven mad, took Gu Yuqing with her over a cliff. Perhaps heaven could not tolerate Gu Feng's madness, or perhaps it was simply Gu Yuqing's fortuitous fate. Gu Feng perished on the spot, while Gu Yuqing only suffered a broken leg with no other significant injuries. Yet, as he held the weeping Shi Yin in his arms, a trace of tenderness flickered in his dark eyes. After all, that was all in the past. It was unnecessary to burden her with such stories. Yin Yin, be good. Don't see, or why did Jiu Yuchen held Shernyin close, softly coaxing her. I'm not telling you this to make you cry. Please, don't let my heart ache, okay? Shernyin clung tighter to Gu Yuchen, declaring, the little girl doesn't want you anymore. I do. At that moment, while expressing gratitude for the little girl who had once redeemed Gu Yuchen, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She knew it was unworthy of her to feel such narrow-minded envy, yet she couldn't help but wish to replace that girl, to be the one who shone as the sole light in Gu Yuchen's darkness. Gu Yuchen gently kissed Shernyen's ear, his gaze filled with warmth. Silly Nyenyen, Dada Chun, I will accompany you from now on. Wherever you go, I will be by your side, and I will never let you suffer again. I will protect you, to Jiu Yuchen chuckled softly, realizing that it was he who should be saying those words to her. Fool. Shernyen, cutely sniffing, lifted her tear-streaked face to stare earnestly at Gu Yuchen with her reddened eyes. I'm not foolish. You are, Gu Yuchen sighed, all right. I'm the foolish one to be good. Don't cry anymore, Dada. Gu Yuchen doted on her. Shernyen felt sweetness blooming in her heart, yet when she recalled Gu Yuchen's past experiences, a profound bitterness settled within her. And oh, more tears, Dada Chun. Promise me you won't dwell on the past anymore. Let us look forward together, shall we? Shernyen looked at Gu Yuchen anxiously, that Jiu Yuchen paused. Then replied softly, all right. Shernyen, satisfied, leaned into his neck affectionately, that I will help you forget the past, and no matter what happened, she would stay by Gu Yuchen's side. Shernyen believed, with unwavering conviction, that she would help him emerge from his past. If not, she was willing to descend into the depths of despair with him. Regardless, in this lifetime, she would not allow Gu Yuchen to be alone anymore. With that thought, a wave of tenderness surged within Shernyen, and the suffocating pain that had lingered in her heart began to fade away. She tilted her face up and gently kissed the corner of Gu Yuchen's lips, playfully saying, Husband, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Perhaps it was due to Shernyen's presence that when Gu Yuchen spoke of the past, his mood miraculously remained stable, even teasing her. Hungry again. The phrase was the most ordinary of expressions. Yet Gu Yuchen's questioning had an underlying significance. Shernyen cleared her throat and gazed at him with a delicate, soft expression. Husband, please take care of me. I still feel pain. Did I see your gaze? Gu Yuchen felt a rush of warmth. He could hardly resist the urge to punish this captivating little temptress right then and there. If I don't care for you, do you think you would still have the energy to entice your husband? Gu Yuchen's voice was low and filled with desire. Feeling the heat radiating from his body, Shernyen couldn't help but blush. Jiu Yuchen's eyes, shrouded in mystery, shifted from her flushed face as he said in a husky voice, Get dressed. We're going downstairs to eat. Shernyen responded with an "oh," casting a shy glance at Gu Yuchen, yet she remained still. Noticing her furtive glances, Gu Yuchen chuckled. Do you want me to help you get dressed? Shernyen's small hands instinctively clutched the blanket over her chest, until Gu Yuchen gently placed Shernyen on the soft cushion. She had yet to conjure up the thoughts, for that particular memory was steeped in shame. Gu Yuchen, astonishingly, took her hand and guided it to touch. What's wrong? Is the porridge not to your liking? Observing Shernyen's flushed face as she shook her head, he couldn't help but express his concern. Shernyen cleared her throat. It's delicious, that Jiu Yuchen nodded, then added with a hint of gravity, having just experienced intimacy, one must be mindful of a light diet, that we shall nourish you properly in a couple of days. Ahem. Shernyen turned her face away and coughed twice before lifting her gaze to Gu Yuchen, a teasing glint in her eyes. Chun, would you like me to prepare deer antler soup for you as well? Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to reinforce that? Shernyen hesitated, realizing that another round of nourishment might indeed leave her bedridden. With a playful smile directed at Gu Yuchen, she sweetly said, Darling, you've worked hard. Eat more. Jiu Yuchen looked at her playful demeanor, a deep sense of indulgence flashing in his dark eyes, wondering where she had learned such words and whether she felt no shame. Shernyen shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Gu Yuchen shook his head with a soft chuckle. Stop teasing. Eat up. Shernyen dipped her head to sip the plain porridge, which, despite its simplicity, filled her heart with sweetness. It turned out that simply sharing a meal with the one she loved could make her heart swell with joy. After they finished eating, Gu Yuchen lifted Shernyen into his arms and carried her back to the bedroom. Stay on the sofa for a bit while I tidy up the bed, he said, caressing her cheek that a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes before she broke into a sweet smile. Darling, You've worked hard. That it was at that moment that Shernyen recognized the tenderness hidden beneath Gu Yuchen's seemingly indifferent exterior. Earlier, when they had gone downstairs for a meal, the warm porridge and side dishes indicated they had just been served. Aunt Zhou, who should have been in the kitchen, was conspicuously absent, clearly having been instructed by Gu Yuchen to step away. The reason was simple. He was gently attending to Shernyen's feelings. Understanding that having just experienced intimacy, she was shy and reluctant to face anyone else. Now, Gu Yuchen was personally tidying up the disarray left after their intimate moment, once again considering Shernyen's delicate sensibilities. Of course, there might also be a selfish motive behind this. Gu Yuchen harbored an almost obsessive desire to possess her, unwilling to allow anyone else to touch the remnants of their closeness. Shernyen hugged a soft pillow, her petite chin resting gently upon it as she watched her R'Jiu clumsily smooth out the bed sheets. How adorably awkward he was, her eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly let out a soft giggle. Gu Yuchen paused momentarily, then set aside the crumpled sheets and reached for a fresh set nearby, stating, "I'll have Aunt Zhou come up to make the bed." "Wait," Shernyen called out with a smile. Gu Yuchen turned to her, his expression taut, a rare hint of embarrassment flickering in his dark eyes. Shernyen placed the pillow aside, slipped her delicate feet into fluffy slippers, and propped herself up on the sofa. Gu Yuchen immediately strode over, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Just rest." Shernyen pouted, "I'm just a bit uncomfortable. It's not like I can't move. Besides, why do you want to sleep on a bed made by someone else?" Gu Yuchen fell silent. "You'll be sleeping on yours." Shernyen replied with a smile. "I also prefer sleeping on mine." The distance from the sofa to the bedside was merely a few steps. Yet Gu Yuchen, seemingly still unconvinced, carried her over. Although Shernyen thought he was overreacting, being cherished and valued by him filled her heart with sweetness that in truth, all that was needed was to lay down the sheets. The blankets were freshly taken from the cupboard. In just a few moments, Shernyen had smoothed out the sheets and snuggled up beside Gu Yuchen. The faint scent of tobacco lingered in the air. And as Shernyen breathed it in, she suddenly realized her own double standards. With other men, she found smoking and drinking distasteful, yet the subtle scent of tobacco on Gu Yuchen was something she could never get enough of. Like a playful kitten, she nuzzled against his neck and suddenly recalled something. "Ah Chun, what if I really am pregnant with a little baby? You'll have to quit smoking." In truth, Gu Yuchen's addiction was not severe. When work was light, he could go a day without a single cigarette. Yet, adhering to the principle of what was best for the baby, Shernyen felt it best for him to quit entirely. Gu Yuchen pressed a light kiss to her hair, his voice languid and seductive, "Not pregnant." "What if I am?" Shernyen countered, her face turning crimson. Just then, her gaze caught the garbage bin by the door. And she suddenly realized something. "Chun, you need to clarify something. Are you wearing—" Chapter 56. Shyness. Chun, please clarify. Shernyen's face flushed crimson. Unable to voice her thoughts, Gu Yuchen, initially oblivious, began to understand as he saw her flustered silence and connected the dots from earlier. "Wearing what?" he teased, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Shernyen shot him a reproachful look, her slender fingers pointing towards the garbage bin as she bit her lip. "Don't play dumb. Chen, we had an agreement. How can I get pregnant like this?" The matter of having a baby seemed solely her concern, but if Gu Yuchen continued to use protection like before, no amount of effort on her part would yield results. Gu Yuchen wrapped his arms around Shernyen's waist, gently patting her back as he soothed. "You're still in school. There's no rush." His words held truth. Shernyen had yet to graduate, and the timing for pregnancy was indeed inappropriate. Nevertheless, Shernyen yearned for a child that bore their shared blood. In my senior year, I'll mostly be interning off campus, which is perfect for nurturing a baby. Plus, I have no intention of pursuing further studies, she reasoned, noticing a fleeting shadow in Gu Yuchen's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. "Ah Chun, don't you want a baby?" Gu Yuchen replied softly. "I just don't want you to struggle. My Yin is still a little girl who deserves to be cherished." Hearing Gu Yuchen affectionately refer to her as a little girl made Shernyen's heart swell with sweetness, as though she had just overturned a jar of honey. "But your little girl wants to be your woman now. Darling, your wish can be fulfilled right now, my dear. Darling, let us make a baby tomorrow." "All right." When Shernyen saw Gu Yuchen agree, she joyfully planted a couple of kisses on the corner of his lips, inadvertently missing the fleeting shadow that passed through his depths. He was indeed willing and relished the process. But when it came to having a baby, he would never allow Shern Yin to conceive. She was meant to be solely his, and no matter how closely tied by blood, he would not let anyone take her away. Ah Chun, let us sleep, that as she spoke. Shern Yin grasped Gu Yuchen's hand and placed it over her heart, her eyes filled with earnestness. Tonight, we'll sleep together. I'll guard you. That a glimmer of indulgence shone in Gu Yuchen's eyes. All right, at dinner. Gu Yuchen took double his usual dosage of medicine in advance, that he understood well that with Shern Yin by his side, the chances of him falling into nightmares were nearly zero. Yet for Gu Yuchen, even the slightest possibility of causing her harm was a risk he would go to great lengths to eliminate. Be good, sleep now. Shern Yin nestled into the crook of Gu Yuchen's arm, seeking comfort as she slowly closed her eyes, though her breathing grew increasingly rapid rather than steady. Earlier, as Gu Yuchen recounted his dark past, Shern Yin's heart brimmed with compassion. However, now that she had calmed, she found herself preoccupied with the mention of the little girl from Gu Yuchen's childhood. She knew he had been merely 10 years old then, and the girl was even younger. They were both just children, incapable of harboring deeper feelings. Yet she also recognized that during Gu Yuchen's darkest moments, the girl's presence had been like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the darkness and warming his soul. While such feelings might not equate to love, they were undeniably significant and irreplaceable. Shern Yin couldn't help but wonder, if that girl were to return, how would Gu Yuchen regard her? Or could it be said that she would still be his only one? Shern Yin was aware that such thoughts were unfounded. Without that girl's intervention, Gu Yuchen might not have survived long enough to be rescued. Yet despite her understanding, jealousy crept into her heart. She wanted to be Gu Yuchen's one and only. Whether as the girl who had brought him warmth in darkness or as the lifelong companion by his side, she desired to be the sole possessor of Gu Yuchen. Suddenly, a low, magnetic male voice broke through Shern Yin's thoughts. "Baby, can't sleep?" Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered, akin to a butterfly unfurling its wings, as she slowly opened her eyes. Under the moonlight, her peach blossom eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. "Da Chun," she called softly. Gu Yuchen turned onto his side, his dark eyes intently focused on her. "What's wrong?" Shern Yin hesitated, the words caught in her throat, but after a brief silence, she finally asked, "Ah Chun, have you ever looked for that little girl from all those years ago?" From Gu Yuchen's words, Shern Yin discerned that on the night of the torrential rain, the little girl had vanished completely after saying she would ask her father to rescue Gu Yuchen. Since then, Gu Yuchen had not mentioned the girl again. He kissed Shern Yin's forehead, his voice low and husky, mingled with a hint of tenderness and nostalgia, stating he had searched for her for a long, long time. The moment Shern Yin heard him utter "a long time" twice, her heart ached as if pierced by needles, flooding her with a myriad of pains that Gu Yuchen indeed cared for her deeply. "So, did you find her?" Shern Yin's voice trembled as she posed the question. She yearned to hear Gu Yuchen say he had found the girl, for that would mean they could repay the little girl's kindness. Yet, she also dreaded the possibility of him saying he had found her, fearing that it would carve out a place in his heart just for her. Having experienced a past life, Shern Yin held no doubt about Gu Yuchen's feelings for her. However, she could not escape the fear that he might hold the same affection for another girl. Girls in love often wrestle with insecurity, and Shern Yin merely wished for the absence of another girl to divert Gu Yuchen's attention. Sensing Shern Yin's emotional turmoil, Gu Yuchen suddenly turned, propping himself up on his elbows beside her, his entire body hovering over hers. "Yin, what's wrong?" Shern Yin was momentarily taken aback, and upon meeting Gu Yuchen's concerned gaze, she felt a surge of guilt and replied, "Nothing at all." Gu Yuchen leaned slightly closer, his presence imposing. "My dear, tell me, don't let me worry." Gu Yuchen's keen perception allowed him to notice Shern Yin's shift in mood almost instantaneously. Yet his acute observation didn't equate to high emotional intelligence. In matters of love, he was particularly exasperating. Shern Yin let out a soft sigh, raising her hands to encircle Gu Yuchen's neck. Her voice slightly hoarse as she gently inquired, "Ah Chun, will you love only me in this lifetime?" Gu Yuchen answered decisively, "Yes, Yin, I love you, unwavering until death." Perhaps the most beautiful vow in love is encapsulated in these 4 words, unwavering until death. Gu Yuchen's love for Shern Yin could transcend mountains and seas, time, and even life itself. Suddenly, Shernyen felt a wave of shame wash over her for her doubts. Chun, I love you too. You are my only love. Upon witnessing the radiant smile blossom on Shernyen's face, Gu Yuchen's worries dissipated, only to be replaced by a flicker of annoyance. Darling, you're being naughty again. Shernyen, feeling guilty, blinked innocently. No, it's late. Let us go to sleep. She released her embrace, preparing to roll over and bury herself in the blankets. However, the moment she moved, she was suddenly spun around, finding herself lying atop Gu Yuchen. He held her waist with one hand and supported her shoulder with the other, his dark, elongated eyes piercing into hers. My dear, you just questioned my feelings for you. That's not being good. So you must accept. Shernyen had already anticipated the two words he was about to utter. Chun. She interjected softly, interrupting him to prevent the word punishment from escaping his lips. I didn't question your feelings. It's just that, many men become indifferent once they have what they desire. You just got what you wanted, so Gu Yuchen didn't grant her the opportunity to finish her sentence. Pressing her head down with his actions, Shernyen truly believes that Gu Xiaoshu's penchant for scaring Gu Miao stems entirely from her own actions. That Jiu Miao stuck out her tongue and replied, Not at all. In fact, I admire and feel quite fond of my little uncle. Alas, I can't chat with you any longer. My grandmother has arrived at the school gate. Shernyen waved her hand at Gu Miao, saying, You go ahead. I'll return to my dormitory. Just moments ago, Gu Yuchan had messaged her about a contract issue that would delay his arrival at school, so Shernyen was seizing the opportunity to retrieve some items from her dorm. At that moment, a sleek and understated black limousine was parked at the school gate, from which an elegant woman in her late 40s gracefully alighted. Grandma, you're here, Gu Miao exclaimed, affectionately linking her arm with Zhao Shujie. Zhao Shujie was Gu Yuchan's mother, and although Gu Miao ought to refer to her as third grandma, it felt too distant, so she affectionately called her grandma. Dear Miao Miao, have you inquired about which class your little aunt is in? Zhao Shujie asked with genuine concern. Jiu Miao paused before responding. Not yet. Grandma, don't you know which college or major she belongs to? Zhao Shujie turned to instruct the driver to wait at the school gate, then walked alongside Gu Miao into the school. Your little uncle is quite protective. The only information I've gathered is that she is in the computer science college, which is the same as yours. Upon hearing Zhao Shujie's mention of her little aunt being in the computer science college, Gu Miao swiftly filtered through the female students in her mind. To her astonishment, she realized that aside from Shernyen, there was no other girl who seemed worthy of her little uncle. In that instant, Gu Miao felt as if she had come to a realization. However, the next moment, she recalled the conversation from that morning about her little aunt already being married, leaving her in a state of confusion. A twinge of regret welled up within her, wishing she had introduced Shernyen to her little uncle sooner. Miao Miao? Zhao Shujie had noticed Gu Miao lost in thought and assumed she had figured out who her little aunt was. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, Take me to meet her. Jiu Miao quickly shook her head. Grandma, I don't know. Then why did you look so enlightened just now? Gu Miao smiled sheepishly. I have a good friend whom I wanted to introduce to my little uncle, but she already has a boyfriend. Are you sure my little aunt is from the computer science college and not the arts college? Both the computer science and arts colleges suffered from a significant gender imbalance. However, the former had more males than females, while the latter had more females than males. Moreover, the girls in the computer science college were often engrossed in programming and neglected their appearance. Unlike the trend-setting and beautiful girls in the arts college, that if Gu Miao were to voice her thoughts, she would believe that the girls from the arts college would be a better match for her little uncle. Zhao Shujie replied softly, I'm certain. Your little uncle donated 50 million to the computer science college for equipment. What? Gu Miao exclaimed in disbelief. She had always thought her little uncle to be a cold and unfeeling person, lacking in emotional intelligence even in romantic relationships, incapable of charming a girlfriend or creating romantic moments. Yet, she was taken aback to learn that he had lavished such generosity for the sake of his little aunt. However, she found it rather peculiar that her uncle chose to invest in his little aunt's college rather than directly on her. What could be the reasoning behind this? Zhao Shujie, observing Gu Miao's dazed expression, wore a tender smile. She had always longed for a daughter, but after giving birth to Gu Yuchan, her health deteriorated, making further pregnancies unfeasible. After years of recuperation, just as her health had improved, her son encountered problems, leaving her without thoughts of preparing for another child. Nevertheless, she was relieved that her son could still marry again, allowing her the opportunity to love a daughter. However, if her son's future wife were to deceive or take advantage of him, as that little girl had done in the past, she would not allow her to enter the Gu family. As it was lunchtime, students were either dining in the cafeteria or had returned to their dorms that Ji Miao decided to take her grandmother back to the dormitory, hoping for a chance encounter with her little aunt. Upon returning to the dormitory building, she spotted Shi Nian just coming out. Nian, where are you headed? My boyfriend has come to pick me up. Shi Nian replied as she approached, removing her black mask and offering a slight smile to Zhao Shujie. Hello, Grandma. I'm Shi Nian, Miao Miao's roommate. Shi Nian seldom removed her mask at school, but facing her best friend's grandmother, she did so out of courtesy and to express closeness. Zhao Shujie was momentarily taken aback by Shi Nian's stunning visage, and after the initial surprise, her smile became even more welcoming. Hello, young lady. Gu Miao chimed in, Grandma, Nian is my best friend. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Shi Nian hurriedly departed. Watching Shi Nian's retreating figure, Gu Miao cheerfully remarked, Grandma, the person I wanted to introduce to my little uncle is Nian. Isn't she beautiful? Indeed, she possesses a striking face, yet her demeanor is refreshingly pure. She is a good girl, Zhao Shujie replied, her tone laced with admiration. Ji Miao sighed deeply. What a pity, though. Nian is already married. Married? She got married while still in school? Zhao Shujie asked, a hint of concern creeping into her voice. Generally, people graduated before marrying, with only a rare few choosing to wed while still in their studies, often due to unplanned pregnancies that necessitated a rushed marriage. Hearing that Shi Nian was married raised Zhao Shujie's worries about her potentially poor choice in a partner. Zhao Shujie was not a particularly warm-hearted woman. On the contrary, having grown up in a wealthy family, she had witnessed too much intrigue and was often emotionally detached. Yet, she felt a strong affinity for this girl she had just met and wished to show her concern. If circumstances allowed, she would genuinely consider having Shi Nian as her daughter-in-law. Yes, she just registered her marriage yesterday, Gu Miao added. Zhao Shujie nodded, feeling a tinge of regret, but since Shi Nian was already married and her son was too, dwelling on it would be futile. Nevertheless, she could encourage Gu Miao to bring friends home more often, allowing her to cultivate closer relationships. Meanwhile, at the school gate, as soon as Shi Nian entered the car, she wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchan's neck and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. Darling, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Yuchan supported Shi Nian's waist and glanced at the front seat. Zheng Xian immediately pressed a button, raising the partition between the front and back seats. Before long, Gu Yuchan said, I just ran into Miao Miao and her grandmother on the way, which is why I'm late. Although he said not long, Shi Nian felt compelled to explain, I must have kept you waiting. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yuchan's eyes. Her grandmother. Shi Nian nodded. Yes, she really looks quite young, almost like she is in her 40s. Gu Yuchan acknowledged this with a hum, his brows furrowing in thought for a moment before he suddenly asked, Baby, are you ready to meet my parents? Shi Nian, who had been nestled in Gu Yuchan's embrace, was startled by his words and coughed. Meet your parents? Gu Yuchan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently patted Shi Nian's back. Yes, it's time for you to meet them. Today, only his mother had come, but if he didn't take the initiative to introduce Shi Nian to his family soon, it wouldn't be long before his father, grandfather, uncle, and aunt would all come together. Isn't this a bit too fast? Shi Nian genuinely felt unprepared. Ji Yuchan lifted her chin, a teasing glimmer in his dark eyes. Wife, we've already registered our marriage. It's rather late to meet the parents now. Shi Nian realized that typically, couples would date freely, then meet each other's parents to discuss marriage before finally registering. But her relationship with Gu Yuchan had followed a different sequence: forced togetherness, then revealing feelings, marriage registration, and finally, the step of meeting each other's families. Don't worry, I'll be with you, Gu Yuchan reassured her, placing a comforting kiss on the corner of Shi Nian's lips. A man's kiss always possessed the magical ability to soothe a girl's anxious heart. Gradually, Shi Nian's nervousness began to dissipate. So when are we going? Tonight. Shi Nian inhaled sharply in trepidation. Or maybe tomorrow night. Shi Nian pouted at Gu Yuchan. Ah Chun, you're deliberately teasing me. Ji Yuchan chuckled softly. You, being bullied by me, is quite adorable. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tender affection, focusing intently on her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Shi Nian wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchan's neck, nuzzling against him, a smile gracing her lips as she softly murmured, "Then I also enjoy being bullied by you." After the two had lunch, Gu Yuchan went to the office while Shernyin returned to her classes. "Meow meow, did you get to see your little aunt at noon?" Shernyin inquired with concern. Gu Miao shook her head. "No, Grandma mentioned that my little aunt is from the computer science college, but you know the girls in our college. Besides you, I can't imagine anyone else worthy of my little uncle." As Shernyin listened to Gu Miao speak of her little uncle, she couldn't help but find it amusing. However, to prevent Gu Yuchen from feeling jealous, she decided to introduce Gu Miao to him sooner rather than later. After all, one shouldn't constantly contemplate encroaching on someone else's territory. "Meow meow, do you have any plans for this evening? My husband wishes to invite you to dinner." Just as Gu Miao was about to raise her hand and say she was free, Shernyin quickly added, "If you dine with my husband, please refrain from mentioning your little uncle. He might get jealous." Jiu Miao could see the sweet smile in Shernyin's eyes when she spoke of her husband, which put her at ease as she replied, understood that no sooner had Gu Miao finished her sentence than her phone chimed, prompting her to exclaim, "Tonight, my little uncle is bringing my little aunt home." At that moment, Shernyin, upon seeing the text from Gu Yuchen, felt an urge to scream as well. Tonight, she would meet her in-laws. Yet, while Shernyin was engulfed in her own nervous excitement, Gu Miao was thrilled at the prospect of finally meeting the legendary little aunt. Strangely, neither noticed the other's unease. After school, Gu Miao and Shernyin walked out together, and from a distance, Gu Miao spotted her little uncle's Maybach, prompting her to flee in haste. Shernyin chuckled softly. Yet her amusement faded as she realized that it was indeed the next day she was supposed to meet the parents. Having just mentioned it that morning, she was now unprepared for the evening's encounter. The only stroke of luck was that she wore a shirt today, which somewhat concealed the marks on her neck. "They wish to see you," Gu Yuchen stated plainly. Shernyin responded with a soft leaning against Gu Yuchen's shoulder in silence. Sensing her tension, Gu Yuchen gently kissed her forehead, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear. If you truly do not wish to meet them, you need not, that no one can force you." Shernyin knew that what Gu Yuchen said he would certainly follow through on, so she quickly denied, "I do want to meet them. I'm just a bit nervous." "Nervous about what?" Gu Yuchen asked as he lifted her onto his lap, encircling her waist with his arms. Due to their position, Shernyin sat higher than Gu Yuchen, and she looked down at him, whispering, "I'm afraid they won't like me." Naturally, since Shernyin wished to spend her life with Gu Yuchen, she desired his parents' approval as well. "Do not overthink. They will like you," Gu Yuchen reassured her. Shernyin pouted, "How can I not overthink? What if Gu Yuchen goes to meet my parents?" And she suddenly recalled how Gu Yuchen had once kicked Shi Xiong out upon their first meeting. The thought made her burst into laughter. The girl giggled, her soft form brushing against the and Ji Yuchen's gaze darkened slightly, his voice dropping to a husky tone. "Darling, I have ways to ensure they like you." Shernyan's eyes widened in curiosity. "What methods?" His warm breath caressed the delicate curve of her collarbone. "Be good. Come closer, and I'll tell you." Chapter 58. "Darling, if you don't want to change your clothes, just behave." "What method?" Shernyin leaned slightly closer to Gu Yuchen. However, it seemed the man found her movements too slow to in the next moment. His hand tightened around her waist, causing her soft form to tumble into his embrace. Gu Yuchen began to kiss the elegant length of her neck. Shernyin clutched his shoulders tightly, her soft voice growing intermittent. "Ah, Chun, stop fooling around. We still have to meet." "Darling, I'm helping you," the man murmured, his lips brushing against her neck, leaving behind a trail of intimate marks. Initially, Shernyin had resisted the man's advances due to her anxiety about meeting her in-laws, but gradually, she succumbed to his domineering tenderness. Time seemed to dissolve, and Shernyin playfully pounded her small fists against Gu Yuchen's firm chest. Feigning annoyance, "I told you not to act recklessly. How can we still go see the in-laws now?" Gu Yuchen gazed at the vibrant strawberries he had left on her fair and elongated neck, a satisfied smile curling his lips. "That doesn't yin like this," with a belly full of complaints. Shernyin found herself at a loss for words. That, of course, she liked it, but now, it was hardly the right moment. Ji Yuchen's gaze slowly traveled downward, lingering on her soft, fair skin, his eyes darkening with desire as he spoke in a low, husky tone. "I initially intended to place a few strawberries on your neck to show our affection to the elders, but Yin kept pulling me closer and even fed me." "Don't say that." Shi Yin hastily covered Gu Yuchen's mouth with her hand, that a hint of amusement flickered in Gu Yuchen's elongated black eyes, that in truth, even if Shi Yin hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have spoken of it. After all, Shi Yin's boldness and inherent charm were only for him to know. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian, who was wearing a Bluetooth headset in the driver's seat, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and heart flutter. As if a fierce beast was watching him, that he shivered, his grip on the steering wheel wavering, causing the Maybach to swerve dramatically on the smooth road. Shi Yin, who was already precariously seated on Gu Yuchen's lap, was jolted into his arms, that Gu Yuchen delighted in her sudden embrace, pressing a gentle kiss onto her fair, soft skin. Shi Yin's cheeks flushed deeper, and she straightened herself, adjusting her shirt that barely concealed anything. Let's change clothes first, then head to the Gu family. However, she worried it might be too late. Casting a glance at the flickering neon lights outside the window, she voiced her concern that Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Responding in a low tone, "They will understand." Shi Yin paused, her face slowly reddening as she glared at Gu Yuchen. "What do you mean they'll understand? How can the elders possibly comprehend such matters?" Gu Yuchen chuckled softly. "Darling, what are you shy about? Elders were young once too. Isn't it normal for them to understand the impulses of youth?" While Gu Yuchen's words held some truth, Shi Yin couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely trying to take advantage of the situation, crafting an excuse for himself. Soon, Zheng Xian parked the car in front of a high-end, ready-to-wear boutique. The Gu Yuchen draped his jacket over Shi Yin's shoulders, possessively pulling it tightly around her, ensuring that no one could catch a glimpse of her figure. Since it was an important meeting with the elders, Shi Yin ultimately chose a black shirt dress that was both intellectual and elegant, modest yet graceful. The V-neck of the shirt highlighted her slender swan neck while subtly revealing the alluring marks on her neck. Feeling it was still not formal enough, she tied a scarf around her neck. While the scarf concealed many of the intimate traces, its subtlety only served to evoke more imagination, a fact evident by Gu Yuchen's lack of protest. Once in the car, Shi Yin urged Zheng Xian to drive quickly to the Gu family. After all, this was her first visit to her in-laws as a newcomer, and being late would be inappropriate in every sense. Moreover, Gu Yuchen's reasoning seemed exceedingly absurd. Shi Yin considered suggesting to Gu Yuchen, "Darling, let us say we were caught in traffic, shall we?" The thought of Gu Yuchen explaining their tardiness due to their intimate antics was too mortifying for Shi Yin to bear. Just as she posed this question, Gu Yuchen's phone chimed. Feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest, Shi Yin whispered, "Who is it?" "My niece." Gu Yuchen answered as he picked up the call. Shi Yin let out a small sigh of relief. Logically speaking, Gu Yuchen was only in his late 20s, so his niece must be a little girl of 5 or 6 to surely he wouldn't say anything inappropriate to a child. Her heart settled somewhat. However, Gu Yuchen's first words shattered her illusion completely. "Yeah, I got carried away and ruined her clothes. Tell Grandpa they should expect us soon." As the call ended, Shi Yin looked at him with reproachful eyes. "Ah Chen, why are you discussing such things with your 5 or 6-year-old niece?" Gu Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, "She is of age." "What?" Shi Yin was taken aback by Gu Yuchen's response. "Your niece is of age." "But you're only 27. The age gap between uncle and niece seemed far too small. Gu Yuchen explained with rare patience, "My uncle is nearly 20 years older than my father, and my cousin is only 2 or 3 years younger than him. The age differences in our parents' generation are significant, so having a niece in her 20s is not strange at all." Shi Yin's understanding dawned, yet she quickly adopted a fierce expression. "But you still shouldn't say those things. What if she repeats them to the elders and causes misunderstandings about me?" In truth, Shi Yin is not reserved when it comes to matters of intimacy. Rather, she is quite bold and open. But this demeanor is solely exhibited in front of Gu Yuchen, in the presence of the man she cherishes. Shi Yin feels no shyness. Instead, she yearns to express more and seek more from him. However, when faced with others, especially her elders, she becomes bashful about discussing such topics. Gu Yuchen lowered his head and kissed Shi Yin's lips, soothingly saying, "No, it's my inability to restrain myself. It's my indulgence. It's my desire for you. Yin Yin." His sweet words resonated in her ears, awakening a delicious tingle within her that a warm current surged into her heart, softening her delicate, boneless form. The corners of Shi Yin's lips curled upwards, forming a sweet arc. Her eyes tinged with a hint of playful flirtation as she softly stated, "I also want you, Ah Chun." I want to have a baby with you. Gu Yuchen's gaze darkened, his voice hoarse. Darling, if you don't wish to change your attire, then be good. Shun Yin blinked, a glimmer of mischievous laughter flashing in her eyes, and suddenly planted a kiss on Gu Yuchen's neck. The red imprint of her lips on his honey-colored skin appeared particularly sensual. Shun Yin couldn't help but blush, her enchanting eyes shimmering with layers of moisture, and she coughed lightly. This is even more affectionate. The girl bore the marks left by the man, and naturally, he too should bear the traces of her presence. 20 minutes later, the car pulled into the Gu family estate. The Gu Yuchen adjusted the position of Shun Yin's silk scarf and then remarked, in the Gu family, only my grandfather, father, and mother are my elders. Shun Yin, quick-witted, immediately understood that in this grand Gu residence, likely only her grandfather and parents-in-law genuinely welcomed her as the new bride. That as her thoughts flowed, she also discerned how to face the numerous elders of the Gu family. Meanwhile, in the Gu family living room, a gathering of direct relatives awaited eagerly, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. How outrageous! The new bride arrived so late on her first visit. She has no sense of family etiquette, exclaimed Gu Miao's second aunt, Shun Li. Indeed, where did Gu Yuchen find such a girl? Not only is she ill-mannered, but her behavior is quite scandalous, practically seducing Gu Yuchen in the car, chimed in Gu Miao's third aunt. Zhou Mei, with a face full of disdain, Gu Miao could no longer endure the conversation and silently rolled her eyes. They were incessantly criticizing her aunt, yet it was precisely because the girls they had previously introduced to her uncle had all been rejected. Zhao Shujia lifted her eyelids, casting a light glance at them, her demeanor still elegant and dignified, but her words sent chills down Shun Li and Zhou Mei's spines. That if you think so little of my daughter-in-law, you may leave the Gu family at once. Upon hearing this, Shun Li and Zhou Mei turned pale, and their husbands quickly interjected, admonishing their wives to apologize. After all, Gu Yuchen was now the head of the Gu family. Suddenly, the maid's shriek broke the tension. The young master and young mistress have returned. Instantly, everyone was aflame with excitement. Gu Miao was the most exhilarated. She was finally going to meet the woman who had made her uncle lavish his wealth and flaunt their love on social media. Gu Miao dashed outside first, while Zhao Shujia took Gu Ming's arm and hurried out as well. The elders who had been waiting, still clinging to their seniority, followed suit upon seeing Zhao Shujia and Gu Ming head out. However, suddenly, Gu Miao let out a shriek. She took a couple of steps back in shock upon seeing the girl standing beside her uncle. Shun Yin was startled by the noise, looking up at Gu Miao with a slightly dazed expression. In that fleeting moment, all the confusion dissolved. No wonder Gu Miao had not seen her boyfriend for so long. Every time she spotted Gu Yuchen's car, she would flee in terror, never getting a chance to meet him. Moreover, Gu Miao had always referred to him as uncle, yet had never spoken his name, and Shun Yin had never mentioned Gu Yuchen's name either. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Zhao Shujia, upon seeing Shun Yin, was also momentarily taken aback, but then joy washed over her. Yin, is it? Zhao Shujia approached elegantly, smiling warmly at Shun Yin. Shun Yin's impression of Zhao Shujia was still rooted in her earlier encounter with Grandma Gu. So she instinctively exclaimed, Grandma, but she was interrupted by Gu Yuchen, who said, Wife, this is my mother. Shun Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The Gu Yuchen then leaned over and kissed her ear, affectionately saying, Be good. You need to correct that. His kiss stunned everyone present, except for Shun Yin. They were all members of the Gu family, fully aware of Gu Yuchen's aloof demeanor, yet they had never witnessed such tenderness from him. Shun Yin did not find anything wrong with Gu Yuchen's affectionate display. Rather, she felt overwhelmed by the intense gazes of onlookers. Clearing her throat softly, she murmured, Mother. Zhao Shujia was ecstatic, exclaiming, Good child. She genuinely adored Shun Yin. Upon their first meeting, she had found her beautiful, with clear eyes that gave off a delightful aura. Moreover, due to the earlier misunderstanding and regret, Zhao Shujia felt a sense of fulfillment now that Shun Yin had become her daughter-in-law. One must admit, the muddled Gu Miao also played a significant role in fostering the harmonious relationship between Shun Yin and Zhao Shujia. At that moment, Gu Ming stepped forward and cleared his throat. Gu Yuchen introduced him, saying, This is my father. Shun Yin obediently greeted. Father to Gu Ming nodded steadily, though his hands, resting on his thighs, clenched into excited fists. After that incident years ago, he had believed Gu Yuchen would never love anyone again. Yet witnessing his son's attitude toward Shernyin now revealed a love that ran deep. Seeing his son emerge from past shadows and find a lifelong companion brought Gu Ming genuine contentment. "Let's head inside," Gu Ming spoke. The other elders followed suit, and Gu Miao seized the opportunity to slide closer. She had many questions for Shernyin, such as how she ended up with her uncle, whether their marriage was due to an unexpected pregnancy, if the kiss mark on her neck was fresh, and she particularly wanted to share her secrets on charming men. However, seeing Gu Yuchen beside her, she timidly said, "Good evening, Aunt." This was the first time Shernyin had seen such a docile side of Gu Miao, and she couldn't help but chuckle, feeling her initial nervousness ease. "Good evening, little niece." Shernyin replied. The Jiu Miao felt a twinge of annoyance at having suddenly dropped a rank from being a close friend to a younger relative, yet she dared not express her discontent. Nonetheless, Gu Miao was still thrilled, as she had always wanted to introduce Shernyin to her uncle. Later, upon learning that Shernyin was married while her uncle was with another girl, she had genuinely felt a pang of regret. But now, unexpectedly, Shernyin was indeed her aunt. Gu Miao secretly winked at Shernyin, who offered her a gentle smile in return. Their intimate exchange would have to wait. Once inside, Gu Yuchen first led Shernyin to greet the elder mister. "Gu Yuchen, have you truly chosen her?" The elder, seated at the head of the table, questioned, though his sharp, cloudy gaze bore down on Shernyin with an undeniable intensity. Chapter 59, bringing up the topic of pregnancy under the elder mister. Gu's imposing gaze. Shernyin felt a weight of pressure. Yet more than that, she was puzzled. His words were quite clear. Gu Yuchen had chosen her once before and was now choosing her again. Otherwise, he would not have asked if he had indeed made that choice. But the issue was that she and Gu Yuchen were not previously acquainted. Was it possible that the elder had mistaken her for someone else? Just then, she suddenly heard Gu Yuchen's steady and powerful voice. Nothing has changed. Gu Yuchen's love for Shernyin had remained unwavering. Shernyin turned to look at Gu Yuchen. The depth of affection in his eyes ignited a sweet warmth within her heart. Yet in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if some buried memory was surfacing. However, before Shernyin could delve into those fragmented recollections, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her head, causing her to grip Gu Yuchen's hand tightly. Gu Yuchen, concerned, asked Yin, "What's wrong?" The fragments of memory came quickly, only to dissipate just as swiftly, leaving her with the impression that it all might have been an illusion. Yet the warmth of his hand reminded her that it was no mere figment. There was undoubtedly something she was unaware of or had forgotten. But now was not the time for exploration. Shernyin exhaled softly, lifting her head to offer Gu Yuchen a gentle smile. Mouthing, "I'm fine," to Gu Yuchen, still unconvinced, said, "If something is wrong, tell me, and I'll take you home immediately." "Really, I'm fine." His concern made Shernyin's face break into a sweet smile. The Jiu Miao watched in astonishment as her typically cold and indifferent uncle treated Shernyin with such tenderness. Her mouth falling open in excitement as she thought, Shin Li and Zhou Mei exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously rolled their eyes, mentally criticizing Shernyin as a cunning vixen in that moment. The venerable Gu patriarch fixed his murky gaze upon Shernyin, his deep and resonant voice imbued with an undeniable weight, inquiring, "Have you made your decision?" Shernyin furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain if it was merely her perception. But she could not shake the feeling that the old gentleman harbored a distinct dislike for her, emanating a palpable hostility. Yet, regardless of the opposition she faced, this time Shernyin was resolute in not relinquishing Gu Yuchen's hand, affirmatively nodding in response. Despite her confirmation, the expression on the Gu patriarch's face remained cold and tinged with a hint of veiled animosity. "What can you offer Gu Yuchen upon your marriage?" His question was pointed and decidedly unwelcoming. Instantly, many expressions in the room morphed into one of schadenfreude. Even Gu Yuchen's brow knit together in concern. However, at the eye of the storm, Shernyin maintained a calm demeanor. Showing no signs of indignation at the humiliation, she pondered her response. The patriarch interjected once more. "The Shi family, at best, can be considered a second-rate family in a city. Though you are the eldest daughter of the Shi family, your status is inferior to that of an illegitimate child, and you possess no exceptional talents or abilities. Beyond your appearance, what qualifies you to be worthy of Gu Yuchen?" Following these words, the entire living room fell into a hush. Everyone awaited Shernyin's embarrassment, Suddenly, Gu Yuchen tightened his grip on Shi Nian's hand, his voice dark and fierce. "Nian Nian, we are leaving." Had anyone else from the Gu family uttered this, he would have dealt with them harshly. But given that it was his most respected grandfather who spoke, Gu Yuchen would not confront the patriarch, yet he would lead Shi Nian away from the Gu family entirely. No one would dare to bully his Nian Nian. However, Shi Nian held on to Gu Yuchen's hand, offering him a faint smile. "Aiken, Grandpa's words are not yet complete. Let us wait a moment, shall we?" Gu Yuchen's expression darkened further, as if it could drip with shadows. In a sudden move, Shi Nian rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips to the corner of Gu Yuchen's mouth, coaxing him softly. "Aiken, be good. Let us hear Grandpa out before we leave." The girl's gaze was clear and serene, imbued with a subtle fondness and attachment as she looked at the man. After a moment of shared silence, Gu Yuchen relented. "All right," he wrapped his arm tightly around Shi Nian's waist. A display of dominance asserting to all that Shi Nian was his chosen wife, and no dissent would be tolerated. At that moment, the patriarch's voice resumed. A daughter-in-law of the Gu family should come from a respectable background, possessing talents and abilities, for only then can she effectively aid in expanding the Gu family's business empire and continue its legacy. Which of these do you possess? The patriarch's question elicited deeper, disdainful glances directed at Shi Nian. They thought that relying solely on her beauty to win over Gu Yuchen would guarantee her a place in the Gu family, an utterly foolish notion. A toad dreaming of eating swan flesh. Only Gu Miao, Zhao Shujie, and Gu Ming appeared concerned for Shi Nian, fearing she might feel humiliated and succumb to the pressure, leading to a separation from Gu Yuchen. Zhao Shujie could not help but interject. "Father, marriage is ultimately Yuchen's personal matter." The patriarch sharply interrupted her. "Since Gu Yuchen is the head of the Gu family, his marriage is no longer solely his affair." Gu Yuchen lifted his head, his obsidian eyes fixed determinately on the patriarch. "If that is the case, then I shall forego the position of head." Yet scarcely had Gu Yuchen's words faded when a bright voice chimed in. "No, it must be." Shi Nian's small face was etched with seriousness as she admonished Gu Yuchen. "Do not speak recklessly. What belongs to you will always be yours, unless we choose to let go." Gu Yuchen paused, a flicker of indulgent amusement crossing his gaze. Leaning closer, Shi Nian whispered, "This is Grandpa's test for me. Do not speak. Let me handle this." Trusting her implicitly, Gu Yuchen replied, "All right." Shi Nian discreetly squeezed Gu Yuchen's hand before turning to face the patriarch. Her demeanor assertive. "Grandpa, your previous statement holds merit. However, you mentioned that she is a daughter-in-law of the Gu family, not necessarily Aiken's wife. Or do you believe Aiken is so incapable that he must rely on a woman to steer the Gu family's ship?" The patriarch glared at Shi Nian with icy contempt. With a gentle smile, she softened her tone, taking a step back. "In truth, if you truly believed what you said, you could have arranged for Aiken a suitable match as soon as he came of age. Yet you did not. You have never pressured him, indicating that you wish for him to choose his own happiness." The gazes of those present shifted, perceiving Shi Nian in a new light, particularly the patriarch, whose gaze now held a trace of appreciation rather than mere rejection. She faced adversity with grace and dignity, remaining calm and composed, her thoughts meticulous. "Grandpa, I do not understand the source of your animosity towards me. Yet I can answer your previous question with utmost sincerity. I will love only Aiken for the rest of my life, and I will marry no one but him." Upon delivering this declaration, a peculiar silence enveloped the air. Shi Nian exhaled softly, preparing to play her final emotional card. "Grandpa, do you know why I did not leave when Aiken asked me to?" The patriarch slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze now less sharp and oppressive. "Why is that?" "Because you are Aiken's most respected grandfather, and as Aiken's wife, I hope our marriage receives your acknowledgement and blessing." Gu Yuchen has always unconditionally and without reservation cherished Shi Nian. In return, Shi Nian understood Gu Yuchen's regard for the patriarch. Thus, she was determined to earn his recognition, not wishing to place Gu Yuchen in a difficult position. "Child, one last question. What do you seek?" The patriarch sighed. Shi Nian tightened her grip on Gu Yuchen's hand. "What I seek is simply Aiken himself. Grandpa, I will prove to you that I am more suited to be Gu Yuchen's wife than those who come from well-matched backgrounds." Regardless of how the Gu family perceived her, she would not relinquish Gu Yuchen's hand, not for their power or status, nor for any vain pursuits, but solely for Gu Yuchen himself. Even if Gu Yuchen were destitute and possessed nothing, she would still choose to marry him. After a prolonged silence, the patriarch's aged voice finally resounded once more. If that is the case, Yuchen, hasten preparations for the wedding, and bring her home in grandeur. Upon the patriarch's words, Shernyen's anxious heart finally found solace. Thank you, Grandpa. The patriarch sighed softly, gazing at Shernyen with newfound warmth. If you truly wish to thank me, then promise me one thing. At this moment, Shernyen was exceedingly compliant. Grandpa, you say it. She would agree to anything. The patriarch glanced at Gu Yuchen, whose expression had finally brightened, then turned back to the beaming Shernyen, internally lamenting the fortunes of his grandchildren. It is time to bring a little heir to the Gu family. Shernyen's face suddenly flushed, and she stammered in response, all right. After speaking, she playfully poked Gu Yuchen's waist with her finger, whispering, "I can say something." Gu Yuchen thoroughly enjoyed her little antics. What should I say? Shernyen shot him a mock glare. The Gu Yuchen smiled indulgently, reiterating, no rush. Shernyen poked Gu Yuchen's waist again, thinking of complaining to Grandpa. It was not her lack of effort. It was Gu Yuchen who was not in a hurry. Meanwhile, the other members of the Gu family, watching the patriarch so readily accept Shernyen, grew increasingly anxious. Shinli, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Grandpa, hasn't the marriage certificate already been obtained? Is there really a need for an extravagant wedding ceremony? The patriarch glared at her sternly. Nonsense. Nyen is our Gu family's daughter-in-law and the future matriarch. The wedding must be grand. Under the patriarch's stern gaze, Shunli's spirit deflated. You are right, Grandpa. I was narrow-minded. Jiu Yuchen remained composed. The wedding preparations are already underway. Shernyen was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Preparations for the wedding were already in progress. How had she not known? Gu Yuchen seemed to sense her confusion, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear, we just started preparing, and I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet. Shernyen replied, as Gu Yuchen led her to meet Zhao Shujie and Gu Ming. Zhao Shujie removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it onto Shernyen's, saying, Nyen, this is a gift from your mother. The jade was translucent and glimmered with a verdant radiance under the chandelier's light. Even though Shernyen was not well versed in jade, she could tell that this bracelet was of considerable value. Moreover, the unabashed jealousy and veiled resentment reflected in the eyes of other women made her realize that this jade bracelet likely carried special significance. Mom, this is too precious. Zhao Shujie pressed Shernyen's hand down. Nyen, you must wear this bracelet. It is a symbol of the Gu family's matriarch. Long before Gu Ming passed the position of family head to Gu Yuchen, Zhao Shujie should have removed her jade bracelet. However, due to Gu Yuchen's prolonged search for a daughter-in-law, Zhao Shujie took it upon herself to safeguard it. This gesture from Zhao Shujie served to indicate to the entire Gu family her acceptance of this daughter-in-law. And the jade bracelet symbolized that the whole family must also acknowledge Shernyen. For Shernyen is the matriarch of the Gu family. Shernyen cast a pleading glance toward Gu Yuchen. Gu Yuchen held her hand firmly, preventing her from removing the jade bracelet, saying, this is a gift from Mom. You should cherish it. With Gu Yuchen's insistence, Shernyen chose not to protest further, simply expressing her gratitude to Zhao Shujie. Thank you, Mom. Upon hearing Shernyen address her as Mom, Zhao Shujie's smile broadened, and she replied, just like what your grandfather said, you truly ought to thank us. So hurry up and strive to bear us a grandchild. Shernyen's cheeks flushed at the suggestion, as it seemed more fitting to encourage Gu Yuchen instead to that moment. Gu Ming turned to Shernyen and added, you two should lead a good life together. Just as Shernyen was about to respond, Gu Ming continued, and also, bring up the topic of children sooner rather than later. Shernyen thought to herself, if Gu Yuchen hadn't been so adamant about not wearing protection, perhaps she would already be with child. After meeting with the three most important elders, Gu Yuchen briefly introduced the other family members, and Shernyen offered only simple greetings in return. After the family had dinner, Gu Yuchen and Shernyen planned to leave, but Gu Miao anxiously pulled Shernyen aside, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Nyen, I've been suffering under this secret you're keeping from me. Shernyen replied, Miao, you've been keeping secrets from me as well. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, for the situation was merely a misunderstanding. Jiu Miao cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly placing her bag into Shernyen's arms. Winking playfully, here's your wedding gift. What is it? Shi Yin asked, curiosity piqued as she reached to open it, but Gu Miao exclaimed, "Not now. Wait until you get home, cough, when it's time for bed." Shi Yin's face reddened slightly as she began to sense something. Chapter 60. The almost transparent camisole. Just as Gu Miao presented her carefully chosen wedding gift to Shi Yin, Zhao Shujie called for Shi Yin to come over. Yin, it's getting late. And the road isn't safe. You and Yuchen should stay here for the night, Zhao Shujie said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. All right, Shi Yin nodded in agreement. Zhao Shujie's gaze softened further as she said, "From now on, this will be your home, and you are the mistress of this household. Do not regard yourself as an outsider." Shi Yin discerned the concern in Zhao Shujie's words and replied, "Mom, I understand." The more Zhao Shujie observed Shi Yin, the more she appreciated her. Initially apprehensive due to Shi Yin's youth, she now recognized not only her beauty, but also her considerate and sensible nature. Yin, you two should cherish your time together, that if Yuchen ever mistreats you or causes you distress, come to me, and I will stand by your side, Zhao Shujie said gently. Having grown up without maternal affection, Shi Yin felt a wave of emotion wash over her at Zhao Shujie's kindness. "Mom, Yuchen treats me very well." Just then, Gu Yuchen emerged from the study, prompting Zhao Shujie to wave her hand and depart. Gu Yuchen inquired, "What did Mom say to you?" Shi Yin leaned into Gu Yuchen's embrace, her small face pressed against his chest, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat as she murmured, "She said if you bully me, she'll come after you. Did I end the Shi household?" Shi Yin felt like an outsider. Although the elderly Shi treated her kindly, it could never replace the love of a father or mother. Shi Yin longed for parental affection, but upon learning of the machinations orchestrated by Shi Ying with the tacit approval of Shi Xiong and Yang Fan just before her previous life ended, she ceased to hope for such love. Yet upon entering the Gu family, she felt a genuine acceptance. The elder Gu, although stern in demeanor, readily agreed to the wedding ceremony after she merely made a promise. Gu Ming and Zhao Shujie even gifted her the significant jade bracelet as a token of their acceptance. Shi Yin sensed that they had truly embraced her as one of their own. Gu Yuchen chuckled softly. "So, you expect me to seek Mom's help if I bully you in bed?" Shi Yin's heart swelled with emotion at his words, and she playfully shot him a teasing glance. "Mom insisted we stay tonight, so no funny business." With so many elders around, Shi Yin was determined to maintain her decorum with Gu Yuchen. Ji Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly, refraining from answering whether he wanted to or not, and simply stated, "I'll take you to our room." Upon entering the bedroom, Shi Yin was immediately enveloped by a sense of oppression. The room was cloaked in shades of black and gray, with heavy curtains drawn tight, rendering the space suffocating and stifling. The decor starkly contrasted with the rest of the villa. As Shi Yin pondered this peculiarity, Gu Yuchen suddenly spoke, "We won't stay here tonight." Shi Yin concealed her shock and confusion, asking, "Why not?" Gu Yuchen pressed his lips together, his gaze revealing a hint of discomfort. "This room hasn't been inhabited in a long time. We'll stay in the guest room next door." Aside from the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, the guest room was remarkably tidy, devoid of dust, and even the bedding exuded a warm, sunlit aroma. Shi Yin wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchen's waist, tilting her face up with a smile. "No, I want to sleep in Yuchen's bed, not someone else's." Gu Yuchen's eyes darkened as he turned and pressed Shi Yin against the door, his warm breath brushing against her cheek as he leaned down to kiss her. Shi Yin, flustered, cupped his face to prevent the kiss. "Yuchen, not tonight. Let us save it for tomorrow." His rough palm lingered on her delicate waist. "Why, Yin? I want you." Though Shi Yin felt a surge of desire. At that moment, Zhao Shujie's voice rang out from outside. "Yin, I prepared a new nightgown for you." It was uncertain whether Gu Yuchen did this intentionally, but at that moment his fingers grazed Shi Yin's sensitive waist. Shi Yin gasped softly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot an embarrassed glare at Gu Yuchen before dashing into the bathroom. In her haste, she accidentally dropped Gu Miao's gift, which scattered across the floor. The nearly transparent gauzy dress shimmered with iridescence. Ji Yuchen's lips curled into a slow smile. "Yuchen, Yin, are you in the room?" Zhao Shujie called out. Ji Yuchen picked up the gauzy dress, his deep voice tinged with amusement. "Mom, Yin brought her nightgown." "Good. Then you two should rest early. I want to disturb you," Zhao Shujie said before leaving. However, as she turned the corner, she suddenly realized, where did Yin get a nightgown? Gu Yuchen placed the gauzy dress on the bed and quickly took a shower in the guest room. When he returned to the bedroom, he heard Shernyan's voice. Yuchen, I didn't bring any clothes. Can you lend me something? The bathroom contained only a thin towel, which Shernyan attempted to wrap around herself, but it was far too short, leaving her chest and hips exposed. Ji Yuchen smirked. All right. Shernyan let out a breath of relief, cracking open the bathroom door just enough to extend a delicate, pale arm. Ji Yuchen placed the gauzy dress in her hand. Shernyan immediately withdrew her hand, frowning upon realizing the garment was a dress. Why would there be a girl's dress in Gu Yuchen's room? Had another girl slept in his bed before her? Shernyan bit her L unbeknownst to her. The tighter the embrace, the more perilous it becomes. Why not gaze upon it? My thoughts are so beautiful. Gu Yuchen chuckled softly. Shernyan felt a sweetness in her heart, yet she replied, I will show you when I return home tomorrow. You may have it however you wish. Ji Yuchen playfully nibbled on Shernyan's ear, murmuring, I cannot help myself. As he spoke, he lifted Shernyan effortlessly, seating her upon the sink, his arms encircling her shoulders, effectively trapping her in his embrace. Nyen, I desire you now. But what? Do you not wish for me? Shernyan turned her face away, her ears and cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The man was clad only in a towel around his waist. His bare torso enveloped in a milky haze, droplets cascading along the contours of his chest, abdomen, and the alluring lines of his physique until they vanished beneath. Shernyan dared not look further, averting her gaze, her cheeks further blushing. Such sensuality was clearly intended to entice her. Wife, Gu Yuchen called softly. Shernyan curled her toes. Grandfather and my parents are next door. Gu Yuchen chuckled lowly, causing Shernyan's ears to tingle, her entire body succumbing to a wave of warmth that Dio not tease. Let's get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow night, you may have your way. Shernyan coaxed softly. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuchen proposed a condition. You must wear it for me to see tomorrow. Wear it once. Shernyan recalled the garment, lifting her flushed face. Aiken, where did you acquire the clothes? Gu Yuchen, pondering his thoughts, pressed his lips together in feigned silence. Shernyan's heart skipped a beat. Could they truly belong to another woman? Aiken, clarify. Did you buy this for someone else? Gu Yuchen lifted his eyelids, a hint of hurt flashing in his gaze. Nyen, you do not trust me. Under Gu Yuchen's pitiful gaze, Shernyan felt guilt wash over her. Her Aiken loved her so dearly, and yet she had doubted him. The dress is one you brought yourself, Gu Yuchen clarified. Shernyan gasped, recalling the sultry gift Gu Miao had presented to her for her wedding, a set of enticing lingerie. Sheer, provocative, and adorning her form. Shernyan blinked, wrapping her arms around Gu Yuchen's neck, playfully kissing his chin. Aiken, do not be angry. I did not doubt you. I was merely jesting. Ji Yuchen regarded her with a half-smile. Yet I am quite upset. Nyen actually believed I had another woman. Shernyan inwardly lamented, as expected. Gu Yuchen, biting her ear in feigned anger, declared, Nyen, you have been naughty, and I shall punish you, without needing him to articulate it. Shernyan understood the nature of his intended punishment. She bit her lip, silently resolving to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Ji Yuchen's arms tightened around her waist, embedding her delicate form into his embrace. Very well, Shernyan exhaled in relief. Let us return to sleep. Yet the next moment, Gu Yuchen's hand slipped beneath the straps of her dress. Shernyan, anxious, protested. Did we not agree on tomorrow? Gu Yuchen's voice was low and husky. Tonight is also acceptable. Shernyan felt as though she were on the verge of tears. What then was the point of her concessions? Aiken, it is inappropriate if my parents hear us. She urged. A glimmer of indulgent humor danced in Gu Yuchen's eyes as he pressed her head against his shoulder. Be a good girl. Bite me, and they shall not hear a thing. The implication was clear. He found her voice enchanting. Shernyan huffed. You are the one making the most noise. Ji Yuchen murmured in agreement, his sultry tone reverberating in the bathroom, utterly beguiling. Shernyan admitted to herself that she had been thoroughly seduced by the man. Let us retreat to your bed to satisfy you. Within the room, the curtains fluttered, the light flickering, casting shadowy figures in motion. Nyen, the next room. The man was particularly wicked. Each time the girl heard this, she felt a surge of anxiety, drawing her closer to him, which only played into his hands. Yet, the man ultimately cherished the girl. Soon, he held her tightly as they drifted into slumber. However, perhaps due to their indulgence at the Gu residence, Xinyan felt restless and awoke not long after that a beam of moonlight filtered through the curtain's crevice, dispelling the darkness. Bathed in the soft glow, Xinyan's gentle gaze traced the contours of Gu Yuchen's face. The more she looked, the sweeter her heart felt, the deeper her affection grew. She nestled closer into Gu Yuchen's embrace, suddenly aware of a sticky sensation, and her thoughts immediately turned to the events before sleep. Since Gu Yuchen had not resided at the Gu household for several years, while the family would periodically send someone to clean his room, they would not thoughtfully provide any necessary items. Hence, that night, Gu Yuchen had not worn protection. Moreover, as Xinyan had longed to conceive his child, she had brazenly clung to him, refusing to let him leave, entreating him to fulfill her desires. Ultimately, when he sought to cleanse her, she had stubbornly resisted. The reason being, recalling her audacious actions, Xinyan buried her face in Gu Yuchen's neck, letting out a soft whimper. Tomorrow morning, Gu Yuchen would undoubtedly tease her without mercy. Yet, despite these thoughts, Xinyan felt little remorse. If given the chance to relive the moment, she would choose to do so again. Happiness radiated from her eyes as she pressed a kiss to Gu Yuchen's lips, silently wishing to conceive a child, ideally, one that resembled Aiken. Just then, she felt herself enveloped tightly. Gu Yuchen's low, mellow voice resonated. "Baby, do not leave. Do not abandon me." Xinyan's heart softened, recognizing the tender side of her Aiken. She gently caressed his face. "I will not leave. I will always be by your side. Be good. Aiken, do not have nightmares." Gu Yuchen seemed genuinely comforted by her words, nuzzling against her and wearing a satisfied smile. "Brother promises you, once you grow up, I will marry you and bring you home as my wife." "Brother." Xinyan froze momentarily, for she was certain that Gu Yuchen had never referred to himself as brother in her presence. Thus, to whom was this promise directed? The implications were painfully clear. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 needles, brimming with acute anguish. Chapter 61. Yearning for Aiken's embrace, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating the room and dispelling the darkness. The Gu Yuchen awakened from his slumber, his gaze sharpening with clarity in an instant. His hand brushed against Xinyan's shoulder, lingering on her body marked with red traces. Perhaps Gu Yuchen's gaze was too intense, or perhaps Xinyan had been restless throughout the night, causing her to stir awake. "Aiken." Her voice was a soft, hoarse whisper, tinged with the aftermath of passion. "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Gu Yuchen had already examined Xinyan's body. Aside from the marks of their affection, he found no injuries, yet he remained uneasy. Upon noticing the concern in Gu Yuchen's eyes, Xinyan felt a pang of pain in her heart. Such a wonderful Aiken belonged solely to her, and she would not share him with anyone. Yes, her voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears, causing Gu Yuchen to tense with worry, fearing he had harmed her in a moment of passion. "Where?" Xinyan wrapped her arms around Gu Yuchen's shoulders, her body melting into his embrace, her voice sweet. "It hurts from the collision. I feel so sore." To Gu Yuchen's heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally settled, and he playfully smacked her waist, his tone a blend of exasperation and affection. "Naughty girl, I shall carry you to the shower." The previous night, Xinyan had insisted on prolonging their intimacy to increase the chances of conception, stubbornly refusing to let Gu Yuchen assist her in bathing. Now, however, she was somewhat reluctant, yearning for Gu Yuchen's presence. "Darling, do not be troublesome." Gu Yuchen gazed at the flushed face of the girl in his arms, his voice trembling with excitement. Xinyan softly murmured, "I want Aiken to at this moment." To resist would be unmanly. The Gu Yuchen enveloped her in his arms, wickedly reminding her, "Perhaps mother will come by soon to wake us." Xinyan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, yet she stubbornly clung to Gu Yuchen's shoulders. "No, do not leave me, Aiken." Her heart had been completely softened by the girl. The Gu Yuchen pressed kisses into Xinyan's hair. "Utterly indulgent, silly girl. You are my everything." After a while, Gu Yuchen carried Xinyan to the bathroom to shower. The milky mist enveloped the air, infusing the bathroom with a different kind of sensuality. "Aiken, you will be late for work today," Xinyan said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Reflecting on Gu Yuchen's promise to marry her in his dreams, her possessiveness surged, leading her to cling to him without consideration. Now, having calmed slightly, she felt a touch embarrassed. Gu Yuchen tenderly kissed the droplets on Xinyan's face, his voice low and affectionate. "Only you." To Gu Yuchen, the president of the Gu family, is not one to be reprimanded for tardiness, let alone for being absent without cause. However, he has always approached his work with utmost seriousness and remarkable self-discipline, adhering strictly to company time, and has never been so cavalier as to arrive late. Only with Shi Yin can Gu Yuchen momentarily indulge in the role of a careless sovereign. A sweet warmth envelopes Shi Yin's heart, yet she cannot help but recall that girl, pursing her lips with a hint of envy, thinking that certainly there are other young women worth his lateness. For instance, the one who provided him with the only warmth during his darkest hours. Yet, it is clear that Gu Yuchen and Shi Yin are not on the same wavelength. He shakes his head, his tone devoid of warmth. You're referring to Gu Miao. Shi Wunti to Shi Yin is taken aback, wondering what Gu Miao has to do with this. That Jiu Yuchen continues. Do you know why she is so afraid of me? Intrigued, Shi Yin blinks. Why? She kept pestering me, so I arranged for 21 tutors to give her supplementary classes for an entire month. Ever since then, she runs away whenever she sees me. Shi Yin. 21. That's 3 times a week, morning, noon, and night. And no wonder Gu Miao fears Gu Yuchen. He's truly ruthless. However, with Gu Yuchen's sudden diversion, Shi Yin finds it awkward to bring up the matter of the girl again. After cleaning herself up, she steps out of the bathroom. Initially worried about what to wear, she is left astonished when Gu Yuchen opens the door to the walk-in closet. The closet is not only vast and luxurious, but the astonishing fact is that 2/3 of it is filled with women-esque clothing. Gu Yuchen wraps his arm around Shi Yin's waist as he steps inside, explaining, they were delivered last night. They refers to the heads of various luxury brand boutiques that a wave of warmth sweeps through Shi Yin, her eyes sparkling with countless tiny stars. Ah Chun, how can you be so wonderful? I'm so afraid someone will try to take you away from me. A flicker of confusion passes through Gu Yuchen's eyes, sensing something peculiar in Shi Yin's words that he reaches out to ruffle her hair. My dear, how many times must I say it? I only love you. In Gu Yuchen's heart and eyes, there exists only Shi Yin. No one else could ever merit even a glance from him. Shi Yin feels a surge of sweetness in her heart, resolved to clarify the matter of the girl with Gu Yuchen. Just as she is about to speak, Gu Yuchen suddenly tightens his hold on her waist, leading her around a corner and stopping next to a clothing rack. Upon seeing the garments hanging there, the words she intended to say vanish from her lips. These are for me to wear for you. Jiu Yuchen leans down and kisses Shi Yin's lips. As she opens her mouth to express something, he takes the opportunity to deepen the kiss. After a lingering moment, Shi Yin glances at the assortment of playful lingerie, fishnet outfits, ultra-short sailor uniforms, black and white stockings. It is simply overwhelming. Yes, I want to see you wear each and every one of them. The man's eyes, dark as ink, gaze deeply into the girl as to Shi Yin's heart skips a beat, followed by a mix of embarrassment and irritation. How do you know about these clothes? Gu Yuchen chuckles softly. You inspired me last night. Shi Yin. This must be what they call digging one's own grave. However, she is willingly open to enhancing the pleasure shared between them. After they have changed into their clothes, they descend the stairs where Zhao Shujie awaits them in the dining room. Shi Yin feels a little shy. Mom. Zhao Shujie helps Shi Yin take a seat. You must be exhausted after meeting so many relatives from the Gu family last night. You must be worn out. Why not sleep in a bit longer? Shi Yin's face turns crimson as she realizes that her previous night's activities might have been overheard. Her small hand clenches Gu Yuchen's, casting him an admonishing glance. Yin, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling warm? Zhang Ani, call the family doctor immediately. No, that's too slow. Have Xiao Lu bring the private jet to take Yin to the hospital right now. Zhao Shujie expresses her concern. Shi Yin, disregarding her embarrassment, quickly interjects, Mom, I'm fine if there's no need for a hospital visit. After feeling Shi Yin's forehead and confirming she is indeed not running a fever, Zhao Shujie finally relaxes. Though she still casts a reproachful look at Gu Yuchen. Yuchen, you must take good care of Yin. Jiu Yuchen replies affirmatively. I understand. Mom. I'll stay with Yin while you attend to your matters. Once Zhao Shujie leaves, Shi Yin immediately turns to Gu Yuchen. You were told not to do that, yet you went ahead anyway. Now look, even Mom knows that Jiu Yuchen finds her pouting expression utterly adorable and can't resist gazing at her a moment longer. In the end, it was Yin who Wunti let go of my waist. Shi Yin bites her lip. You're bullying me again. Jiu Yuchen leans in closer, kissing her ear and soothingly saying, Silly girl, my room is on the 2nd floor, while grandfather, Dad, and Mom's rooms are on the third floor. Moreover, Gu Yuchen's room is on the eastern side of the second floor, while the rooms of the elders are located on the western side, ensuring excellent soundproofing in the Gu household. Unless the elders were to eavesdrop through the door, no sound would be heard. Shi Yin is astonished. What about the others? Gu Yuchen replies they don't reside here. Shi Yin blinks, playfully hammering her small fist against Gu Yuchen's chest. So you deliberately scared me last night. The frightened Yin is quite endearing that a subtle smile graces Shi Yin's lips. At that moment, Gu Yuchen picks up the bowl of white porridge in front of her. I'll add some sugar for you. Young master, what do you need? The respectful maid inquires. Gu Yuchen's tone turns cold. Everyone get out. Although the maids are puzzled, they are well aware of Gu Yuchen's temperament and do not dare to question him, despite having just shared laughter with Shi Yin in the dining room. Displaying a veneer of tenderness, that gentleness is reserved solely for her. Even towards his biological parents, Zhao Shujie and Gu Ming, Gu Yuchen rarely shows a warm expression, with the kitchen door softly closing. Gu Yuchen pulls a white pill bottle from his pocket, pouring out 2 pills, crushing them into powder, and mixing them with sugar before sprinkling the concoction into the bowl of porridge. Stirring the mixture a few times ensures that both the medicine and sugar are thoroughly blended into the porridge. As Gu Yuchen gazes at the bowl, his long, narrow eyes grow darker and more somber. Yin, you can only belong to me. After bringing the porridge out, Shi Yin takes a taste and immediately praises. So sweet, Gu Yuchen smirks, then drink more. Nodding, Shi Yin takes another spoonful, savoring the sweetness that seems to blend with a hint of bitterness. Yet, she thinks little of it, as Gu Yuchen had previously mentioned using medicinal cuisine to regulate her body for better preparation for pregnancy. She assumes this was specially prepared by him in the kitchen. After their meal, Gu Yuchen and Shi Yin depart from the Gu family's old residence, much to Zhao Shujie's reluctance. Chun, do you rarely stay at the main residence? Shi Yin inquires with concern. Whether it is Gu Yuchen's dark and oppressive room or the surprised expressions of the elders at his willingness to stay, it is evident that he seldom resides in the main house. Gu Yuchen replies, I prefer solitude. The mere mention of solitude brings to Shi Yin's mind Li Chuan's remark that Gu Yuchen sleeps with chains, that a pang of sorrow strikes her heart as she wraps her arms around Gu Yuchen's shoulder. Gently leaning into his embrace, Chun, from now on, I'll always be by your side. That a faint smile flickers in Gu Yuchen's dark eyes as he candidly responds, since finding you, I enjoy being with you even more. Shi Yin nuzzles into the man's shoulder, whispering, so do I want to be with you every day. That Gu Yuchen lowers his gaze, observing Shi Yin resting against him with her eyes closed. Appearing quite drowsy, that if you're tired, I'll hold you to sleep for a while. All right, I want to sleep in Chen's arms. Shi Yin pouts and gives him a quick kiss before obediently resting her head on his shoulder and drifting off to sleep. Shi Yin truly falls asleep, completely unaware when Gu Yuchen carries her into his office. Time passes without her notice, and she eventually awakens from her dream, taking in the unfamiliar decor around her. After a moment of contemplation, she realizes she is in Gu Yuchen's lounge. Propping herself up, she notices she is still clutching Gu Yuchen's suit jacket. It seems she dreamt that the girl returned and tried to compete for him. Unwilling to let go, so she held tightly onto his jacket. Glancing at the crumpled jacket she has been clutching, her face flushes with embarrassment as she shakes it out, preparing to iron it. Suddenly, a small white pill bottle falls out of the pocket. The bottle is tiny, no taller than a thumb, and bears no labels. Shi Yin, puzzled, opens the bottle to sniff it. The faint bitter scent is identical to the bitterness of the porridge from that night. Her heart skips a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Just then, she hears the voices of the secretary and Gu Yuchen conversing outside, causing her heart to tense. Almost instinctively, she dumps a pill into her pocket, returning the bottle to its original place. Moments later, Gu Yuchen enters. You're awake. Shi Yin rubs her eyes, a soft smile gracing her face. How long did I sleep? 2 hours. Are you hungry? I'll take you out to eat. Gu Yuchen lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Shi Yin's forehead. This tender gesture unexpectedly stirred a wave of emotion within her, prompting her eyes to brim with tears. Though she could not articulate the precise reason, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, amplified by the presence of that girl, which left her feeling restless. Moreover, Gu Yuchen's secretive administration of medication only heightened her unease. She yearned to confront him directly, yet the fear of discovering an unbearable truth held her back. Darling, What troubles you? Gu Yuchen inquired, sensing the discord in Shi Nian's demeanor as he cupped her chin. Shi Nian tilted her head back, her gaze locking onto the deep affection and concern reflected in his dark eyes, and she asked, "Ah Chun, will you abandon me?" A slight furrow formed on Gu Yuchen's brow as he took her delicate hand and placed it over his heart. "Can you feel that?" he asked, as the rhythmic thumping echoed like a drumbeat. Shi Nian nodded softly. "That my heart beats solely for you." He affirmed earnestly that do not question my love for you, nor entertain doubts about it. Gu Yuchen's devotion to Shi Nian was one of the most indisputable truths in the world. Detecting the hint of despondency in his voice, Shi Nian's heart began to race. "That Chun, I harbor no doubts. It's just that I treated you so poorly before, constantly arguing with you and attempting to escape your side, that I fear that one day, a girl better than me will come along, and you will choose her over me." The thought of that girl being by Gu Yuchen's side during his darkest moments, unwaveringly supporting him, weighed heavily on her heart. After all, Gu Yuchen had promised to marry her once she grew up. In contrast, Shi Nian felt woefully inadequate. Bitter tears spilled from her eyes, dampening her lashes. The Gu Yuchen tenderly kissed away her tears, sighing, "Foolish girl, you are the finest in this world." That in an instant, the floodgates opened. Shi Nian clutched Gu Yuchen's arm, overwhelmed with sorrow, and thought, "What about her?" Chapter 62. Jealousy her? Gu Yuchen frowned slightly, his frustration evident as the situation slipped from his control. Who is she? Meanwhile, Shi Nian remained lost in her sorrow, her tears soaking the pristine white fabric of his shirt. "You promised to marry her when she grew up. Ah Chun, that if she returns, will you abandon me?" The mere thought of Gu Yuchen holding another girl made Shi Nian feel as though her heart was being squeezed by a vice. Rendering her breathless, with a fierce grip, she clung to his shoulders, defiantly asserting, No. Ah Chun, you belong to me. You cannot marry her. That I won't allow it. And I won't divorce you." Gu Yuchen's brow furrowed even deeper. What was Shi Nian's mind concocting? When had he ever had another girl? Yet, he could not entirely fault her. The complexity of jealousy was not easily grasped. Furthermore, the promise to marry that girl had been made during his childhood dreams, a fact Gu Yuchen was completely unaware of in his waking moments. "Yes, I am yours. That my husband will only love you," he soothed, gently urging her not to cry and to clarify her feelings. However, beneath his soft words lay a glimmer of cold resolve. If anyone had dared to sow discord between them, they would have to face dire consequences. Shi Nian, comforted by Gu Yuchen's patient tenderness, slowly regained her composure. Upon reflection, she acknowledged that while the girl had indeed been there for Gu Yuchen during his darkest hours, they had both been mere children at the time, too young to comprehend matters of love. Taking a deep breath, Shi Nian realized she was merely causing herself distress. Noticing her emotions settling, Gu Yuchen felt her initial sobs transform into soft whimpers, her fluffy head nestled against his chest. Her ears tinged with a hint of pink, suggesting a touch of shyness. The darkness that had clouded Gu Yuchen's eyes began to lighten as he sat on the bed, enveloping Shi Nian in his embrace, reassuring her like one would a child. Nian, tell me, has someone said something to you?" Shi Nian propped herself up slightly, pouting, her voice tinged with a mix of grievance and playful reproach. "You said it yourself." Gu Yuchen's gaze revealed his confusion. He had never anticipated such a response. When had he ever said anything so absurd? Yes, Shi Nian affirmed, nodding her little head as she leaned in to kiss Gu Yuchen's chin, whispering, "But Ah Chun, no matter what you were like before, from now on, you can only have me as your woman. Your heart and body belong to me." To Gu Yuchen sighed, helplessly, "To my darling, you have always been the only one for me. When have I ever had anyone else?" From the moment Shi Nian stumbled into his heart, even before he grasped the essence of love, she had remained there. Her departure had left a wound that deepened with time, transforming into an obsession he could not shake. Yet, Shi Nian was unaware of this. Instead, she felt slighted by Gu Yuchen's reluctance to confront her concerns directly. "You promised, and you even said you would marry her when she grew up. Gu Yuchen, I warn you, you are my lawful husband, and I will not permit you to stray." Shi Nian boldly straddled Gu Yuchen's lap, her slender legs encircling his waist, her soft arms wrapping around his neck, clinging to him like an octopus. Openly offering herself to him, Gu Yuchen gazed at her indignant expression, and the fog that had clouded his heart began to dissipate. The promise he had made to marry her when she grew up had only ever been made to Shi Nian. Is Nian Yin feeling jealous? Gu Yuchen's voice held a hint of amusement as he pronounced her name. Yes, I am jealous. I am possessive. I am envious that she was by your side during that time. Shi Nian confessed unabashedly to Chun. I truly appreciate her presence during that difficult period. But can we regard her merely as a benefactor? We can provide her with money, a house, a car, anything she desires. However, you are mine, and I will not allow any woman to come between us. Shi Nian concluded passionately, pressing her forehead against Gu Yuchen's, her rapid heartbeat revealing her inner turmoil. Are you foolish? Gu Yuchen sighed. Not at all. If one day some other temptress were to take you away, and I simply sat by idly, that would be true foolishness, the Ji Yuchen chuckled softly, feeling jealous of oneself. How could that not be foolish? Shi Nian paused for a moment, then suddenly lifted her head to look at Gu Yuchen. What do you mean? Jealous of oneself? Does that imply that the girl who supported Gu Yuchen through his darkest times was actually her? Shi Nian's heart skipped a beat as memories flashed through her mind. Dark, rainy nights, her hurried footsteps on muddy roads, someone relentlessly pursuing her, and the cold surgical knife reflecting a pale light as she curled up in fear. Screaming, "Da-da!" Shi Nian screamed in terror, covering her head with her hands, her nails digging into her hair as if seeking to escape the pain. Ji Yuchen quickly grasped her delicate wrists, preventing her from harming herself. And as he observed her pallid face, a wave of regret washed over him. He should never have mentioned anything about her amnesia. Nian Nian, listen to me. Do not think about anything. Just relax, Da Chun. I saw someone chasing me. It was terrifying. Ji Yuchen pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, soothing her. It's all right, it's all in the past. Do not dwell on it, that I cannot remember. Only fragmented images flash in my mind. And I cannot discern what is real, that I have never possessed those memories. Shi Nian tilted her face up, her enchanting eyes misty with unshed tears, fragile and bewildered as she trembled and asked, Ah Chun, what has happened to me? Gu Yuchen cradled her wrist in his palm, gently massaging it, and after a prolonged silence, he finally replied, You have lost your memory. Lost my memory. Shi Nian found the notion of such an event occurring to her utterly unbelievable. Yet she trusted Gu Yuchen completely. He would never jest about something so serious that as she pondered her childhood, she recalled Gu Yuchen's assertion that she had stumbled into the basement around the age of 6 or 7. Furrowing her brow, she questioned what she had been doing at that age. Suddenly, Gu Yuchen's warm fingers caressed her cheek, gently pressing on her brow, his voice low and tender, laced with a hint of urgency. Years ago, when you exited the basement, you encountered Gu Feng. She had someone hypnotize you to erase your memories of meeting me. Now, stop thinking about it. With a soft sigh, Shi Nian leaned against Gu Yuchen's embrace, feeling a slight headache. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his chest, she felt a mix of panic at the inexplicable loss of a fragment of her memory, yet a deeper joy at the realization that the girl who had been by Gu Yuchen's side was none other than herself. How wonderful it was to know that she had always been the one accompanying Gu Yuchen. However, was her Achan a bit too beastly? After all, she must have been only 6 or 7 years old at that time. What was he thinking? Gu Yuchen noticed the adorable expressions flitting across Shi Nian's face and inquired, not only to distract her from the tangled memories but also out of concern. Shi Nian blinked, bit her lip, and after a moment of internal conflict, finally asked, Achan, when did you start liking me? From the moment you called me brother, Gu Yuchen replied, his gaze suddenly intense as he leaned closer to her. Darling, say it again. Shi Nian's cheeks flushed suddenly, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling. Achan, you beast. How could she have been so young then, merely 6 or 7, and already bound by Gu Yuchen's affections? Unexpectedly branded as a beast, Gu Yuchen paused, realizing where the title stemmed from. Darling, I liked you from the very first sight. But my desires began the moment you struggled beneath me. Shi Nian couldn't help but recall the day Gu Yuchen first brought her to the villa. When it was time for bed, he hadn't left. And in her naivety, she assumed he had ulterior motives, prompting her to resist. What did you intend to do then? Shi Nian asked. A bit flustered, Gu Yuchen replied honestly, I wanted you to sleep. Shi Nian felt utterly embarrassed. It was she who had wriggled and struggled in his arms, igniting his desires. Gu Yuchen chuckled softly. Silly girl. Even if that moment hadn't happened, as long as you're in front of me, I would always have those desires for you. Shi Nian's eyes glimmered with a gentle smile as she tilted her head to plant a soft kiss on the corner of Gu Yuchan's lips. Chan, I'm truly so happy that person is me. You love me this much? Gu Yuchan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he teased. Shernyin replied candidly, yes, I love you the most, Achan darling. Gu Yuchan's deep voice carried a hint of longing. Shernyin hurriedly restrained his wandering hands. Achan, this afternoon, we should go find Li Chuan. I want him to help me with my amnesia. Gu Yuchan's expression darkened. Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you. The implication was clear. There was no need for further treatment. Shernyin understood Gu Yuchan's words, but insisted, Achan, no matter how much you tell me, it isn't my memory. I want to recall it on my OW. Gu Yuchan frowned. Achan, that memory is something we both share. Regardless, I want to remember it. More importantly, Shernyin had a strong intuition that fully recalling those past events would greatly benefit Gu Yuchan in healing his emotional wounds. Upon seeing the earnestness in Shernyen's eyes, Gu Yuchan's frown deepened. Rarely, apart from letting Shernyin leave, he once again refused her. We'll have lunch in the office. I'll have my secretary order food. Gu Yuchan stated as he prepared to leave. Shernyin anxiously tried to pull him back, but was deftly avoided. As Gu Yuchan approached the door, Shernyen's eyes darted, and she suddenly let out a shriek. Feigning a fall, Gu Yuchan turned just in time to see her tumble, his instincts kicking in as he rushed back to catch her in his arms. Where did you hurt yourself? He asked with concern. Shernyin clung tightly to his waist, lifting her delicate face, her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, Achan, I know you want to protect me from any harm. But Achan, I also want to protect you. I don't want you to suffer from those past memories anymore. A flicker of sadness crossed Gu Yuchan's dark eyes. You say it's tormenting, yet you still wish to remember? How foolish. Whether it was the darkness they had experienced together, or the moment Shernyin was discovered while trying to save Gu Yuchan and forcibly taken to the operating table to have her memory erased. It was all a nightmare for Shernyin, all a source of pain. I'm not foolish. For Achan, I am the smartest person, she replied with a smile. After a moment, Gu Yuchan relented. I'll have lunch first. Then in the afternoon, I'll accompany you to find Li Chuan. Shernyin finally smiled brightly. While Gu Yuchan stepped out to have his secretary order lunch, Shernyin remained in the lounge, pondering for a moment before pulling out her phone to send a message. Point 2 matters, the usual. Are you coming or not? Bada, if you don't contact me soon, I'm going to report you to the police. Where on earth have you been? Why did you disappear without a trace? Don't call me randomly. I'm married now. If my husband hears it, he'll get jealous. Oh my gosh, don't tell me you've been missing all this time because you want to get married? How can you be so infatuated with romance over friendship? I've lost billions in business because you've been absent. Let us talk business. I need to discuss a deal. Can you help me with 5 matters? Shernyin felt a pang of guilt toward Xiao Ke. These past few months without her online presence must have made his business difficult. Though losing billions might be an exaggeration, it wasn't entirely false. The 2 matters and 5 matters they discussed were essentially a transaction. Shernyin sought Xiao Ke's assistance in investigating 2 matters in exchange for 5 hacking jobs from him. After a moment's thought, she agreed, please help me investigate these 2 matters as quickly as possible. The Su family's case should be manageable, but the Gu family? 10 orders. Send them to my email immediately. Bada, I love you. In the afternoon, Gu Yuchan took Shernyin to the hospital to find Li Chuan. After explaining the situation regarding her amnesia, Shernyin took the opportunity during the consultation to hand Li Chuan the white pill, asking for his assistance in analyzing it. Don't tell Achan yet, she whispered. Li Chuan's complexion turned pale, feeling as if he held not an ordinary pill, but a ticking time bomb. Rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with Achan. It's a favor for a friend, Shernyin reassured him, though she hesitated to elaborate on Achan's character. Once Li Chuan learned the pill had no connection to Gu Yuchan, his stress dissipated, and he replied casually, that's simple. Once the nurse finishes your examination, the test results for the pill will be available. Chapter 63. The true cause of Gu Yuchan's heart condition, having just stepped out to take a call from his secretary. Gu Yuchan returned to find Li Chuan asking, where's Nyin Yin? The nurse is examining her. Li Chuan replied. That Gu Yuchan nodded, his brow furrowed, his expression dark and clouded. Observing this, Li Chuan was about to offer some words of comfort when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, and his gaze towards Gu Yuchan turned sheepish. Whose call is it? Gu Yuchan inquired. Feeling the pressure of being in front of his uncle while flirting with his young niece was overwhelming. Li Chuan coughed and instinctively waved his hand, inadvertently knocking the pill away. With a clink, the pill rolled to Gu Yuchan's feet at Li Chuan. Gu Yuchan recognized the familiar white pill, bent down to pick it up, and his dark eyes grew even stormier, as if a tempest was brewing within. Did I ask this from Yin Yin? Li Chuan attempted a last-ditch effort to salvage the situation. No, it's from a colleague of mine. Gu Yuchan's expression darkened further as he crushed the pill with his fingers. Instantly, fine powder scattered in the AI are in own need for testing. It's a contraceptive pill. At this point, Li Chuan no longer needed to conceal the truth for Shun Yin. And he admitted straightforwardly. She said it was for a friend. The Gu Yuchan scoffed. Which friend? Gu Miao? Upon hearing Gu Yuchan mention Gu Miao, Li Chuan instantly became displeased. The girl he was infatuated with was still just a child. Why would she need contraceptive pills? No, I'm saying this is between you two. Don't drag anyone else into it. Li Chuan retorted, exasperated that Gu Yuchan's expression remained darkly intense, that I will explain the contraceptive pill to her. But you, if you truly like Gu Miao, treat her well. Otherwise, don't keep her hanging. Although Gu Yuchan often appeared stern and fierce towards Gu Miao, she was indeed one of the few relatives he acknowledged. Li Chuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a light chuckle. I understand better than you how to treat her well. Gu uncle, the Gu Yuchan simply hummed in response, having complete trust in Li Chuan. Not wishing to continue discussing Li Chuan and Gu Miao, Gu Yuchan redirected, about Yin Yin's amnesia. I cannot agree to that. Li Chuan interrupted, maintaining his professional integrity as a doctor. Amnesia is her own matter. Even as her husband, you have no right to interfere. The Gu Yuchan turned to Li Chuan, his expression slightly incredulous. Just give me a few days. I'll handle my affairs, then accompany her for treatment. As for the promises made to Shun Yin, Gu Yuchan would undoubtedly fulfill them. The reason for allowing Li Chuan to delay the treatment was merely because the bait Gu Yuchan had cast previously had already ensnared its prey. He intended to gather his net in the coming days. Once he became occupied, he would inevitably lack the time to accompany Shun Yin for her treatment. However, he could not bear to leave Shun Yin to face the treatment alone, which was why he needed Li Chuan's assistance in prolonging the process. That a cool gaze swept over Li Chuan, who awkwardly cleared his throat, acutely aware that memory therapy was inherently a gradual endeavor. Currently, there are 4 prevalent methods of hypnotherapy available on the market. The first involves rehabilitation training, which aims to stimulate and elicit reflections, prompting patients to recall past individuals or events. The second method seeks to recreate the scenes prior to amnesia, stimulating the brain's memory functions to aid in memory recovery. The third is dietary therapy, which addresses nutritional deficiencies by supplementing nutrients to promote memory restoration. Lastly, there exists a seldom-used method, explicitly prohibited by most hospitals, known as hypnotherapy. This method forcibly stimulates the cerebral cortex through hypnosis, unveiling inner fears and revisiting the origin of amnesia. Some patients, during hypnotherapy, never resurface from their memories. Li Chuan observed Gu Yuchan, who seemed hesitant to speak. From a medical perspective, he should not even mention hypnotherapy. Yet from a friend's standpoint, Li Chuan hoped Gu Yuchan and Shun Yin would attempt it together, for it was the only method that could thoroughly resolve Gu Yuchan's psychological trauma. Gu Yuchan glanced at Li Chuan, who exhaled deeply, ultimately deciding to inform Gu Yuchan about the possibility of hypnosis. The decision of whether to proceed rested firmly in their hands. Yuchan. The call ended abruptly. Li Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What call? Gu Yuchan's gaze shifted towards Li Chuan's phone, casually stating, it was Gu Miao's call. In an instant, Li Chuan glanced at his phone screen, revealing a missed call. Why should he concern himself with Gu Yuchan and Shun Yin's matters when he had yet to pursue his own wife? Frustrated, Li Chuan tossed aside the topic of hypnotherapy and stormed off. Phone in hand, Gu Yuchan stood before the tightly closed surgery room door, his expression shrouded in darkness, betraying no emotion. Approximately half an hour later, Shun Yin emerged from her examination and, noticing Gu Yuchan alone outside the surgery room, inquired curiously, "Where is Dr. Li?" Gu Yuchan smirked. "My dear, your first question upon exiting is about another man." Shun Yin blinked. "Oh dear, don't be jealous. I simply wanted to inquire about my condition from the doctor." Of course, asking about Li Chuan's insights was one aspect, but she was also eager to learn about that mysterious pill. The Gu Yuchan's expression subtly revealed a hint of weariness, and he refrained from teasing Shun Yin further. He had an emergency surgery and has gone into the operating room. Shun Yin nodded in understanding. Then we shall wait for him here. The Jiu Yuchen maintained a calm demeanor, stating the patient was in a severe car accident. He is likely to be in surgery for 5 to 6 hours. Shun Yin calculated the time. If it was currently 3 in the afternoon, then they would be waiting until around 8 or 9 in the evening. Very well, let us head back for now. Shun Yin had initially planned to return to the company with Gu Yuchun, but suddenly received a message from Gu Miao along the way. Consequently, she requested Gu Yuchun to detour and take her to her dormitory. Nian Yin, Gu Miao exclaimed excitedly, leaping into Shun Yin's embrace. Shun Yin patted Gu Miao's shoulder, smiling brightly. My little niece, the Ji Miao, feeling somewhat restrained in front of Gu Yuchun the day before, complied obediently when addressed this way. However, now that her uncle was absent, Gu Miao quickly perked up, scratching Shun Yin playfully while fiercely demanding. Nian Yin, what about our best friend bond? Shun Yin chuckled. The best friend bond is no more. To Ji Miao feigned sadness, astonished at Shun Yin's apparent coldness. Is this what married women become? Yet in the next moment, Shun Yin added, now we share familial ties. The Ji Miao affectionately draped her arm around Shun Yin's shoulders. True. Nian Yin, I never imagined you would turn out to be my little aunt. Come on, tell me how you got together with my uncle. Spill the beans. Shun Yin had no intention of withholding the details from Gu Miao, but she chose not to reveal the month-long confinement Gu Yuchun had imposed upon her. After all, the notion of confinement was too chilling. Regardless of the reasons or outcomes, discussing it would tarnish Gu Yuchun's reputation. After some thought, she decided to simplify the narrative, recounting her acquaintance, friendship, and love story with Gu Yuchun. Gu Miao listened in awe, her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, I can't believe my uncle is such a romantic, sending roses and whispering sweet nothings. Indeed, the saying holds true. Even the coldest of hearts can soften before their beloved. Shun Yin smiled, defending her husband. Chun has always been a gentle soul. The Ji Miao smirked. There is another saying that rings true. Love is blind. Nian Yin, while my uncle treats you with such tenderness, he can be quite indifferent to others. Even in front of grandfather and grandmother, he remains unyielding. At this point, Gu Miao suddenly recalled, to be honest, Nian Yin, last night was the first time I saw my uncle smile. Shun Yin was somewhat incredulous, but Gu Yuchun has been quite cheerful lately. The Ji Miao raised her hand in a vow. Truly, my uncle is always cold as ice, with a shadowy, indifferent expression. Only in your presence does he shed that icy exterior and reveal his gentle, doting side. Wow, I really believe in love again. Shun Yin replied with a smile. You will certainly find it too. Ji Miao's gaze dimmed for a moment before she cheerfully responded. Aunt, I must cling tightly to your leg. If my uncle ever scolds me again, you must support me. Suppressing her laughter, Shun Yin said, if Chun acts for your benefit, I will naturally side with him, such as when it comes to extra lessons. Gu Miao's lips twitched. What about our best friend bond? Shun Yin tilted her head. That is now familial love. My little niece, the Ji Miao felt like crying without tears. You prioritize romance over friendship. Shun Yin ceased her teasing and pondered the events following Gu Yuchun's rescue years ago. Gu Miao, her expression conflicted, remarked, Nian Yin, don't dwell on the past. Who doesn't he have a history? My uncle loves you now. You are the one on the household registry, so don't concern yourself with those ex-girlfriends. Shun Yin chuckled. Where are you going with this? I merely wanted to inquire about Chun's mental state back then. While she might have felt jealousy previously, she now understood that the girl in question was none other than herself. There was no reason to feel envious. Just thinking about the fact that she was the one who stood by Gu Yuchun during his darkest days filled her heart with sweetness. Really? You're not jealous? You must know my uncle was quite despondent for many years over that girl. He tirelessly searched for her, never giving up. That Ji Miao's eyes widened, suddenly feeling guilty. That, oh dear, Nian Yin. You and my uncle are married now, and your relationship is stable and loving. Why bring up the past? If this led to a quarrel between Shun Yin and Gu Yuchun, she would certainly be in trouble. Gu Miao hesitated. Ahem. Nian Yin, don't mind me. My uncle loves you now, that I don't mind at all. That on a summer day, the gentle evening sun cast a warm glow upon Shun Yin's face, enveloping her in a soft orange hue that blurred her features, leaving only her enchanting eyes gleaming with warmth and tenderness. That girl is me. What? Shun Yin tilted her head, winking at Gu Miao. Gu Miao blinked in surprise, suddenly pinching her own arm hard, exclaiming, ouch. Shun Yin laughed. What are you doing? Gu Miao, disregarding her own pain, gazed at Shun Yin with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Aunt, you and my uncle truly are a match made in heaven. Shun Yin chuckled. I feel the same way. However, she added, but Yin, what were you thinking back then? Why did you leave my uncle without a word? You must know he was nearly driven mad searching for you. At that time, he had sustained an injury, and according to grandfather's wishes, he was to receive treatment abroad. Yet, my uncle insisted on staying behind to search for you, missing the optimal opportunity for recovery. Suffering greatly in the process, Danae Gu Miao recounted this. She suddenly realized why grandfather had been so harsh with Shun Yin last night, bombarding her with humiliating questions that if Shun Yin was indeed the one who abandoned Gu Yuchun, it would explain the old man's attitude toward her. Shun Yin sighed, a hint of confusion in her expression. I've lost my memory. Meow meow, did I genuinely wish to understand what transpired back then? Perhaps it was Li Chuan's words that led Shun Yin to assume that Gu Yuchin's psychological scars stemmed solely from the inhumane torment of being locked away in a basement. But upon reflection, how could such a strong and resilient man be ensnared by mere past experiences? Yin, don't go. Don't leave me. Baby, do not abandon me. Do not leave me all alone. As Shun Yin slowly closed her eyes, Xiao Aiken's murmurs and dreams never contained a hint of fear towards the darkness. What truly ensnared Gu Yuchin in the past was her sudden departure without warning. It turned out that the one who had caused Gu Yuchin's pain all along was her. Yin, why are you crying? Don't scare me, Gu Miao exclaimed anxiously as she saw Shun Yin's tears start to fall. Shun Yin shook her head. Meow, do you think I am truly pathetic? I abandoned him once and foolishly did so again. It is all my fault that Ji Miao, unable to comprehend Shun Yin's words, could only instinctively guess that this him referred to her uncle. Are you going to leave my uncle for a third time? Gu Miao inquired. Without hesitation, Shun Yin replied, absolutely not. Gu Miao embraced Shun Yin's shoulders gently and reassured her, that is all that matters. The past has already transpired. No amount of regret can change it, that it is better to focus on the present, like, for example, hurrying to give my uncle a baby, Gu Miao concluded. She awkwardly touched her nose. For she did not wish to say such things, but her grandmother had insisted. Matters of urging childbirth truly were not appropriate for someone of her generation to discuss. Shun Yin wiped her tears and smiled faintly. I actually wish to. Just then, Gu Miao's phone began to ring. Upon glancing at the screen, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she pouted, only now do you choose to return my call. Seeing Gu Miao's bashful expression, Shun Yin realized that the caller was someone significant, possibly the one Gu Miao had secretly liked. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in to take a look. That it was Li Chuan. Chapter 64. Longing for affection from my husband. You only now return my call? Were you anxious? Gu Miao initially felt a tinge of anger, but upon hearing the weariness in Li Chuan's voice, her irritation dissipated, replaced by concern. You mustn't overwork yourself. You are not the only doctor at your hospital. After speaking, she noticed Shun Yin's sparkling eyes, and a blush crept onto her fair cheeks. She stomped her foot and turned slightly away from Shun Yin. Li Chuan chuckled softly. There was an accident on Shangjiang Road. The situation was urgent that I couldn't call back the doctors on leave, so I had to step in. My apologies. His apology stirred a sweetness within Gu Miao. A gentle warmth flooding her heart. Oh, why are you apologizing to me? It was my fault for not answering Gu Xiaomei's call in a timely manner. Li Chuan listened to Gu Miao's spoiled tone, feeling quite pleased. Yet when Gu Miao heard him refer to her as Gu Xiaomei, her bright eyes suddenly dimmed, and he still only sees me as a sister. However, Li Chuan seemed oblivious to this, continuing, Is there something you need to discuss? I am off work now. Shall I come pick you up for dinner? At this moment, Shun Yin leaned in closer, winking at Gu Miao and gesturing towards the phone. Ji Miao hesitated before replying instinctively. No, I am with Yin right now. Upon hearing Shun Yin's name, Li Chuan felt an urge to hang up, but before he could act, Gu Miao interrupted. Yin needs to speak with you. Li Chuan felt his heart constrict. She is fine. She truly is. Gu Miao handed the phone to Shun Yin, who covered the phone with one hand and apologetically said to Gu Miao, just 2 sentences will suffice. Gu Miao's face flushed. I have nothing to discuss with him. You can talk as long as you wish. Shun Yin, however, was unaware that Gu Miao could be so reticent, but at that moment, she was more concerned about the pill. Dr. Li, has the test result for the pill come back? Li Chuan feigned ignorance. Ahem, there was an emergency surgery this afternoon. From the conversation between Li Chuan and Gu Miao, Shi Yin could tell that he had indeed been busy. Although a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. L. Li Chuan responded with a guilty murmur, feeling quite remorseful toward Shi Yin. Not only had he failed to inform her about the contraceptive pill, but he had also inadvertently involved Gu Yuqin. Perhaps due to this guilt, Li Chuan suggested, rather than asking me to investigate, why not have your friend ask her boyfriend directly? All right, I will inform my friend. Please continue to look into the pill. Shi Yin furrowed her brow slightly, a persistent sorrow lingering in her eyes. After thanking him again, she returned the phone to Gu Miao. Gu Miao did not say anything further to Li Chuan and hastily hung up. Turning to Shi Yin. Yin, what is wrong? Shi Yin gently shook her head, but before she could utter, "It's nothing," Gu Miao interjected, "Don't say it's nothing. You cannot hide from me that if there is something on your mind. Please share it that I may not be able to help, but expressing it will surely bring some relief." Upon hearing Gu Miao's words, Shi Yin couldn't help but smile softly. "Thank you, Miao Miao. What is there to thank? You are my little aunt." The term little aunt brought a faint smile to Shi Yin's face. Regardless of what kind of medicine Gu Yuqin had given her, it certainly wouldn't harm her. Would it? Coming to this realization, Shi Yin no longer dwelled on the matter of the pill and instead discussed her amnesia with Gu Miao. Although Gu Miao did not provide any substantial advice, the act of voicing the thoughts that had been bottled up in her heart alleviated much of her inner turmoil. As darkness fell outside, Shi Yin was about to call for a driver when she received a call from Gu Yuqin. "Hello." Aiken as she answered the phone. Her soft voice carried a hint of tenderness, prompting Gu Miao to click her tongue in admiration. She vividly remembered the first time she met Shi Yin in their dormitory. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and Shi Yin had been blissfully napping. Gu Miao's entrance made a noise that startled Shi Yin awake. She propped herself up to glance down. Perhaps it was the abrupt awakening from her nap, but Shi Yin's expression was icy. Her peach blossom eyes that usually sparkled with warmth now held a trace of coldness, both striking and beautiful. This was the first time Gu Miao had heard Shi Yin's voice so soft and delicate that Gu Miao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Truly, this was the power of love. No matter how aloof a girl may appear, when faced with the man she adores, she will transform into a sweet and tender woman. Perhaps Gu Miao's gaze was too fervent, causing Shi Yin to feel shy as she turned to the balcony. "Why are you calling me now?" Shi Yin leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the beautiful sunset outside. Gu Yuqin chuckled softly, his voice slightly distorted over the phone, lending it a deeper, more magnetic tone that made Shi Yin's ears tingle. "I wanted to hear you call me husband." "What?" Shi Yin laughed, that moment. Gu Yuqin stood by the window of his top-floor office, the sunset illuminating his figure and elongating his shadow, softening his previously sharp features. His long, dark eyes seemed to be infused with boundless tenderness. "Wife, I want to hear it. In an instant, a warm current coursed through his veins, setting his entire body aflame with a delightful itch. Shi Yin's face lit up with a radiant smile as she sweetly called, "Husband." "Wife," Gu Yuqin replied with a grin. Shi Yin gazed at the stunning sunset, casually asking, "Husband, what is the reason for your call?" Gu Yuqin's lips parted slightly. "There are matters at the company tonight. I will be busy until late." Shi Yin seemed to anticipate his next words, interrupting before he could finish, "I will wait for you." No matter how late it is, that Gu Yuqin's deep voice held a hint of helpless affection. "Yin, you do not need to wait for me to go to bed early. I do not want you to worry." "But I worry for you too," Shi Yin whispered, tightening her grip on the phone. "Husband, we have only been married for a few days, and you are leaving me to keep the bed warm alone." Upon hearing Shi Yin's words, Gu Yuqin felt a dryness in his throat. "Baby, do you want your husband?" Shi Yin glanced towards the bedroom, noticing Gu Miao engrossed in her phone, a smile creeping onto her lips. She then covered the phone and softly replied, "I want my husband to care for me." After uttering those words, the line fell silent, the only sound being a rustling, as if fabric was brushing against skin. Merely listening made Shi Yin's face flush. Turning to the balcony, she saw students bustling about on the street, feeling conflicted about whether to indulge in such a telephone play in a public setting. "Husband," her voice was soft and sultry, tinged with a captivating allure. Suddenly, a low, restrained moan came from the other end of the line. Baby, if you ignite the flames, you must also extinguish them. Shern Yin's eyes sparkled with mischief, filled with the warm hues of the sunset and deep affection. And no matter how late it takes, I will wait for you tonight, to help you cool down. Her teasing tone was both alluring and charming, sending shivers down his spine. Gu Yuchen gritted his teeth. You truly are a temptress. Shern Yin laughed softly. Then it's settled. I will be waiting at home for your return, no matter how late. Gu Yuchen let out a resigned sigh as he awaited her presence on the bed. The season was transitioning from late summer to early autumn. While the days were still scorched by the blazing sun, the nights had begun to cool, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill. Gu Yuchen could not bear the thought of Shern Yin waiting alone in the first-floor living room, exposed to the cold until her return. However, the tenderness of Gu Yuchen's concern took on a different flavor in Shern Yin's ears. No, it would be inaccurate to say that. His directive to wait on the bed was already laden with ambiguity. What else could it signify when a man tells a woman to wait for his return in bed? Shern Yin softly replied, I'll wait for you, good girl. He responded, I've already informed Yunhe residence. You and Gu Miao should go and eat. Since her last visit to Yunhe residence, Shern Yin had been effusive in her praise for the cuisine there, while Gu Miao's reaction was even more exaggerated, claiming that after one meal, her tongue was swollen for days, as if the deliciousness had overwhelmed her senses after dinner. I'll head home, Dada Chun. You must remember to eat dinner as well. I will check upon your return, and if you haven't eaten, I shall be displeased. After reminding Gu Yuchen, Shern Yin still felt uneasy and sent a message to Zheng Xin that I in the office. Gu Yuchen ended the call with Shern Yin, and the gentle, indulgent expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a stern and brooding demeanor. Zheng Xin knocked and entered. Gu Yuchen picked up 2 documents from his desk, stepping out while instructing Zheng Xin to notify the heads of various departments for a meeting. Rarely did Zheng Xin hesitate to follow Gu Yuchen's orders, but he tactfully reminded him, President Gu, you haven't had dinner yet. Gu Yuchen shot Zheng Xin a cold glance. Zheng Xin immediately wilted under the gaze, pulling out his phone to show Gu Yuchen the screen, which displayed a message from the lady of the house. The message, sent just 2 minutes prior, insisted that Zheng Xin remind Gu Yuchen to eat dinner, ending with a threat that if Gu Yuchen failed to do so, she would be sure to whisper in his ear about a pay cut. Zheng Xin felt a pang of despair. Not only did he have to endure the dog food from the president and his wife, but he also had to constantly worry about his bonuses. Upon reading the message, Gu Yuchen's gloomy expression softened slightly. The meeting will commence in 20 minutes, he stated. Zheng Xin hurriedly left to make arrangements, but just as he reached the door, he heard Gu Yuchen's dark voice inquire, You and Yin Yin have been in contact quite frequently. Zheng Xion's heart sank. He could tell from Gu Yuchen's tone that his possessiveness was flaring up again, that in a moment of panic. He cleverly responded, Every time Madam contacts me, it concerns you. The first time was to ask for a candid photo of you smiling. The second was when Shern Yin was blocked by the receptionist on the first floor, and I was needed to intervene. The third was to remind you to eat dinner. Gu Yuchen scrutinized the chat history between Zheng Xin and Shern Yin, the shadows in his eyes lifting slightly, that he tossed the phone back to Zheng Xin and waved his hand, saying, Your bonus will be doubled this month. Zheng Xin struggled to maintain a serious expression. Thank you, President Gu. Thank you, Madam President. While Gu Yuchen was having dinner, Shern Yin and Gu Miao were also at Yunhe residence. Throughout the journey, Gu Miao chattered incessantly, expressing her deep affection for the dishes at Yunhe residence, as well as her envy of the love between Gu Yuchen and Shern Yin. After dinner, Shern Yin first escorted Gu Miao home, before returning to the villa. By the time she arrived at the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Knowing that Gu Yuchen would be home late, she had informed Aunt Zhou to rest early and not wait for her. Once back in her room, Shern Yin initially intended to take a shower, but she was suddenly interrupted by an email. I have gathered all the intelligence on the Su family for you. I asked for the specifics of what to do next. You are more adept than I, so I won't elaborate. However, regarding the Gu family, it is indeed quite difficult to investigate. Let us focus on the Shi family instead. Shern Yin had originally tasked Xiao Ke with investigating the Gu family to uncover the details surrounding Gu Yuchen's kidnapping and subsequent rescue. But now that she realized she was one of the key figures involved, the urgency diminished. Instead, the Shi family was rife with suspicious elements. As she continued reading Xiao Ke's email, her delicate brows knitted tightly. Indeed, a cornered rabbit will bite, and desperate people can develop malicious intent. The words gambling, drugs, and vice echoed ominously, The Su family had become entangled in all manner of illicit activities over the past 2 years. Shi Yan's gaze turned icy. Initially, she had intended to target only Su Yan, but now that the entire Su family was tainted, she would not hold back. She retrieved a pair of plain glasses and donned them, her alabaster fingers dancing across the keyboard as she infiltrated the Su family's internal network, creating chaos and extracting nearly 2 years' worth of financial statements before withdrawing. She also made sure to leave the Su family with a grand parting gift. Having completed these tasks, the clock gradually neared 10 o'clock, and her phone lay quietly with a message from Gu Yuchen. Be good, sleep first. Just 3 brief words, seemingly sent amidst his busy schedule. Shi Yan smiled as she replied that she would be good, and then went to the wardrobe, intending to fetch her pajamas, only to unexpectedly discover an entire rack of alluring garments. Shi Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Gu family's outfits had been moved back? The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, knowing Gu Yuchen would never engage in such trivial antics. That it must have been that he had instructed someone to deliver the enticing clothing to both the Gu family mansion and the villa. Yet upon further reflection, this revelation made Gu Yuchen seem even more beastly. Shi Yan shook her head with a light laugh, her fingers gliding over the various pieces, finally pausing at a short, narrow sailor suit. Her husband had worked diligently all day. It was only right to show him some tender affection. Chapter 65. Later, I will attend to my husband's bath. After concluding his business affairs, Gu Yuchen returned to the villa at 2 in the morning, his steps echoing through the starry night. His preoccupation had been with dealing with the Su family. Previously, Su Yan had openly and covertly provoked Gu Yuchen numerous times, but he had initially dismissed it as trivial. After all, what significance was there in an ant challenging an elephant? However, after Su Yan repeatedly deceived and manipulated Shi Yan, he had truly struck a nerve with Gu Yuchen. Gu Yuchen was ruthless and decisive in his actions, leaving no room for mercy. Since Su Yan dared to provoke him, he should prepare for the total annihilation of the Su family. Approximately half a month prior, Gu Yuchen leaked information to inflate the value of a plot of land in the southern city. The Su family, desperately in need of a lucrative project to recover from a string of failed investments, fell for the bait without hesitation. Once they took the bait, it marked the beginning of their utter demise. In contrast to the Su family, the Shi family was considerably more fortunate that on the day of the old Master Shi's 80th birthday, Gu Yuchen had personally promised him that the Gu family would invest 5 billion in the Shi family's real estate project. In return, the old master had assured Gu Yuchen that thereafter, Shi Yan would have no further ties to the Shi family. Gu Yuchen had never been a benevolent individual, knowing that Shi Yan shared no blood relation with the Shi family. And given their ill treatment of her, he had no intention of allowing her to return. However, if the Shi family could remain peaceable and cease any actions detrimental to Shi Yan, he would honor his agreement with the old master and refrain from targeting them. But if the Shi family continued with their treachery, he would show no mercy. A gust of night wind tousled the loose strands of hair at Gu Yuchen's forehead as he stepped out of his silver Bentley, his cold demeanor softening slightly upon seeing the warm yellow light spilling from the bedroom. Striding up the stairs, he gently pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, only a bedside lamp cast a warm glow, bathing the girl's delicate figure in a soft radiance, as if she were an angel who had accidentally fallen to earth. All the weariness and fatigue of the day dissipated in that moment. Gu Yuchen quietly entered the room, intending to change his clothes, but as he approached, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Although the late summer nights bore a slight chill, the bedroom remained invitingly warm.